I was considered a burden by my family and was kicked out of the house on a rainy night. No one was willing to even say goodbye to me. The heavy rain was very cold as it hit me. I was standing outside the Yi family villa, carrying my tattered luggage, like a beggar who had just been kicked out. I just got slapped in the living room, and my ears are still buzzing. My mother coldly scolded me for being ungrateful. My sister said I was a fake young master, and now that his biological brother has been found, I don't deserve to continue living in their house. My second sister sarcastically said that I took action because I was afraid that my identity would be taken away. I didn't do anything, but in their eyes, I am a bad person, a stumbling block in Yemo's life, and a mistake that should not exist. Yemo sat on the sofa, looking like a victim. His knee was a little scratched, but he enjoyed everyone's concern. Even the words, "I fell by myself," sounded gentle and harmless. Only I knew that he was jealous of my talent, so he did everything he could to make my family hate me. He wanted to be the only heir to the family. I saw the sneer hidden in his eyes, but no one was willing to believe me. At this moment, my mobile phone service was suspended and my bank card was frozen. I had nowhere to go and could only hide by the flower bed in front of the Imperial Capitol Hotel. I was soaked and my teeth were chattering with cold. I curled up into a ball, wishing I could bury myself in the dirt. It seemed like there was no place for me in this world. At this time, the crisp sound of high heels was heard, and 8 female bodyguards in black separated the crowd like an iron wall, and a woman walked out. She had a strong aura, her windbreaker rustling, and she stood in front of me holding a black umbrella. Her eyes were as cold as ice, yet surprisingly focused. She looked at me for a few seconds and suddenly said, "Yi-chun, are you willing to come home with me? Marry me, and the phone group will be yours." I was stunned, thinking I had misheard, and was so scared that I wanted to run away overnight. But her eyes were firm, without a trace of hesitation, and I really had nowhere to go now. She said that if I got caught in the rain, my wound would become inflamed and my face would be disfigured. At that moment, I realized that someone actually cared about the pain on my face. I grabbed her hand like a drowning man grabbing at the last straw, without even having time to say thank you. I didn't dare get close to her in the car, and I huddled in a corner cautiously. Suddenly, she said, "Take off your clothes." I was startled and subconsciously hugged my clothes tightly, my voice trembling. "What do you want to do?" She took off her coat, put on me, and said calmly, "Put it on, you'll catch a cold." I stood there frozen for a while before I slowly put on my coat. It was a small size, but it was extra warm. I took a quick look at her. Her facial features were stern, and her temperament was compelling. She seemed to live in another world, but why would she help me? I do not understand. What I didn't understand even more was that when I was taken to her manor, I saw a baby in a pink dress jump off the sofa, throw herself into my arms, and yell, "Dad!" My mind went blank. I'm not married and don't have a girlfriend, so how could I have a child? And her eyes are exactly the same as mine. What is going on? "Yes, Dad." She raised her head softly, and her tone was so serious that it made my heart tremble. The little girl's eyes were clear, and she spoke like she was swearing an oath, as if I was the most important person in her life. I gently rubbed her little head and tried to explain, "Baby, you got the wrong person. I'm not your father." But she held me stubbornly, her eyes red, and she kept emphasizing, "Daddy, it's Daddy." I looked up at Feng Li, trying to find an explanation from her face. She sat on the sofa, looking calm and composed, as if she had no intention of speaking. I'm a little confused. I haven't even been in a relationship, so how come I suddenly have a daughter? Tuanchuan hugged my neck, put her little face against me, said she was good, and said her name was Tuanchuan. The next second, tears began to fall. My heart softened all of a sudden, and I coaxed her in a low voice. "Be good, don't cry, okay? I'm your dad." I gently wiped the tears from her face, feeling mixed emotions. She lay motionless in my arms, like a furry little ball, holding me tightly. Such a lovely child. Is there really no one to accompany her growing up? She stared at my red and swollen face, her little brows furrowed, and said with concern that I was in pain. Then he came over and blew on it for me in a baby voice. "It hurts so much," she said. I almost laughed out loud. What kind of magical little magic is this? I teased her. "Well, it won't hurt after you blow it." She turned around and climbed up the stairs, then ran down again with a bunch of animal-patterned Band-Aids in her hands. "Dad, stick with me." I took a look and saw cute patterns of bears, cats, and dogs, which were not suitable for a 20-year-old man. "Baby, Daddy really doesn't feel any pain anymore." But she pouted and insisted. "If it hurts, I'll stick it on." Feng Li stood up at this time and said in a calm tone, "His wound needs to be disinfected first." Tuan Tuan nodded as if he understood, then squatted obediently beside him and continued to play the flute. My heart suddenly felt a little sour. What on earth has this child been through to become so sensible? The maid brought the medical kit and Feng Li pointed at me. "Come here." I was a little stunned. "Me? Sit next to me and I'll give you some medicine." As soon as I sat down, she lifted my chin and looked at me fiercely. "Who hit you?" I thought about it and whispered perfunctorily. I bumped into it myself. "You hit yourself like this?" She didn't ask any further questions, but just picked up a cotton swab and carefully helped me clean the wound. "If it hurts, tell me." I shook my head. "It doesn't hurt." Tuanchuan lay beside me and continued to blow a gentle breeze at me. I looked at her, and my heart was filled with tenderness. This one, big and one small, is like another world. I pinched myself, and it hurt, which proved that this was not a dream. After Feng Li applied the medicine, Tuanchuan immediately handed me a pink kitten Band-Aid and put on my face. I was silent for 3 seconds, and my dignity as a tough guy was completely gone. "Nice." I said this with a forced smile, and Tuanchuan laughed out loud when he heard it. She reached out and touched my face. "It doesn't hurt anymore." I nodded. "Yes, Dad, it doesn't hurt anymore." She is an angel, a soft and sweet little angel. Just as I was immersed in the glory of fatherly love, a sharp voice suddenly came from the door. "Oh my God, sister, where did you pick up this little beggar?" I looked up and saw a fierce-looking woman walking in with a sharp look in her eyes. Her name is Feng Yan. She stared at me with disdain written all over her face. "Don't you hate men the most? Why are you bringing this home?" Tuanchuan jumped out of my arms and stood in front of me in a fierce and aggressive manner. "It's not a beggar, it's Daddy." Feng Yin was stunned, and her face changed immediately after she realized what was happening. "You said this guy is your father? Where did your sister find this father for you?" She rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to fight. Tuanchuan refused to move away. "Sure, Aunt. Don't hit Daddy." She actually grabbed Tuan Tuan, kicking her short legs in the air, and yelled at her baby voice, "Don't hit Daddy." I quickly took the child back and explained in a low voice. "You misunderstood. I'm not her father." Tuanchuan hugged me and sobbed, "It's Daddy." My scalp tingled, and the next second, Feng Yin picked up a fruit knife and said, "I have to teach you a lesson today, you pretty boy." I was shocked on the spot. Could it be that recognizing someone as a father could lead to death? Feng Li finally spoke. "He is not." Feng Yin paused and frowned. "No? Then what did she call him?" Tuanchuan was unconvinced and glared at his mother. "It's Dad." I lowered my head and coaxed her. "Well, Daddy is here, don't cry." Tuanchuan hugged her tighter, as if she was afraid that she would be taken away in the next second. "She's a real little guardian angel. No one can touch me." Feng Yin didn't ask any more questions, but just curled her lips. "They look quite similar, sister. You have good taste." Feng Yin finally put down the knife. Her tone softened, and she said that she was too impulsive. I whispered that it was okay, but I was becoming more and more confused in my heart. Why did she get so excited when she mentioned Tuan Tuan's father? Is that man a scumbag? I subconsciously glanced at Tuan Tuan and then at Feng Li. Such a beautiful and powerful woman was actually abandoned by a man? "Dad, wipe it." Before I could come to my senses, Tuanchuan was already holding a towel to wipe my hair. I squatted down and let her wipe it, smiling and replied, "Thank you, baby." Feng Li spoke lightly and told me to take a shower and that the room had been arranged. I nodded in agreement and just gave my name, Ye Chen. While I was showering, my mind was in a mess. Outside the door, Tuanchuan would occasionally call out Dad. I could only respond, "Dad is here." She stood at the door and refused to leave, as if she was afraid that I would leave. Later, I heard her drawing, and I also heard Feng Yin teasing her about who the little figure she drew looked like. Tuanchuan immediately hid the sketchbook, speaking softly but protecting me. My heart softened. It turned out that she was really afraid that I would not want her. After taking a shower, as soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, Tuanchuan jumped on me like a little pendant. She handed me the picture book, which showed a family of 3 and a mouse. "Is the tall one Daddy?" She nodded, her face flushed. I couldn't help but praise her. "It's really beautiful." But when I asked what the mouse was, Feng Yan's eyes flashed over like knives. Tuanchuan was so scared that he shrank into my arms. "Dad, my aunt is fierce." I patted her back and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Daddy is here." Feng Yin was also amused by her and said that this little devil was not usually so well behaved. I took Tuanchuan back to my room to sleep. As she lay down, she announced, "Go to sleep." I coaxed her and told her stories, and the little one fell asleep quickly, still holding my wrist. I quietly pulled my hand out, covered myself with the quilt, and whispered, "Dear baby, Daddy is here." Just as I was about to leave, I bumped into Phonely. She changed into a black long dress today, with delicate makeup and a cool and elegant temperament like the queen of the night. My eyes drifted away for a moment, and I immediately looked away, not daring to look any longer. "You brought me back because of Tuanchuan, right? I will take good care of her." Phonely stared at me with a cold tone. "Do you think so too?" I nodded. "Isn't it?" She just said, "My name is Phonely." I turned around wisely. "I'm going to rest first." The room was very clean, with cool colors, but it was warmer than the one I had stayed in before at the Yi family's. I had just gotten into bed, plugged in my phone, and closed my eyes when the door suddenly opened. I don't even know how to cover myself properly. Before I could react, she had already covered herself with the quilt again. But the next second, I unconsciously grabbed her hand and murmured, "Don't go." She didn't leave, but lay down next to me. A finger poked the tip of my nose and slowly stroked my face. I hugged her in a daze and felt a soft and sweet touch. I thought I was dreaming. So real, so fragrant. I laughed softly. I actually got a wife in my dream. I even started touching and pinching it, my face without blinking. Suddenly, I felt my breath being robbed, as if I was being stared at by a wild beast and there was no way to escape. I opened my eyes suddenly and was greeted by an unfamiliar environment. The bedding beside me is empty, as if I slept with a quilt last night, but the feeling is not something a quilt can give. The soft and warm touch is clearly a woman's body. The phone is fully charged, and the screen is filled with messages from 7 groups. We're all going crazy. The tutor is here in person today, our 26-year-old beautiful doctor, one of the school's youngest aces. Some people said they should dress up more handsomely, and some people were stuffed with whole shoes and floral shirts by their girlfriends. I just think they're a bunch of clowns. I lowered my head and sent a message saying that I would go back to school in the afternoon to work on the paper. Immediately afterwards, another topic also became popular. The school handsome contest has started again. They said I had been keeping a low profile for 3 years, and it would be a waste not to participate. I used to give in to EMO, but instead of gratitude, he framed me more and more. I was too lazy to back down and replied, "I'll join." The whole group went wild, and there was a frenzy, as if the anger that had been suppressed for 3 years was finally bursting out. I walked out of the room in my pajamas, but suddenly remembered that I didn't have any change of clothes. In the living room, Phonely sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, and her high heels made light sounds as she stepped on the carpet. She looked at me and said casually, "Try the clothes on and see if they fit you." I picked up the suit and took a look. It was a standard size M. How did she know my size? She just said I guessed. After changing into a white shirt and a suit jacket, I looked in the mirror and looked like an office worker. But in fact, I just graduated in June. She looked me up and down, nodded, and said that I looked good in this kind of clothes. I asked Tuanchuan where she had gone, and she said Tuanchuan hadn't gotten up yet and was in a very bad mood when she woke up. So I went to call her. As soon as I walked in, I saw the soft little ball pretending to sleep, but its eyes were secretly glancing at me. I smiled and asked her if she wanted me to help her put on her clothes. The little one nodded without hesitation. The first time I dressed my baby, I put his clothes on backwards. But she clapped her hands and said I was great. I was at a loss for words, so I dressed her again and put on a small jacket, a little skirt, and lace socks. The little girl looked like a fluffy doll. She walked out with her arms around my neck, snuggling softly in my arms, and I almost couldn't help but kiss her. But I'm not her real father, so I'd better not cross the line. Feng Yin looked at us with a complicated expression on her face, as if she had swallowed a fly. This little guy usually has a bad temper, but today he is so well-behaved. During breakfast, I sat down and fed Tuanchuan the little bun, and she ate it with great relish. Feng Yin couldn't help but interrupt and said that Tuanchuan could eat by himself a long time ago and didn't need me to feed him. But Tuanchuan opened his mouth and ate the wood ear mushrooms I picked up. He bit them until they were crunchy and said sweetly that they were delicious. Feng Yin was completely speechless. Seeing this, Feng Li also picked up a piece of steak for me and whispered, "Don't just focus on Tuan Tuan, I need to eat something too." Feng Yin widened her eyes, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Is her sister picking up food for me? No way. Her sister has always been so arrogant. How could she be attracted to a gigolo like me? After dinner, I was about to leave, but Tuanchuan held onto my legs and refused to let go. I coaxed her by saying that I was just going to school to work on a paper and would be back in the evening. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and said she was good and wanted to be with me. I felt soft-hearted and asked fondly if I could take her with me. She agreed surprisingly readily, even taking my phone and leaving her contact information. Before leaving, she hung a small bottle on Tuanchuan and told him to drink when he was hungry and not to bother her. Tuanchuan held the bottle and nodded obediently, but I was muttering in my heart, why does all this feel less and less like the rhythm of a temporary dad? At Imperial Capital University, I got off the bus holding Tuanchuan in my arms. She was small and timid, and when she saw so many people around, she instinctively snuggled into my arms and held onto my clothes tightly, refusing to let go. I gently told her not to be afraid, but I still attracted a lot of attention. An old man looked at me, sighed, and said that all college students are now fathers, and his tone was full of envy. I ignored him and went straight to dormitory 208 in Building 2. As soon as the door opened, 3 faces came up to greet me enthusiastically, but when they saw the baby in my arms, their expressions froze instantly. Whose little cutie is this? They stared at Tuanchuan, unable to believe it. I was just about to explain when Tuanchuan suddenly called out in a childish voice, "Dad." My head exploded, and, the next second, 3 people pressed me on the table. They grabbed my throat and demanded, "When did you have a daughter and didn't tell your brothers?" The corners of my mouth twitched as I struggled to explain, but Tuanchuan blurted out, "My biological child." This slap left me completely powerless to resist. I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Don't be ridiculous. I'm only 18. How could I have a 3-year-old daughter? They look so much like brothers with identical eyes and noses. I'd be embarrassed for you if you said they weren't biological children. My head was buzzing, and I was about to retort when they started urging me to introduce my wife. I suddenly thought of Feng Li. That woman is not someone I can approach at all. I gritted my teeth and clarified, "I don't have a wife." Hu Yuxuan sneered. "No wife? Then where did your daughter come from?" These guys are totally unreasonable. Each one of them is like interrogating a criminal. Seeing me being surrounded, Tuanchuan grabbed Lu Hao's arm with his little hands, bit him fiercely, and shouted angrily, "Don't bully Daddy." Lu Hao laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. "Your daughter is too fierce, and she also protects her own shortcomings." I finally managed to shake them off, picked up Tuanchuan, and tried to comfort her, but the corners of my mouth couldn't stop twitching. They didn't let me go. They surrounded me and called me uncle, coaxing me more attentively than they would their own child. Tuanchuan was very well behaved. He called me uncle while handing me the candy and told me to have some candy. I smiled and fed the candy back in her mouth and couldn't help sighing in my heart. Why is this child so clingy to me? When I was writing my paper, Tuanchuan sat next to my legs, staring at me motionlessly like a little human camera. It was almost noon when Hu Yuxuan called me to the cafeteria. I was worried that there would be too many people and I would bump into Tuanchuan, so I went out with Lu Hao to get food. Tuanchuan held me tightly with tears in her eyes, so I had to give her a countdown watch and told her that Dad would be back after the count. When we arrived at the cafeteria, I picked out her favorite egg custard, shrimp, and preserved egg porridge and helped myself. Just as I was about to leave, the surroundings suddenly exploded. School beauty Chu Yi is here. When I looked up, my eyes met that familiar face, long, curly chestnut hair, white skirt, white stockings, and high heels. She was standing right in front of me. There was a smile on her lips, but her eyes were like knives. "Yi-chun, don't go too far." Her voice was sweet, yet it contained murderous intent. "I'll make sure you don't get away with it." I was too lazy to respond to her little sister's temper. "You want to talk to me about something? If not, I'm leaving." She pressed on, saying that I was bullying Yimo. I sneered in my heart. Is Yimo's problem really my fault? He fell down because of his own carelessness. But he didn't listen at all. A fake like you will never be able to replace Brother Yimo. How does it feel to be kicked out of the Yi family? Her words are like needles, pricking people uncomfortably. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now." "Good," she sneered. "You'll graduate in 2 months, and you might not even have food to eat." Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand, knocked over the lunchbox in my hand, and left arrogantly. I looked down at the egg custard and shrimps scattered on the ground and smiled bitterly. Childhood sweethearts who grew up together have become like strangers. I was just about to bend down to clean up when 2 lunch boxes were suddenly stuffed into my hands. You can take mine. I looked up and saw Song Wanting, her eyes as soft as water. You're not Song Wanting? Yeah, I just bought too much. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but it made my heart warm. Thank you, how about some money? No, it's a waste if you don't eat it. I nodded, thanked him, took the food, and left. Egg custard, shrimp, and braised chicken are all Tuanchuan's favorites. I met up with Liu Hao, and he saw that I looked unhappy. Chinner, what happened? Do people change? He was stunned for a moment and didn't ask any more questions. Let's go back. Tuan Tuan is hungry. When I thought of her little face, my heart suddenly warmed up. At this moment, Tuanchuan was staring at the countdown watch with an anxious expression. Why hasn't Dad come back yet? No matter how the two tried to coax him, it was useless. Tuanchuan insisted on looking for me. Fortunately, I am back. Darling, Daddy brought some food back. Do you like it? I like it. Her eyes lit up like a little rabbit that got candy. I was feeding her, but my technique was so clumsy that her little face was covered with rice grains. The dormitory started to make noise again. Is she your daughter after all? She can't even feed me. I explained with a headache. I just said it was a friend's child. Tuanchuan hugged my arm and said, My biological child, Dad. Lu Peng and the others laughed. You two look so much alike. I'd never believe you're not biological children. I looked in the mirror and it was indeed quite similar. But I really don't have a girlfriend. I only remember that inexplicable dream 4 years ago. In the afternoon, we went to the tutor's office together. I squatted down and put the rabbit ear hat on Tuanchuan. Be good and wait outside. Daddy will be out soon. Good. Several of my roommates were still looking at themselves in the mirror and fixing their hair, and I rolled my eyes. We're here to meet our mentor, not for a blind date. My supervisor is a female PhD student from the Imperial University, 26 years old, with a stunning temperament. Yi-chun, come here. I handed her the paper and accidentally touched her hand. She asked me how I got the scar on my face, and I said I got hit. She wanted to accompany me to the infirmary, but I declined. Thank you, Master. I have already applied the medicine. Fengli helped me wipe it. She nodded. Your paper is okay. It's well written. I thanked him politely and turned around to see Hu Yuxuan coming forward. The next second, the tutor's expression changed drastically. Are you here to fool me? Even the format is wrong. Go back and copy Yi-chen's. Hu Yuxuan's face turned green. Liu Peng and Liu Hao also couldn't escape the fate of being scolded and left the office in disgrace. Just as I was about to leave, Zhao Chuanchuan's little head popped in from the door, his face full of anxiety. Dad, she called in a baby voice, looking for me with her face pressed against the door frame. I smiled and waved at her. Dad, the sound of the baby slurping milk was heard, and he tried to rush in with his short legs, but Hu Yuxuan grabbed him by the collar. He said he had something to do and tried to coax her away. I could see that he was about to kiss her, but Tuanchuan covered her mouth with her 2 little hands. Liu Hao laughed and clapped his legs, saying that Tuanchuan disliked Lao Hu and didn't let him kiss him. Tuanchuan ignored them and looked straight at me. I was talking to my tutor. She was unhappy and felt that her father should belong to her alone. Liu Hao deliberately provoked her, saying that I would not like her anymore if I had another baby in the future. She retorted angrily, saying that her father liked Tuanchuan, her voice soft but firm. He continued to tease her. How do you know? She got anxious and shouted towards me. Dad. I heard her crying and immediately said goodbye to my tutor. When I came out, I saw her face full of tears. She threw herself into my arms with a wronged look and said that I didn't want her anymore. I hugged her, feeling like my heart was struck by a hammer. How could I possibly not want you? Many people around were looking at the little baby in my arms, wondering if she was my sister. When they were going back, Hu Yuxuan was still reluctant to let her go and insisted on giving her a kiss, but Tuanchuan desperately shook his head to refuse. In the car, she waved goodbye to several uncles. As soon as I got in the car, I received a call from Yi Qingshan. Come back quickly. Yi-mo is going to release a new album. Write a song for him. I sneered, why? He immediately put pressure on me, saying that he was my father and raised me, and that I occupied Yi-mo's life. I'm not going back, and I'm not going to write anymore. 6 songs is more than enough. On the other end of the phone, he roared angrily and said that if I dared not go home, I would never be allowed to set foot in the house again. I was too lazy to respond and just hung up. He thought I had no money, no house, and no way out, and that the Yi family was the only place I could go. But I'm no longer the Yi-chun who would go home without saying a word. He and Yi-mo were still calculating, thinking that I would eventually come back and continue to work for them. But now I have Tuanchuan in my own life. Back at Hylon Manor, Feng Li sat on the sofa, typing on the keyboard, her black dress outlining her perfect figure. She looked up and saw me, her eyes fixed on Tuanchuan in my arms. I took off my coat and put it on Tuanchuan. The little guy was sleeping soundly in my arms. She asked me if I was back. I nodded and told her what Tuanchuan had eaten and played at noon today. She said in a cold tone that she didn't need me to report and that she was not hiring a nanny for Tuanchuan. I was stunned. Isn't this the reason why she asked me to stay? She didn't answer, but stood up, helped me adjust my tie, and touched the messy hair on my forehead. She asked me if I was cold, and I instinctively took a step back. I said I wasn't cold, but she held my hand, and it was cold. She said firmly, "Don't do this next time." I nodded subconsciously. She asked me to put Tuan Tuan on the bed and reminded me not to forget to take my cold medicine. I answered, went back to the room, lay on the bed, and fell asleep in a daze. There was a knock on the door. "Yi Chun, have you taken your medicine?" I sat up in a daze, and Feng Li pushed the door open and came in. She was wearing a black suspender nightgown, and her long legs were dazzling. She came over, put her hand on my forehead, and frowned. "You didn't take your medicine." I nodded blankly. "I forgot." She fed the medicine into my mouth and handed me a glass of water. I looked at her and felt a pang of sadness in my heart. Why is she so nice to me? Neither of my biological parents cared about me like this. In their eyes, there was only YMO. I'm just a tool for writing songs. Just to take care of Tuanchuan. Everyone is taking advantage of me. But now, I'm not sure. After I took the medicine, I still felt a little dizzy. Looking at Feng Li, I couldn't help but ask, why is she so nice to me? Is it because of Tuan Tuan? She didn't answer, but just told me to go to bed quickly and feel better after a good sleep. I lay down and quickly fell into a dream, but I couldn't find peace. I shouted, "Don't chase me away." My forehead was covered in cold sweat. She gently wiped the sweat off my face, saying no one was going to drive me away, and comforted me to go to sleep. But I held her hand tightly and said that I would write lyrics for YMO. I was still useful, and she shouldn't chase me away. She said I had a nightmare and patted my arm gently to soothe me to sleep. This time I slept very deeply. In my dream, I had a wife who was incredibly beautiful and a little daughter who was still a little girl. When I saw clearly the face of the woman in my dream, it was Feng Li. I sat up at the start. I'm crazy to have such a dream. Feng Li's identity is definitely not simple. As soon as I stood up, I felt dizzy and my vision went black, and I fell directly onto the bed. I could vaguely hear her anxious voice, and Feng Yin was there too, shouting to find a doctor. I wanted to open my eyes to see them, but I couldn't. A terrible question suddenly occurred to me. If I died, would anyone shed tears for me? People from the Yi family won't do that. But I really want a home, even if it's fake. "Dad, don't sleep." Little Tuanchuan spoke in a baby voice with a crying tone, grabbed my arm tightly with both hands, and kissed me. I heard her crying and tried to open her eyes, but the little one had already become a crybaby. "Don't cry, Daddy's fine." I gently wiped her tears and coaxed her, saying that she just slept for a while. She sniffed, put her face close to mine, and said, "Dad, you can't sleep anymore." I smiled and agreed. "Okay, Dad won't sleep anymore." Feng Li put an ice towel on my forehead and said the family doctor would be here soon and asked me to be patient. I said thank you, it was really okay. Feng Yin whispered to Feng Li that there were still 3 meetings at the company. Feng Li glanced over, and Feng Yin immediately fell silent. I advised her not to worry about me and just go to the meeting. I rubbed my nose and didn't know why I was so sick this time. Feng Li said the meeting would be postponed to tomorrow. She was firm in her attitude, so Feng Yin could only nod and make the call. When she turned around, she didn't forget to complain, saying that her sister actually liked a pretty boy like me who looked so weak. I said I was really fine and pushed Feng Li, but my hand accidentally touched her abdomen. It was so smooth and flat, and the touch felt so real that I quickly withdrew my hand. She pinched my face with her backhand, and her voice was so gentle that it didn't seem like hers. "Don't move. Just lie still." She suddenly leaned closer, and I could feel her breath getting closer and closer, almost nose to nose. I thought she was going to kiss me, but I got kissed on the face first. It was Tuanchuan. She took the lead, hugged my face, and kissed me. "Daddy." Feng Li was speechless, standing beside him. This kid was really good at stealing the show. I rubbed Tuanchuan's head, smiled, and said I would comb her hair later. She nodded, her face flushed. Suddenly a harsh voice sounded, saying that it was just a cold. So why bother asking him to come here in person? Toanchuan was so scared that she hid in my arms. I asked her what was wrong. Feng said lightly that Toanchuan was afraid of Ji-Won-jo because he had given her an injection. I patted her and said, "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." As soon as Ji-Won-jo saw me when he came in, his face almost dropped. He was shocked. When did Feng have a man by her side? She replied calmly, "Show him." Ji-Won-jo was a bad-mouthed and talkative person, but Feng shut him up with just one sentence, "Hurry and look." After the examination, he said there was no serious problem, just a low fever, and an injection would be enough. When he took out the needle, Xiao Tuanchuan's eyes widened, and he rushed over to protect me. "Daddy is in pain. No need to hit me." His hand shook, and he almost dropped the bottle. Tuanchuan even pushed him, pressing her little head against his chest, and angrily refused to let him get close. He asked Feng Li if I was the man that night. Feng Li denied it with a cold face. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for this, I would rather die than get treatment. Feng Li finally picked up Tuan Tuan, who was flapping his short legs in the air, and angrily cursed. "Bad. Mom is bad." I closed my eyes, stretched out my hand, and the needle pierced my skin, feeling icy cold. Feng Li reminded Ji-Won-jo to be gentler. He said it was light enough, and teased her when she started to like this pretty boy. I pursed my lips. He seemed to have misunderstood the relationship between him and Feng Li. She didn't explain, and I didn't dare ask more. Tuanchuan suddenly ran over, his short legs moving very fast, and took out the candy that he had hidden in his pocket for a long time, bit it open, and stuffed it into my mouth. She said, "Daddy, eat some candy, it won't hurt." I laughed. Sugar is really sweet, but she is sweeter than sugar. She stuffed another grape into my mouth, the biggest one. I took it pretending to be serious, but my heart had already softened. "Yevensho to be dumbfounded." Was this really the devilish kid who would throw cups at every turn? Now he was as well behaved as a little rabbit. His face was full of confusion, but I just smiled and said nothing. At this moment, I received a familiar and disgusting phone call. "Get back here right now." My father's voice roared from the phone. My voice was hoarse, but I was calm. "What's the matter?" "EMO is going to release an album. Come back and write lyrics for him." Oh, is this the meaning of my existence? So, the only reason I'm worth going back is because I haven't been squeezed dry yet. "Useless thing, I wanted to kick you out for a long time. Come back quickly." I sneered, hung up the phone, and blocked it. Feng Li asked me who I was, and I said it was okay. I didn't want her to know about my terrible family background. I am a fake young master who has occupied Yi Mo's identity for 18 years and written lyrics for 7 years, which led to his current status. I was willing to do it and thought it was compensation. But now, I don't want to be treated as a tool anymore. Tuanchuan climbed onto the bed and said in a baby voice that he wanted to sleep with me. Feng Li pulled her down directly. "Your father is on in 4. Tuanchuan blinked his big eyes, feeling so aggrieved that his ears were pulled red. She wants to be with me, I understand. But she was still taken away by Feng Li. The next second, she sneaked back and lay back in my arms, her little hands clutching the corner of my clothes and refusing to let go. I hugged her and my heart softened. Feng Li's eyes fell on me, so deep that it seemed as if he could see through my heart. She asked me, "Do you like Tuan Tuan very much?" I nodded. "Tuanchuan is so cute. Who wouldn't like him?" I also mentioned that my roommates liked her, but she suddenly pulled Tuanchuan away again, and Tuanchuan almost cried. I felt sad, but I also understood that she was right. I was still sick and couldn't be disturbed. Tuanchuan nodded sensibly, saying that he was a good boy, and went to draw. Feng Li's hand fell on my forehead, and at that moment, I smelled her fragrance. It was not a strong perfume, but a light and clean scent. I actually like it a little bit. She said her fever had gone down. I said there was no need for her to accompany me. But she said casually, "It's just a few small meetings. It doesn't matter whether we can have them or not." I was stunned. That was her project worth hundreds of millions. She lost it in one word. I suddenly couldn't understand her. She must be a very kind person. She picked me up from the street, gave me food and a place to live, and even took care of me when I was sick. I can't think too much and can't misunderstand her kindness. I secretly told myself that I must repay her favor in the future. The drip was finally over, and I just breathed a sigh of relief when my phone rang again. It was a message from Yemo. Let me go back and continue writing songs for him, saying that I owe him. I sneered and blocked him with one click. I already have enough to pay back. I haven't spent a penny of my family's money over the years. I have been able to make ends meet by working part-time. Just when I was about to take a break, Toanchuan came over and blew on my wound with his little mouth puffed up, and it made my heart melt. The next call was from Song Wanting. She asked me if I could go to school tomorrow because she had some questions to ask me. I agreed. She suddenly said that if I participated in the school handsome contest, she would do the same. I'm totally confused. What are these two things related to? Before I could figure out, Phonely stood behind me, his tone as cold as ice. Girlfriend's phone number? I quickly shook my head. No, I don't have a girlfriend. My ex-fiancée broke off the engagement with me 2 years ago and is now preparing to marry EMO. After all, I'm just a fake young master. Phonely asked calmly. Was it a call from a female classmate? I paused for a moment, but still explained that we were just ordinary classmates and there was no need to misunderstand. After saying this, I was stunned. Why should I explain this? Afraid she'd misunderstand me? But it seems there's nothing between us. In the eyes of others, I am just the poor, pretty boy she picked up. I guess she doesn't even have any interest in me. Phonely gently took my hand and pushed me to sit on the sofa, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved, and the smile was almost imperceptible. She handed over the medicine and said it was time to take it. Toanchuan held the water cup in his little hands, his face serious. Dad, the medicine tastes bitter. My eyes were hot, and I swallowed the medicine without hesitation. My daughter is so sensible. How can I bear this? The next second, she stuffed another candy she had chewed open into my mouth. The crooked way she peeled it showed that she had done it herself. But I eat better than anyone else. When I went to bed at night, I had another dream. I dreamed that I was sleeping with a woman in my arms. Could it be that I haven't touched a woman for too long and I'm going crazy? I rushed to the bathroom early in the morning to check myself, and I was in good condition, not broken at all. I put on the clothes Phonely prepared for me, a beige sweater with a jacket of the same color, and my shoes and socks were neatly matched. I had just finished getting dressed when Phonely walked in. She asked me if I liked it. I lowered my eyes and nodded, lowering my voice and saying, "Yes, I can write songs for you in the future to make up for this." She smiled lightly, with the corners of her mouth raised just right. "Do you think I look like someone who is short of money?" I shook my head. "No, you should be a president." Her eyes dimmed and her voice deepened. "You'll know later." Hearing these words, my heart tightened. I accompanied her to wake up Toanchuan. The little guy was hiding in the quilt, but he rushed over to me when he saw me. She picked out a coat of the same color as mine, pouted, and said she wanted to wear the same clothes as her dad. I couldn't help laughing as I helped her get dressed. Phonely watched from the side, looked down at himself wearing all black, and said nothing. But I always feel that she's going to change clothes the next second. I put socks and shoes on Toanchuan. The little guy pointed at himself, and then at me. "Daddy, Toanchuan, same." I nodded fondly, same. When I want to wash up, Phonely leaned over to Toanchuan's ear and said that I was going to meet another woman today. She also said that there might be a cuter daughter in the future, and then I would not want her. Toanchuan was so aggrieved that she almost cried, but she insisted with a sob, "Daddy will want me." Phonely's words became more and more outrageous, and Toanchuan's eyes turned red. After breakfast, Phonely offered to take me to school. As soon as we got in the car, the little guy climbed in and said coquettishly, "I want Daddy." I advised her to go home and paint, but she shook her head and refused to leave, throwing herself into my arms, feeling very aggrieved. Phonely added, "She's not even 3 years old yet. Can you really bear it?" My heart softened, and I had no choice but to admit defeat. Toanchuan immediately burst into laughter, sat obediently on my lap, and stuck out his tongue and laughed. I feel like I've been tricked. The car stopped at the gate of Imperial University. Phonely winked at the little guy, who understood immediately and jumped out of the car and went down with me. I took her to the library and saw Song Wanting as soon as I entered the second floor. When she saw me, she stood up immediately. I thanked her for the lunchbox she gave me last time and said that if she hadn't helped me that day, my daughter would have gone hungry. She was stunned, and only then did she see Toanchuan when she looked down. "You have a daughter? And she's still in college? How is that possible?" I subconsciously said, "It's my friend's daughter." But Toanchuan immediately retorted in a baby voice, "It's Daddy, my biological child." It gives me a headache. This little girl reveals her identity as soon as she sees someone, for fear that others will not believe that we are really father and daughter. Song Wanting's complexion had just recovered a little when she became suspicious again, because Toanchuan's eyes and nose are so similar to mine. She didn't say anything, but I knew she was beginning to doubt. Song Wanting asked me to sit down, and Toanchuan sat on my lap, tilted his little head, and started to act cute. She asked Toanchuan what his name was, and the little guy answered in a baby voice, Toanchuan. Song Wanting took out a small biscuit and handed it over. Toanchuan smiled brightly, took it with both hands, and ate it happily. Toanchuan had just finished eating when he climbed back into my arms, stuffed a biscuit into my mouth, and pushed Song Wanting away. I almost laughed myself crazy at her actions. I continued to help Song Wanting revise her thesis, and Toanchuan stayed in my arms and refused to get down. Song Wanting tried to get Toanchuan to get a book, but the little guy shook his head. Toanchuan wants to sleep. After saying that, he really closed his eyes and began to sleep and insisted on lying in my arms. She is not sleeping at all. She is in a defensive posture, just like a little guard protecting her husband. Song Wanting suddenly asked me about my plans for graduation, and I said I had signed a contract with Tianrui Media. She invited me to see her piano performance, and I nodded and said I would go together when I had time. She whispered that she could teach me, and I replied, okay. When the atmosphere was just right, Chu Yi suddenly appeared and asked in an aggressive tone, "Why are you with her?" I looked up and replied to her calmly, "It doesn't seem to be any of your business who I'm with." She snorted coldly and said it was okay. She was just asking. But even a blind person could see the little emotion in her eyes. Song Wanting asked her to leave, but Chu Yi retorted unwillingly, saying that she had liked her since she was a child. I looked at her pale face and said calmly, "You misunderstood. I never liked you before." She felt like she was slapped, and Tuan Tuan was also woken up. She was so scared that she shrank back into my arms and didn't dare to look at her. Chu Yi left after saying something harsh, and I replied calmly, "Don't worry, I won't beg you." Song Wanting and I had lunch and stayed in the library together in the afternoon. Toanchuan was bored and ran around everywhere. Everyone wanted to touch her, but she was very cool. A bunch of girls surrounded her and called her cute, but she rejected them all. "When you're thirsty, come back and take a sip from the bottle hanging around my neck." Song Wanting said she wanted to treat me to dinner, but I said no. I wanted to take Toanchuan back home. She insisted on seeing me off, and we walked out of the school together. I walked with her, and Toanchuan followed behind, surrounded by onlookers all the way. "Is that Senior Yi Chun? So handsome, the ultimate boyfriend. Is that your girlfriend next to you? Could the child be theirs?" A junior schoolmate came up to me and asked if she could add me on WeChat, and I felt embarrassed to refuse. As a result, a group of pretty girls, all of them were freshmen and sophomores, gathered around us. I was a little confused, but I still scanned the codes one by one and finally added 18. Toanchuan was pushed outside, and he was scrambling to find me with his short legs. She didn't know yet that danger was approaching. A familiar car quietly stopped at the door, the window was lowered, and Feng Li sat inside with a cold look in his eyes. I suddenly felt a chill down my spine, and my mind cleared up in an instant. I carried Toanchuan into the car, and the atmosphere was as cold as falling into an ice cave. She asked, "Who was that woman just now?" I quickly replied, "Song Wanting, my classmate, a pianist, very talented." She stared at me coldly and continued to ask, "Do you like her?" I quickly denied it. "No, really not." She stopped talking, and her tone changed. "How many schoolmates did you add just now?" I scratched my head sheepishly. "Just 18. She narrowed her eyes. "Like little girls?" I explained that it would be cold not to add her on WeChat when she was already here, and she sneered and said I was very considerate. The next second, the car suddenly turned the steering wheel, and she threw herself on me, her soft body pressed against my arm. My Adam's apple moved, and I asked tentatively, "Are you okay?" Her tone was frighteningly calm. "It's okay." After sitting back in her seat, she straightened her clothes with an expressionless face. My eyes drifted uncontrollably to her chest. As soon as I got off the bus, I felt uncomfortable all over. The soft touch still lingered on my arm, and my head was filled with the image of that pounce in the car. This woman, with her long legs and black stockings and 10-centimeter high heels, has an incredibly good figure. She is simply not someone like me can touch. I hugged Toanchuan and subconsciously stayed away from her. Feng Yin came out of the room and said in a loud voice, "Sister, your mother has arranged another man for you today. This time it's the young master of the Li family and the Gu family. Each one is better than the other." Just as I was about to dodge, Feng Li grabbed my hand. With my fingers intertwined, my head buzzed. My palms were soft, cold, and delicate, and I couldn't even think of pulling them out. No, it's not that I can't pull it out. It's that I don't want to pull it out at all. Feng Li asked me to accompany her to deal with it. I nodded. Okay. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she took me into the living room. Several men in suits had already taken their seats. When they saw Feng Li, they stood up immediately and introduced themselves one after another. Feng Li pushed me down on the sofa and skillfully combed my hair. I was a little stunned, looking at her face, feeling as if I was watching an idol drama. Boss Feng, is this kid your gigolo? If the marriage allows you to have a lover, our Gu family doesn't mind. I almost rolled my eyes. These people couldn't even pronounce Tuan Tuan's name correctly. Soft, Meng Meng, Mian Mian. Tuanchuan huddled up in my arms, his little face wrinkled like a bun, with an expression that said, I don't want to pay attention to you. Feng Li's expression finally turned cold, and he blurted out, You can't even remember my daughter's name? Several men suddenly started arguing. Feng Li turned around and said, Feng Yin, show the guest away. Feng Yin quickly carried out the order and drove everyone out. I reminded him, the person has left. She nodded, but didn't let go of my hand. I had no choice but to pull it back silently, my heart still pounding. They were arranged by your family, right? But they don't even remember Tuanchuan's name. How can such a person be a father? Feng Li raised an eyebrow. So? I blurted out, Don't get married. She continued to ask. And then? I scratched my nose and whispered, I can help you take care of Tuanchuan, even though I'm not very professional. She stared at me and suddenly asked, Then can you be her father and marry me? I just froze there, my brain frozen. She smiled faintly, said it was a joke, and asked me if I was scared. I quickly said, No, I know you're teasing me. I understand that I am just a shield. People like her will never really give their heart to me. Tuanchuan suddenly jumped into my arms. Dad. Tuanchuan's dad. I was about to respond when Feng Li suddenly changed his tone. I picked you up? You're not allowed to leave without my permission. I nodded. Okay. She continued to order. Eat, and then take medicine. Don't get sick again. I'm speechless. How can this be managed? The way she applied the medicine to me was incredibly gentle. I wanted to refuse, but I had no chance. I just lay on the sofa, not daring to move my eyes for fear that she would accidentally pounce on me again. The Yi family is probably in chaos. Yimo was extremely anxious as the album progress was stuck and the company was driving him crazy. Mr. Yi couldn't get through to me on the phone and was furious, saying that I was a bastard who had blocked him. Yimo whispered that he couldn't write lyrics. Yes, father said directly, Just write whatever you want, don't lose money. Yimo gritted his teeth and had to go on, feeling jealous as he wrote. He never understood why he had good genes, but couldn't write a good word. And I, a fake young master, am gifted. He hates me because he can never be like me. I was woken up by the ringing of the phone early in the morning. I thought I was hugging the quilt, but it turned out that the quilt was too soft. I looked down and saw it was Tuan Tuan. The child was sleeping soundly, and the scent of milk lingered in my nose. Messages on my phone kept popping up. Donkey Brother sent a message. Chinner, your vote count has already surpassed everyone else. I asked what it was, and he said it was a vote for the school hunk. I opened it and saw that there were more than 2,000 votes, and I was far ahead. As Emo's votes broke the 1,000 mark, Song Wanning's votes also soared, even surpassing Chu Yi. I voted for Song Wanning, and it became a hot topic on the forum. Is the Yi Chun and Song Wanning couple real? I personally replied, No discussion, thank you. I just want to focus on my creation, don't bother me with this. After putting on the gray suit Feng Li prepared for me, I went to Tuan Tuan's room, but no one was there. I panicked and went downstairs to see Tuanchuan sitting on the sofa, surrounded by a bunch of dolls. As soon as she saw me, she dropped her doll and flew towards me. I caught her and asked, Why are you up so early today? She pouted and said, Daddy, Tuanchuan wants to draw. Feng Li explained that today was art and music class. I was stunned. You have to go to class at such a young age? She said the teacher was just taking him out for fun, but Tuanchuan was too naughty and ran away from the teacher. Tuanchuan shook his head aggrievedly. Tuanchuan, be good. I smiled and touched her little hand. Well, sweetheart, Daddy is going to the company today. Feng Li's voice turned cold. Come with me and become the manager of Phone Group. I refused, saying that I was signing a contract with an entertainment company and wanted to focus on writing songs. Feng Li nodded. Then let's talk about it in 6 months. I respect your decision. While we were eating, Tuanchuan took out another pink Band-Aid and put on me, just put it on, it won't hurt. My heart melted. Feng Li asked the driver to take me there, but I said I would take a taxi myself. She tossed me a bunch of keys. Pick any garage. I was taken to the garage, and the rows of Bugattis, Ferraris, and Bentleys made me dizzy. I pointed to an ordinary scooter at the very edge. Feng Li frowned. That's a grocery cart. I insisted on choosing that one. I couldn't know her more. When I arrived at Tianhui Entertainment, the company agent looked me over and nodded repeatedly. When she saw the bandage on my face, her face turned black. Yichun, what's wrong with your face? Do you know that the face is the lifeblood of an artist? I whispered, I signed a creative contract. It has nothing to do with my appearance. She paused and said, I have plans tonight. I asked what it was, but she changed the subject and refused to tell me. When I entered the conference room, several female artists stared at me and said that I was more handsome than the top stars. I sat in the corner and kept quiet. A girl poked my arm and asked why I came so late, and I casually said there was a traffic jam. She took out a sandwich from her bag and asked me kindly if I was hungry. I whispered I don't want to eat it, but Lu Shuriwei pulled my sleeve and whispered that she brought too much, and if she didn't want to eat it, she would have to throw it away. I nodded in agreement and took the sandwich from her. Her eyes lit up instantly. The door was suddenly pushed open and Yemo walked in. He looked very straight in his gray suit. His face was barely of average height, and he was barely 1.80 meters tall with shoes on. The host introduced him as the creator of 6 hit songs, which made me want to laugh. I wrote those lyrics, but he was talking seriously about his creative experience, and the people were really interested in listening to his nonsense. Someone said to me, "You are a newcomer, so learn more from Yemo in the future." I nodded lightly and said nothing. Ask Yemo for advice? He's not qualified yet. Yemo smiled and said, I will definitely take good care of the newcomers. When a senior executive asked him about his new album, he stammered, It's almost finished. My phone vibrated. It was a photo sent by Tuanchuan. It was a family portrait that was drawn crookedly, with a tadpole added. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid always has a way of softening my heart. The meeting was over, and Mr. Chen asked me to stay. She said I could ask her if I didn't understand something, and as soon as she finished speaking, she put her hand on the back of my hand. I immediately pulled my hand back, saying that I understood everything, and made an excuse to leave and fled. I can't stand that feeling. Feng Li can touch me, but others can't. As a result, as soon as he came out of the door, he was stopped by Yemo again. He looked very brotherly, and said that my parents were worried about me and advised me to go home. I sneered and asked, Are you worried that the lyrics won't catch up? He said, What's wrong if your parents slap you? They raised you for 20 years. I'm tired of hearing this rhetoric. I asked him back, when I was sick as a child, no one took me to the hospital. They only had eyes for you. Yemo continued to persuade him, saying that his father just had a bad temper. He tried to pull me back, but I dodged. I'm taller than him and have practiced Taekwondo, so I'm not afraid of him at all. I said coldly, These 6 songs are my repayment to you. We owe each other nothing from now on. His face darkened, and he said, I'm a fake young master. Shouldn't I be grateful? I replied calmly, I haven't touched a single cent of the Yi family's assets. I don't owe any of you any money. He got angry and said that I was an orphan who was unwanted by everyone and didn't even know who my parents were. Feng Li's face appeared in my mind. She was still waiting for me to come back. I whispered back to him, Then don't worry about me. Just prepare your lyrics this time, and don't be too lame. I turned around and was about to leave, but my agent stopped me and said I had to put on makeup in the afternoon, and there would be a welcome ceremony in the evening. I was stunned. Since when did there have a welcome ceremony for newlyweds? After lunch, I went into the dressing room, and 3 makeup artists surrounded me and handed me a set of clothes full of holes. I asked doubtfully, Did you take the wrong one? They said yes, that's the look for tonight. He also said that I had a wound on my face and needed to cover it up so as not to spoil Mr. Chen's fun. I was instantly alert. How could this be a welcome ceremony? I'm afraid there are other arrangements for tonight. At this moment, the phone received a new message. It was Feng Li. Are you home? I'm off work. I replied, The company has arranged a welcome ceremony today. I'll be back later. She asked if Tuanchuan had contacted me, and I smiled and sent a message. She did, and she even drew Feng Yin as a tadpole. She probably didn't know what was going on. I was just about to send her a picture when Tuanchuan's video came in directly. The picture was shaking badly, with only the little guy crying, Daddy, my aunt is beating Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is scared. I sat up straight. The screen was shaking all over, and Tuanchuan was running while holding the phone to call the police. Feng Yin chased after him. How dare you draw me as a tadpole? I'm going to teach you a lesson. In a few seconds, Tuanchuan was picked up and cried grabbing Feng Yan's arm and shouting, "You bad Annie." I couldn't help but laugh. "Tuan Tuan, Daddy will be home soon. Be good." She kissed the phone and called me in a baby voice, "Daddy." The phone call is hung up and the makeup is done. Lu Meng stared at me and nodded, saying that tonight's ceremony was very important and would be held at the Chinyu Hotel. I followed him, but as soon as I entered the room, I felt something was wrong. A couple de suite. The lights were dim, the air was thick with smoke, and my head felt a bit dizzy. I sat on the couch, trying to clear my head, when a hand grabbed me. Mr. Chin's voice was close by my ear, so handsome, top-notch. I opened my eyes suddenly, and her hands had already touched my chest and were about to unbutton my shirt. I struggled to ask her, "Did you drug me?" She smiled and said she was just trying to liven things up and that I was hers tonight. After saying that, he pounced on me. I wanted to resist, but my whole body was weak and I couldn't move at all. I gritted my teeth and reached for my phone, but she snatched it away, pinched my chin, and said, "No one can save you." Just when I was about to give up, the door was kicked open. 8 female bodyguards in black rushed in, and Feng Li appeared at the door. She had a cold face, her windbreaker fluttered, and she looked murderous. "Who are you to ruin my good thing?" Chun Liping shouted loudly. Feng Li didn't even look at her and just stepped over. "Tell me, which hand touched him?" Chun Liping was so scared that she was shaking, but she insisted that she didn't touch him and that she was lying there by herself. Feng Li sneered. "Who took off the coat? Who pulled the tie?" She still wanted to quibble. As a result, Feng Li exerted more force with his feet, and screams tore through the air. I opened my eyes and watched Feng Li stepping on the woman's hand expressionlessly, as if it were garbage. Mr. Chin's eyes went dark and he fainted. He was carried away like a piece of mud. Feng Li's expression finally relaxed. He walked over to me, with rare tenderness in his eyes, and asked me if I was okay. My face felt unnaturally hot, and I stammered, "It's okay." She frowned and put a cold hand on my forehead. "Do you have a fever?" I subconsciously dodged, feeling something was wrong with my body. "I'm fine. You go back first." She called out to Bai Jin in a deep voice. Bai Jin glanced at me and said calmly, "It's Chinese medicine. Either soak in cold water or find a woman to relieve it." I refused on the spot. "Cold water is fine." Feng Li didn't say anything. He asked someone to prepare cold water. Then he personally took me into the bathroom and helped me unbutton my clothes. I quickly grabbed her wrist and said, "I can do it myself." She stepped out and sat on the sofa outside, waiting quietly. I soaked in the bathtub, and the coolness penetrated from my skin to my bones, finally suppressing the uncontrollable heat. Outside the door, Feng Li paced back and forth, ordering, "Chop off that woman's hands." Half an hour passed, and she couldn't wait any longer. She called me a few times, but no one answered, so she kicked the door open. I was unconscious and soaking in water. She strode in, carried me out of the bathtub, changed me into pajamas, and took me to the car. On the other hand, Yimo started complaining when he got home, saying that I didn't want to write lyrics anymore. Father Yi scolded me for being ungrateful and said that I would come back sooner or later. He swore that with my personality, if I get hurt outside, I will definitely crawl back. They have long been accustomed to whitewashing everything by saying, "What's wrong with slapping you?" Yimo reminded them. What if outsiders knew that those songs were not written by me? The old man sneered. Who would believe the words of a fake young master? In a society where appearance is everything, only someone as famous as you will be recognized. Yimo looked very proud and said that they were deliberately not giving me the chance to sign the contract. After saying that, I opened my phone and found that I had crushed him by 2,000 votes in the voting for the school hunk. He was furious and immediately spent money to buy tickets, saying he wanted to fight back. He also coaxed Bao and said that he would get a room with her after he finished his work in 2 days. The sunlight was shining on the windowsill. I slowly woke up, and the first thing I saw was Feng Li's face. She frowned slightly and placed the back of her finger on my forehead. "Does it still hurt?" I whispered that it was okay and thanked her for last night. She said nothing and nodded. When I turned my head, the little guy Tuan Tuan was sleeping in my arms, with his little face against my neck and his hands hugging me tightly. She woke up and murmured softly, "Daddy, it hurts." I coaxed her softly. "Daddy doesn't hurt anymore." I kissed her face and felt that there was nothing warmer in the world. Feng Li told me not to go out today because what happened last night had a huge impact. I nodded. I didn't want to go to the company anyway. Chun Liping's words hit me hard. She said I had nothing but this face. Is she right? I asked Feng Li, "Where's Mr. Chun?" She replied calmly, "She's been sent back to her home." She won't be coming out again. I paused. Her hand. Feng Li said calmly. Chop it up. I couldn't help but shake my head. Society is crazy. Feng Yin twitched her lips beside her. Obviously, she had just found out. I know her sister is really cruel, but she also really protects me. After Feng Li went to the company, I was alone at home with Tuanchuan. She poured me water and handed me fruit. She peeled the oranges one by one with her little hands, and the plate was already filled with 8 petals. I still had the orange in my mouth and couldn't eat anymore, so I could only lower my head and coax her, "Daddy is really full." She said nothing and turned back to peeling grapes. The grapes were too small for her clumsy little hands to hold, and they fell to the ground. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and puffed up her round face. Bad. A message came from the mobile phone that Brother Donkey was sending a message to the group again. He said that Emo's votes had increased by 10,000 overnight, which must have been due to vote rigging, and his tone was full of indignation. I don't really care about it. This kind of popularity depends on who is willing to spend money. They also said that the school lecture next week will invite one of the most powerful female tycoons in the capital. Brother Donkey started daydreaming that if he was noticed, he would immediately become successful. I smiled and replied, "You can change your pillow first. It will make your dream more peaceful." Tuanchuan leaned into my arms and looked at his cell phone. Although he couldn't read, his eyes were wide open. I told her, "Dad is chatting with the uncles." She responded in a milky voice, "Uncle." I turned on the video and saw several guys competing to kiss her little face across the screen. I hung up quickly because I didn't want their mouths to tarnish my Tuanchuan's pure face. Tuan ran to find Feng Yin, holding a row of rabbit stickers in his hand and sticking them on Feng Yin's new clothes. When I finished writing a few lines of lyrics and looked up, Feng Yin was already covered with stickers. Tuanchuan was still sticking to her, shouting, "Auntie Bunny." Feng Yin was furious. She pinched her little ear and asked, "Why don't you go stick to your dad?" Tuanchuan immediately shook his head and hugged my arm. "Dad, no." Feng Yan's face turned green, and she said she wanted to run away from home. Tuanchuan kicked his short legs and went to the kitchen to get a dry steamed bun, stuffing it into her hand. "Auntie, eat it on the way." I couldn't help laughing out loud and hugged Tuanchuan in my arms, afraid that she would get beaten. Tuan muttered, "Auntie, so fierce." Feng Yin squatted on the ground and drew circles, and it was obvious that she was about to get internal injuries from anger again. "Tuanchuan, Daddy will take you out to play." "Okay, Dad." I drove to the children's amusement park. When the little guy saw a group of children, he was so scared that he hid in my arms. I encouraged her to play with other children, but she wasn't happy about it and said angrily, "Tuanchuan, cute. She's the only one I like." I nodded. "Yes, you are the cutest." She hugged my neck and ate small octopus balls while hiding from people. When I got home after dinner, Feng Li was already back. She sat on the sofa in her slim-fitting home clothes, looking less cold and more gentle. "Family." I walked over and handed her the box in my hand. "I brought you some hot dumplings." She took it and put it on the table and asked me to sit down. I sat next to her like a big puppy. Tuan also climbed onto the sofa, and the whole family sat in a row. She took my temperature and only opened the box after making sure my fever was gone. I reminded her, "Eat it while it's hot, otherwise it won't taste good. It's octopus balls." She said calmly, "I like it." She handed me one with a fork and moved closer. Her scent mixed with the aroma of meatballs immediately hit my nostrils. I choked as soon as I took a bite. She raised the corners of her lips and handed me water with a smile. I touched her hand when I was taking the water. "It's cold." Somehow, my heart started beating out of control. My sister just took out a box of octopus balls, and the aroma was so fragrant. Feng Yin came over, her eyes shining like a hungry wolf. "Sister, it smells so good. Can you give me one?" She stretched out her hands. Feng Li slammed the lid of the box shut, his eyes as cold as ice. "If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself." Feng Yin still didn't give up. She came over with a smile and acted coquettishly, saying that it was okay to eat only one, and begged for a long time. Feng Li directly stuffed one into her hand and swallowed the remaining for himself. I sat next to him without saying anything and silently remembered it. Feng Li likes to eat octopus balls. This woman, even such details are written behind her indifference. Feng Yin was pleasantly surprised. "Could this be something Ichin bought for you?" TSK, you are so lucky." She turned to look at me again. "Why don't you buy one for me, too?" I whispered next time, but I was thinking in my heart that she wouldn't need to ask for such trivial matters in the future. While eating, Tuanchuan kept picking up food for me and piling fish and shrimp in my bowl. I said I couldn't eat anymore, and she replied in a baby voice, "Daddy, eat." I had no choice but to eat everything she picked up. I don't want to waste this feeling of being favored. After dinner, I took Tuanchuan out for a walk. She lay in my arms and said in a soft voice that she wanted to sleep. After I coaxed her to sleep, I opened the door and saw Fengli standing outside. She changed into a black, ultra-short, tube-top pajamas, revealing her shoulders and collarbones. Under the light, her skin almost glowed. My throat tightened, and my eyes quickly looked at the ceiling, then the floor, and finally at my toes. I stuttered and asked her why she was looking for me. She said calmly, "There are mice in my room. They keep me awake at night." I was stunned for a moment, thinking, how could such a strong woman be afraid of mice? She nodded without further explanation. I took the lead. "It's okay, I'll help you catch it." She said softly and took me to her room. The first time I entered her room, I saw black and white cold tones everywhere, just like her overall style. She pointed under the bed and said, "There's the mouse." I sat on the sofa and told her to sleep peacefully, and I would catch her if she made any noise. She said, "Thank you," and laid down on the bed. She turned sideways towards me, her long hair loose, and the outline of her bulging chest was so glaring that I quickly looked away. I endured the dryness in my throat and covered her with the quilt. But she suddenly opened her eyes, hooked my tie, and said she was not cold. I swallowed, my voice a little hoarse. "I'm afraid you'll catch a cold." She squinted at me and asked me if I cared about her. I didn't deny it. I just said I didn't want her to get sick. She patted the edge of the bed and said, "Why don't I lie here and wait for the mice?" I was petrified on the spot. She shook her head and said, "I'll sit on the sofa." How can a grown man have the nerve to get on her bed? As I waited, I fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up, it was already daybreak. The bed was empty, and she was gone. I was getting dressed when Feng Yin suddenly stood at the door, shocked as if she had seen a ghost. "You? How did you come out of my sister's room?" I immediately explained that it was to catch mice. She immediately understood and nodded in agreement. "Yes, my sister is very afraid of mice. You should continue to watch over her tomorrow as well." I nodded, feeling certain in my heart. Feng Li is afraid of mice. I've made note of this. Even if there are 10 mice in the room, I'll catch them. At this time, Tuan Tuan rushed over. She was wearing overalls, a blue jacket, and a small hat. She sat on my feet and hugged my legs. I couldn't help but laugh. "Who changed you into this outfit?" She said in a baby voice, "Mom." It turns out that a baby raised by his mother is a cool baby, and a baby raised by his father is a cute baby. After breakfast, I went to the company with the lyrics I had written. This is my first time standing on this stage, and I plan to release my first song in my life. After the meeting, Mr. Liu smiled and told me that the company decided to pay 300,000 yuan in compensation. I agreed without hesitation. It would be foolish to take it for free. As for Ms. Chun, the company has withdrawn her shares. Mr. Liu also introduced me to the composer Zhang Tong, saying that he could help me compose music. I handed over the lyrics I had written and said that I had no creative experience and could only write some words. Zhang Tong's pupils dilated as he looked at the lyrics. He looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe that the lyrics were written by a newcomer. "I'll figure out the music, you just wait for the news." I nodded and turned to leave. But he didn't rush home. Instead, he took a detour to the largest shopping mall in the capital, the children's area. As soon as I entered the store, the female clerk looked at me suspiciously, like a college student who had walked into the wrong film set. "I'm not in the wrong place. I'm here to buy a doll for my daughter." I deliberately emphasized the word daughter, but my heart had already softened. My daughter loves stuffed animals, and I want to move this entire wall back. This rabbit, this bear, that cat, and 2 little foxes. My arms are so full that I can't carry them anymore, so I'll have to come back tomorrow. When it came time to pay the bill, the waiter quoted a price of 68,000. I took a deep breath, but when I thought I was buying it for Tuanchuan, I swiped my card without hesitation. She is my baby, and I should spend money on her. When I got home, Tuanchuan was squatting by the flower bed at the door, talking to Aunts. "Aunt, Daddy hasn't come back yet." She pouted and looked so aggrieved that it looked like it was going to rain. As soon as I got out of the car, she rushed over to me like a little rocket and hugged me. "My dear, guess what Daddy brought you?" Her eyes lit up and she called out in a baby voice, "Baby." I opened the car door, and when she saw me, she jumped up with joy and hugged me. The little hands even helped me wipe my saliva, and I almost laughed out loud. The maid brought the toys to her room, and the little girl hugged a pink rabbit and kissed it. As soon as Phonely walked in, Tuanchuan immediately hugged the doll and showed it off. Dad gave it to me. Phonely smiled and rubbed her face. Your father treats you very well. Tuanchuan turned around and ran to show it to the servant. I watched from the side and shook my head. This little guy is too good at showing off. In the evening, I went to Phone Lee's room again to continue catching the rat. She was wearing a black silk long dress. Her skin was faintly visible and rippled as she walked. I didn't dare to look any longer and just sat quietly on the sofa to keep watch. For 3 nights in a row, there was no sight of the mouse. I couldn't hold it in any longer, so asked her tentatively, "Why is the mouse so quiet?" She said lightly, "Maybe he was scared away by you." Then he said, "Don't come tomorrow. If it shows up again, I'll call you." I agreed, but couldn't fall asleep when I returned to my room. All I could think about was her lying in bed. Am I crazy? I'm actually fantasizing about Phone Lee. I closed my eyes and forced myself to calm down, but ended up having a dream. In the dream, the woman from 4 years ago and Phone Lee's figure actually overlapped. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in cold sweat. Emo's new album is all over the screen. Fans cried and praised the fans, while scolding those who gave negative reviews for being short-sighted. I clicked on the lyrics and took a look. It's not bad to listen to, but it's as empty as white water and lacks the same flavor as before. The sales were decent, selling 100,000 copies, but compared to before, it was far behind. I called Zhang Teng and asked, "How's the music going?" He hesitated. "It's almost there, wait a little longer." I didn't ask any more questions and hung up the phone. I went to Tuanchuan's room, and she was still sleeping with the little rabbit in her arms. I gently touched her little face, which was pink, tender, and soft. "Dad." She opened her eyes and hugged me. "I won't leave." "Well, Daddy won't leave. He'll stay with you." I dressed her and washed her face with my own hands. Her little face was as smooth as milk. "Let's go find Mom for dinner." "Eat, eat," she cried. Having breakfast together as a family of 3 is my most solid happiness at the moment. Emo looked at the online comments. His face darkened, and he raised his hand to smash the antique vase on the table. "It's all Yi Chen's fault. Sales have dropped significantly." He was furious. What should I do if he doesn't come back? Ye's mother stepped forward to persuade him. "Don't be angry. I will let him come back." Emo threw away his chopsticks and said, "I'm not eating anymore. Dad, call me quickly." Father Yi called me. When I heard his voice, I responded coldly, "I'm not going back." This time, he lowered his tone, which was rare. "Your grandma is sick, and she's always thinking about you. You can't be too harsh." I was silent. Grandma is the only person who is truly kind to me. When I was punished as a child, she secretly gave me food. I was sick with a fever, and she took me to the hospital. I can ignore the other members of the Yi family, but I can't ignore Grandma. My heart tightened, and I quickly agreed, saying that I would go back immediately. Phonely stood up, gently smoothed my hair, and told me to drive slowly and call if I needed anything. I nodded, my mind already wandering far away. I squatted down, touched Tuanchuan's head, told her that her father would be back soon, and asked her to eat with her mother. She responded obediently, but not long after I left, the house changed. Tuanchuan refused to eat, threw down his chopsticks, sat on the sofa, and started making a fuss. Feng Yin was having a headache and didn't want to pay attention to her. Feng Li walked over and looked down at Xiao Tuanchuan. I knew she saw through the kid's little trick of pretending to be good. Feng Li said in a cold tone that his father was just going out for a while, and that if he lost his temper like this, his father would be disappointed if he knew. She even threatened to take pictures to show me the mess Tuan Tuan had made in the living room. Tuanchuan suddenly became timid, quickly climbed down from the sofa, and started to pack up his toys. She looked up at Feng Li and begged her in a low voice not to send the photos. Feng Li agreed on the condition that she eat her food obediently. Tuan Tuan angrily crawled back to the dining table and started eating by herself. Feng Yin secretly gave him a thumbs up. When I returned to the Yi family, I found the table full of food and the family of 4 were eating, but my grandmother was nowhere to be seen. My face turned cold, and I asked them where their grandmother was. My mother said she was still in her hometown and in good health, but she just refused to come to the city. I understood instantly. They tricked me into coming back. My mother looked apologetic and said that she used this method because she was worried about me. My father smiled and asked me to sit down and eat. My sister also said that she hit me last time because she was a little impatient and asked me not to hold a grudge. They all spoke with concern, as if the previous indifference and prejudice had never existed. But I know that behind today's meal, They are plotting something else. I suppressed my anger and asked if it was because Yemo's album didn't sell well and he wanted me to come back and write songs. No one spoke. Their silence was the answer. My mother spoke first, saying that we are a family and should help each other. Yemo is my younger brother, and I can't just stand by and watch him die. My father continued, saying that if Yemo became famous, I could also benefit from it. I sneered, sat down, and refused bluntly. My mother's eyes were red, and she said she really missed me. She made me my favorite pumpkin rice and cleaned the room thoroughly. I was unmoved and asked them again, since I was just an outsider, why did they want me to stay? My father choked on the spot, and my mother had to say that she was worried about my studies. I asked him in return, why do I have to write songs for Yemo silently? Why can't I have my own name? After I said that, I got up and went upstairs. My most important things were still in the drawer. That old dark gold jade pendant is my only clue to contact my biological parents. I put it away, pocketed it, and went downstairs to leave. My mother tried to keep me for the last time. She held my hand and asked me to help Emo write a few more songs with her sobs. I shook off her hand and told them in a cold tone that I had repaid that so-called favor a long time ago. After saying that, I pushed the door and left. My father shouted from behind me, "If that's the case, then don't come back to this house." I didn't look back, but just paused at the door and glanced at the bowl of pumpkin rice on the table. That was the sweet rice my grandma used to make for me, and it is my only warm childhood memory. I withdrew my gaze and walked out without looking back. As I stepped through the door, I heard the sound of pages tearing, but when my footsteps sounded, the living room was as quiet as a classroom that had just been cleaned. The little girl has already sat down, holding the paintbrush and painting obediently, with a serious and hard-working expression, as if the little devil who tore the book just now was not her. Before I could say anything, she jumped up like a bouncy ball and rushed towards me, pressing her little face against mine with a baby voice, soft and sticky like a ball of glutinous rice cake. I rubbed her little head and told her that I was going back to my room for a while. She nodded sensibly, but looked reluctant, with her little eyebrows wrinkled like a caterpillar. I could tell she was thinking about how to please me. I returned to the room with a heavy heart, and Feng Li came up soon. She knocked on the door, I opened it, and said in a low voice that I was fine, but I suddenly wanted to eat pumpkin rice and miss my grandma. She asked me where my grandma was, and I whispered that she was in the countryside, very far away, and I wanted to go back tomorrow. She nodded and said she could accompany me. She also suggested bringing Tuanshuan, saying that the old man would be happy to see the child. I didn't expect her to accompany me, and my eyes lit up for a moment. At this moment, Tuanshuan took out a piece of cream cake from somewhere, covered his little hands with cream, and held the cake for me to eat. She said that eating something sweet would make me happy, so her face was covered with cream. I picked her up while laughing and took a big sip. The milky aroma and happiness mixed together, and I felt healed. I thought that was all the warmth I had today, but I didn't expect Feng Li to go straight to the kitchen after going downstairs. Feng Yin also went in, and the two sisters actually started to study pumpkin rice. None of them could identify which one was the pumpkin, and they had to rely on mobile phone searches to compare with the picture book. Feng Li looked confident as she watched the tutorial and followed the steps, but I knew she had never cooked before. She was dazzled by the tutorial. I finished eating cake with Tuanshuan downstairs and listened to Feng Yin complain about Yemo's new song. I smiled but said nothing. Feng Yin continued to say that Yi Majiang had run out of ideas. I didn't respond. She suddenly asked me if I was writing a new song. I nodded and said that the lyrics were ready. After a while, Feng Li came out of the kitchen with a plate in his hand. He walked towards me mysteriously, put the lid in front of me, and asked me to try it. I pointed at myself, unable to believe that she had done that just for me. I opened the lid and saw a whole hollowed-out pumpkin filled with purple glutinous rice. A corner of my heart was instantly touched. That was the taste my grandma often made when I was a child, and it is also the most tender part of my memory. Feng Yin was so shocked that she was speechless. She didn't expect her sister to cook so well for the first time. She was still wondering if Feng Li had practiced secretly, but when I saw her hiding her burned hands behind her back, I knew that she had made this meal with all her heart. Tuanshuan was so happy that he called his mother great and stretched out his little hand to give her a thumbs up. I took a bite of the pumpkin, and my mouth was filled with soft and sweet taste, and my heart was full of emotion. I fed Tuanshuan a bite as well. She opened her eyes wide and nodded repeatedly, saying it was delicious. I hadn't even gotten over the feeling of being touched when I was amused by the baby accusing his mother of pinching his face. After a while of noise, the atmosphere finally became relaxed. Fengyan picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Even she admitted that it tasted good and said that my sister is indeed the chosen one. She can even cook. I finished the whole pumpkin rice and was very satisfied. It had been a long time since I had eaten such a delicious meal. At this moment, Yemo was still worried about the sales of his new album. He watched sales stagnate and the comment section was filled with curses, and his mentality began to collapse. He complained that I was stubborn and said that if he couldn't get my lyrics, the next album would continue to be a failure. Ye's mother patted his hand to comfort him and said that she would definitely make me write songs obediently. She also said that she owed Yemo too much and it was time to compensate him. Yemo said in a cold voice that the school would hold a lecture in the next 2 days, and the guest invited was the head of the Feng family, the largest tycoon in the imperial capital. He plans to go back to school tomorrow, hoping to meet her and maybe take advantage of the opportunity to establish a relationship with her. When Ye's mother heard this, her eyes lit up. She said that this was a big shot that even Ye's father could not meet, but this woman had the power to cover up everything. If they could get in touch with her, the Yi family would be able to move to a higher level. Yemo nodded and whispered that he had heard rumors about her, but he didn't expect that she would actually come to this lecture. Early the next morning, I walked into Tuan's room. The little guy was still sleeping soundly, with rosy cheeks, a slightly open mouth, and his arms tightly holding the doll. I poked her face gently and told her we were going to see Grandma. She opened her eyes drowsily, then closed them again and continued to sleep in my arms. I dressed her, put on a coat and a hat, and carefully carried her out. Fengli was already standing at the door, dressed in all black, a windbreaker with a short skirt, and high heels that stepped neatly on her feet, looking cold and noble. I advised her not to go with me, and that she could go back to see her grandma by herself by taking Tuanchuan with her. Tuanchuan opened his eyes and smiled at me, saying he wanted to see Grandma. I couldn't help but rub her head. How could there be such a cute little baby? Fengli spoke and said that he was not busy today. Feng Yin muttered something softly on the sofa, but Fengli glanced at her and she immediately shut up. I confirmed again that she was really not busy, and she just responded lightly, "Let's eat first." After dinner, she hung the pink bottle around Tuanchuan's neck. The little guy shook his head and refused to drink, saying that he had grown up. Fengli told her that Daddy likes good babies to drink milk. Tuan was convinced and started drinking while looking at me. I was simply overwhelmed by her cuteness. I kissed her gently, and her little face looked so sweet and milky. Fengli stuffed the trunk of the Maybach full of nutritional supplements. I was stunned and said that Grandma couldn't use so many. She just said there was too much food at home and she couldn't finish it. Tuan also nodded in agreement. I picked her up and held her high, making her giggle, and the father and daughter had a lot of fun together. Feng Yin leaned over and asked if she could go together, but Fengli refused with just one sentence. I looked at Feng Yin, who was looking at us as we left with a sad face. The car drove out of the manor and entered the town road. On the other side, Zhang Ting finally finished composing the song. Zhou Kuan praised the lyrics as amazing and suggested spending a small amount of money to buy the copyright and release it under Zhang Teng's name. Zhang Teng was shaken by this suggestion. If he could become famous with this song, it wouldn't be difficult for him to step on Yemo's head. He decided to test Yi Chen's attitude. On my side, the car drove out of the capital. Tuanchuan saw the wheat field for the first time and leaned against the window, shouting nonstop. Along the way, I explained to her everything she saw: wheat, big carts, small cars, and electric vehicles, as if giving her the first nature lesson in her life. We finally arrived at the town 3 hours later. I took her out of the car, and my heart warmed when I saw the familiar old houses. She ran to the door impatiently and knocked on it, calling for her grandma while banging on it. Soon, an old man with white hair and a kind face opened the door. Tuan rushed over and called her grandma sweetly. The old woman was stunned and didn't realize when she became a grandmother. Tuanchuan shook his head firmly and said it was her. I whispered, "It's me, Grandma, I'm back." She raised her head, saw me clearly, then looked at the little milk bag on the ground, and shock and understanding gradually appeared in her eyes. "Chin, you have a daughter." As soon as I walked into my grandmother's yard, Fengli greeted me softly from behind. My grandmother looked her up and down, and the smile on her face seemed to be able to stretch out all the wrinkles. She said "good" several times in a row, as if I had won a prize, and said that I had made progress. She said that I used to blush just by talking to girls, but now I can even bring a wife home. I hurried to explain, but Grandma didn't listen to my excuses at all. She looked at Tuanchuan, then at me, with a look that said, "You two are like copy and paste." Before I could finish my words, Tuanchuan suddenly pouted and said in a baby voice, "My biological child." Grandma smiled and said with finality, "They look exactly alike, exactly the same." She smiled as she picked him up, her steps brisk, unlike someone with rheumatism. I turned to look at Feng Li, bewildered, but she replied calmly, "It's okay." The house was simple but clean. Grandma enthusiastically took out the snacks she was reluctant to eat and filled the table. Feng Li also cooperated without showing any dislike. As she set the food aside, Grandma continued to ask about my girlfriend's name. I practically bit my tongue, but could only clarify once again, she's not my girlfriend. But Grandma didn't listen at all. Instead, she became happier and happier as she spoke, saying that I couldn't delay the girl's wedding. If I was shy, I could just hold the wedding at home. Feng Li didn't say anything to explain, but Tuanchuan took a bite of the mung bean cake from the side, picked up a piece with his little hand, and stuffed it into my mouth. The soft, sweet taste instantly filled the emptiness in my heart. I handed a piece to Feng Li, and she tasted it and said, "Not bad." I remembered it. She liked mung bean cakes. Before lunch, Grandma took Tuanchuan out for a bit of fun. When she came back, and I was about to go into the kitchen to help, she kicked all three of us out. I sat down and asked Tuanchuan, "Who did you meet?" She counted on her little fingers and said seriously, 12 grandmas. I was stunned. This child even learned to count. Feng Li said she could read. I looked at the little girl in amazement, a complicated feeling in my heart. Who did she look like? I picked her up and stared at her little face. The more I looked, the more I felt the resemblance. Feng Li came over and asked if I needed help. Grandma quickly waved her hand and said no, and said she wanted to make my favorite fried pork with chili peppers. Not long after we sat down, Tuanchuan climbed into my arms and started to act coquettishly, calling out in a baby voice, "Daddy, carry me on your back." Of course I agreed, carried her on my back, and walked around in circles in the living room. She lay on my shoulder and stuck out her tongue at her mother, looking very naughty. Feng Li reminded me in a calm tone not to kiss my dad, saying that my face was covered with saliva. Tuanchuan's little face looked at me with grievance, and I smiled and said it was okay. I didn't mind. Feng Li pulled her away from my arms and threw her on the sofa, but the little girl stuck back to me after a while. She was lying on my back, sticking out her tongue at Feng Li as if she was declaring war. An indescribable satisfaction arose in my heart. She is not my biological daughter, but she is like my everything. At dinner time, Grandma stewed a pot of old hen, fried 2 plates of beef, and added scrambled eggs with tomatoes, all common dishes. Although the taste was homely, the aroma was so strong that it seemed to float out of the yard. Tuanchuan's tiny hands immediately pointed at the scrambled eggs on the plate and, in a baby voice, asked for some. I quickly pulled out my little yellow duck bib and put it on her, then fed her mouthful after mouthful. She was as well-behaved as an angel, not being picky about what she ate. Grandma was grinning from ear to ear, saying that the little boy was white and chubby, just like me when I was a child. Tuan grinned and repeated her words, eating even more enthusiastically. I watched Feng Li replying to messages, and I knew in my heart that she was very busy, and that she could take the time to accompany us back meant something special to me. Grandma suddenly pulled out a stack of old photos from the cabinet and said she wanted to show Feng Li what I looked like when I was little. I snatched them away and hid them behind my back, not wanting her to see the photo of me, dark-skinned and grinning like a fool. But she reached out and took one of the photos from me and asked if it was me. I nodded awkwardly and explained that I got so dark because I was exposed to the sun every day when I was a child. Feng Li's tone was calm, yet gentle, as she said she thought it was cute. At that moment, my ears started to burn, and I couldn't even meet her gaze. Tuanchuan came over to join in the fun, holding my old photos and looking at them from left to right, bubbling with sweetness, saying I was handsome. Maybe in her eyes, I will always be the most handsome dad. After dinner, Tuanchuan jumped around the yard like a little rabbit, petting the rabbits and watching the hens lay eggs, calling out rabbit, big ears, and little eggs all the time. Suddenly, an old hen came towards her. The little girl was so scared that she cried and ran into my arms. I hugged her and comforted her, saying that chickens lay eggs and are our heroes. Only then did she slowly let go of her fear and went back to feeding the rabbits carrots. I played with her for the whole afternoon, and the rabbit was almost full from feeding us. It started to rain in the evening. I stood at the door and caught a few drops of rain. I turned to look at Feng Li. She didn't say much, just nodded gently and said, "Stay tonight." Grandma quickly cleared out the room next door and told me to sleep in it with Feng Li, Tuan Tuan, and me. She said it was big enough for the three of us. I wanted to refuse, but Grandma patted my hands and winked at me. I had no choice but to agree awkwardly and explain to Feng Li that I would sleep on the floor and the two of them would sleep on the bed. But Feng Li calmly said that the floor was cold and they could just sleep on the bed together. I found her some new pajamas, and when she changed, I quickly carried her out to avoid them. But just imagining Feng Li in that short black silk skirt made my heart beat like a rocket. A few minutes later, she called us in. She had changed into loose pajamas and was sitting on the bed, her hair slightly curled. She looked lazy and alluring. I swallowed, feigning composure, and tucked Tuanchuan into the quilt. After I changed my clothes and returned to the bed, I lay on the edge, almost falling in. Feng Li was right next to me, her faint fragrance barely lingering. I couldn't help but secretly glance sideways at her. Her facial features were as delicate as a comic book heroine. Suddenly, Tuanchuan rolled over to me and hugged me, asking me to pat her back and fall asleep. I had just closed my eyes for a while when I felt the quilt move. Tuanchuan was gently moved away, and Feng Li lay down next to me. I felt a soft touch on my arm, and my mind went blank for a moment. Damn, I'm dreaming again. I just got up, opened the door, and saw Feng Li chatting with Grandma. They chatted very naturally, but when I stood at the door and heard Grandma mention the name, my heart suddenly tightened a little. It turned out that she still remembered that old thing, my only playmate when I was a child, the girl who I always carried on my back for 2 miles. Feng Li listened and said in a cold voice, "Grandma, who is he?" Grandma explained with a smile that she was my childhood sweetheart and had gone to the capital a long time ago. She also said that we were engaged when we were young. I quickly explained, fearing Feng Li would misunderstand. "Grandma, Tuanchuan is not my biological child, and there's nothing between Chu Yi and me." Feng Li didn't say anything, and his expression showed no emotion. But Grandma said seriously that I shouldn't let her down, and said that Lily was much better than Yi, and she had already given birth to a daughter for me, so I should get married quickly. My head was about to explode. The more I explained, the more confused it became. I could only smile awkwardly. A babyish voice came from behind. It was Tuan Tuan who woke up. I held her in my arms, and the little one rubbed against me drowsily, her soft face pressed against mine. After putting on her clothes and shoes, I picked up a comb and braided 2 small braids into her hair. Feng Li was a little surprised, and I explained in a low voice that I learned this when I was bored, thinking that I would be able to use it in the future, and it turned out that I actually used it. After dinner, when we were getting ready to leave, my grandma stuffed a whole trunk of food into it, and I couldn't push it away no matter how hard I tried. Tuanchuan said in a baby voice, "Grandma, eat." Grandma smiled and rubbed Tuanchuan's head, telling her to eat and grow taller, and then come to play with her again. The little guy waved goodbye to the little rabbit and the old hen one by one. He was scared to death, but still said goodbye politely. He looked funny and cute. When I walked out the door, I saw a lot of people standing outside. All of them were my former playmates from the village. They all smiled at me and greeted me, saying that I'd made great progress, that my girlfriend was pretty, and that my daughter was adorable. Lu, who still held my hand tightly, and asked me to find him a wife. People like Tai Dan and Taiju also came over and asked me to introduce them to someone. I looked at them with a sneer. These people bullied me a lot when I was a kid. How could I forget how they pushed me into the quagmire and almost suffocated me? I whispered, "I'm not a matchmaker." As a result, they immediately changed their attitude and started scolding me for being snobbish and for not helping my poor relatives. I didn't bother to talk anymore, so I picked up Tuanchuan, got in the car, and nodded to Feng Li, "Let's go." Feng Li started the engine, and the Maybach drove away. Through the rearview mirror, I saw that the faces of those people had turned completely blue. I know that while they cursed me, they actually wished in their hearts that I had never come back. Sadly, I did return. But after I take my grandma away, I will never set foot in this place again. In the afternoon, I went to Zhang Teng's studio to ask about the progress of my song. He looked up and said that the music had been composed, but the next second he changed the subject and said that although the song was well written, a newcomer like me would never become popular. Zhou Kuan also nodded in agreement, advising me to face the reality, with a sarcastic tone in his voice. I didn't say anything, but just said that even if only one person listened, I would keep doing it because I like it. Zhang Teng suddenly changed the subject and asked me to name a price and sell the song to him. I was stunned and asked him what he meant. He stared at me and said bluntly, "Name your price. Any amount is fine. I will buy your words." I refused directly. This song is the first song I wrote for myself, and I won't sell it. He didn't give up and offered 200,000. Zhou Kuan laughed beside him and said that it was very lucky for a newcomer to be able to sell it at this price. I smiled and said I didn't want this good luck. Their faces darkened, and Zhang Teng raised the price to 300,000. I still refused. He gritted his teeth and offered a price of 500,000, while Zhou Kuan encouraged me, saying that I could never make 500,000, so I might as well sell it now. But I stood up and still said the same thing. Not for sale. My eyes were firm, and I didn't say much, but it was enough to make him shut up. Zhang Teng threw the lyrics at me with a cold smile and said harshly, "Just wait for your words to fall into oblivion. You want to be famous? Dream on." I didn't argue with him. I picked up the lyrics, turned around, and left. Zhou Kuan's sarcastic voice came from behind, and he also heard them quietly mentioning that they had memorized the lyrics a long time ago. My heart moved slightly, but I didn't look back and left the studio with a cold face. As soon as I walked out of the building, Lu Shirue stopped me. She was wearing a plush coat and had a smile on her face, which made them look like a couple's outfit. She asked me what I was busy with and said she could help me compose music. After all, she debuted as a singer and dancer. I nodded and said thank you, and she took me to her office and said she wanted to help me look at my lyrics. We sat on the sofa. She sat very close to me. Her tone was ambiguous and her actions were not subtle. While looking at the music, she leaned on my arm and said she was sleepy. I gently pulled my hand back and said I was leaving. She also asked me to go out for a walk. At this moment, Phone Lee's message popped up. "Are you in the company?" I said, "Yeah, I'm creating." She asked again, "Colleague?" "Male." I replied, "Female, senior." She continued, "I checked the surveillance footage, and Tuanchuan has been looking for you." I was stunned, my fingers paused, and replied to her, "I will be back soon." I looked at Lu Shirue and said sorry. She nodded and sent me away. As soon as I walked out of the building, I heard Yi Jiuming's voice behind me. In a cold tone, he asked why Lu Shirue was with me, said I was a gigolo, and questioned how I got into the company. I ignored him and just said, "Don't worry about it." Lu Shirue was direct and retorted to him, saying that even if I was wearing a sack, I would still be better than him. I didn't stop and started the car. He stood there, his face green, cursing and dialing the phone. As soon as I got home, the little guy was standing at the door waiting for me. He ran very fast on his short legs and called Dad in a baby voice. I picked her up and held her high, her little face pressed against mine like a glutinous rice dumpling. "Baby, what do you want to eat?" She pointed outside and said eagerly, "Eat the balls." I smiled, knowing that she was thinking about the meatballs she ate last time. I fastened her seatbelt, put her in the passenger seat, and drove to the snack street. The air was filled with the smell of barbecue. She pointed at the skewers with her little hand, her mouth watering and her eyes shining. I bought a bunch of things: skewers, octopus balls, grilled chicken wings. I also bought an extra portion, wondering if Feng Li would want to try it too. On the way back, I was stopped by a few young ladies. They said I looked like a single dad and wanted to add me on WeChat. Tuanchuan hugged my neck tightly, like a little leopard protecting its food. Tuanchuan's dad, and sounded fierce and aggressive. The little sister teased her with a smile. "Little baby, do you need a mother?" She immediately buried her face in my arms and said, "No." I quickly took her away. When we got home, Feng Li looked up and asked me where I had been. I said I took Tuanchuan to eat skewers. It was the first time she had heard of this street snack. Feng Yin rushed to eat it, but before she could do anything, Feng Li snatched it away. Feng Li took a bite of the grilled squid and said lightly, "It tastes good. Take me with you next time." I was a little stunned and nodded. "Okay." It turned out that she liked this too. Tuan Tuan was stealing Feng Yan's octopus balls and pretending to be innocent, calling her Annie, while grabbing another one. Just as I lay down at night, there was a knock on the door. It was Feng Li. She was wearing black silk pajamas and said there was movement under the bed, probably a mouse. Without saying a word, I went over and lay on the ground to look. I didn't see anything, so I told her not to be afraid and I would watch over her. She said okay, lightly, turned back to the bed, with a smile on her lips. I was a little lost in thought as I watched her. The light shone on her face, and the outlines were as clear as if they were painted. I don't know who she will marry in the end, but it definitely won't be me. I am a beggar. She picked up whose name no one even remembers. I walked over gently and wanted to cover her with a blanket, but she suddenly grabbed my hand and pressed it against her chest. I was completely frozen and wanted to pull my hands away, but she held me tightly. I was afraid of waking her up, so I just lay there and fell asleep. When I opened my eyes at dawn, I was lying on her bed. I was so scared that I rolled over to check if my pants were taken off. Fortunately, they're all still there. Phew, it was just a false alarm. I was just about to sneak away when the door opened and I bumped into her. She changed into a professional suit and said with a cold expression, "You were very tired last night. Have a good rest." I opened my mouth to explain, but she acted as if nothing had happened. Feng Yin eavesdropped from behind the door, her eyes nearly popping out of her head as she kept thinking, "No way. Is she really asleep? Is she going to have a baby girl?" Before I woke up from the dream, the little girl suddenly jumped onto my legs in her pajamas without even wearing shoes. She hugged my neck tightly, put her little face next to my ear, and mumbled softly that she didn't want a younger brother or sister. I was confused for a moment. How come when I woke up, the topic had already jumped to fighting for Dad? She rubbed her eyes and repeated over and over again that she didn't want a sister or a brother. I could only carry her into the bathroom, wash her face, change her clothes, and comfort her that it was just a dream. But she shook her head and insisted that it was not a dream, as if to say that she would not allow anyone else to give birth. Okay. I only want Anchuan, nothing else. I smiled helplessly and coaxed her, and finally the little girl regained some sense. As soon as I settled her down, my phone was flooded with messages from 7 groups. Come back soon. Don't miss the lecture tomorrow. Everyone in the school has returned, except you. I stared at the message for a few seconds. The person they were talking about was actually the capital's top chaebol 6 founders of top brands. He didn't even go to the UN, but came to give a lecture at our school. Either they're crazy or I'm going crazy. They even joked that with such a great opportunity, maybe someone would take a fancy to me. I casually sent a message saying, "See if you were free," but they followed up with more than 10 messages to persuade me. I could only say I would go back in the afternoon. Tuanchua knew that I was going out and immediately hugged my legs tightly, put his little mouth against my face, and gently shouted, "Don't go." She's too clingy to me and knows how to soften me. I suppressed my soft heart, kissed her, and coaxed her, saying that I would be back tomorrow afternoon. She nodded and said she would go to sleep, and then I turned and left. But the moment I closed the door, the little guy immediately started a toy storm in the living room. Feng Yin was so angry in the living room that she threatened to send the photos to me. Only then did Xiao Tuanchuan squat on the ground and pick up the toys one by one. On my way back to school, I drove the old car slowly forward, but I always felt uneasy and my left eyelid kept twitching. I slowed down cautiously, and when I turned the corner, a dark shadow suddenly came into my sight. It was a large truck that had lost control. In an instant, I turned the steering wheel and crashed the car into the flower bed. The moment the airbag deployed, I only had time to protect my head, and all I could hear was the squeal of tires and screams. The next second, I completely lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I heard a quick and familiar voice in my ears. Feng Li's voice, mixed with Feng Yan's report, said that they were confirming whether my injuries were serious. The doctor said it was just a minor impact, and he would wake up tonight. It turns out I'm still alive. Feng Li's voice turned cold, and she ordered Feng Yan to check where the truck came from. I knew she was serious. I felt the touch of fingertips on my forehead. It was her hand, warm, cool, and firm. She whispered, "What should I do without her by my side?" I wanted to open my eyes and tell her that I was still there, but my eyelids were as heavy as lead, until a soft crying voice pulled me back from the darkness. "Dad, I don't want to sleep." I opened my eyes and saw Tuanchuan's face was covered with tears. His little hands were tightly holding my arm, and his little mouth was still crying. "Baby, Daddy is here, don't cry." She rubbed her eyes and snuggled into my arms, saying that Daddy should not sleep anymore. My heart softened instantly. Feng Li stood aside, his eyes softened a little, and asked me if it hurt. I told her that the car didn't hit me directly, but I turned into the flower bed, and there was an airbag, so I wasn't seriously injured. She suddenly pinched my face, her eyes turned cold, and she whispered a warning not to get hurt without her permission. I swallowed and said weakly that the car had to hit me. I was also a patient and it hurt so much. She let go of her hand and said she didn't use any force at all. Tuanchuan immediately rushed over to blow on my face and whispered comfortingly, "Daddy, it doesn't hurt." I nodded and said, "Dad, it doesn't hurt anymore." Yes, it's really lucky to be able to survive such a big disaster. When my phone lit up, I saw that the group chat was exploding again. Sure, it's getting dark. Why haven't you arrived yet? Brother, you're not going, are you? You make a living by your looks. Our dormitory can't do without you. I sighed and replied, something happened on the way back to school at noon. I'm in the hospital now and probably won't be able to go tomorrow. Go replied directly with 6 words. Are you okay? I typed a few lines saying that I was fine and asked them to take a photo of me when they went to the lecture tomorrow so that I could also open my eyes and see the legendary first Chable in the Capitol. Brother Donkey jumped out immediately and said that it was okay and he would take a 360-degree photo of me at that time. Before I put away my phone, a soft voice came from my arms. Dad, eat some oranges. I looked down and saw Toanchuan peeling an orange with her 2 little hands, putting it close to my mouth and looking at me eagerly. At that moment, my heart melted. How could this child be so thoughtful? I took a bite and whispered thank you. The little girl pressed against my face, soft and fragrant. I really don't know what kind of blessing I was in my previous life to have such a daughter. Before I could express my feelings any further, Fengli picked up Toanchuan and said, I need to rest. She will take Toanchuan back tonight. I was actually not very willing to do so. As soon as I opened my mouth to say that I wanted to go home, she stopped me with a word. She said I looked fine, but I had suffered a shock and needed to stay in the hospital for observation. Her tone was cold and commanding, leaving no room for argument. I nodded. After a while, Aunt Bai brought the meal in. I knew from the smell that it was the taste I loved. Fengli opened the lunchbox and actually picked up some food and fed it to me. I said I could do it myself, but she ignored me and just said, lie down. I could only open my mouth and be fed like a useless person. Her movements were not very skillful, and she accidentally spilled soup on my clothes. I couldn't help but wonder why she was so nice to me. After dinner, she asked me if I wanted to change clothes. I shook my head and advised her to take Toanchuan back home to rest. Toanchuan refused to leave and held me tightly. I coaxed her for a long time before she agreed to go back. Fengli said she would wait until I fell asleep before leaving. I closed my eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Before I was about to lose consciousness, I felt her fingers gently place on my face, and she whispered something. She said I was too vulnerable and that I should be locked up for safety. I don't know if it was a dream, but I knew clearly that her eyes were like a bottomless black hole from which I could not escape. In the darkness, I had a dream. I ran fast, but there was always something chasing me from behind. Dark clouds were pressing down on me, and I couldn't breathe. When I opened my eyes again, the scene had changed. The basement was damp and dark. Fengli sat on a black chair, looking like a judge, surrounded by 8 female bodyguards in black. The cold air was suffocating. There was a noisy sound outside, and someone was shouting, Master Dao. Fengyan walked over and told her that the people who seized my car were Dao Ye's men. Fengli didn't say much, just waved his hand and ordered someone to bring the person up. The man was arrogant when he entered the room, and he knelt down in a few seconds. Fengli didn't even blink. I don't know how arrogant he was before, but now his face is covered in cold sweat, his legs are weak, and he can't even speak clearly. Fengli picked up a black dagger from the table and inserted the tip of the knife directly into the floor between his legs. The next second, my pants were wet. Dao Yi, I was so scared that I peed myself. Everyone in the room fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Feng Yin sneered and said that this was the so-called Master Dao, nothing more than that. Fengli asked the question. His voice was terrifyingly calm. Who told you to touch Yichun? Dao Yi tumbled out the name. He Junming, a singer who wanted to kill me for 2 million. Fengli sneered and narrowed his eyes. Feng Yin immediately pulled up his information. He was the illegitimate son of the He family and worked in the same company as me. Fengli stood up and ordered, Feng Yin, have someone go to the He family tomorrow to deliver a contract. The He family has been quiet for too long. Yes, sister. Feng Yin looked up at the sky. The weather was getting colder, and the He family was about to go bankrupt. Early in the morning, I was still tossing and turning in my sleep when my phone rang again. Donkey Brother called me and said the lecture was canceled. Dog Nonsense added that the mysterious female tycoon had something to do and the lecture would be held in 3 days. Brother Donkey wailed again because the new clothes he had just bought last night had to be returned to the closet before they even got warm enough. I replied lazily and asked them if the female president was suddenly called to a meeting at the United Nations. They complained but were excited at the same time, saying that I had surpassed them in votes and that EMO couldn't catch up with me even after getting 10,000 votes. I clicked on the page and saw that the price was 20,000 against 15,000. Emo's face must have turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Just as I was checking the data, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Feng Li walked in with an incubator in one hand and Tuan Tuan in the other, and Feng Yan followed behind. I was surprised. Why did she come so early in the morning? Wasn't she going to work? I was planning to be discharged today. She didn't respond, but just put down the food and said she would eat first. Tuan Chuan threw herself into my arms, raised her but high, and kissed my face. The little kid urged me to eat in a baby voice. I grinned, kissed her, sat up, and took the bowl. While eating, I couldn't help but ask Feng Li what happened to the truck driver. Was he drunk? She nodded slightly and said that everyone was fine. I breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that her expression hadn't changed, I asked her if she had eaten. She said she had eaten. Halfway through the meal, she suddenly took out a blue amulet from her bag, put it in my hand, and said she just asked for it. I was stunned and asked her if she was serious. She spoke calmly, as if she was talking about the weather. I didn't expose her. Actually, I knew she wouldn't just give me something like that. I put the amulet in my pocket and couldn't suppress the smile on my face. After dinner, I went for a follow-up checkup and all my physical indicators were normal. The doctor agreed to discharge me from the hospital. I carried Tuan Chuan home. The little guy lay on my shoulder and acted coquettishly, shouting "Go home" all the way. I just got home and the news broke. He Junming was expelled from the He family, terminated his contract with the company, and retired from the entertainment industry. Various hot searches filled the screen with heat. Why did he suddenly become unpopular? I vaguely remember this person. He scolded me before. Now, even the He family has kicked him out. Could it be that God has really opened his eyes? Tuan Chuan brought a bunch of pink cat band-aids and insisted on sticking them on my face, saying that Daddy was in pain. The stickers were all over his face, and Feng Li had no choice but to tear them off one by one. She said coldly that I spoiled her too much and didn't care about Tuan Chuan's mischief. I smiled and kissed her little face. She's my baby after all. In the afternoon, I went to the company to discuss accompaniment with Lu Shiyue. She suddenly came close to me and said that something had happened to He Junming. He had just been kicked out of the company and abandoned by his family. Before I could reply, I heard violent curses from the door. Someone is calling my name. I walked out, and within a few steps, I recognized the swollen face. It was He Junming. When he saw me, his eyes looked like he wanted to kill me, and he rushed over and started swinging his fists. I easily grabbed his wrist, my face filled with confusion. Was he crazy? Why was he hitting someone? He yelled at me, saying that he was in this state because of me, and that there was someone behind me. I frowned and threw him out. He groaned as he lay on the ground, then struggled to get up, his face full of embarrassment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and said I was pretending and asked why the car didn't hit me to death. 31 don't go to other girls' homes at night. It's not safe. Yichin frowned. Car? You mean that car, He Junming? Did you do that? So what? I've turned into this ghost now. If you have the guts to kill me, go ahead and kill me. He Junming shrugged his shoulders. He was now in disgrace. So what if he admitted it? He walked to Lu Shiyue's side in a sickly manner. Lu Shiyue, I've liked you for so long. Why can't you see what's wrong with Yichun? He's just a gigolo who relies on his body to get ahead. Lu Shiyue hid behind Yichun. He Junming, I've already said that I don't have any feelings for you, so don't bother me. Yichun did not take any action, but called security to get the person out. It's Feng Li, it must be Feng Li. It wasn't an accident. Someone wanted him dead. Is Feng Li protecting him? It feels good to be protected. Lu Shiyue held Yichun's arm and said pitifully, Yichun, He Junming is such a scary person. Can you take me home tonight? Yichun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening when Yichun sent the person home. Lu Shiyue smiled and said, Yichun, thank you for sending me back. Why don't you come back to my house and sit for a while and have a cup of tea before leaving? No, it's not convenient for me, a grown man, to go to a girl's house. I'll leave first. Yichun was about to leave when Lu Shiyue grabbed his hand and said, Yichun, I suddenly had an inspiration. I have an inspiration for your prelude. Come on. Yichun followed Lu Shiyue to the living room. The house was very big, probably more than 200 square meters. It was a small villa with a clean and bright living room. Lu Shiyue took the computer and opened the editor. Yichun was watching from the side, very seriously. It only took Lu Shiyue half an hour to adjust the prelude, and she was so tired that she fell on the sofa. Yichun, I finally got something done. I'm so tired. Yichun took a glass of water and gave it to Lu Shiyue. Drink some water. Thanks. Lu Shuriwei touched Yi Chen's hand, and a smile appeared in the corner of her eyes. Yi Chen, I have helped you this time. How do you thank me? Yi Chen pulled his hand back and whispered, I will treat you to a meal. Lu Shuriwei blinked and said, How about tomorrow? Maybe not tomorrow. I have to go to school. In 2 days, when you are free, I want to go to the amusement park. You come with me. Yi Chen hesitated and said, Okay. After all, Lu Shuriwei helped him so much, so it would be okay to play with her for a day. Yi Chen, do you have a place to live? If you don't have a place to stay, you can come to my place. I'm a little scared to live alone in such a big villa. Lu Shuriwei's watery almond eyes stared straight at Yi Chen, and her meaning was too obvious. But who is Yi Chen? He claims to have a negative emotional quotient, so how can he possibly understand what women mean? If you're scared, pick a few door gods and stick them on the door. I think Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong would be good choices. Lu Shuriwei was silent. At this time, Yi Chen received a video. Where are you? Why haven't you come back? A cold, domineering voice. Lu Shuriwei looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. It was impossible for Yi Chen to have a girlfriend. So who was calling? Yi Chen explained, I'm sending a colleague home today. She helped me compose music. I'm staying at her house for a while, and we'll be back soon. Feng Li narrowed his eyes coldly. Female. Yes, she's one of my senior students. Feng Li said coldly, Come back quickly. Tuan is looking for you. Tuan's cute little face was lying on the screen and looking around. Oh? Seeing his father, the baby smiled happily. Okay, I'll go back right away. Yi Chen hung up the phone and said to Lu Shuriwei, Lu Shuriwei, I'm going back first. Lu Shuriwei deliberately asked, Who was that person just now? Urging you to go home? Could it be your girlfriend? Yi Chen shook his head. You misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend. She's my friend. I live at her house. I see. Then you should go back. Good. Lu Shuriwei looked at Yi Chen's back, her eyes becoming darker. Yi Chen must be hers. She was chosen when she first entered school 4 years ago. When Yi Chen returned home, Tuan was waiting for her father at the door, wearing a pretty little dress. Dad, baby, Daddy is back. Have you eaten yet? Feng Li walked slowly towards her in high heels. A layer of frost seemed to have formed on her cold face. Take off. Yi Chen took off his coat obediently like a big dog. Although I don't know why. Have a meal. Feng Li took Yi Chen's hand and sat down. In front of them was hot food with white mist rising from it. Yi Chen put a small bib on Tuan, and the baby sat obediently beside his father. Daddy, eat. After dinner, Yi Chen took Tuan to the pond outside to catch fish. I caught 2 little red carps for the baby. He was so happy that he couldn't let go of the fish tank, and even held it in his arms when he fell asleep. Yi Chen put the small fish tank in Tuan's hand on the table and covered her with a blanket. Bathroom. Yi Chen had just taken off his shirt when Feng Li suddenly rushed in. Yi Chen held up his clothes in front of him and asked in surprise, Feng Li, did you come to the wrong place? Feng Li did not answer. He slowly approached, pushed the man into the corner, and lifted Yi Chen's chin. Did you have fun today? Ah. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Did she touch you here? Lung Bai pointed his slender fingers at Yi Chen's lips. Yi Chen shook his head. No. Here. Feng Li held Yi Chen's hand. His hands had distinct joints and looked very beautiful. No. Yi Chen shook his head again. Lu Shuriwei and I are just ordinary friends. She composes music for me. Do I need to compose music in her house? Yi Chen stammered. Something happened to her today, so I sent her home. She suddenly had an inspiration, so I went to her house. What a coincidence. Yi Chen nodded and said, What a coincidence. Lu Shuriwei is my senior. She helped me a lot when I was in college. Feng Li's expression grew colder and colder, as if covered in a layer of ice. Have you known each other for a long time? Well, she was the one who received me on my first day at university. She's a very nice person. Yi Chen was unaware of the danger, his eyes full of sincerity. Feng Li trapped the man in the corner, stood on tiptoe, and wanted to block his lips fiercely, locking him in the room for her to see only. Unfortunately, I was afraid of scaring him. He pinched Yi Chen's chin and said softly, Don't go to other girls' homes at night. It's not safe. 32, he won't dress up for other women. Good. Before leaving, Feng Li deliberately tore off Yi Chen's clothes. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, 8 abdominal muscles, smooth muscle lines, and fair and clean skin. The woman's cold, slender fingers gently brushed across Yi Chen's lower abdomen, and she raised her eyes. Nice figure. After saying that, She left the bathroom in her high heels. Yichin stood there in a daze, his heart beating wildly. It took him a while to react, and he quickly closed the door. What did Fengli say just now? He has a good figure? He must have heard correctly. It's so hot. Yichin took off his clothes and took a cold shower. Afternoon. Yichin was preparing to return to school, with a small milk bag hanging on his legs, and a milky voice said, "Daddy, I won't leave." Underscore, underscore. Yichin squatted down and touched the baby's hair. To Anshuan, Daddy will be back tomorrow. Dad, come home. Dad will be home tomorrow. You could draw first and show it to Dad when you're done. The little boy nodded, really let go of his father, and continued drawing with the small drawing board. My dear, Daddy is leaving. Yichun left the living room. Xiao Tuanshuan followed behind his father, running very fast on his two short legs, watching his father's car leave the manor. Goodbye, Dad. After sending his father away, Tuanshuan returned to the living room, threw away the small toys on the table, and lay on the table to draw. Feng Yin asked, Feng Tang Tang, your father is gone, and you've shown your true colors again. Tuan Tuan continued to draw, and this time he drew his aunt as a caterpillar. Feng Yin was so angry that she almost collapsed. She picked up the little guy and gave him a severe beating. Dormitory 208. Yichun knocked on the door. Brothers, I'm back. The door opened instantly, and several people stuck their heads out to look for Tuan Tuan. Where's the little cutie? Where's the little Tuanshuan? Why isn't Tuanshuan here? Chinner, where's your daughter? Why don't you bring her here? Lu Hao looked around, but couldn't find Tuanshuan. Where's my baby Tuanshuan? I want to hug him. Yichun explained, I need to stay overnight tonight and can't bring Tuan Tuan with me. When they heard that Yichun did not bring Tuanshuan with him, the three of them immediately kicked him out of the dormitory and closed the door. Yichen. After a while, Lu Hao opened the door and said, come in quickly. We brothers are going to submit our resumes to your company. How is your company doing? Yichun said, it's okay. I signed a 6-month contract. Give it a try. We brothers should stay together. Chinner, show me this suit of mine. Does it make me look like a business elite? Will it attract the attention of a female tycoon? Hu Yuxuan is a bit fat and has a square face. Even when he wears a suit, he doesn't look like a business elite, but rather a worker. Yichun nodded perfunctorily. Yes, I think so. Hu Yuxuan smiled radiantly. If I'm favored by a female tycoon, I won't work anymore and will just eat, drink, and have fun every day. Lu Hao rolled his eyes. Brother Hu, you'd better save yourself the trouble. No one likes your face. I think it would be better if you could just cut off 2 pieces of your jawbone and fix your face properly. The female Chable must like someone like Sean Air, who is pretty, tall, and fair-skinned. Yichun touched his nose awkwardly after being praised. Actually, I don't think female Chables are that good either. Anyway, it's definitely not as good as Fengli. Hu Yuxuan opened his eyes wide. You don't like it? I don't like it. I'll wear this outfit again tomorrow. Yichun wore a cream-colored slim-fit jacket, wide-leg pants, and white shoes, looking like a youthful and sunny college student. Even a torn sack like he looked good in it. I won't compete with you. I want to continue choosing clothes. Hu Yuxuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was not willing to compete with Yichun. The three of them were busy picking out clothes, while Yichun turned on the computer and continued to study the accompaniment. Brother Pong, don't you have a girlfriend? Why are you still picking clothes? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will beat you to death? I just want to look nice. What's wrong? Yichun shook his head helplessly. The female Chable has seen all kinds of men. How could she fall in love with us, who just graduated from college? Chinner, those female tycoons might really like college graduates like us, who are young and handsome. Yichun was not interested and did not want to be noticed by that female tycoon. He just wanted to take a look at what kind of woman she was. Could she be better than Fengli? Wow, what? Ooh. Oops. Yichun clicked on the voice chat and heard Tuanshuan crying. Baby, what's wrong? Dad, Auntie bullies Tuanshuan. The baby's milky voice was heard. Yichun called the video and saw the baby sitting pitifully on the sofa, with a pouty mouth and a puffy face like a little puffer fish. When Lu Hao and the other two heard the baby's voice, they quickly gathered over. Yichun asked, Baby, how did your aunt bully you? Auntie, play group. The baby complained pitifully, tears of grievance almost falling. Don't cry, baby. I mankel elu. Do you still remember me? I'll make faces for you. Lu Hao made a face, and Tuanshuan laughed happily. The three of them took turns teasing Tuanshuan, who cried loudly. Fengli, I have a lecture tomorrow and won't be going home tonight. Before going to bed, Yi-chun left a message for Feng Li. The other party replied with one word. Okay. The next day, Yi-chun was woken up before dawn. Hu Yuxuan whispered, "My clothes, brother donkey. You are wearing the wrong ones. They are my clothes. Is that wrong? You guys insisted on putting the clothes together last night, and now I can't even tell whose they are." Mine. Yi-chun opened his eyes and saw 3 black shadows on the ground. "Brother donkey, turn on the light. I'm awake." Good. After turning on the lights, Yi-chun could see clearly that the clothes worn by the 3 people were crooked, and he laughed out loud. "What are you 3 doing?" Lu Hao felt a little embarrassed seeing that he was wearing his clothes backwards, so he took them off and changed them, then admired himself in the mirror and used hairspray to style his hair. It was 3 hours later when the 3 of them finished dressing up. Yi-chun took another nap in the middle, washed his face casually, and combed his hair with his hands. The hair on the sides was curled up due to sleep, and Yi-chun was too lazy to take care of it. "Let's go." Hu Yuxuan pushed Yi-chun's arm and said, "Chunner, we're just like this? That's so perfunctory." Yi-chun shrugged. What else? He doesn't like that female chable, so why does he dress up so beautifully in front of her? It's better to show it to Feng Li. Thinking of Feng Li, Yi-chun pursed his lips and took out the amulet from his pocket. Feng Li asked for it for him personally. "Shin, what's in your hand? Show us, brothers." 33, the first chable. Feng Li. Yi-chun put the amulet away again. "Nothing, nothing." "Chunner, you are so stingy. Show us, brothers, what it is. It's so precious." Yi-chun's hands were forcibly pried apart by 3 people. There was a blue amulet lying in the palm of my hand, inlaid with gold edges, and it looked very beautiful. Lu Hao picked it up and took a look. "It's a peace amulet, Chunner. Who asked for this for you? It couldn't be your wife, could it? When can you let us meet your wife? Isn't she beautiful?" Yi-chun opened his mouth and almost bit his tongue again. "Really, I don't have it. This is a peace amulet that a friend of mine asked for me. Get back to me." Yi-chun put the amulet into his pocket like a treasure. When we went downstairs, it was very crowded with people, all rushing to the gymnasium. "I heard that this chable boss is really powerful. He's the biggest chable in the capital. If he just stamps his feet, the whole capital will tremble." "So exaggerated?" "I've heard that too. Ordinary people can't even see her. I heard she's the most powerful person. My dad hasn't even seen him, and he said I was lucky to have met the legendary President Feng." A girl in a cream-colored coat was standing outside the dormitory, seemingly waiting for someone. "It's Song Wanning, the goddess." "Who is she waiting for in Building 2? You don't know this yet. Yi-chun from Building 2 and Yi-mo from Building 3 are the 2 most handsome people in our school. She's so beautiful, exactly my type. Don't think about it, just look at it. People are waiting for you. Let's go." Song Wanning walked to Yi-chun and whispered, "Yi-chun, let's go together." "Good." Hu Yuxuan's eyes widened as he spoke, stuttering, "Song classmate, hello." Song Wanning greeted politely, "Hello." "Yi-chun, let's go quickly. If we go too late, there might not be a place to sit." Yi-chun and Song Wanning are very pleasing to the eye when walking together. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are a match made in heaven. Hu Yuxuan wiped his tears silently in the back and whispered, "Goddess Song only has eyes for Chur." On the way, I met Yi-mo and Chu-yi. Both of them were very good-looking, and Chu-yi was ostentatiously holding Yi-mo's arm. If any female classmate dared to look at Yi-mo for even a second, Chu-yi would glare at her. "Yi-chun, when did you get together with Song Wanning?" Yi-chun didn't want to pay attention to Chu-yi and was about to leave when Chu-yi stopped him. "Yi-chun, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Yi-chun said coldly, "Chu-yi, who I am with is none of your business. Please get out of the way." Chu-yi hugged Yi-mo's arm and said, "I just want to remind you that Song Wanning is a disaster star. I heard that all her family members were killed by her." Song Wanning's face turned pale in an instant. Yi-chun frowned slightly. "Chu-yi, I originally thought you were kind-hearted, but now you really disappoint me." Chu-yi said confidently, "I'm just kindly reminding you not to be fooled by her. After all, we grew up together, and I don't want you to die." Yi-chun comforted him. "Student Song, Chu-yi is just like this. She is spoiled by her family. Don't mind it." Song Wanning shook her head and said, "Chu-yi is right. I am indeed a disaster star." Song Wanning walked away from Yi-chun calmly and walked alone in front. Yi-chun caught up with her. "Song Wanning, I never believe in these things, so don't take them to heart." Song Wanning raised her head, and the light in her eyes ignited again. "Thank you, Yi-chun." Several people entered the gymnasium together. The gymnasium was already crowded, with only a few seats in the back row. Jui pouted. If I had known I would have come later, Brother Yemo would definitely not have a seat. I can't stand that female chable. I heard that female chables are all very ugly and old. Maybe Brother Yemo doesn't like them. Yemo pulled Chu E and walked quickly. Let's sit on the edge of the third row from the back. Good. After Yemo and Chu E sat down, there were 2 fewer seats. Chinner, there's no room left. We can only sit in the last row. Oh my God, how can I see my goddess clearly from such a distance? Lu Hao took out a telescope from his pocket and said, with this, I can see it. I can see it no matter how far away it is. Yichin was speechless for a while. This female chable might be a woman in her 50s or 60s. Look at what she's doing. Chinner, I heard you're quite young. Only in your 20s, otherwise why would I have a telescope? Song Wanting asked in a low voice. Yichun, you're not interested in this female tycoon, right? Yichun shook his head decisively. I'm not interested in her. I'm going to sleep first. These people were a bit noisy last night. Song Wanting secretly rejoiced in her heart. I'm not too interested either. Let's just sit in the last row. Yichun said indifferently. Okay. At this time, a staff member stopped Yichun. Is this Master Yichun? Please follow me. Yichun was confused. Where are we going? Aren't we supposed to attend a lecture today? The young staff member took people to the first row, but there was no one sitting there. Master Yichun, you and your friend can sit in the first row. Yichun was surprised and said, I can sit in the first row. Did you recognize the wrong person? Yes, please. Then, Yichun sat in the first row with a confused look on his face. The people next to him were also confused. Lu Hao asked, Chinner, did you open a VIP account? Yichun said innocently, I said I don't know what's going on. Do you believe me? Lu Hao and the others shook their heads decisively. Chinner, this time we're also thanks to you. We can see the female tycoon up close, so this telescope is no longer needed. Lu Hao put the telescope in his pocket. When Yemo saw this scene, he clenched his fists and his face turned ashen. Why can Yichun sit in the first row? Why? He is just a fake young master. Brother Yemo, don't be angry. Maybe it's because Yichun is lucky. Lucky! He gets to sit in the front. Yemo was really a little worried. What if that female tycoon fell in love with Yichun? Wouldn't Yichun be able to rise to prominence overnight? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yemo tugged at his tie irritably and impatiently pulled his arm out of Chuyi's arms. What's the point of him having a girlfriend who only knows how to act like a spoiled brat? After waiting for a while, the person still didn't arrive. Yichun closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap, but at this moment, a burst of cheers rang out. Lu Hao excitedly shook Yichun's arm. Chinner, don't sleep. I'm coming. Chinner, wake up. Wake up. Fuck. Good rice. Chinner, open your eyes quickly. The goddess of my dreams, this is too beautiful. The woman was tall and slender, wearing a black suit, a black miniskirt, and 10-centimeter high heels. She slowly walked onto the stage, looking dignified and aloof. Her black, slightly curly hair falls on her chest. Her face is delicate. Her features are three-dimensional. The corners of her eyes are slightly upturned, and she has a cold and majestic face. She's like a snow lotus on an iceberg, out of reach, and her cold eyes seem to look down on everything. Yichun opened his eyes and saw a familiar face. The whole person woke up instantly. It's Feng Li, 34 Chun-er. Are you interested in the female chable? Feng Li's gaze swept over Yichun, and a hint of imperceptible tenderness flashed in his eyes. Yichun immediately lowered his head, afraid that Feng Li would notice him. He didn't even comb his hair or change his clothes today. He just washed his face. If he had known it was Feng Li, he would have combed his hair. Yichun now regrets it deeply. So, the number 1 chable that Donkey Brother and the others mentioned turned out to be Feng Li. Fuck. Chinner, this is so beautiful. Look at this figure, those legs. It's absolutely amazing. The key is that you're still so young. That face is the one I saw in my dream. Chinner, do you think your chable will be interested in me? Hu Yuxuan chuckled foolishly. Yichun said coldly, don't dream. She won't be interested in you. Lu Hao also had a silly smile on his face. Chinner, this is my dream lover. I'll have material for my dreams in the future. Yichun said coldly, don't dream. Lu Hao asked doubtfully, Chinner, didn't you just say you weren't interested? Now you're so overbearing that you even want to control my dreams. Could it be that you also like this female tycoon? Yichun stammered in rebuttal, I didn't. Lu Hao put his arm around Yichun's neck and raised his eyebrows. Really? I saw that you quite like this female tycoon. You're sitting very straight. Didn't you just say you wanted to sleep? Song Wanting also looked at Yi Chun, as if waiting for his answer. I'm suddenly not sleepy anymore. I don't want to sleep anymore. Come on and listen. Yi Chun pushed Lu Hao away and silently pulled his hair. There was another commotion below. The male students in particular were completely crazy, and there were many people behind them watching with binoculars. Chu Yi snorted coldly and said, "What's so good about her? She's just a female chable. She's just a bit rich. In my opinion, she's just average looking." Chu Yi didn't see Feng Li's face clearly at all. She was too far away. Yimo, who was standing next to him, took out a folding telescope from his pocket, covered it with his sleeve, and took a sneak peek. Chu Yi stamped her feet in anger. Brother Yimo, she looks just like that. Not pretty at all. She must be very fierce and very old. Chu Yi hugged the man's arm and continued to act coquettishly. Yimo stared blankly at the woman in front of him. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that one could never forget her at first sight. Brother Yimo, what's so good about this? Stop looking. Chu Yi grabbed Yimo's hand and tried to snatch the telescope from him. Yimo said with a sullen face, "Stop messing around." Chu Yi's body froze in place. In her impression, Brother Yimo had never spoken to her in this tone before, always speaking gently and lovingly. Brother Yimo, I won't make trouble anymore. Don't be angry and don't look at her, okay? Yimo said coldly. I just want to see what she looks like. Do you think I really like female chables? I knew Brother Yimo wouldn't like this female chable. Let me take a look. Maybe she's an old woman in her 30s. Chu Yi took the telescope. The woman on the stage had a strong aura and was extremely beautiful. She could never compare to her. Chu Yi seemed to be hit hard, put down the telescope, and looked unhappy. Brother Yimo, why is this female chable so young and beautiful? She looks only in her 20s. Chu Yi, who has always been very confident about her appearance, is not worth mentioning in front of Feng Li. Yimo didn't even have time to say words of comfort. He picked up the telescope and continued looking. Feng Li stood there and spoke, his voice cold, crisp, and pleasant. Yichen always felt that Feng Li's eyes were always on him. Did Feng Li see him? Feng Li should know that he is attending college here. Lu Hao asked in a low voice, "Chen'er, is that female chable looking at me? What are you looking at? You're obviously looking at me. What are you looking at? I'm looking at me. Stop arguing." The three of them argued back and forth, and Yichun said helplessly, "I'm just taking a look." The smile on Lu Hao's face was full of ripples. "Chen'er, it must not be a casual look. She has been looking at us. Maybe she really likes me." Yichun felt that Feng Li was most likely looking at him. Song Wanting whispered to Yichun, "Yichun, you don't like this type of woman, do you?" Yichun hesitated for a moment. I think it's good." A flash of disappointment passed through Song Wanting's eyes. I thought Yichun didn't like this kind of strong and domineering queen type. Song Wanting whispered in Yichun's ear. The two of them leaned very close to each other, and Song Wanting's arm grabbed Yichun's sleeve. "So what type do you like?" Yichun hadn't answered yet, but he felt like a cold gaze was staring at him. He raised his head and met Feng Li's eyes, which were as cold as a layer of ice and biting. Yichun moved away from Song Wanting, sat down obediently, and looked at the ground not far away with his eyes lowered. "Yichun, you haven't answered my question yet." Song Wanting moved closer again, and Yichun moved to the side. Hu Yuxuan was jealous. Such a beautiful woman threw herself into his arms, but he didn't know how to cherish her. It would be great if she was given to him. It's all fine. Everyone has their merits. Song Wanting lowered her eyes shyly. "Yichun, do you want to have lunch together?" Hu Yuxuan pushed Yichun's arm, and Yichun agreed. Okay. Yichun sat obediently in his seat like a big puppy, occasionally raising his head to steal a glance at Feng Li. She was like the star that everyone looked up to, looking down on everything, as if she didn't take anyone seriously. Only when he saw Yichun did his eyes show a few different colors. So beautiful, so powerful. I wonder what kind of man she likes. Don't think about it. This is not something we should think about. I've made it big. I actually met President Feng. I can go back and show off to my dad. The central gymnasium was packed with people, and many people were standing in the corners. The entire venue could accommodate more than 10,000 people. Amidst cheers, Feng Li finished her speech. She glanced at Yichun and walked down the stairs in her high heels. The principal, chairman, and managers are waiting outside. When they saw Feng Li coming out, they all licked his face and smiled. "Boss Feng, why don't you take a rest in the office and have a cup of tea?" We'll welcome you at noon. Yes, Mr. Feng, you've been tired all morning. Why don't you stay and have a cup of tea? Feng Li said calmly. Okay. The senior executives looked at each other. Whenever I graduated from school before, I would always invite Mr. Feng, but unfortunately Mr. Feng never gave me face. I don't know why he came this time. They were also flattered and immediately arranged for Feng Li to go to the school director's office. 35 Mr. Feng. It's not good to be seen by others. This was followed by speeches from the leaders. Most of the people below have already left, and the leaders are very angry. Afterwards, Yi Chun and Song Wanning went to the cafeteria. Yi Chun, what do you like to eat? It will be all right. Yi Chun bought a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Just as he sat down, his cell phone rang. It was a video call from Tuanshuan. After Yi Chun answered the call, a pink and tender little face appeared on the screen, with big black eyes that twinkled and a small and cute nose. Dad? Oh. A sweet little voice was heard, and Lu Hao and others immediately surrounded it. Then, Tuanshuan saw several big faces. Hello, Uncle. Shout Tuanshuan, the uncles all miss you. When will you come? Tuanshuan misses Dad. Lu Hao and the others were heartbroken because the little baby didn't miss them. Yichin said, My dear, have you eaten? Eat. Zio Tuanshuan is wearing a pink kitten bib and eating with a small spoon in her little paws. Dad and Mom are not around, and the poor baby has to eat alone. Tuanshuan, Dad will be home this afternoon. Can I have dinner with you tonight? Tuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Eat, Daddy, eat. The little hand took a small glutinous rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. His cheeks were bulging with food, which was very cute. Lu Hao and the others were so touched by this cute thing. When will they have such a lovely daughter? Eat slowly, little cutie. Tuanshuan continued to eat and watched his father eat. Song Wanning greeted her on the phone. Shout Tuanshuan, do you still recognize me? Tuanshuan's milky voice said, Auntie. Well, I'm Aunt Song. Tuan is really smart. Song Wanning observed the environment around Tuan. It looked like he was a baby from a wealthy family. Dad? No more kisses, dear. Wait until Daddy comes back. Dad, come home. Okay, go home right away. After hanging up the phone, Yichin looked up and vaguely saw a familiar figure. It seemed to be Feng Li. Chiner, I'm going to wash my hand to the bathroom in the office next door. It's closer. Good. Yichun and Song Wanning went to the office corridor together. There were not many people there. Song Wanning also went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Yichun was waiting in the corridor. Suddenly, the door behind him opened, and Yichun was pulled in by a hand. Everything happened very quickly. When Yichun reacted, he was already pressed against the door. There was a familiar face in front of me. Yichun stared at the woman in front of him without blinking. Feng, President Feng. Feng Li pinched Yichun's chin, his voice low and dangerous. Boss Feng? You don't even call me by my name now. Yichun was trapped in Feng Li's arms, and he couldn't break free. Boss Feng, this is a school. It's not right for you to do this. Let me go first. Feng Li hooked his hand around Yichun's collar and asked, How's school? Did you seem happy when you were having dinner with that female classmate of yours just now? I didn't. Song Wanning is just an ordinary classmate of mine. I have nothing to do with her. Really? You know my identity and are afraid of me. Feng Li pinched Yichun's face and asked, Are you afraid of me? No. The legendary female Chable was right beside him, and he had been with her for such a long time. Yichun felt like he was dreaming when he thought about it. Don't call me Mr. Feng anymore. Yichun nodded and raised his eyes to meet Feng Li's. She seems even more beautiful up close, and she's also beautiful when she's on stage. She's beautiful at any time. Chunner, where are you? Are you still in the bathroom? Where's Chunner? I didn't see him go to the bathroom. He was right here, and suddenly he disappeared. Song Wanning said, I don't know either. Yichun was here just now, but he disappeared when I went to the bathroom. Yichun said in a panic, I'll leave first, my classmates are still outside. Feng Li let the man go, and Yichun opened the door and fled. Feng Li looked at his back, his eyes becoming darker. Chunner, why did you run to the office? This is the principal's office. Stop running around. Let's go. Good. Yichun almost lost his balance when he walked. Lu Hao asked in confusion, Hey, Chunner, why is your face so red? I'm wearing too much, and it's a bit hot. Lu Peng said, Really? It's not hot today. What were you doing in the office just now? Yichun said nonsense seriously. I was a little thirsty, so I went to the office to drink some tea. Have some tea. That's the school director's office. Normal people aren't allowed in. Was there anyone else inside when you went in? Yichun shook his head. No, it's just me. Lu Hao patted Yichun's shoulder and said, You're quite lucky. The school director should be having dinner. I heard that he's hosting a welcoming party for that tycoon. Yichin scratched his head. Didn't Fengli go to eat? Would he be hungry? Brother Donkey, you guys go first. I have something to do. Let's take a nap first. We got up too early this morning. Lu Hao yawned. Such beautiful clothes, but the female Chable didn't even look at them. Several people returned to the dormitory dejectedly. Song Wanning followed Yichun and asked, Yichun, what are you going to do? Should I go with you? Yichun said, no need, you can go back and take a nap first. Yichun trotted all the way to the cafeteria and ordered seafood, meat, and a rice. Handsome guy, you ordered so much. Are you ordering it for your girlfriend? Yichun nodded randomly. Yeah, she's very picky. Then your girlfriend is really lucky. The total is 138. Yichun paid with his mobile phone, returned to the school director's office with a bag of food, and knocked on the door gently. Who? A cold voice. Yichun replied, Boss Feng, it's me. 2 seconds later, the door opened and Fengli stood at the doorway, arms folded across his chest. Why are you back? Aren't you afraid of me? Yichun glanced around and said casually, I was bored, so I went to the cafeteria to take a look. There's still some leftover dishes. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat this for now. A smile appeared in the corner of Feng Li's eyes. For me? Yichun nodded, looked at the sky, looked at the earth, but didn't look at Feng Li. I'm leaving now. Take your time eating. It wouldn't be good if others saw them, in case they misunderstood his relationship with Feng Li. Feng Li grabbed Yichun's wrist and brought him in. The door was closed, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Feng Li spoke first. Eat with me. I'm leaving first. There are cameras here. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us. Feng Li slowly approached, and Yichun kept retreating, with a cold wall behind him. Are you afraid of being seen? Afraid that others will say I'm supporting you. 36, enthusiastic female doctoral supervisor. It's not good for your reputation, Mr. Feng. I'm leaving now. Feng Li blocked Yichun's way and said coldly, sit down. Yichun sat down obediently like a big puppy. Feng Li ruffled Yichun's hair and asked, why is your hair so messy? Yichun said, I got up late today and didn't take care of it. If he had known that Feng Li was coming to give a lecture, he would have definitely fixed his hair and changed into some nice clothes. Come home with me later. Boss Feng, this isn't a good idea. What if someone sees us? You should go back first. I'll go back this afternoon. Feng Li's eyes darkened. So what if someone sees you? I picked you up, you're mine. Yichun explained in a low voice. I know you saved me, but I don't want to affect your reputation. I don't want people to say that you are supporting a male college student. So thoughtful of me. Yichun's ears turned red. He opened the bag and found several kinds of vegetables inside. Eat first. The food in the cafeteria is rather simple and not as good as at home. Feng Li seemed to be in a good mood. He picked up the shrimp with chopsticks, peeled it himself, and put it into Yichun's mouth. Mr. Feng, I've already eaten. Feng Li pinched Yichun's face and said coldly, scream again. Yichun sighed obediently. Feng Li. Feng Li was satisfied and stopped bullying Yichun. I'm leaving now. Take your time eating. Yichun stood up, and a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard outside. Boss Feng, are you still in there? Yichun recognized the principal's voice. He looked around anxiously and hid behind the table in desperation. Feng Li's cold voice. Don't come in. Several people were waiting at the door, looking at each other. Feng Li pulled Yichun out from behind the table and said with a half-smile, Are you so scared? Yichun said in a panic, I can't ruin your reputation. Pushing Yichun against the table, Feng Li placed his hands on the surface and asked, If they come in now, do you think you can explain it clearly? Yichun shook his head. I can't explain it clearly. So, what are you going to say when you go out now? Can I tell them I'm in the wrong place? Will they believe me? Feng Li raised the corner of his lips and let go of Yichun. Go. The door opened, and the senior executives opened their eyes wide. It was not Mr. Feng who came out, but a familiar person. Yichun. Yichun, why are you here? Is Yichun from the music performance department? Why is it him? How did he get into the office? Yichun stammered and explained, I went to the wrong place. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Yichun fled without looking back. When the senior executives came in and saw the unfinished food on the table, they looked at each other and seemed to understand something. She's probably Mr. Feng's mistress. The cold-blooded and ruthless president, Feng, actually likes this innocent male college student. He. Yichun walked out of the office, patted his chest, and tried to calm himself down. No one should misunderstand the relationship between him and Feng Li. Yi-chun, have you returned to school? Bring your paper to the teacher's private office. Yi-chun just opened his phone and saw a message from Professor Yang Bo sent 10 minutes ago. Good luck. Yi-chun returned to the dormitory. His 3 roommates were sleeping like pigs. He took his thesis to his tutor's private office. Teacher, I'm Yi-chun. Come in. A soft voice sounded. Yi-chun opened the door. Instructor Yang Bo was half leaning on the sofa and opened his eyes lazily. Xiao-chun is here. Yi-chun placed the paper on the table and said, Instructor, I have added some more conclusions. You can take a look. Yang Bo sat up, wearing a thin coat on the outside and a halter dress underneath, which wrapped around her curvy figure. Yi-chun looked away and said, Teacher, if you're on lunch break, I'll be late. How about I go back first? No, I'm not sleepy. Come sit next to me, and I'll tell you what's wrong. Yi-chun sat on the sofa, half an arm's length away from Yang Bo. I used to discuss issues in the public office, so it was a bit uncomfortable as it was my first time in my tutor's private office. Everything here is well written, except for the ending where I need to add something. Yi-chun stood up and said, Okay, Minter, if there's no problem, I will leave first. Yi-chun, you don't have anything else to do. I still have several papers to read. Can you help me take a look? Then, Yi-chun was trapped in the office. I originally wanted to go back early to accompany baby to Anshuan. Drink water. Yi-chun nodded, took a sip of water, and sped up his work. He still had 8 papers on hand. Have a snack. There's no rush. You still have the whole afternoon. Yang Bo sat next to Yi-chun, bringing him water and food from time to time. Yi-chun felt that the instructor was very free, so why didn't he just read it himself? Yang Bo supported his forehead with one hand, watching Yi-chun writing and drawing on the paper. He was confident, and the corners of his lips rose unconsciously. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-chun finally finished reading the 8 papers. Teacher Yang, the mistakes are marked in red. Okay, do you want to take a lunch break? I have a place to rest here. Yang Bo cleared the sofa and said, Sleep for a while before leaving. Teacher, no need. I'll go back first. I have something else to do. His baby daughter is still waiting for him at home. I miss my good friend To Anshuan so much after not seeing him for a day. Okay, next time you come back, I'll treat you to a meal out. Yi-chun smiled and said, You are my mentor. How can I let you treat me to a meal? You are doing me a favor. I've had a severe headache lately and haven't had time to revise my thesis. Yang Bo rubbed his head. Yi-chun left the office and answered Feng Li's call. Where? My supervisor asked me to help her correct her papers, and I just came out of the office. Tutor? Female. Yi-chun explained, Well, she's the youngest doctoral supervisor in the school. I heard she's worked on several major projects, and she's had a headache recently, so she asked me to help her revise her thesis. Turn right after you leave the school gate. My car is waiting for you here. To Anshuan is making a fuss at home, and you haven't been home all day. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi-chun ran all the way, and just as he reached the school gate, he bumped into the 2 people he least wanted to see. Chu-yi held Yi-mo's arm, and the 2 of them were talking and laughing. They must have just come back from eating outside. Yi-chun, why aren't you with your girlfriend? Could it be that Song Wanning dumped you? I told you, Song Wanning is not a good person. Chu-yi said in a sarcastic tone. Yi-chun whispered, Song Wanning is not my girlfriend. Chu-yi smiled and said, You don't want to fall in love because of me, right? Yi-chun, I don't like you anymore. I only like brother Yi-mo now. Don't like me anymore, it's fruitless. 37, do you want a beautiful mentor or a daughter? Yi-chun said coldly. Chu-yi, you think too much. Chu-yi snorted softly. Yi-chun, is it so difficult to admit that you like me? When you were a kid, you carried me on your back and followed me around every day. Yi-chun was too lazy to make any extra explanations, as Feng Li was still waiting for him. Just as he was about to leave, Yi-mo grabbed his wrist and asked, What's going on today? Why do you have the privilege of sitting in the first row? Yi-mo, what does this have to do with you? Yi-chun, you don't know Mr. Feng, do you? Yi-mo felt that it was impossible. How could Yi-chun, a fake young master and a poor loser, possibly know her? What does it have to do with you? Yi-chun shook off Yi-mo's hand. Yi-mo suddenly said, Yi-chun, I advise you not to participate in this school idol selection competition. Yi-mo, I've let you go for 7 years. I don't owe you anything. Yi-chun left a cold word and turned away. Yi-mo clenched his fists, his face ashen. Yi-chun seemed like a different person now, and was no longer at his mercy. A familiar car was parked in front. Yi-chun opened the car door. Feng Li was wearing a black slim dress and black stockings, with her legs crossed, looking cold and noble. As Chen got into the car, Feng Li seemed to smell something and said in a deep voice, "Take off your coat." Chen obediently took off his coat, wearing a white sweater underneath. He looked clean and tidy, like a harmless dog. "You were quite helpful, helping the tutor revise the paper. After all, it's my mentor, and it's a headache for her." Feng Li was skeptical. "Really? Why didn't you ask someone else to go but you?" "I don't know either." Chen scratched his head. Feng Li pinched Chen's face and said, "From now on, you are not allowed to go. After all, she's my mentor. If she asked me to go, it would be embarrassing for me to refuse." Feng Li said coldly. Tuan cried at home today and insisted on looking for her father. "Do you want a daughter or a mentor?" "Of course I want a daughter." Chen answered decisively. The cute little Tuan melted his heart. Tuan hadn't seen his father for a day and was in a very bad mood. He stood on the table and threw things around, and the servants couldn't stop him at all. Feng Yin said with a headache, Tuan, stop making trouble and come down quickly. Your father will be back soon." Tuan heard the word dad and raised his head, looking at Feng Yin with his big black eyes. "Dad." "Be good, Tuan, come down quickly. Your dad will be back soon. This time, your aunt won't lie to you." Tuan threw the small toy in his hand to the ground. "Daddy, I want daddy." Feng Yin couldn't stop it at all and sat on the sofa with a headache. At this moment, a whistle sounded. Tuan climbed down from the table and ran out on his short legs. "Dad. It's Dad who is back. It must be Dad who is back." The baby runs very fast. As soon as Chen opened the car door, a little ball jumped into his arms. "Dato e pushiron. Zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu. Zu." Chen held the baby high in his arms. "My baby, have you eaten well today? Do you miss your daddy?" "I miss my dad." "You miss daddy, and daddy misses Tuan too." Chen kissed the baby's pink little face. Feng Li pinched the baby's face with one hand. "Don't you miss your mother?" Tuan shook his head, lay in his father's arms, and hugged his father's neck. "Mom bad." Her face was pinched so hard that it hurt. Feng Yin breathed a sigh of relief. "Chen, you're finally back. You don't know how hateful this little devil is. I can't keep an eye on her at all. Look at this room. She's the one who messed it up." The living room was a mess, with dolls scattered all over the floor, and the servants were working hard to clean it up. Tuan's little head shook like a small wave drum, and his little voice was soft and cute. "Daddy, no. Tuan is good." "It's not Tuan. Daddy knows Tuan is a good kid." Chen hugged his good daughter, not believing that it was his daughter who did it. "Feng Tang, have you learned to lie now?" Tuan lay in his father's arms, feeling aggrieved, not daring to move. Feng Yin continued. "Chen, you must teach this little girl a lesson. She has such a bad temper." "Dad, my aunt is bad." The baby pointed at his aunt, his face puffed up like a little puffer fish. "Hit Tuan." The baby was so upset that he lay on his father's face and complained. "Did I hit you? Feng Tuan, did I hit you? Don't frame me." Feng Yin was so angry that her head was buzzing, and she felt like she was about to be pissed to death by this little guy. Chen hugged the baby and kissed him. "With Daddy here, no one will bully Tuan." Tuan glanced at his aunt and stuck out his tongue. "Dad." Holding Dad's face, he bit his face. Chen felt like his face was being washed. "Feng Tuan, come here." Feng Li pulled the little guy out of his father's arms and put him on the ground. "You are already 3 years old. You can't let Dad hold you every day. Dad is very tired." Tuan held up 2 fingers in a baby voice. "Tuan, 2 years old. 2 is a big year old. You're going to be 3 soon. You're a big baby." Tuan shook his head and continued to hug his father's legs, even when he slept at night. "Daddy is handsome and good-looking. He is her daddy, and no one could take him away from her." "Oh?" Chen took the baby's 2 little paws away from his neck. "Good boy, go to sleep." Chen was lying on the bed. In the middle of the night, he felt something sweet and soft beside him, like a woman, so he hugged her. If only it were Feng Li. "I dream of hugging Feng Li. She's so nice." The next day, #new song by famous composer Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng's new song is released. Zhang's first song. UPS and Downs. So good. Several hot searches rushed to the top of the list. Teacher Zhang Teng's new song is absolutely amazing. I admire the lyrics. He's a real master indeed. His first song was so amazing that I can't stand listening to any other songs from him anymore. Wow, this is so beautiful. Much better than Yimo's song. Teacher Zhang Teng, YYDS. Teacher Zhang Teng is amazing. He can actually create such amazing lyrics. I can play it on repeat endlessly. This song is absolutely amazing. It's the best song I've heard this year. Ups and Downs, released by Zhang Teng, instantly occupied all major hot search lists and major music charts. Yichen accidentally saw this news. Zhang Teng released a new song. Isn't he a composer? Yichen listened to it with a try-it attitude, and when he heard the first sentence, he found that the song was very familiar. Isn't this the lyrics he wrote? 38 arrogant. Yichen, so what if I plagiarize your lyrics? Yichen thought it was a coincidence. He listened to it again and found that the lyrics were exactly the same as his, without even a single punctuation mark changed. So, Zhang Teng really copied his lyrics verbatim? Yichen believed in Zhang Teng and composed music for him based on his lyrics, thinking that he was an old composer and would not do such a thing. Unexpectedly, he actually did it. Yichen changed his clothes and left the room. Boss Feng, I have something urgent to deal with today. Please take care of Tuanshuan first. Feng Li asked with concern, what happened? Yi Chan said, my lyrics seem to have been plagiarized. I'm going to the company first. Tuanshuan hasn't gotten up yet. Will you help Tuanshuan get dressed? Feng Li raised his eyes. Don't I know how to do such a small thing? Go to the company and take care of your business. If there's anything you can't solve, you can call me. Yichen lowered his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Li lifted his chin and slapped his face fiercely. Call again. Yichen Said obediently. Fengli. Go ahead. Yichen left the living room and randomly found a small, broken car. Tuanshuan woke up and lay on the bed with her eyes wide open, her legs up in the air. She glanced at the door from time to time, waiting for her father to come and dress her. The door opened, and Tuanshuan excitedly got up from the bed, but unfortunately, it was not his father. Tuan Tuan sat on the bed like a deflated ball. Feng Li pinched the baby's ear and said, Are you disappointed to see it's me? Isn't it your father who's here? Bat. Tuanshuan took his mother's hand away and continued to roll around on the bed, refusing to get up at all. Feng Li patted the baby's little butt and said, Hurry up and eat. Your dad has important things to deal with today and is busy with you. Tuanshuan continued to lie on the bed, grabbing the quilt with his two little hands to cover himself, and continued to sleep. Feng Li took the little guy out and put his clothes on him, but he ended up buttoning them crookedly. Taking care of a baby is indeed the most troublesome thing. Mom's stupid. Feng Li put clothes on Tuanshuan again and brought him out. Tuanshuan didn't see his father, so he refused to eat, sat on the sofa and drew, and even smashed the small bowl he used to eat. Feng Yin gnashed her teeth in anger. Sister, look at this little thing. Without her father around, she is simply a little devil. Tuanshuan with a father and Tuanshuan without a father are two babies. Tianrui Entertainment. Yichen parked the car in the parking lot and drove all the way. As soon as she entered the company, Lu Shuriwei asked, Yichen, your lyrics were plagiarized. Did you know about this? Yichen said in a low voice, I know. I came here today for this. I gave my lyrics to Zhang Teng some time ago and asked him to help me compose the music. He actually used my lyrics and released it directly. Lu Shuriwei said angrily, Zhang Teng is too much. He is a famous old composer, and he actually did such a thing. Zhang Teng and others opened a glass of champagne in the studio to celebrate with bright smiles on their faces. You're so popular, teacher Zhang Teng. You really have the talent. Zhang Teng whispered, You're welcome. This is also due to your contribution. Our studio finally released an original song. I'll go to the night scene tonight and have some fun. Okay, if teacher Zhang Teng is treating me, I will definitely go. Before he finished speaking, the door opened. Yichen stood at the door, his face icy cold. Zhang Teng, why did you publish my lyrics? Zhang Teng smiled and replied, Yichen, what are you talking about? What lyrics do you, a newcomer, have? How come I don't know them? Zhou Kun raised his eyebrows proudly. Yichen, I don't understand what you are saying. The lyrics of that song were originally written by our brother Teng. You will pay the price for spreading rumors like this. Yeah, you can't just put the blame on us because we're famous. Do you have any evidence to prove that this lyric is yours? Yichen looked at the group of evil people in front of him. Anger rising, clenched his fists, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. I didn't sell you the lyrics, and you're using this method? It's disgusting. Lu Shuriwei said, Teacher Zhang, I've always thought you were a famous composer and I have great respect for you. I never thought you would do such a thing. Even if you publish Yichen's lyrics and it becomes a hit, do you feel honored? Zhang Teng shouted. Lu Shuriwei, Stop talking nonsense here. This song is my original work. Lu Shuriwes sneered. Really? I composed music with Yi Chen a few days ago and saw this song of his. I can be a witness. Zhang Teng was not at all flustered. Whatever. Let's see if others trust a newcomer or me. Yi Chen resisted the urge to hit someone, took a deep breath, and punched the door. The society is too dangerous, and he trusts others too easily, which leads to the consequences today. Zhou Kuan smiled and said sarcastically, Yi Chen, I gave you money at the beginning, but you didn't want it. Now you can't even get the money. Yi Chen was unwilling to give up, so he went to see Mr. Liu again and explained the whole story. Mr. Liu said, Yi Chen, this song has already been released. If it's revealed to be plagiarism, it will affect the company's reputation. Vice President Zhang nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're a newcomer. No one believes you. Is that song really your original creation? Yi Chen said firmly, yes, this song is definitely my original creation. I composed the music for Zhang Teng, and he offered me 500,000 for the lyrics, but I didn't agree. Alas, it's too late now, Yi Chen. Let's just let this matter go. Don't make a fuss. It will be bad for the company if you make a big fuss. Yi Chen, just bear with it and it will pass. Yi Chen frowned and said, It's over? Those are my lyrics. I wrote them myself. Why should I give them to Zhang Teng? You're a newcomer, so even if you create a song, it won't be popular. Yeah, you're a newcomer. You think you could do it just by having lyrics? Mr. Liu tried to dissuade him. Yi Chen, stop making trouble. Can the company compensate you with 200,000 yuan? Yi Chen said coldly. 200,000? I don't need compensation. I just need justice. Fair? You can't win that fight. No one would believe you even if you told others. It's better to take the 200,000 yuan and let the company give you some resources and let you show your face. Maybe you can even become famous. No one in the company was willing to help Yi Chen. Between the newcomer Yi Chen and the veteran composer Zhang Teng, everyone chose Zhang Teng. Yi Chen sat on the sofa in disappointment and said in a deep voice, I thought Zhang Teng wasn't that kind of person. It turns out I was wrong. Lu Shuriwei comforted him. You're not wrong. You just entered society and don't know how dangerous these people are. Yi Chen, don't give up. I will accompany you and serve as a witness for you. Yi Chen raised his head, his eyes shining again. Lu Shuriwei, thank you. 39 arrogant plagiarist. You can post your creative inspiration and draft online for netizens to judge. Zhang Teng only took your lyrics, not the draft. Yi Chen nodded. Well, I'll go back and find the old draft. I've revised this song many times, and the song Zhang Teng created is not what I want to express. Yi Chen, go back first and don't think too much. Yi Chen came out of the lounge and bumped into Zhang Teng and others. He was about to go out to celebrate with a very arrogant attitude. Yi Chen, what are you planning to do now? Are you going to sue Brother Teng? A lawsuit requires witnesses and physical evidence, which is very troublesome. Look, no one in the company is willing to help you. Brother Teng's song is a big hit, so there must be a lot of villains trying to take advantage of it. If you're not afraid of being scolded to death, just come. Zhang Teng smiled and said, Stop talking. Let's go to Yisei and have some fun tomorrow night. It's my treat. Zhou Kuan deliberately said, Thank you, Brother Teng. Yi Chen, do you want to come together? It's also your contribution. Yi Chen clenched his fists. It was the first time he had seen someone plagiarize so arrogantly, without any sign of remorse. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, No need. Lu Shuriwei said coldly, Zhou Kuan, don't go too far. Do you feel proud of bullying a newcomer like this? As a new artist trying to make a name for himself, isn't it normal to suffer some setbacks? You don't really think that just because you can write lyrics you're amazing, do you? Zhang Teng walked up to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, how about you come to my studio and write lyrics? I'll pay you 200,000 a month. How about that? Yi Chen pushed Zhang Teng away and said, Thank you, I don't need it. Looking at Yi Chen's leaving back, Zhou Kuan snorted coldly. What an ungrateful thing. Even 200,000 is not enough. Brother Teng, ignore him. Let's go. He's just a little talented. There are many talented people in the world. No one believes what he says anyway. He's just an amateur. Brother Teng has hundreds of thousands of fans. He can be scolded to death. Several people went out to have fun at night. Yi Chen had just returned home. Tuan stood on tiptoe and held the drawing board in his little hands to show his father. Dad, Tuan is drawing. Yi Chen picked up the baby and said patiently, Tuan drew again today. His drawing is really beautiful. Is this Daddy? His drawing is really tall. Dad, great. The baby gave his father a thumbs up. Yichen Sheen was so touched by the cuteness that he put all the unhappy things behind him and kissed the baby's face. Thank you, to Anshuan. You could draw first. Dad will go find something and come back to play with you later. Okay? Good. To Anshuan sat obediently on the sofa and continued to draw. Yi-chan went upstairs and sorted out all the drafts in the room, as well as his creative inspiration, a total of more than 10 pages of ideas. He posted everything online, but unfortunately he only had a few hundred fans, some of whom were zombie fans, and there was no traffic at all. There were only a few people working downstairs. Thumbs up. Originality is not easy. Yi-chan went downstairs. Toanchuan seemed to see that his father was in a bad mood, and he held a candy in his soft little hand. Dad, eat. Sugar. Thank you, Toanchuan. Yi-chan felt much better after eating the candy that Toanchuan had peeled. After all, it was his beloved daughter who peeled the candy for him, although most of it was bitten off. Yi-chan checked his Weibo post from time to time, but there was still no traffic. He had never experienced such a thing before. He was just a college student who had not left school. When faced with such a thing, he didn't know what to do and sat on the sofa in a daze. Without anyone to help him, what else can he do? Feng Li had just finished get off work. She took off her coat and handed it to the servant next to her, then slowly walked over in high heels. Yi-chan, what are you thinking about? How are things going at the company? Yi-chan's voice was muffled. My lyrics were plagiarized. They were arrogant and refused to apologize. The company also ignored them, fearing that I would damage their reputation. I can only publish some evidence online to prove my innocence. Plagiarism. Yi-chan nodded and said, yes, but there is no traffic on my account. No one reads it, and no one believes what I say. Feng Li's eyes darkened a little. Don't worry, justice will prevail. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Let's have a good meal tonight. Dad, eat, don't be sad. Toanchuan shook her head and gave her father a small glutinous rice ball, which was her favorite. Thank you, baby. Daddy is not sad anymore. Feng Li asked with concern. Eat more. Have you lost weight recently? I think I'm a little fatter. Feng Li continued to pick up food for Yi-chan. Eat more, or the wind will blow you away. Yi-chan pursed his lips and continued eating. The food Feng Li picked for him. Good. After dinner, Yi-chan accompanied Toanchuan to watch the little lamb. Toanchuan laughed happily. Dad, brother Yang. Yi-chan fell in a deep thought as he watched a group of lambs on TV. Isn't this something he's seen before? You know what? It looks pretty good. A father and his daughter were watching a flock of sheep together. Study. Feng Li sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, tapping the table with his fingers. Feng Yin, make sure Yi-chan's Weibo post becomes a trending topic tomorrow. Sister, why don't you just deal with it? Feng Li raised his eyelids. Not now. Yes, I'll go right away. Feng Li left the study and found that there was no one in the living room. Yi-chan took Tuan upstairs to sleep. Tuan held his father with his two little paws and held him even when he fell asleep. After spending a long time with Tuanchuan, Yi-chan returned to the room, picked up his phone, and looked at the Weibo post he posted. There was still no data. What to do? Are you just going to give up like this? Go to sleep first. Maybe you'll have traffic when you wake up. Yi-chan thought about this and fell asleep on the bed unknowingly. After an unknown amount of time, the door was opened. Feng Li covered Yi-chan with the quilt, put the mobile phone in his hand on the table beside the bed, and rubbed his hair. Go to sleep. Everything will be better tomorrow. Yi-chan suddenly hugged the woman's soft hand and placed it on his face. So soft, so soft. I wish it was Feng Li's hand. Feng Li is the best person in the world. When I woke up the next day, the soft touch was still there. Yi-chan rubbed his eyes and immediately picked up his phone. The first one on the hot search list is #Zhangteng plagiarized newcomer. #Zhangteng's lyrics are plagiarized. Yi-chan rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen it wrong. How could the Weibo post he posted become a hot search in just one night, with over 100,000 likes and more than 10,000 followers? As expected, justice is clear and there is still fairness in the world. 40 Yi-chan, come home with me. Yi-chan excitedly scrolled down to the comments. How could Mr. Zhang Teng plagiarize? Is this newcomer slandering him? Yes, it must be slander. Seeing that teacher Zhang Teng has become popular, they want to take advantage of the popularity. How could his scribbled draft be used as evidence? Besides, how could Mr. Zhang Teng plagiarize a newbie like him? Yes, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. Stop slandering our teacher Zhang Teng. Teacher Zhang Teng finally became famous, and some people are jealous. Who is this? He's just an amateur. How could he possibly write such beautiful lyrics? I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're slandering teacher Zhang Teng. I advise you to delete your Weibo post immediately. Almost all the people in the front row came to scold Yichun. Yichun scratched his head in annoyance. Things were not what he had imagined. He had traffic now, but others did not believe him. Zhou Kuan chuckled as he looked at his phone and said, "Brother Tong, Yichun is quite capable. He posted a Weibo post accusing us of plagiarism, and it went viral." "What? How is that possible? Where did he get the traffic?" Zhang Ting asked in a low voice. "Does anyone believe what he said? Of course not. He's just a newcomer with no representative works. How could he possibly compare to Brother Tong?" Netizens are scolding him to death. Yichun must be furious. From now on, he'll be like a rat crossing the street. Everyone will shout and beat him. Zhang Tong shook his head and said, "Yichun is still too young. If it were me, I would have just taken the money. Now I'm being scolded and have no money. It's not good on both sides. He's just arrogant and thinks he's great because he can write lyrics, but now no one believes him, even if he presents evidence." Zhang Tong asked again, "Zhou Kuan, has the company taken any action?" "No, the company doesn't care about this matter at all, for fear of getting into trouble. A group of senior executives of Tianrui Group are holding an emergency meeting. Contact Yichun directly and ask him to delete the Weibo post to avoid affecting the company's reputation. Yichun, the company will compensate you, and this matter will just be over, okay? You made such a big fuss now, and no one believes you, and they're even throwing dirty water on you." Yichun sneered and said, "I just want to make a big fuss. This matter will not be let go like this. Zhang Tong is plagiarizing. If you don't testify for me, I will do it myself." After saying that, Yichun hung up the phone. "Donkey brother, Chinner, I heard your lyrics were plagiarized. I've given you a comment. Beat those plagiarists to death." "Go who?" "Yeah, beat him to death. He's a famous composer, Ba. He's just like that. All he knows how to do is steal other people's things." "Pung pung. Chinner, I can testify for you." "Yichun, thank you." Yichun threw out several more proofs of his creations, including the sources of inspiration, each of which was very detailed. "It seems to be true. Could it be that we have wronged Yichun?" "That's right. His draft and inspiration sources are really detailed, while teacher Zhang Tong didn't post anything. Could it be that we really have wronged Yichun?" "Impossible. Teacher Zhang Tong is a very good person. How could he plagiarize others?" The hot search stayed on for a whole day. After Feng Li came back from get off work, he looked at the depressed Yichun and rubbed his hair. "Rest when you're tired." Yichun shook his head. "I'm not tired. I'm going to sue Zhang Tong for plagiarizing my lyrics." Feng Li nodded and said, "Okay, do you need my help?" "No, I can do it myself." Feng Li continued, "I have a friend who's a lawyer. He's quite capable. I'll ask him to come over tomorrow." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Feng." "Family. Daddy, sweetie." The baby peeled a big dragon fruit for his father. His little hands were red, and his white skirt was also stained red. Yichun was silent. "Tuanchuan, how did you get yourself into this state?" "Daddy, eat, sweet." Yichun was fed a mouthful of dragon fruit. "Sweet." Tuan Tuan also took a bite, and both the father and daughter blushed, fearing that it would not look like the real thing. "Good baby, Daddy will take you to wash your hands and change into new clothes, okay?" Tuan Tuan nodded. "Wow, wash your face." Yichun washed the baby's face and changed his clothes. With Tuanchuan around, Yichun's mood improved a lot, and Tuanchuan would make him happy. The next day, this topic is still very popular. Zhang Teng's new song was also greatly affected by this incident. Many people accused him of plagiarism and refused to buy it. Zhang Teng posted a Weibo post to prove his innocence. "The lyrics are the product of 3 years of my hard work, yet someone falsely accused me of plagiarism. This person is a newcomer to the company and is simply trying to stand out." Zhang Teng directly posted Yichun's photo online. Yichun went to the company, and Zhang Teng and others blocked his way. "Yichun, if you remove that Weibo post, I can give you 500,000. Yichun smiled coldly. "Sorry, I don't need your 500,000 yuan. I will definitely fight this lawsuit." He just wants justice. Zhou Kuan was furious and gnashed his teeth as he said, "Yichun, I'm warning you. Don't mess with my brother Tong, or I'll make sure you don't get hurt. I won't even know how you die." "Really? Then come on." Zhou Kuan grabbed Yichun's collar and said, "Yichun, don't be so ungrateful." Yichun took Zhou Kuan's hand away and gently pushed him against the wall. "Zhou Kuan, you'd better not mess with me. Yichun, you can continue to keep trending. Not many people believe you." Zhou Kuan tugged at his tie, a fierce look on his face. Yichun left the company and saw a lot of people gathered outside, holding signs with Zhang Teng's name on them. Zhang Teng Original. Support brother Zhang Teng. That's him. He's trying to scam Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng finally got famous for once, but this is too much. This guy just can't stand seeing brother Zhang Teng get angry. A newcomer wants to try to scam me. How shameless is he? Yeah, how shameless. Our brother Zhang Teng finally created an original song, and now he's being framed like this. There was constant cursing in the crowd, and Yichun fled in embarrassment, walking aimlessly on the road. Yichun stumbled and sat down beside the flower bed in loss. Bean-sized raindrops fell again, hitting his face and causing pain. Just like half a month ago, he was kicked out of the house. Now, he's like a rat crossing the street, and everyone is shouting and beating him. Not far away, a black figure slowly approached, and the woman next to her held an umbrella for her, like a painting. Yichun raised his head as if he saw the light. Feng Li stopped, stretched out his hand, and whispered, "Why are you sitting here again? Come home with me." The same scene of acquaintance, the same people. Yichun slowly stretched out his hand, which was held by Feng Li. 41. Feng Li protects him. Dad, water. Tuanchuan pointed at the water on his father's body, his little eyebrows wrinkled like a caterpillar, and he walked with his short legs to find a small towel, then lay on the sofa to wipe his father's face. Feng Li wiped Yichun's hair himself and glanced at the little baby on the ground. "You can even wipe Daddy's face. Daddy loves you well." Yichun's face was filled with doting as he picked up Xiao Tuanchuan and said, "Baby, Daddy is fine." Tuanchuan rubbed his soft little face against his father's face and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, Tuanchuan is not angry, Daddy." Ipushiron, zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu, zu. Dad knows Tuanchuan is a good boy. Yichun kissed the little kid's face and said, "Our Tuan Tuan is the most well-behaved baby." Feng Yin gnashed her teeth in anger. "That's too much. Those people are going too far. This is simply a false accusation. You're clearly the original author. How dare they? How dare Zhang Teng be so arrogant?" Tuanchuan nodded and imitated his aunt in a baby voice. "Arrogant, arrogant." Carrot. Yichun was amused by the cute baby and pinched the baby's pink and tender nose. "Can you even imitate your aunt's speech?" Tuan Tuan said fiercely, "Bad. Bad guy. Bad guys bully Dad." Feng Li put down the towel and said, "Yichun, go to your room and have a good sleep. You will feel better tomorrow." Yichun was about to take a rest, with the little baby bag hanging on his legs, and he said in a milky voice, "Daddy." Tuanchuan accompanied Daddy. Yichun took Tuan Tuan to sleep together, but before Yichun fell asleep, the baby in his arms had already closed his eyes and was sleeping soundly with his little mouth pouting. Yichun poked the baby's face and said, "Tuanchuan, didn't you say you would sleep with Daddy? Why did you fall asleep by yourself?" Tuanchuan moved his little mouth, and I wonder what delicious food he was dreaming about again. Yichun quietly carried Tuan Tuan back to the room and placed him in the crib. Feng Li sat on the sofa, one hand supporting his forehead, his eyes becoming increasingly darker. Zhang Teng. Feng Yin whispered, "Sister, I've already contacted Shenyu. Tomorrow I will bring disgrace upon Zhang Teng." The cold voice made people shudder. Feng Yin shrank her neck. It was over. Her sister was really angry. That guy named Zhang Teng was dead this time. "Yi family," Yimo said solemnly. "Dad, Yichun's lyrics were plagiarized. I heard it was on the trending search for a whole day. The lyrics Yichun wrote this time are much better than the previous ones. He must have held back when he wrote them for me. I didn't expect Yichun to be so scheming. Now it's been copied by others, and that old bitch Zhang Teng got the advantage. Zhang Teng and his team are not good people. They almost cheated me last time. Father Yi smoked a cigarette, with smoke all around him. It's better to give it to you than to let others copy it. But not many people on the internet believe him. After Yichun suffers a setback, he will go home and write lyrics for me. I will wait for him to come back." Yimo half leaned on the sofa and continued to watch the show. He wished that Yichun would be scolded to death, have nowhere to go, and could only go home obediently and beg them to take him in. Father Yi nodded and said, "Well, Yichun's personality is such that he won't cause any trouble. He'll be back in a couple of days. He'll just have to suffer in silence if someone copies him." On the second day, Shun Yu, a well-known domestic lawyer, released a piece of news that shocked the entire internet. It has been determined that Zhang Teng plagiarized Yichun's original lyrics. The evidence is here. We are preparing to take legal action at Zhang Teng. There is even a Big V who released evidence of Zhang Teng's plagiarism, and everyone criticized Zhang Teng and his team. Liu Shiriyue sent a message under pressure. I can testify that I composed the prelude with Yi Chun and have read his lyrics. Oh my god, it's confirmed. It's confirmed this time. Let's see if anyone else is trying to clean up the mess. Zhang Teng is a renowned composer, after all. Yet, he plagiarized a newcomer's lyrics and even claimed innocence. This is the culmination of 3 months of hard work. Where's your face? They have no shame at all. They will do anything to gain popularity. The newcomer is so pitiful. No one believed him, even after he was accused of plagiarism. He was even scolded. I heard he was even cyberbullied by Zhang Teng's fans. How pitiful. Please give the new guy a follow. My brother's really miserable. He was cyberbullied by Zhang Teng's fans for 2 days. How is that possible? The evidence is fake. Teacher Zhang Teng is highly respected. How could he plagiarize a newcomer like Yi Chun? The above, is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Brother Teng, this is bad. This is terrible. They've sent us a lawyer's letter and are suing us. Zhang Teng continued to edit the audio on his computer, remaining calm and composed. So what if they send a lawyer's letter? They have no evidence. Zhou Kuan panicked and said, it's Shun Yu, the top lawyer in the country. He has evidence that Yi Chun created, and he also has witnesses. Zhang Teng was shocked and stopped what he was doing. What Shun Yu? How could Yi Chun possibly hire Shun Yu, who claims to have never lost a battle? Shun Yu is not someone you can hire just because you have money. Rumor has it that she only takes 1 case a month, and only top-level people can hire her. Brother Teng, what should we do? Are we finished? Why is this newcomer Yi Chun so tenacious? Zhou Kuan said with a grim face. Zhang Teng frantically looked through the online comments, and everyone sided with Yi Chun, accusing him of plagiarism. His followers, numbered from hundreds of thousands, dropped to 180,000. Only then did Zhang Teng realize that something was wrong. Could it be that there was some expert behind Yi Chun? At this moment, Yi Chun had just woken up and opened his eyes in a daze. He sat up and turned on his phone immediately. Shun Yu? He didn't seem to find a lawyer. Was it Feng Li who did it? Yi Chun immediately changed his clothes and went downstairs. Feng Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. She was wearing a short black dress, and her long, straight legs were wrapped in black stockings and black high heels. The gold-rimmed glasses on his cold face made him look more elegant. It was the first time Yi Chun saw Feng Li wearing glasses. He couldn't help but take a closer look and whispered, Feng Li. Yeah, wake up, come here. Yi Chun sat obediently next to Feng Li. His hair was messy, and he hadn't had time to tidy it up yet. Feng Li rubbed his hair. The matter has been resolved. Can we have a good meal today? Her tone was as if she was saying, the weather is very nice today. To her, this matter seemed like a trivial matter. It's really you. I thought I could handle this myself. Yi Chun lowered his head. He seemed a little useless. You haven't graduated from college yet. You can figure out on your own later. Feng Li coaxed Yi Chun as if he was coaxing a child. Yi Chun raised his head and asked, who is Shun Yu? Is he your friend? Well, barely. Boss Feng, I help you a lot, but I can only be considered your friend? A faint voice sounded, and a woman's figure slowly approached. She was wearing a dark red coat, had big curly hair, and a charming face that was captivating. 42 Feng Li. He won't sleep with me. Shun Yu, why are you here? There was a smile on Shun Yu's charming face. Unlike Feng Li was cold and reserved, while the woman in front of him was charming and playful. I came to see what the little lover that President Feng cared so much about looked like. Yi Chun scratched his head. Little lover? Talk about him? It's not him. He was picked up by Feng Li. Shun Yu walked up to Yi Chun and said, handsome boy, are you Feng Li's lover? You look good. Feng Li, where did you find your little lover? Find one for me too. I also like this kind of clean boy. Feng Li glared at her coldly and said in a deep voice, he's timid. Don't scare him. I picked him up from outside. You found it? You can find such a handsome one just by picking it up. Pick one up for me. Where did you find it? Shun Yu bent down and was about to poke Yi Chun's face, but Feng Li grabbed his wrist. Don't touch it. What a treasure. I can't help but touch it. Shun Yu sat next to Feng Li and said, I have already done what I was asked to do. The evidence is irrefutable. Within a day, Zhang Teng and his team will pay the price. Family nudaligli. Boss Feng, don't you always resort to force? Why did you let me do it this time? Feng Li didn't say anything. Shun Yu raised his eyebrows and whispered, you are worried that your lover's reputation will be affected, so you asked me to take action. Feng Li said coldly, shut your mouth. I've seen everyone. Let's go. Shun Yu curled his lips, Boss Feng is so heartless. He just throws it away after using it. Where's Tuanshuan? I came here to see Tuanshuan, my baby Tuanshuan. Yichin replied, maybe he hasn't woken up yet. I'll go check it out. After saying that, Tuanshuan, wearing her pink bunny pajamas, climbed down the stairs with a confused look on her face. When he saw his father, he ran over happily. Dad! Yichin took the soft little milk bag and said, Baby, you're awake. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Shenyu's pupils trembled, and he looked at Yi-chun in surprise. You are Tuan Tuan's father. Then, roll up your sleeves and prepare a punch. Fengli stopped her and said coldly, Shenyu, what are you doing? I'll beat him up. That bastard bullied you. Shenyu hated evil. After all, she is Feng Li's best friend who grew up with her, and she must avenge Feng Li. Tuanshuan hugged his father, opened his mouth in a fierce look, and showed 2 little fangs. No, hit Daddy. Feng Li whispered, he is not. Shenyu retracted his fist. That's right, he looks so young. Maybe he's 20? Yichin replied, 22 this year. Still in college? Yichin nodded. Shenyu patted Feng Li's shoulder and said, a male college student, young and handsome, not bad. You know how to enjoy yourself, I'll get one too. Feng Li gave her a cold look. I picked it up, not to sleep with. Shenyu whispered in Feng Li's ear, oh, you haven't slept yet. Then you should cheer up. Yichin looked at the ground awkwardly. Sleeping with Feng Li. Yichin glanced at Feng Li secretly and immediately lowered his head. How could Feng Li let him sleep with her? Feng Li didn't like him either. Dad? The dazed little Tuanshuan kissed his father and continued to lie in his arms. Shenyu touched the baby's white and tender little hand. Tuanshuan, do you still recognize me? Tuanshuan pouted and said in a baby voice, pretty auntie. Tuanshuan is so good, he still remembers his beautiful aunt. Give him a hug. Tuanshuan hugged his father's neck with his little arms and shook his head. You don't want to be held by your auntie. Now that you have a daddy, you don't want your auntie anymore. Little milk bag placed the doll on the sofa in Shenyu's arms. Annie, hold the doll. Shenyu glanced at Feng Li and said, your daughter won't let me hold her anymore. Feng Li raised his eyelids and said in a light tone, she only wants her dad now, and she doesn't need her mom either. Yichin carried Tuanshuan upstairs to change clothes. Shenyu touched Feng Li's arm and whispered, you found a father for Tuanshuan, and he can also take care of the child. You are worthy of being such a young father. Feng Li explained, I didn't intend for him to take care of the baby. Tuanshuan liked him and recognized him as dad the moment she saw him. It seems like Tuan Tuan and him are destined to be together. You're so lucky to have found a free nanny. Tuanshuan picked out a pink dress for herself. Although the baby is very young, he can already choose clothes, and his shoes are also little pink bunny shoes, which are very cute. Yichin put shoes on the baby and combed Tuanshuan's hair. It was a beautiful princess hairstyle with a small bow, which was cute and beautiful. Shenyu's pupils trembled. Yi-chun, you can actually comb Tuanshuan's hair. Feng Li, what kind of godly dad have you found? Shenyu was envious. Not only was he young and handsome, but he could also take care of children. Dad, great. Tuanshuan happily gave her father a thumbs up. Her father is the best in the world. Shenyu nudged Feng Li with his elbow and said, why don't you have a few more children so that he can take care of them? Feng Li. Yi-chen. Shenyu, shut up and don't speak. No one will think you're dumb. The handsome little boy we picked up is so handsome. It would be a shame for your genes if you don't have more children. He might even be better looking than Tuanshuan. Tuan Tuan hugged his father possessively, shaking his head like a rattle. Daddy, Tuan Tuan daddy. Daddy belongs to her alone. Not long after, the hot search list exploded. Hashtag Zhang tongue plagiarized. Exploded. Hashtag sinking and floating is removed from all platforms. Hashtag Yi-chun original lyrics. Yi-chun's name was on the hot search list for the first time. Who is Yi-chun? Why haven't I heard of him before? He can actually create such amazing lyrics. He must be a newcomer. So pitiful. He was copied and then criticized. Zhang Tong has absolutely no shame at all. Now that plagiarism is proven, he still refuses to admit it. Zhang Tong's entire team dispersed and ran away. Zhang Tong sat in front of the computer for 3 hours without moving and instantly looked several years older. Zhou Kun sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Brother Tong, what should we do? We are ruined now. What else can I do? Now that the truth has come out, everyone on the internet knows that I plagiarized. Zhang Tong covered his head in pain. All his years of hard work had gone to waste. What awaits him is disgrace and he will never have a place in the circle again. Brother Tung, Yi Chun is really something. So many internet influencers are speaking up for him. Even lawyer Xinyu is here. Zhou Kuan threw away the cigarette in his hand. His face turned ashen, and his shoes stepped on the cigarette butts on the ground. This matter can't be let go like this. He will deal with that little bastard, Yi Chun himself. 43, I don't want money. I want you. I'm leaving, handsome boy. Xinyu stood up with her bag and threw a coquettish glance at Yi Chun. Yi Chun said seriously, "Thank you for helping me this time." Xinyu approached again, blinked, and said deliberately, "If you want to thank me, why don't you go home with me?" Tuan Tuan hugged his father with his two little arms and argued with Xinyu in a baby voice. "I won't leave. Tuan Tuan dad." Feng Li's cold gaze fell on Xinyu. "Want it?" Xinyu raised his eyebrows. Who doesn't like a handsome and young little puppy? He's so handsome. If Mr. Feng gets tired of him, don't throw him away. Give him to me. Impossible. Feng Li spat out 3 words coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. Xinyu pinched the baby's cheeks and said, "Tuanshuan, Aunt Shin is gone." Tuanshuan quickly stretched out his little hand and said goodbye to his aunt. Now that her aunt is gone, she won't compete with her for her father. Daddy belongs to her alone. Dad. Yichin was bitten several times by the baby. Xinyu suddenly turned around and walked straight towards Yichun. "Handsome boy, can you add my contact information? I'd like to invite you to dinner when I'm free." "Can." After adding the contact information, Xinyu returned the phone to Yichun. "Bye, handsome. Let's talk on the phone when we have time." Feng Li turned around and said, "Don't chat with her if there's nothing to do." "Oh." Yichen nodded obediently. Why did he feel that Feng Li was angry? "Ichu." Yichen sudendi sinizit. He put Zio Chuanchuan down, fearing that the disease would infect the baby. Feng Li placed the back of his hand on Yi Chen's forehead. "Caught a cold again." Yi Chen shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just a little cold, probably from getting caught in the rain last night." Tuanshuan frowned worriedly, lying in his father's arms and touching his face. "Dad, ___." Yi Chen pulled the little baby bag off his body and placed it on the sofa next to him. "Dad is fine. Tuan Tuan, stay away from Dad. Dad will pass on his cold to you. Don't be afraid, Tuanshuan." Tuanshuan shook his head like a rattle, climbed down from the sofa, and ran upstairs with his short legs. When he came down, he was holding several boxes of medicine in his arms. A milky voice said, "Daddy, take medicine." Feng Li took a look at the medicine the little guy had, none of which was edible, and pinched the little pink face. "Put it back, your dad can't eat these." Tuan Tuan shook his head and said, "Dad, take medicine." The baby knew that he had to take medicine when he was sick. He didn't know many words, so he took a few boxes of children's cold medicine for himself. "Daddy." Tuanshuan took out a packet of medicine for his father and handed it to Yi Chen's mouth with his little paws. "Baby, this is for you to eat, not for Daddy. Daddy can't eat it." Yi Chen patiently explained to the baby. Feng Li took out the cold medicine from the drawer and said, "Take the medicine." After Yi Chen took the medicine, Tuanshuan quickly peeled a candy and stuffed it into his father's mouth. "Daddy sweet." Sweet. How can the candy my daughter peels not be sweet?" Feng Li took an electronic thermometer to measure Yi Chen's temperature. Yi Chen whispered, "Thank you for this time." If it weren't for Feng Li, he didn't know what would happen to him. Maybe he was being cyberbullied by Zhang Teng's fans. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. "Thank me? Just say it." "I don't have money now, but when I have money in the future, I will repay you." Yi Chen's voice became smaller and smaller. "Money? Do you think I look like someone who needs money?" Yi Chen shook his head decisively. In the entire imperial capital, who is richer than Feng Li? Feng Li looked Yi Chen up and down, curled the corners of his lips, and suddenly said, "I'm not short of money. If you really want to repay me, you can." Feng Li whispered in Yi Chen's ear, softly uttering 2 words, "Pay with your flesh." Yi Chen's pupils suddenly tightened, and he leaned nervously on the sofa. "Boss Feng, you don't joke." Feng Li's eyes darkened slightly, and she leaned closer to his beautiful face. "Are you scared?" Yi Chen stared at the face in fascination. "Just kidding." Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Turns out it was a joke. Feng Yin twitched the corners of her mouth. Doesn't her sister never joke? Why didn't you kiss? Wait and see. Her sister is not good enough. Tuan Tuan pushed his mother away with his 2 little paws and lay in his father's arms, being very domineering. "Feng Tang Tang, what do you mean?" Feng Li pinched Tuanshuan's little ear and asked. Tuanshuan complained to his father with a pout. "Dad, Mom is bad." Feng Li snorted lightly. It's no use complaining to your father. I can also bully your father. Feng Li went to ravage Yi Chen's face again and angrily pushed his mother's hand away. Don't touch Daddy. Your father is entirely mine, so of course I can touch him whenever I want. Feng Li touched Yi Chen's hand again, and Tuanchuan opened his mouth to bite him. The grumpy little milk bag is like a wild beast. Feng Yin knew that the little kid had gone crazy, so she quickly hid far away, fearing that she would be affected. Yi Chen stopped Tuan Tuan and rubbed the baby's head. Good boy, Tuan Tuan. Don't be angry anymore. Daddy is fine. The irritable little beast just now instantly turned into a well-behaved little rabbit, lying in his father's arms. She is Daddy's good girl. The second day, Tianrui Entertainment issued a notice. Hashtag at Zhang Tang's team and the company have terminated the contract. The company was not aware of the plagiarism incident. The company strictly prohibits plagiarism. This incident has a serious impact. At Zhang Tang and his team will never be hired again. Well done to Tianrui Entertainment. People who plagiarize like this should be fired immediately. Well done. You should have done this a long time ago. After playing dead for so long, you finally decided to speak out? They spoke out only after the plagiarism was confirmed, and they still managed to win favor. They are indeed run by a large company. When Yi Chen was wronged, where were you? The company doesn't pay attention to new employees and allows others to plagiarize. This company is not a good company. Don't go there. You're right. When Yi Chen was wrongly accused, you were speechless. When Yi Chen saw this notice, he curled the corners of his lips coldly. Tianrui Entertainment has completely distanced itself from the matter. When he was wronged, the company was busy covering it up, leaving him to suffer in silence. Fortunately, the contract is only for 6 months. As for Brother Liu and the others, it is better for them not to come, so as not to be cheated. When Zhang Tang's team was kicked out of the company, there were many people gathered outside, most of whom were his fans. Zhang Tang, you've disappointed us so much. You're a respected veteran composer, yet you plagiarized the lyrics of a newcomer. Yeah, so disappointing. How could you do such a thing? I even scolded Yi Chen. Thinking about it, it was really wrong. Zhang Tang and his companions moved awkwardly among the crowd. Yi Chen stood behind and watched quietly. Suffer the consequences of your own actions. Zhou Kuan stopped and smiled coldly. Yi Chen, you're really good. I am impressed by you. They were actually forced to this point. 44, what will he do if Feng Li gets married? Yi Chen sneered. Isn't this what you deserve? Yi Chen, you think you can become famous just by releasing a song? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I won't let this go. Just wait and see. Zhang Tang swept a cold gaze over Yi Chen, opened the car door, and got in. Zhou Kuan said angrily, Brother Tang, I can't swallow this. Yi Chen, that little bastard, must pay the price he deserves. Zhang Tang closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I've already thought of how to let him die. Brother Tang, if you still have a solution, I will definitely help you teach that little bastard a lesson. Yi Chen actually dared to provoke Brother Tang. He is really looking for death. After all, Zhang Tang used to be in the underground and had a cousin who was a bitch. Crushing Yi Chen, the little bastard, to death was like crushing a grasshopper. Yi Chen entered the company and ran into Liu Shuriyue head-on. Yi Chen, what are your plans next? Zhang Tang has been fired from the company. Are you going to continue releasing your songs or write another one? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I want to continue to release this song, but the meaning of my song is different from Zhang Tang's, and the melody is also different. It will take some time before it can be released. Sure, I can also help you compose music. Liu Shuriyue pulled Yi Chen's sleeve and pulled him in her office. How about listening to the prelude? Yi Chen and Liu Shuriyue spent the whole morning together, and some people in the company began to speculate about their relationship. Are Yi Chen and Liu Shuriyue in that kind of relationship? I heard them making noises in the office. Ah, really? Liu Shuriyue looks like a pure goddess. How could she possibly do something like that? Yi Chen is not that kind of person, clean and tidy. If he is really that anxious, he can't wait in the office. Yi Chen had just come out. When he heard these words, the tips of his ears turned red, and he left the company with his head down. Liu Shuriyue chased out with Yi Chen's coat. Yi Chen, you didn't take your coat. Yi Chen stopped, took the coat from Liu Shuriyue, and said politely, Thank you. Liu Shuriyue said with concern, Yi Chen, it's cold outside. Put on your coat, first to avoid catching a cold. I see you have a cold recently. Have you taken your medicine properly? Is there anyone taking care of you? Yi Chen nodded. Feng Li would personally feed him medicine every day. Lu Shuriwei helped Yi Chun put on his coat, which in the eyes of outsiders further confirmed the relationship between the two. Lu Shuriwei is so thoughtful. She even helped her boyfriend put on his coat herself. Yi Chun looks to be in his early 20s, much younger than Lu Shuriwei. It seems so. It's a sister-brother relationship. They're both very good-looking. They're a perfect match. When Lu Shuriwei came back, she listened to the discussions around her, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. These people have pretty good vision. She and Yi Chun are the perfect match. To Anchuan, why are you dressed so beautifully today? And you even changed into a new set of clothes. Feng Yin looked at the little girl on the ground, her little hands still adjusting the hem of her skirt. If you didn't know better, you would think this little kid was going on a blind date. To Anchuan ran to the bathroom again and pulled his aunt over. The baby's legs were too short to reach the sink, so Feng Yin had to hold her while washing her face. To Anchuan, did you change your clothes and wash your face because Daddy is coming home? You got paint on my clothes just now. The little baby seemed to have been caught in the act and smiled awkwardly at his aunt. Tuan tuan bye-bye. Well, it's really clean today. The little dumplings were so delicious and fragrant that Feng Yin couldn't let them go. The little devil was still very cute when he wasn't going crazy. Tuan Tuan heard the sound of a whistle outside, climbed down from Feng Yan's arms, and ran out with his short legs. Dad, I'm back. Feng Tang Tang, am I a tool? I'll just throw it away after use, and you'll think about your dad every day. When Tuanchuan saw his father, he could no longer see anyone else and ran very fast on his two short legs. Dato e pushirong, zuichiju yohu aksangurabu, z. The baby's little arms hugged Yi Chen's legs. Tuanchuan is dressed so beautifully today. Let your father see it. Yi Chen picked up Xiao Tuanchuan and held her high. Little Tuanchuan cried happily, Daddy, Tuanchuan bye-bye. Well, Tuanchuan washed really clean today. Yi Chen held the baby and kissed her little face. After entering the house, he asked, Feng Yin, is your sister not back yet? Maybe the meeting was too late. My sister is very busy, and the second wife is not an easy person to deal with. I heard that they recently negotiated a big project. Yi Chen nodded. This kind of wealthy family must be full of intrigue. Yi Chen waited for a while, but Feng Li had not come back yet. He usually got home at 5 o'clock, and it was almost 6 o'clock now. Yi Chen couldn't wait any longer, so he took Tuan Tuan with him to pick up Feng Li. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Feng Li. His big waves fell on his chest, and he looked noble and cold. You're back. Feng Li approached Yi Chun. Well, what are you going to do? Yi Chun hesitated and said, I took Tuanchuan to go fishing. Tuanchuan likes small koi. We caught a few last time, and he wants different colors. Yeah. Feng Li pinched her eyebrows, took off her high heels, and leaned back on the sofa. Feng Li, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen put Tuanchuan down and asked nervously. Tuanchuan's two little hands grabbed his mother's arms. Mom. Oh? Feng Li half closed his eyes and rubbed the baby's hair. It's okay. I'm too tired today. My temples hurt a little. Are you too tired from meeting? I'll make you some red date porridge. I heard that drinking it will relieve the pain. Feng Li asked in surprise. Can you cook porridge? Well, I learned it before. I was kicked out of my home for a while and had to rent a house on my own. On the eve of the college entrance examination, his grades were much better than Yimo's. Out of jealousy, Yimo framed him for cheating in the exam. At that time, his parents were called in. Yi Qingshan was very angry and slapped him in the face. Get out. Get out of the Yi family, you shameful thing. Later, Yi Qingshan watched the surveillance video and found that he did not cheat, but Yi Qingshan did not believe it and kicked him out of the house. In the end, it was Grandma who found him. Feng Li raised his hand and pinched Yi Chen's face. You don't have to rent a house and live alone in the future. Live with me. Yi Chen lowered his head and looked at his toes. After a long while, he uttered a word. Okay. He glanced at Feng Li secretly from the corner of his eye. The woman had a cold face, a perfect figure, long and slender legs, a noble status, and was the first tycoon in the imperial capital. Why is this kind of woman so nice to him? He was just a poor guy who was kicked out of his home. Can he really live with Feng Li forever in the future? What if Feng Li gets married? Tuanchuan also calls other men dad. Yi Chan felt a tightness in his heart just thinking about it, and he couldn't breathe. 45 Feng Li, I'm sorry, I ruined your pajamas. Yi Chen went to the kitchen and cooked red date porridge for half an hour. When it was served, it was a bit mushy and had a mushy smell. Opening the door, Feng Li was half leaning lazily on the bed, her loose black short pajamas revealing a large area of her white legs. Yi-chen's throat tightened as he watched. Feng, this is my first time making red date porridge. It's a little mushy. Why don't you drink it? It smells weird. Feng waved to Yi-chen. Come here. Yi-chan sat obediently beside the woman like a big dog, very far away from her, about 2 arms distance away. Why are you so far away? Do you think I'm a monster if you sit next to me? Are you so afraid of me? Will I eat you? Yi-chen moved a little closer and could clearly smell her fragrance, which was very light and fresh. Feng leaned on the soft pillow, frowning. Yi-chen, my hand hurts a little. Yi-chen looked straight at the wall next to him. I'll feed you. How can you feed me if you don't look at me? I know where my mouth is. It's right here. Feng grabbed Yi-chen's hand and placed it on his lips, and the woman's soft lips brushed against his fingers. Yi-chen felt his heartbeat quicken again. Turn around and look at me. Yi-chen slowly turned his head and lowered his eyes, afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see. Feng held Yi-chen's face with both hands and forced him to lift his head. Only then did Yi-chen see clearly what Feng was wearing. It was a low-cut lace pajamas with suspenders. From a distance, it looked like a normal pair of pajamas, but when he got closer, he could see clearly that it was completely hollowed out. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and Yi-chen felt an unbearable heat all over his body. Boss Feng, let me feed you. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Boss Feng? Yi-chen immediately changed his words. Feng Li. Feng Li leaned on the pillow, and Yi-chen fed her porridge with a spoon, accidentally spilling the porridge on that embarrassing place. Feng Li looked at his chest and raised an eyebrow. Did you do it on purpose? Yi-chen shook his head awkwardly. No, he really didn't mean to do that. Why was his hand shaking? It just happened to fall there. Feng Li lifted Yi-chen's chin and said, wipe it off. Yi-chen? Me? Feng Li raised the corners of his eyes and said, of course you have to clean up what you made. You have to wash your pajamas too. Yi-chen glanced at Feng Li's chest, held his breath, closed his eyes, and slowly approached. Feng Li looked at Yi-chen with a fearless look on his face, and the smile in the corner of his eyes became even more intense. I told you to wipe it off for me. Yi-chen, what are you afraid of? Open your eyes and watch me wipe it off. Yi-chen opened his eyes, and his fingers accidentally touched the white roundness, and he instinctively retracted them. Feng Li usually looks indifferent, distant, cold, and ruthless, but she actually has a hot body with a curvy figure and a waist that is so thin that it can be held in one hand. Her legs, in particular, are long and straight. Yi-chen wiped the sweat off his body and finally wiped it clean. He breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Li, it's clean now. Change your clothes later, and I'll help you wash them. Okay, no washing machine. You can't put my pajamas in the washing machine. You have to wash them by hand. Hand wash. Good. Yi-chen stammered it. Feng Li looked at Yi-chen's blushing face and couldn't bear to tease him anymore. He picked up the red date porridge and took a few sips. It tastes good, as long as you like it. After drinking, Yi-chen fled with the bowl. Feng Yin and Tuanshuan were eavesdropping at the door. As soon as the door opened, 2 people, one big and one small, rushed in. Yi-chen quickly caught the little Tuanshuan. Feng Yin was in a terrible state, her face almost hitting the ground. Tuanshuan, did you fall? Tuanshuan shook his head and pointed at Feng Yin on the ground. Auntie, fall? Yi-chen asked. Feng Yin, why are you outside with Tuan Tuan? Feng Yin got up from the ground awkwardly. Could she say she was eavesdropping? She wanted to hear what her sister and Yi-chen were doing in there, and whether they would create another little man. But the soundproof door is so good that I can't hear anything at all. I brought Tuanshuan here. Tuanshuan said she wanted to find her daddy, and she'll look for you if she can't see you for a while. The scapegoat, Xiao Tuanshuan, looked at his aunt with a silly look on his face and said, Aunt, look, Mom and Dad. Tuan Tuan, I don't want to watch. Little Milk Bag shook his head seriously. Yi-chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad believes in Tuan Tuan. Let's go outside first. Mom needs to rest. Tuanshuan ran to his mother with his short legs, patted her arm, and said to her in a baby voice, Mom, go to sleep. It doesn't hurt. You really care about your mother. I've never seen you care about her so much before. Feng Li pinched the little baby's face. When Tuanshuan saw that his mother was wearing so little, he pulled the quilt to cover her with his little paws, then took his father's hand and left the room together. Night. Yi-chen secretly hid in the bathroom to wash clothes. It was the first time he washed women's clothes, and it was Feng Li's clothes. Feng Li usually looks cold, but he also likes this kind of semi-transparent lace pajamas. Yi-chen rubbed it and realized something was wrong. It seems like he tore these pajamas. After washing, take it out and unfold it. As expected, there are a lot of holes in it. There were already a lot of holes in it, and now there are even more holes. This pajamas should not be kept. Yichin entered Feng Li's room and explained awkwardly. Feng Li, I'm sorry, I ruined your pajamas. I'll buy you a pair that's exactly the same. Feng Li said, it can still be worn even if it's torn. We can't waste it. Just hang it over there. Yichin hung the washed clothes on Feng Li's balcony. There were a lot of women's underwear on the clothes. His hand shook and a row of underwear fell off. Yichin, quickly pick up the underwear on the ground and hang it up again. Looking at the clumsy Yichin, Feng Li smiled and said, don't worry, just hang up slowly. Yichin hung up his clothes and quickly fled Feng Li's bedroom, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. I went to the bathroom and took a cold shower for 20 minutes and almost caught a bad cold. The next day, Yichin lay in bed and couldn't get up. He fell asleep again with a dizzy head. Dad. Oh? Tuanchuan lay on the bed, looking at his father and gently shaking his arm. Baby, you're already up. You're so good. Daddy has a headache today. Can you go downstairs and eat first? Tuanchuan's little eyebrows wrinkled into a caterpillar shape, and he ran down with his 2 short legs and picked up 2 round glutinous rice balls. Daddy, epushiron, zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu, zu. Yichin took a bite and felt sweet in his heart. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Daddy, eat some meat. Yichin only then saw that the baby was holding a piece of cut steak in his other hand. She is truly his sweet and sweet daughter. Feng Li came in with a thermometer to take Yichin's temperature, which was 39.1 degrees. Isn't the amulet I prayed for you effective? Why are you always sick? Yichin was silent. He wondered if Feng Li would dislike him for being a sickly person. When he was 8 years old, he fell seriously ill and no one took him to see a doctor. His grandmother took him to see a doctor too late, and his body became very weak. 46 Tuanchuan's biological father. Did you bring the amulet? Yichin took out the amulet from his pocket and said, take it with you. Feng Li fed Yichin the medicine and asked, what did you do last night? Yichin would never say that he took a cold shower for 20 minutes. He shook his head guiltily, not daring to look Feng Li in the eye. I didn't do anything. Then why did you catch a cold suddenly? Maybe it's because I'm too weak. I'll be fine after a while. Tuan, go out first. Dad might pass the cold on to you. Tuanchuan refused to go out and lay beside his father, drawing with a small drawing board. He drew a handsome and tall father. Daddy big. Well, why are Daddy's legs so long? Dad, the biggest. Tuanchuan lengthened his father's legs again. Feng Li chuckled. Tuanchuan, is your father a long-legged monster? Daddy big. Tuanchuan lay on the bed with her little but sticking out and continued drawing. During the meal, Tuanchuan stuffed a big chicken leg into his father's mouth and peeled shrimp for him. But the baby didn't know how to peel the shrimp, so he stomped his feet in frustration and dropped the shrimp in his hand on ground. Yichin ruffled Tuanchuan's hair and said, Tuanchuan is already great, the best baby, and he can even take care of his daddy. Tuanchuan laughed happily and touched his father's face. Donkey brother, Chinner, how's your song going now? Do you need some help composing for you? Go who? Yeah, Brother Donkey is a professional. We can help him. When the time comes, we can become famous with the brothers. A message came in the group. Yichin almost forgot that Lu Hao had a strong musical talent and a good sense of pitch and had composed several lullabies. Yichin, okay, Brother Donkey, please don't sign with Tianrui Group. It's a trap. I'm terminating my contract after 6 months. Donkey brother, what should we do if we don't sign with a company? Do we have to start our own company? Yichin grasped the most important word, starting his own company. They can create their own studio, which is still a long way from being a company, but maybe it will be realized in the future. Brother Donkey, let's build a studio first. Is that okay? I think a studio is too difficult right now. Yeah, sure. It's very difficult to start a studio. We can't do it. We don't have the startup capital. Yichin was silent for a moment, then replied, okay, you guys go find a company first. I've posted the lyrics in the group chat. Good luck. Yichin continued to compose music in front of the computer, and the prelude had been completed. The prelude composed by Lu Shuriwei is very consistent with his style. Dad, go to sleep. Tuan's 2 little hands pulled at his father's arm and pointed at the bed. Daddy, I'm sick, go to sleep. Yichin picked up the little guy and put him on the table. Baby, Daddy is not sleepy. Daddy still needs to write songs. Can you go draw first? Okay, you're really Daddy's good baby. Yichin continued to study the music, while Tuanchuan was drawing beside her father. Yichen didn't pay attention for a while and almost lost track of his daughter. The little kid's body was covered with colorful paints, his face was green and pink, and there was white paint on his hair. Tuanshuan, how did you get yourself so dirty? Tuanshuan said in a sweet voice, Daddy, draw. Yichun then saw what the baby had drawn, an apple, a banana, and a pink castle. Is this really something a baby under 3 years old can draw? Yichun picked up Xiao Tuanshuan in amazement. Tuanshuan is awesome. Your paintings are so beautiful. Could it be that his precious daughter is the legendary genius? Yichun was shocked. Whose genes were so excellent? Could it be that Tuan Tuan's biological father is a world-famous painter? Yichun immediately searched online for the most famous young painter in the imperial capital. Name, Jiang Yinchuan. Age, 28 years old. Net worth, billion. Mount, Rolls-Royce. Could it be that Tuanshuan's father is Jiang Yinchuan? This person is so outstanding. He is so young and already worth 1 billion. Tuanshuan's 2 little paws were lying on the phone, looking back and forth. Not handsome. The baby pointed at the person above with his little hand and shook his head. Dad is handsome. Yichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This man was most likely Tuanshuan's biological father. Yichun. A familiar voice sounded, and Yichun immediately turned off his phone. He didn't want Feng Li to see this person. Feng Li opened the door and saw that his daughter was covered in all kinds of colors, with not a single clean spot on her body. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Feng Tang, what are you doing? You've made yourself so dirty. The little kid raised his head and said in a baby voice, Draw, Tuanshuan, draw. Omega. Drawing? What did you draw again? Feng Li pinched the baby's little ears, and the baby pouted in grievance. Yichun showed Tuanshuan's painting to Feng Li and whispered, Today Tuanshuan drew fruits and a house. Tuanshuan must be very talented in painting. Well, she loved drawing when she was a little over 1 year old. I don't know why. Tuanshuan might be very interested in painting. I'll take her to change clothes first. Yichun picked up the little girl and went to the bathroom to wipe her face with a towel. Dad, Mom is bad. The baby lay softly in his father's arms and complained, feeling very aggrieved. What happened to Mom? The baby pointed at his ear with one finger and said, Pinch, ear. Mom is not a bad person. I just don't want to see you so dirty. Yichun patiently changed the baby into clean clothes and carried Tuanshuan downstairs. Feng Yin looked at Tuanshuan's painting for 2 full minutes and asked, Tuanshuan, did you really draw this? Our Tuan Tuan is simply a genius. Feng Yin hugged Tuan Tuan and gave him a kiss. You are really a genius, Annie. Sis, Tuanshuan is such a good painter. He can even participate in the children's painting competition this July. Feng Li said calmly, Competition? You let a 3-year-old baby compete. Although Tuanshuan is smarter than babies of the same age, he is still a baby after all. Feng Yin nodded and said, Well, the age of the children's group is between 3 and 9 years old, which is just the right age for Tuan Tuan. Feng Yin, Tuanshuan is too young to participate in the competition. She's so small that she can't even hold the drawing board. Tuanshuan tugged at his father's hand and said in a milky voice, Daddy, Tuanshuan, you're not small anymore. She's already a big baby. If she wins the championship, her father will be very happy. 47 Feng Li, I hope I didn't hurt you. Yichun said, Since Tuan Tuan wants to go, let her go. If it really doesn't work, just treat it as a trip for fun. Feng Li didn't refute. He looked at the little kid seriously and said, Tuanshuan, if you really want to participate in the competition, there's still more than 2 months left. You have to work hard on your painting every day. Tuanshuan's little head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Tuan Tuan draws. Okay, now that you've made up your mind, go for it. Feng Yin encouraged. Our little Tuanshuan is so great. Maybe she can even win the championship. Feng Li said calmly. Last time, the first place in the children's art group was won by a 9-year-old baby. Do you think she can win the championship at the age of 3? Tuanshuan looked at his mother angrily, like a little pufferfish. Tuanshuan is the best. Dad believes in Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan is the best baby in Dad's heart. Yichun coaxed the baby into submission with just 1 sentence, and the baby happily kissed his father. Dad. In the next few days, Yichun was busy composing music and accompaniment, sitting in front of the computer all day. When Feng Li works outside, Tuanshuan will bring food to his father. 2 little hands held a plate with a bunch of grapes on it. Dad, eat some Portuguese. Thank you, baby. Yichun took a grape and put it in his mouth and continued to compose music. It took 3 days to put all the songs together, and then the next step was recording. He needs to find a recording studio with good conditions to record. After all, Yichun was a college student who had not yet graduated. How could he afford to rent such an expensive recording studio? He contacted people for 2 days, but still couldn't find a suitable recording studio. During dinner in the evening, Feng asked, Yichun, do you want to use the recording studio? Well, I haven't found a recording studio with high-quality equipment, which will affect the recording quality. Yichun said seriously, after all, it's my first song, I want to do it well. Feng said, Feng Yin, take Yichun to Puyun Music Media Company tomorrow. The equipment there should be the best. Okay, sister, you let me take him there? Feng added, you will go to the meeting on my behalf tomorrow, and I will take Yichun with me. Feng Yin opened her mouth wide. Ah, you want me to go again, sister? My brain won't work. My brain will be broken. An insignificant meeting. Yichun said, Feng Li, there's no need to bother. Just go to the meeting and don't worry about me. It's just a small matter. Let's eat. Feng Li picked up some food for Yichun and said with a gentle expression. Tuanchuan also picked up some food for his father, a large chicken drumstick, and said, Dad, eat the drumstick. Thank you, darling. Yichun was fed by both mother and daughter, feeling very happy. Puyun Music Media Company. The building in front of me is towering into the clouds and majestic. This is one of the largest music companies in the capital. I heard that this company has produced several superstars, including superstar Zhou Jingze and singer Deng Xian, and has held countless concerts. Yichun also has a small dream, to hold a concert, but this dream is too far away. Let's go in and take a look. The woman was wearing a black windbreaker, with big curly hair falling on her chest and high heels, and she looked very imposing. Everyone bowed respectfully when they saw Feng Li. Boss Feng. Hello, Mr. Feng. Feng Li's face was cold and expressionless. He just said lightly. She only showed a different expression when she saw Yichun. A female employee excitedly said, Ah, President Feng is so handsome. I'm crazy about him. Who's that guy behind Mr. Feng? He's so handsome. I don't know. I haven't seen it either. Could be a young, handsome guy. He's actually able to get so close to President Feng. I've never seen anyone so close to President Feng before. He's so handsome, much more handsome than those young, handsome guys in the circle. Those guys in the circle are all monsters. Keep your voice down. Maybe it's Mr. Feng's people. Mr. Feng likes that type, who looks like a male college student, sunny and handsome. I like him too. As soon as the words fell, a cold gaze swept over, and the female staff member who had just spoken was stunned in an instant. After Feng Li took Yichun away, she patted her chest and was so scared that she almost cried. The company's senior executives also arrived. Seeing Feng Li, they were so frightened that cold sweats broke out. They said respectfully, Feng, President Feng, how come you have time to come here? Puyun Music Media Company has always been run by Feng Yin, and they rarely see Feng Li. All the companies under the Feng Group respect and fear Feng Li. Feng Li sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his voice cold. Turn up the music equipment. He wants to use the recording studio. Yichun handed the USB drive in his hand to the staff member next to him and said, Excuse me. No trouble. Boss Feng, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Please wait here for a moment. Mr. Zhao glanced at Yichun and guessed most of what was going on. He immediately ordered people to prepare. Yichun, come here and sit here and rest for a while. Don't be nervous. Yichun sat next to Feng Li. Feng Li, who was cold just now, seemed like a different person now and gave manager Yichun the collar. The song was finalized when a melody was written. The accompaniment and post-production took a bit of time, so I'm not sure how it will turn out. Yichun watched as everyone busily prepared various audio equipment and completed 3 sound tests. Boss Feng, we can start anytime. Feng Li stood up and said, You keep recording. I'll go out first. Good. Before leaving, Feng Li pinched Yichun's chin and said, Don't be nervous. I'm outside. Call me if you need anything. Mr. Zhao, it turns out that Ms. Feng likes this type of male college students. I thought she didn't like men. The door closed. Yichun closed his eyes, and an elegant melody came from inside. Feng Li folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the door, and listened. After the recording was over, Yichun cleared his throat and played the song again. The first recording was a success. Yichun excitedly opened the door and bumped into the woman. Feeling the soft touch, Yichun's body stiffened for a moment, and he lowered his head, his lips just touching the top of Feng Li's head. Yichun? Why is Feng Li at the door? A faint smile crossed Feng Li's lips, and he asked in a low voice, Is the recording done? Yichen took a few steps back and said in a panic, yes. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now and didn't see you when I came out. I hope I didn't hurt you. Feng Li chuckled, broken? I'm not that fragile. You can hit me a few more times and it won't hurt me. Yichen, why does this sentence feel so strange? 48 Feng Li's lipstick mark. As soon as Yichen came out, he ran into Li Jia head on. The legendary heavenly voice, Li Jia. The song Blue Ocean was once famous throughout the entertainment industry. Before Yichen could speak, Li Jia politely said, Boss Feng. Feng Li didn't even glance at it and said lightly, yeah. Yichen asked in surprise, are you Li Jia? Well, you are. Yichen explained, Yichen, I'm a newcomer, you may not know me. Yichen, the lyrics he wrote a few days ago were amazing. Is he the one who got plagiarized? It's me. Yichen nodded awkwardly, not expecting that he would become famous in this way. The lyrics are well written and very promising. You and Mr. Feng. Li Jia's eyes swept back and forth between Yichen and Feng Li. Mr. Feng Li, I have met him once before. I heard that he is cold and ruthless and not interested in men. Why did he bring a man with him this time? Yichen continued, we are friends. President Feng saved me and is my benefactor. I see. Li Jia and Yichen exchanged contact information. Yichen was holding his cell phone and seemed to be in a good mood. Feng Li suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Can he make you happy? Yichen looked confused. You exchanged contact information with him, and you seemed very happy. Feng Li darkened his eyes and pulled Yichen into the car. Yichen said, he is Li Jia, the heavenly voice Li Jia. He has a great voice and is one of my idols. You don't like him? Yichen muttered quietly. He is a grown man, and I'm also a grown man. How can I like him? Feng Li continued to ask, do you have any other idols? Zhou Jingze, that's a superstar. I definitely can't meet him. Forget it. Dang Xian is fine too. She's a singing queen. I can't meet her either. Feng Li picked up the phone and made a call. Is Zhou Jingze here? Ask him to come out. My car is right in front of the company. Yichen. What? Let the king come out. Feng Li frowned slightly and said, he's not here? Where's Dang Xian? You can ask her to come out, but quickly. Queen of the song. Yichen finally saw Feng Li's power. You can call anyone from anywhere in the entire imperial capital. Feng Li hung up the phone and said, Zhou Jingze is not here. He'll be back in a few days. Can you meet Dang Xian first? I will bring you here when I am free in 2 days. Yichen still felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard and stammered. Okay. Queen of the song. How could a small newcomer like him really meet the queen of pop? So excited? Do you like Dang Xian? The woman's cold tone was somewhat dangerous. Yichen immediately explained, no, she's my idol. I was a little excited. 3 minutes later, a plump woman came out of the company. She looked no more than 30 years old. Yichen recognized it at a glance. It's Queen Deng. Yichen quickly opened the car door and got out, then politely went over to greet him. Hello. Who are you? I'm Yichen, one of your fans. Hello. The two were very close to each other, and Yichen was smiling brightly. Feng Li swept a cold gaze over Yichen, and Yichen felt a chill on his back. Why did the temperature suddenly drop? Dang Xian greeted Feng Li respectfully and then left. After getting on the car, Yichen was still very excited. He actually just met the legendary singing queen. That's the queen of singing. Yichen sent a message in the dormitory group. Brother Liu, Brother Peng, brothers, I met the legendary singing queen Dang Xian. She is super beautiful and speaks very well. What? Chinna, are you still dreaming? Who is Dang Xian? The singing queen. Are you trying to be a paparazzi and take photos? Chen Er is still talking in her sleep. I heard that tickets for Dang Xian's concert are hard to come by. Yichen, really? I saw it. Feng Li said coldly. I'm very happy to see you so happy with Dang Xian. Do you like her? Yichen shook his head decisively and said, I admire the singer Dang Xian. Not like her. Who do you like then? Yichen looked at the face so close to him and said casually in a panic, no one. Feng Li pushed Yichen into the corner and said in a domineering manner, I picked you up, you are mine. Yichen nodded randomly. I know, I don't like anyone else. He raised his hand to straighten Yichen's tie, and his cold white fingers gently touched Yichen's lips. From now on, stay away from other women, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Yichen leaned on the backrest. Feng Li was right in front of him, very close to him, and he could clearly feel the softness on her chest. With his eyes lowered, the white flesh pressed against his chest. Yichen's throat rolled slightly, and he silently pulled Feng Li's coat up. Boss Feng, please put on your clothes and don't catch a cold. Feng Li raised the corner of his eyes coldly, tapped Yi Chen's chest lightly, and whispered, "You really care about me." Yi Chen's throat tightened, and he stared at her face. The woman's facial features were three-dimensional and delicate, and her crimson and attractive lips were shining with moisture. "What nice view. I really wanna kiss you." Feng Li moved closer again, and his upturned nose brushed against Yi Chen's face, making him feel itchy and numb. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. "Feng Li, we are so close, it's not good." Feng Li chuckled. "Why not? It's not good if others see it." Yi Chen lowered his eyes, looking like he had been bullied. "So what if they see you? In the eyes of others, you're just my kept gigolo." "No, Feng Li, you are not that kind of person." Feng Li continued to move closer, his soft lips pressed against Yi Chen's cheek. "Then tell me, who am I?" Yi Chen's pupils suddenly tightened, and his body stiffened in place. The driver in front lowered the partition directly, and the air around them suddenly became eerily quiet. Yi Chen's heavy breathing could be clearly heard. After a long time, a cell phone rang. Feng Li answered the call and instantly regained his cold and superior demeanor. Yi Chen secretly glanced at the woman next to him. She was holding a cell phone and speaking coldly with awkward words. Did Feng Li kiss him just now? Or is it his illusion? Yi Chen felt it was real. The soft touch on his face was still there. Why did Feng Li kiss him? The car stopped. Yi Chen opened the car door and fled, his legs weak. Tuan Tuan happily hugged his father's legs. "Dad." Yi Chen picked up the little baby and held him high. "Baby, did you draw today?" Tuan Tuan nodded happily and suddenly saw a red mark on his father's face. "Dad, it hurts." The baby pointed at the red mark with his little hand and was so anxious that tears were about to come out, thinking that his father was injured. 49 Feng Li, jaloux, impossible. Feng Yin saw the red lipstick marks on Yi Chen's face and laughed out loud, holding her stomach. "Tuan Tuan, isn't your father injured?" Tuan Tuan shook his head. "Dad, it hurts." "Dad, stick with me." The baby took out some cute Band-Aids from her little bag and put them on her dad's face. "Put on a Band-Aid and it won't hurt." "Yi Chen." Feng Li coughed a few times. "Yi Chen, go wash your face first." "Good." Yi Chen took Tuan Tuan to the bathroom. Feng Yin pushed Feng Li's arm and said, "Sister, you're really awesome. You raped someone in the car." Feng Li whispered, "No, he's timid." Feng Yin said rudely, "Sister, this is not like you. You always just grab whatever you like. Why not just lock the person in a small dark room? Maybe he'll behave himself in a few days." Feng Li said in a soft voice, "Yi Chun is different." "Different? Are you serious? You know Grandpa will never let you marry an ordinary person." Feng Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, took a sip of tea from the glass, curled up her red lips, and a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. "Him? I've already taken away the old man's power. Do you think he's a threat to me?" Feng Yin diligently patted Feng Li's shoulders, acting like a complete servile slave. "Sister, you're really awesome. Those people in the second house aren't good people. Feng Sun's child is about the same age as Tuan Tuan, a boy. I heard that he grew up with the old man, and that the old man likes him very much. So what? He's just a stupid kid. Tuan Tuan can fool him around. Her daughter, she knows best. He looks like a 2 or 3-year-old baby, cute and adorable, but he is actually a little black-hearted lotus." Yi Chen looked in the mirror and saw a very obvious lipstick mark on the right side of his face. What Feng Li left behind? Yi Chen felt indescribably happy, and it took him a while to reluctantly wipe off the lipstick marks. "Dad, it doesn't hurt?" Tuan Chuan pouted and kissed her father's face. "Good boy, Daddy is not in pain. This is not a wound." Tuan Chuan knew, of course, that this was not a wound. It must have been kissed by his mother. Then, Tuan Chuan kissed his father all over his face, covering the places where his mother had kissed him. Hashtag Yi Chun the Other Shore Starry Sky. Hashtag Yi Chun's new song released. Hashtag Yi Chun, a musical genius. Hashtag The Other Shore of the Starry Sky is so popular. Yi Chen's new song was just released, and it immediately topped the charts. Brother Yi Chen's voice is so nice, I can listen to it countless times. When we show up, brother, listen so well. It's indeed my original song, much better than Zhang Teng's. Yi Chen's new song received such a strong response that even he himself did not expect it. He thought it was great if just one person listened, but the number of listeners on that day actually reached several million. Thanks to this song, Yi Chen gained more than 1 million fans that day. After counting the traffic of major platforms, he received more than 2 million yuan, which was directly deposited into his bank card. Yichun himself was stunned. He never expected that he would become a little famous. How can there be such a large amount of traffic? Group 7 exploded directly. Peng Peng, oh my god. Chen, you're amazing. You're so popular. You're in the top 3 of every major music chart. Maybe you'll even take first place tomorrow. Donkey brother, Chen, from now on I will cling to your thighs. You're my god. The accompaniment also has my contribution. I saw my name on it. Go who, My roommate has become a star. Chen, I'll be clinging to you from now on. I'm your most caring secretary. Do you need a secretary? Yichun, actually, I don't know why it's so popular. Yichun also had another guess that Feng Li was helping him behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could he, a newcomer, achieve such good results? Even the king of pop, Zhou Jingzi at that time, did not achieve such results. Chen, of course it's because you're lucky. You're such a good person, and God is helping you. Our Chen is a kind person who helps old ladies cross the street and rescues stray cats. A few people praised Yichun so much that he almost lost his mind. He's not that good, just average. Phone group. Phone, Yin opened the office door and came in with her cell phone. Sister, Yichun's songs have been pushed with the maximum traffic. Today, I have taken over the top 10 trending searches. Don't worry, my future brother-in-law will definitely be a superstar in the future. Feng Li continued to look at the documents in his hand, seemingly muttering to himself. Well, he should be very happy now. Yichun's singing skills are very good. He is indeed a professional. After he becomes popular this time, many people should be able to see him. Yichun's followers have also increased so much, and they're all girlfriend fans shouting below that they want to be his girlfriend. They even call their husbands. These women are too shameless. Feng Yin was very angry. This was obviously her future brother-in-law. What did you say? Feng Li raised his head and asked coldly. Feng Yin stammered. Sister, Yichun has a lot of female fans today, and they all call him hubby. Feng Li said in a deep voice, block everyone. Feng Yin murmured softly. Sister, are you jealous? Jealous? What's that? When you hear others call Yichun husband, you'll get angry and want to kill all those women. Feng Li did not answer this question and continued to read the documents. Sister, you're not really jealous, are you? I've never seen you jealous before. Those women are just scum in your eyes. Feng Yin lay in front of Feng Li and chattered, so Feng Li impatiently drove her out. Jealousy, is it possible? Rich area. Yi family villa. Yi Mo looked at the hot searches on the list, all of which were dominated by Yi Chun and his new song, and felt more miserable than killing himself. Dad, Yi Chun is actually famous. He has no connections, no money, no traffic, nothing. How could he possibly be famous? Is his luck really that good? Yi Mo was so jealous that his teeth were itching. The first time he released a new song, it wasn't so popular, and the Yi family also bought him a lot of traffic. This Yi Chun has incredibly good luck. Father Yi was calm and composed. Xiao Mo, don't worry. He can't make any waves. It's just a song. He will be forgotten in a few days. Your position is not something Yi Chun can shake overnight. Yi Mo said in a low voice, I hope so. I'm thinking of holding a concert soon and singing some of my old songs. After the new album was released, no one bought it, so I can only make money from my old songs. Don't worry, don't you still have your grandma? As long as your grandma is here, Yichun will never cut off contact with our family. Go and beg your grandma. Yichun listens to the old lady the most. Yimo suddenly understood and said, Dad, you still have a solution. I'll bring grandma over in a few days. Then Yichun will have no choice but to go home. The father and son smiled at each other and continued to plot against Yichun. 50, he was so happy after being kissed by Feng Li. Is he crazy? Noon. Yichun was feeding the baby. Tuanchuan was wearing a pink little bag and sitting in his father's arms, eating with his mouth wide open. I'm so tired. Feng Yin just came back and fell directly onto the sofa, lying dead. Yichun raised his head and asked, Feng Yin, why are you back? Tuanchuan held a small fork and ate. Annie, eat. Feng Yin sighed. Alas, we are all eating, and my sister doesn't know if she has food to eat. Yichun immediately asked, Is Feng Li very busy? Can't even eat. Feng Yin lay on the table, holding her chin with a sad face. Yes, my sister has been too busy recently. Her stomach problem has recurred. The food at the company is not to her liking. She hasn't eaten well these past few days. I see that my sister has lost weight. My sister is so pitiful. She doesn't even have lunch. Yichun said worriedly, How about I go and bring her lunch? Feng Yan's evil plan succeeded, and she urged, "My sister saw you delivering food, and her appetite must be very good, so go quickly." Good. After Yi-chan fed Xiao Tuanshuan, he asked the kitchen to prepare fresh meals and took the large thermal box to phone group. After getting off the car, Yi-chun held the thermal box in one hand and held Xiao Tuanshuan's hand with the other. The company's receptionist recognized Miss Tuanshuan at a glance and said respectfully, "Miss Tuanshuan, why are you here?" This is... When the ladies at the front desk saw Yi-chun, they all became crazy about him. He was even more handsome than a big star. "Dad, it's Dad." The baby spoke in a baby voice and hugged his father's legs possessively. He is her only father. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Dad. Everyone looked confused. Could it be that he is Mr. Feng's man? Yi-chan was respectfully invited by the front desk to the president's office on the 66th floor. Yi-chan brought Tuan Tuan and knocked on the door. Feng Yin said coldly, "Come in." When I opened the door, I saw a woman sitting at her desk working on her computer with a cold expression on her face. "Feng Li, it's me." Feng Li turned around and saw a big girl and a small girl. They looked very similar. No one would believe if he told others that they were not father and daughter. "Why are you here? Aren't you busy today?" Yi-chan put the box on the table and opened it. There were 6 dishes and a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge inside. "The new song has been released. I'm not very busy these days. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I brought you some food from home." Tuanshuan tugged at his mother's arm with one of his little hands and said in a cute voice, "Mommy, eat, eat." Feng Li pinched the baby's rosy little face and asked, "Why are you here too? Don't you dislike coming to the company?" Tuan Tuan ran to his father angrily. "Mom, you're bad. Mom always pinches her face. The baby feels wronged?" "Tuanshuan, Mom is just joking with you. Mom loves you too." Yi-chan coaxed the little kid patiently. Feng Li rubbed the baby's head and said, "Tuan Tuan, go to your mother's lounge. There are your dolls and small building blocks in there." Tuanshuan walked with his short legs to the lounge to play with the dolls and build a big house for his father. After Tuanshuan left, Feng Li bent down, put one hand on Yi-chan's side, and looked down at him. "You came to bring me food today?" Yi-shan nodded randomly. "Yeah." The slightly curly long hair fell on his face, making him feel itchy, and it felt so itchy that it went all the way to his heart. The face in front of him was so stunningly beautiful that Yi-chan's heartbeat quickened again, and he swallowed hard. This was the first time I was so close to a woman. "You care about me so much?" Feng Li's charming voice sounded in his ears. I heard you had stomach problems, and there wasn't much I could do to help, so I thought I'd bring you a meal." Yi-chen stuttered while speaking and almost bit his tongue. Feng Li lifted Yi-chen's chin, his cold eyes slightly raised. "What reward do you want?" "I don't want a reward. Eat quickly, or it'll get cold." Before he could finish his words, Feng Li blocked his lips domineeringly. Yi-chen's pupils suddenly tightened, his whole body stiffened, and his mind went blank. Her lips were cool, soft and sweet. The kiss ended quickly. Feng Li's lips were abnormally red, and his cold face had a bit more charm. His voice was low. "This is a thank you gift for you. Do you like it?" Yi-chen was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. He was so scared that he ran away and forgot about Tuan Tuan in the office. Feng Li chuckled and continued eating. Yi-chen ran to the bathroom and washed his face thoroughly. Feng Li kissed him? Did Feng Li like him? Or did she simply want to thank him? Yi-chan felt like his heart was about to jump out, and the tips of his ears were red and bleeding. The first time I kissed... No, it was the first time I was forcefully kissed by a woman. He was not angry, but rather a little happy. Is he crazy? Being kissed forcefully and still so happy. "Dad, epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu." Tuanshuan built a big house and came out to look for his father, but found that his father was missing. He walked to his mother angrily. "Where's Dad?" Feng Li said calmly, "Your father's gone back." "Dad, ___." Tuanshuan was about to open the door with his short legs, but the baby was too short to reach the door handle, and he jumped up and down in anxiety. "Dad!" At this time, the door was opened. After Yi-chan came in, there was a little baby on his legs, crying pitifully, with his big watery eyes filled with tears, looking extremely pitiful. "Dato, ichiji yohu e akusangurabu." Yi-chan asked distressedly, "Baby, why are you crying?" "Dad, I'm not leaving." Tuanshuan hugged his father tightly with his 2 little arms. Dad didn't leave. He went to wash his face. After saying that, Yi-chan secretly glanced at Feng Li, who was eating elegantly. There seemed to be a thin layer of ice around her, making people afraid to approach her, as if it was not her who had just done that. Dad, big piles, big house. The sound of the baby's milk slurping could be heard, and the little hand pointed towards the room. Dad, look at the big house. Okay, Dad, let's go see the big house with the balls. Entering Feng Li's lounge, it was clean and tidy, with only a few sets of clothes. There was a big house piled up on the floor, a pink Barbie castle. Tuanchuan is awesome. Let's go back first. Mom still has to work. Let's not disturb her work, okay? Go home. Yichen held Xiao Tuanchuan by the hand and said to Feng Li, Boss Feng, I'm going to take Tuanchuan back first. Feng Li suddenly stood up and walked slowly towards him in high heels. Although she was a head shorter than Yichen, she had a very strong aura. What did you call me just now? Yichen stammered, Feng Li. Mom, don't bully Dad. The baby grabbed his mother's legs with his two little hands and said, No, you are bullying Daddy. Feng Li didn't take the little kid seriously at all and kissed Yichen's lips provocatively. At this moment, Yichen suddenly turned his head and kissed his cheek with his cool lips, which made him feel numb and tingling. Ooh, Ashiv, Gulmyeong. They've already delivered it to your door. Yichen, I've never been in a relationship. I'm still an innocent college student. The same super sweet post next door. 51 Yichen's fighting power is off the charts. Is he not a normal person? Feng Li stood on tiptoe and hooked his white fingers around Yichen's neck. Boss Feng, don't. Yichen retreated in panic. There was a wall behind him, and he had nowhere to retreat. He was pressed against the cold wall, and in front of him was the soft body of a woman. Feng Li suddenly let go his hand and personally tidied Yichen's clothes. I'll take it slow when I have time later. Anyway, the person is hers, and there is no escape. Mom, bully Dad. The little baby was so angry that he blocked his father with his little body and pushed his little head against his mother. No, bullying Daddy. Yichen picked up the little guy and said, Tuanchuan, Mommy didn't bully Daddy. Tuanchuan pouted her little mouth and kissed her father on the face and nibbled on it several times. Feng Li picked up the little baby and asked in a deep voice, Feng Tang, how old are you? The baby cutely stretched out 3 little fingers and said, 3 years old. A 3-year-old is a big baby. He's not allowed to kiss his dad. Tuanchuan stretched out his 2 little arms to look for his father. I want Daddy. Yichen took the baby into his arms and said, Tuanchuan is still young. It's okay. I'll go back first. You work hard. Feng Li said, Well, drive slowly on the road. Good. After leaving the office, Yichen's fingers gently stroked his lips, which seemed to still have the warmth left by Feng Li. Yichen put Tuan in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Tuan, let's go home. Go home. Tuanchuan swung his 2 short legs, looked at the scenery outside, and talked to his father. When he was thirsty, he drank from a small bottle hanging around his neck. Daddy, Mommy, don't kiss Daddy. Dearest Dad. Yichen was amused by the little guy and said softly, Okay, Daddy will only kiss Tuanchuan from now on. Tuanchuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. It's her father. Passing by an empty street, several cars suddenly blocked Yichen's way. Yichen sensed that the visitor had bad intentions and patted Tuanchuan's little head. Don't be afraid, baby. Daddy is here. At this time, a very familiar person got out of the car in front. He stood in front of Yichen's car with an arrogant attitude. Yichen, come down, let's have a good talk. Why are you bringing a little kid with you? She's your daughter. The person who spoke was Zhang Teng, with a sinister smile on his face. Yichen coaxed Tuan softly. Be good, baby, wait for Daddy here, he will be back soon. Dad, don't be afraid. Tuanchuan shook his little head and looked at the people around him with his big black eyes. Be good, sit here, and don't move. Yichen calmed the little kid down and opened the car door. The people who came were Zhang Teng and Zhou Kun, followed by dozens of bodyguards in black. They were tall and straight with well-developed muscles, and they all looked like martial artists. Zhang Teng, what on earth do you want to do? Zhang Teng's tone was extremely arrogant. I'm in a bad mood. I heard that you released a new song, and it's quite popular. You must have made a lot of money. Yichen said in a low voice, If you want money, I can give it to you. Money? You think I only want money? I'm ruined now, all because of you. Yichen, do you think you can escape today? Zhang Teng's face was gloomy and terrifying, but suddenly he laughed. Yichen said, You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else. Don't blame others. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted back then. I should have just dealt with you, and this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Teng raised his hand, and 8 black-clad bodyguards surrounded Yichen. Beat him to death. I'll give 1 million to anyone who can kill him. Each of them had a dragon and snake tattoo on their body, and their eyes were vicious and ferocious, as if they would be torn to pieces immediately if they showed the slightest flaw. Yi-chun, I know you are very powerful, but now no one can save you. He laughed grimly and shouted, Come on. As soon as the words fell, 8 men rushed towards Yi-chun like arrows. 3 of the men attacked his throat, chest, and abdomen. Another 3 attacked his lower body. The remaining 4 attacked from both sides. These people are professional killers with rich experience. Moreover, their methods are extremely cruel and bloody, and every move is fatal. Yi-chun moved with light steps, and his speed was so fast that no one could even notice. Immediately afterwards, the men in black discovered that Yi-chun had disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Then they felt a sharp pain in their waist, and then they felt themselves flying out like a kite with a broken string. How is that possible? Zhang Teng's face turned pale. Yi-chun didn't even meet them face to face just now, and didn't even pause for a moment. He defeated the 8 men in black in just a moment. Simple, crude, and straightforward. Come on, take him down. Zhang Teng roared. The bodyguards around him rushed forward quickly. Yi-chun's eyes were cold, and his aura suddenly changed. His fist smashed into the black-clad bodyguard in front with a strong gust of wind, sending him flying backwards and fainting. At the same time, 2 other bodyguards approached, each holding a machete in their hands. A cold light flashed in Yi-chun's eyes, and he suddenly kicked sideways, hitting the bodyguard on the left in the chest and kicking him several meters away. Zhang Teng was horrified. Is this a normal person? Yi-chun is definitely not a normal person. Then he saw the bodyguard on the right being hit by Yi-chun's legs, flying out and lying on the ground, his life or death uncertain. He looked at Tuanchuan in the car and suddenly had an idea. Yi-chun had knocked down more than 20 bodyguards, like a god of death. Everyone retreated and dared not step forward, just staring at him vigilantly. This is a monster. At this moment, a crying voice was heard. Dad! Yi-chun turned around suddenly. Tuan was grabbed by the neck by Zhang Teng. Dad! Daddy! The baby struggled desperately, but it was useless. Zhang Teng said with a ferocious look on his face. Yi-chun, if you take another step forward, I will kill your daughter. Let my daughter go. Yi-chun's eyes were bloodshot and veins on his forehead were exposed. Let your sister go. If you dare to take another step forward, I will break her neck immediately. Zhang Teng roared, with madness in his eyes. I told you to let her go. Yi-chun gritted his teeth. Zhang Teng laughed heartily, his eyes filled with resentment. Yi-chun, you have come to this day you never thought. Weren't you very majestic? Why are you mute now? Zhang Teng said viciously. I've told you before. This time I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Your daughter is in my hands. How dare I touch her? Yi-chun felt as if his neck was being strangled. He didn't dare. Zhang Teng walked up to Yi-chun, punched him in the stomach, and said indifferently, Kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake now. Maybe when I am in a good mood, I will consider releasing your daughter. Yi-chun took a deep breath and tried to calm the murderous intent in his heart. Let my daughter go first. I promise you. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you will lose such a lovely daughter. Zhang Teng gently pinched Tuanchuan's face. 52 Yi-chun, please, spare us. Yi-chun clenched his fists and had no choice but to compromise and not let Tuanchuan get into danger. At this moment, Tuan suddenly opened his mouth and bit Zhang Teng's finger. Zhang Teng felt pain and let go of Tuan abruptly. Yi-chun took the opportunity to hold Tuan and take 2 steps back. Tuanchuan's face flushed red, but she still stared at Zhang Teng stubbornly, cursing in a baby voice, Bad guy. Yi-chun touched his daughter's head, his eyes full of tenderness. How dare you bite me? You're courting death. Zhang Teng was furious. Go. Come on, everyone. Kill them, father and daughter. Zhou Kuan had just taken a step forward when Yi-chun kicked him away. He fell to the ground, spitting blood. This Yi-chun is not a normal person at all. He put Tuan on the ground and said softly, Baby, Daddy will stop them in a while. Can you run faster? Tuan nodded. Dad, Tuan, run. Quick. Okay, Tuanchuan is such a good boy. Yi-chun was about to rush forward, but at this moment, countless vehicles stopped and surrounded Zhang Teng's men. Zhang Teng's face turned pale. You. Who are you? Feng Yin got out of the car, her beautiful eyes frosty, and she snorted coldly. I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise when my sister comes later, there will be no room for maneuver. Who do you think you are? How dare you block my way? Zhang Teng sneered. When the car door opened, what caught my eye was a pair of black high heels, slender and straight legs, a black windbreaker that looked cool and sassy, and slightly curled big waves falling on the chest. The face was cold and noble, and stunningly beautiful. Everyone saluted and said respectfully, "Boss Feng." Zhang Teng's pupils suddenly shrank, and a panicked expression appeared on his face. The woman in front of him actually dared to surround him with a group of people. She must have an extraordinary background. The surname is Feng. Could it be the one from the Feng family? Zhang Teng couldn't help but tremble. Not only him, but even his cousin didn't dare to mess with the Feng family. "You are Mr. Feng." Zhang Teng forced himself to force a smile that was uglier than crying. "Family." The woman opened her red lips and uttered two words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng's face turned even paler and his whole body trembled. "It's her. Feng Li, the helmsman of the Feng family. She actually came in person. What is her relationship with Yi Chun? Why did she come in person?" However, the next second, Tuanchuan's words almost scared Zhang Teng to death. "Mom, bad guys, fighting groups." The little kid pointed at Zhang Teng and complained to his mother, his eyes watery with tears. Zhang Teng just stood there in a daze, sweat pouring down his forehead and trembling all over. "Mr. Feng has a daughter? How is that possible? It is rumored that Feng Li is not interested in men, so what is in front of me might be fake. Don't be afraid." Feng Li reached out and rubbed Tuanchuan's little head. "What about you? Are you hurt?" Feng Li asked with concern, raising his hand to tidy up Yi Chen's messy hair. Yi Chen was dazed for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm fine." He sent Feng Li a location message before getting off the bus. The time was too short, so he could only send one location message. Fortunately, Feng Li knew what it meant. Feng Li turned around and glared coldly at the person on the ground. "You dare to touch my people. You're not Feng Li. I warn you, my cousin is the local tyrant. If you want to touch me, you should think about it yourself." Zhang Teng said sternly but weakly. Her eyes were cold as she glanced at Zhang Teng indifferently. "Cousin, is your cousin Qing Long? How do you know?" Zhang Teng asked in surprise. Feng Li's lips curled up in a sarcastic tone. "Of course I know." "Impossible." Zhang Teng looked terrified. Feng Yin whispered, "What's impossible? Your cousin is just a dog under my sister's command." Zhang Teng's face turned pale. "No, impossible." Feng Yin said impatiently, "He's a dog raised by my sister. Do you believe it or not? My sister can remove him from the imperial capital with just a few words." Zhang Teng was completely dumbfounded. He collapsed to the ground, his whole body limp. How could Yi Chun be related to this person from the Feng family? "No, impossible." In just a moment, Qing Long arrived and walked respectfully to Feng Li. "Boss Feng, what did you call me for? You're getting more and more powerful, Qing Long, by attacking my people." Feng Li's tone was so cold that it seemed as if even the air had frozen into ice. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Qing Long's forehead. He was extremely nervous and quickly explained, "Boss Feng has misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's all Zhang Teng's fault." Zhang Teng was so frightened that he trembled all over. He said tremblingly, "Please spare me, Mr. Feng, please spare me. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't know Yi Chan was your man." He knelt down at Feng Li's feet and begged, "Boss Feng, I will never dare to do this again. I will be your slave." Zhou Kun immediately knelt on the ground, afraid that Yi Chun would notice him. "Bullying daddy." Tuan Tuan stood up angrily, ran to Zhang Teng, and grabbed his arm with his little claws. "Don't." Zhang Teng was bitten hard by Tuan Tuan's teeth, and a severe pain made him gasp. Zhang Teng was inconsolable. "Boss Feng, Yi Chun wasn't injured. He injured more than 20 of our bodyguards. He doesn't seem like a normal person at all. How could a normal person have such strength? Could it be that Yi Chun is a monster?" Zhang Teng didn't have time to think about it. He walked over to Yi Chun and said, "Yi Chun, I know you are a good person. Please beg President Feng to let us go. You are not injured either." Yi Chun said coldly, "You just captured Tuan Tuan. She is still a baby less than 3 years old. You have no heart at all and don't deserve to live. Yi Chun, please save me. We have been colleagues for several days. I was just possessed by a ghost for a while." Zhang Teng and Zhou Kun knelt beside Yi Chun and begged for mercy. "The more arrogant you were before, the more humble you are now." Yi Chun kicked the two away and said, "Don't beg me. I'm not a saint. You don't deserve to live." Tuanchuan nodded, puffing out his cheeks and looking at the bad guy in front of him like a little pufferfish. Tuanchuan, are you injured? Is there any pain? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen's eyes went dark and he fell backwards. Dad! Tuanchuan lay beside his father with tears in his eyes. Feng Li's eyes flashed with worry. Yi Chen, wake up, Yi Chen. Sister, why did Yi Chen suddenly fall unconscious? Is he injured? Feng Li said coldly. Feng Yen, I leave this to you. Take care of it. Yes. Feng Li took Yi Chen away first. Zhang Teng and others were covered with their mouths and taken into the car. Feng Yin held a sharp knife in her hand and said coldly, Tell me, how do you want to die? Boss Feng Li, we were just joking. Zhang Teng was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He never expected that the person behind Yi Chen was Feng Li. Feng Yin asked someone to hold down Zhang Teng's hand and inserted a knife into his palm. You touched Tuanchuan with this hand. Zhang Teng screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his whole body shaking with pain. It was more painful than if he were killed. No, I didn't touch Miss Tuanchuan. 53, where did his divine power go? Really? Touch Tuanchuan with your dirty hands. You don't need both of your hands anymore. Feng Yin raised the corner of her lips and pulled the blade out of Zhang Teng's palm. You dare to touch my sister's people. Zhang Teng screamed again, and his other hand was also disabled. Although Feng Yin looks heartless, she can be very ruthless when she strikes. Zhou Kuan was so scared that he hid in the corner, his face pale, his whole body trembling, and he even wet his pants. The thing he regrets most now is provoking Yi Chen. The ant he despised the most turned out to be Mr. Feng's man. Central Hospital. Yi Chen lay on the hospital bed with a pale face, his lips were bloodless, and a cute little baby lay beside him, with its two little hands grabbing his clothes. Dad, I'm not sleeping. Tuanchuan touched his father's face for a while, then kissed his face and said in a milky voice, I don't want to sleep. Ji Wenzhou put down the instrument. Nothing serious. He just suffered from shock due to exhaustion. You said he single-handedly took down over 20 bodyguards. This is definitely not the level of a normal person. Feng Li asked, Not a normal person? Well, Mr. Feng, I think the person you picked up is a little strange. How could a normal person knock down 20 bodyguards? Feng Li held Yi Chen's hand and said, If he's not a normal person, then what is he? Could he be a monster? Dad, not a monster, it's Dad. __. Tuanchuan hugged his father tightly with his little arms, lay in his father's arms, and waited for his father to wake up. Feng Li rubbed the little kid's head and said, Yeah, it's Tuan's dad. I can't say for sure. If you like him, keep him. Judging from his appearance, he's no different from an ordinary person. Feng Li gently stroked Yi Chen's cheek with his fingers, as if talking to himself. He is just an ordinary person. Ji Wenzhou nodded calmly. That's probably the case. It might be because Tuanchuan encountered danger, which stimulated some characteristics in him. Tuanchuan dad. Little Milkbag held his father's hand and argued with his mother. Tuan, daddy. Yi Chen vaguely heard someone calling him, and he felt weak and exhausted. He finally opened his eyelids, looked at the mother and daughter in front of him, and reached out his hand with difficulty to rub Tuanchuan's little head. Round and round. Daddy, it hurts. Tuanchuan lay in his father's arms, frowning and looking worried. Daddy doesn't feel any pain, baby. Are you hurt? Let Daddy see. Tuanchuan raised his head and saw a red pinch mark on his soft neck. The baby shook his head and said, Daddy, it doesn't hurt. Yi Chen said distressedly, Baby, does it really not hurt? Tuan shook his head again. Apply some medicine. It won't hurt. Ji Wenzhou has already applied medicine to Tuanchuan. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Feng Li's cool fingers gently stroked his face. Yi Chen felt itchy. No more. Feng Li asked again, Do you know why you can suddenly burst out with such powerful strength? Yi Chen continued to shake his head. I don't know. My mind was completely blank at the time. I only wanted to save Tuanchuan. I felt my body become lighter. Could it be because I practiced Taekwondo before? Ji Wenzhou explained. Even if you practice Taekwondo to the highest level, you won't have the strength you have. Now, punch this wooden board and let me see how strong you are. Yi Chen raised his fist and hit the wooden board, but the board didn't move at all. Ji Wenzhou shook his head and said, No, too weak, weaker than the average person. Yi Chen. So, how do you defeat so many people at that time? Feng Li advised, Rest well and try again when you have recovered your strength. Dad, that's awesome. Tuan stretched out his two little hands. Great. Beat so many bad guys. Feng Yin pushed open the door and came in, and there seemed to be a smell of blood on her body. Sister, the person has been dealt with. No one will bully Yi Chen anymore. Yeah, well done. Feng Yin was very proud. Of course I am your most loyal sister. How dare Zhang Tong bully our Tuan Tuan and my future brother-in-law? He simply doesn't take me seriously. Future brother-in-law? Are you talking about him? Yi Chen pursed his lips. He was just an ordinary person. How could he be worthy of Feng Li? Auntie great. Tuan climbed down from the bed and gave his aunt 2 thumbs up. Shout Tuan, are you talking about Annie Bang Bang? Feng Yin picked up Tuan Tuan and kissed him hard. Finally, I kissed the little devil. The little devil is only so obedient in front of Yi Chen. Tuan Tuan pushed Feng Yin away and went to find his father again with his short legs, drawing with a small notebook next to his father. Dad, Tuan Tuan draws Dad. Yi Chen said bitterly. The painting is really beautiful. Our Tuan Tuan will definitely be a famous painter in the future. There is no way he could be Tuan father because he has no talent for drawing. At this time, Feng Li threw a few wooden boards on the table. Yi Chen, Ji-Won-jo said he would let you take another test tonight. Yi Chen looked at the row of wooden boards in front of him, and then he confidently chose the thickest one, which was 5 centimeters thick. Feng Li, let me try it first. I'll just use this 5-centimeter board. Feng Yin dissuaded him. Yi Chen, why don't you choose a thinner one? I think 3 centimeters will be enough. I want to see if I can do it. Come on, Dad. Tuan clapped his hands and cheered for his father. Yi Chen raised his hand, concentrated his attention, and punched the wooden board, but the board didn't budge at all. How is that possible? This afternoon, he was clearly fighting against more than 20 bodyguards alone, but how come he suddenly became useless? Where did his supernatural power go? Feng Li pulled Yi Chen to sit down. Let's eat first. Ji-Won-jo said that you might have a stress reaction that triggered some ability of your body. I can do it, I really can. Yi Chen took another 4-centimeter wooden board, but it still didn't move. He then changed to 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, and 1 centimeter. He couldn't even break a 1-centimeter hole. Yi Chen sat dejectedly on the hospital bed. Is he a waste? Tuan ran to his father, smiling, Dad, great. Yi Chen pinched Tuan's pink little face and said, Thank you, Tuan. His little baby is such an angel. Feng Li held Yi Chen's hand and said in a cold voice, Don't be discouraged, try again next time. Yi Chen felt Feng Li's hand, cool and soft. He gently held it. Okay. Is it really because of stress response? 54 Yi Chen. Are you with this woman to make me jealous? The next day, Yi Chen went to the company and was praised by several senior executives. Yi Chen, congratulations. You've become a bit of a star this time. This kind of achievement for your first song is already very good. You are a rising star in our company. Yes, Yi Chen, the company thinks you have great potential, so they want to renew your contract for 10 years, and they can also give you an advance of 10 million yuan in salary for 10 years. Are you willing? Vice President Liu threw out a folder and said, If you're willing, sign this contract quickly. The money will be in your pocket when the time comes, and you can use it however you want. Yi Chen took a quick look at this unfair treaty. This means that the copyright of all new songs he releases in the future will be in the hands of the company. These people are really calculating. Do they think he is a fool? Although he is stupid, he is not that stupid. Thank you, Vice President Liu, for your kindness. I think I should wait until I'm done with this 6-month internship. He signed a 6-month internship and was only working as a music assistant in the company. The copyright of the songs he released was entirely in his own hands. Although the salary is very low, only 5 or 6,000 yuan a month, I'm just a small assistant. No one in the company could have imagined that this young assistant would become so popular. Yimo coughed a few times and looked at Vice President Liu. Vice President Liu immediately said, Yi Chen, the company will give you another chance to be Yimo's assistant. Yimo is a popular singer, second only to Zhou Tianwan. Some people call him the next Tianwan. If you follow him, your future will be bright. Yi Chen curled his lips coldly. King Yi? Then I'll wait and see. I prefer being alone. King Yi will probably not be interested in a newcomer like me. Yimo's face was gloomy. Yi Chen, don't be shameless. I asked you to be my assistant because I was giving you face. Don't think that just because you became a little famous, you could be compared with me. Yi Chen's tone was calm. Of course I know I can't be compared with Yi Tianwan. I'm not worthy of being your assistant. You should choose someone else. King Yi? Would Yimo feel uneasy when he heard this name? After all, none of his famous songs were original. Vice President Liu warned coldly. Yi Chen, I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful. Yemo is your senior. He's been in the industry for 2 or 3 years. You should learn from him. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Liu. That's not necessary. Yichin stood up and left the meeting room. Vice President Liu and his colleagues' faces turned pale. No newcomer had ever dared to be so arrogant. Yichin has become so proud of his song that he's gone wild. He doesn't even know who he is anymore and doesn't even take us leaders' words seriously. Director Zhang said, Boss Liu is right. Yichin must have gotten carried away and doesn't take us seriously at all. However, his contract is still in our hands. For the next 6 months, he can only be our employee unless he pays a penalty of 12 million. Yi Mo sneered. Yichin's song gained popularity due to Zhang Teng's previous plagiarism scandal. Otherwise, you would think Yichin's song would be popular. I think it's just average. Yi Mo is right. It's just average. All hyped up. Not as good as you write. You're the one who released an album. How can he compare? Several senior executives spoke politely to Yi Mo, not only because he was popular, but also because of his powerful background in being the young master of the Yi group. Yichin left the room, and Liu Shuriwe followed him out. She caught up with Yichun and tried to dissuade him. Yichun, don't be angry. Everyone in our company is like this. Fortunately, you signed a 6-month contract, unlike me, who signed a 10-year contract. 10 years. You actually signed a 10-year contract with a company like this. Liu Shuriwe whispered, well, I just came out and didn't know the situation. They tricked me into signing a 10-year contract. I've been here for 3 years, so I still have 7 years left. Yichin asked again, how much is your penalty for breach of contract? They won't let me go. Liu Shuriwe is the cash cow of Tianrue Group, and Tianrue Group will never let her go. Liu Shuriwe smiled bitterly, but it doesn't matter. The company gives me resources, and I bring them benefits. I'm doing fine here. Yichun, does your promise to treat me to a meal still count? Liu Shuriwe smiled. Yichin scratched his head and said, of course it counts. You can come anytime you want. How about we go to the Sky restaurant at noon today? I heard the food there is delicious. Good. Yichun and Liu Shuriwe left the company together. Not far away, there was a pink sports car parked. Chu Yi was wearing a light pink jacket and a hat of the same color, standing in front of the car. Yichun, why are you with her? Who is she? Chu Yi rushed to Yichun in a rage, pointing at Liu Shuriwe and questioning her. When she saw Yichun with other women, she became very annoyed and wanted to take Yichun away from her. This was her Yichun, who carried her on his back every day when she was a child. Yichun said coldly, Chu Yi, she is one of my colleagues. I don't need to explain so much to you. There is no relationship between the two of us. Chu Yi raised her head proudly and said confidently, Yichun, haven't you always liked me? Are you with her to make me jealous? I tell you, it's impossible. The person I like is Brother Yemo. Yichin's expression was as indifferent as water. Chu Yi, who you like has nothing to do with me. Please move aside. You're blocking my way. Chu Yi whispered, impossible. We grew up together, and the person you have always liked is me. I never liked you before. I just treated you as my sister. Chu Yi, don't let me down again. Yichen, you spit it. Chu Yi wanted to say something, but her eyes lit up, and she walked past Yichun to meet Yemo behind her. Brother Yemo, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Let's go to the Sky restaurant for dinner. I heard the scenery there is very beautiful. Well, let's go. Chu Yi hugged Yemo's arm and looked at Yichun deliberately. Yichun must have her in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed out of love and been waiting for her all these years. But Yichun is a fake young master. Yemo is the real young master. Chu Yi followed Yemo away. Yichun looked at Liu Shuriwe and said, I'm sorry. Chu Yi was spoiled by me when she was little. I always treated her as my sister. I don't know why she's become so willful and capricious now. It's okay, let's go. Yichun was just about to take Liu Shuriwe into the car when his cell phone suddenly rang and a video call came in. Note, Fingli. When Yichun saw these 2 words, he almost dropped his phone. After a moment, the video was connected and the woman's cold face appeared on the screen. Her facial features were perfect and flawless, not like a real person. Aren't you coming back for lunch today? I'm going to have lunch with a colleague. You don't have to wait for me. You can eat first. Fengli narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a dangerous tone, colleague? Female. 55 Yichun. Can I give you several daughters? Yichun stammered, yes, she helped me a lot. I want to thank her. Okay, go eat. Feng Li's lips curled up slightly, but the smile made Yichun shudder. I'll be back soon. Tuanchuan's two little paws were lying on the screen, looking around. Oh, Dad, Yichin said softly. Baby, you don't have to wait for Daddy to eat today. Can you eat by yourself? Tuanchuan, let's eat. Tuanchuan is so good. Daddy will be back soon. Goodbye, Tuanchuan. Yichin hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shiyue's face turned pale, and she asked in disbelief. Yichun, you already have a daughter? Tuanchuan is not my biological daughter, but the daughter of a friend of mine. I'm 22 years old. How could I possibly have a daughter who's only 2 or 3 years old? Lu Shiyue's complexion gradually returned to normal. Why does she call you Dad? Shouldn't she call you Uncle? Yichin whispered. I don't know. Maybe she recognized the wrong father. She doesn't have a father. Lu Shiyue frowned. Is the baby so pitiful? Well, Tuan Tuan is very pitiful. Yichin's heart ached slightly. He loved this 3-year-old baby very much, and had already regarded Tuanchuan as his own daughter. The other side, Fengli looked at Tuan Tuan, who was eating, and suddenly said, Your father is dating another woman. He has another baby and doesn't want you anymore. The small bowl in Tuanchuan's hand suddenly fell to the ground. He raised his head, his big watery eyes filled with tears, and he was about to cry in the next second. We need a group. Dad likes her the most. The little kid pouted his lips, looking extremely aggrieved. Fengli continued, I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? Tuanchuan nodded and lay on his mother's face. It was unknown what the mother and daughter were discussing. Sky Restaurant. Yi Chun and Lu Shuriwa had just come in when Chu Yi, who was sitting by the window, stood up and said, Yi Chun, why are you still following me? Yi Chun replied, Chu Yi, you misunderstood. My colleagues and I came here to eat. Chu Yi sat down with an ugly expression. Yi Chun must be following me. He liked to follow me when he was a child. Yi Chun naturally also saw Yi Mo. It was really a rare opportunity for them to meet each other. Lu Shuriwa chose an open space where she could overlook the scenery below. The transparent glass design made people feel as if they were floating in the air. Yi Chun simply ordered a few dishes and sent a voice message to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, have you finished your meal? No one answered. Every time he sends a message, Tuanchuan replies immediately. Could it be that he is taking a nap? Lu Shuriwa whispered. Yi Chun, you seem to care a lot about your friend's daughter. Yi Chun put down his phone and said, Well, in my eyes, Tuanchuan is my biological daughter. Lu Shuriwa hesitated for a moment, looking embarrassed. But she is not your biological daughter. She has no blood relationship with you. If you want a biological daughter, you can find a woman to give birth to you. You are so handsome and have such good conditions. You must have many. For example, she is willing to do so. It doesn't matter how many children you have. Yi Chun touched his nose embarrassedly. Find a woman to give birth to a daughter for him? Feng Li's face suddenly appeared in my mind. If he and Feng Li had a daughter, would she look exactly like Tuanchuan? Yi Chun, Yi Chun, you really dare to think like that. I haven't thought about this question yet. Right now, I just want to raise Tuanchuan. Lu Shuriwa dissuaded her. She's not your biological daughter. So what's the point of raising her? You should have a child of your own. In my eyes, Tuanchuan is my biological daughter, my child. As soon as the voice fell, a sweet little voice was heard. Datoe pushiron, zuichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. The soft voice touches people's hearts. A pink little baby ran to Yi Chun. It had big black eyes like grapes, a small and delicate nose, and a soft and pink face. The baby is wearing a cute pink dress with a small bottle of milk hanging around her neck. Her whole body is pink and tender. So cute. Yi Chun felt his heart melted by the cuteness and picked up the little baby. My baby, why did you run here to find your daddy? Tuan Tuan hugged his father tightly with his 2 little arms, fearing that his father would be taken away. Dad, it hurts so much. Yi Chun looked anxious. Baby, where does it hurt? Tuanchuan raised his head and pointed at his neck with his little hand. There was a red mark on his neck. It doesn't hurt. Daddy will blow on it and it will stop hurting. Yi Chun felt heartbroken and blew gently on the baby. Lu Shuriwa asked with a smile, Yi Chun, is this your friend's daughter? She is so cute and beautiful. She's not even 3 years old yet. She looks very young. Tuanchuan raised his head in a baby voice, my biological child. Lu Shuriwa laughed out loud. It was the first time she saw such a cute baby, and she gently touched her soft little hand. Baby, how do you know you are your father's biological child? Your father is still so young. How could he have a daughter as old as you? Tuanchuan hugged Yi Chun tightly and said in a milky voice, Daddy, my biological child. Yes, it's my biological child. Yi-Chen kissed the baby's fair and tender face and said, "This is Daddy's biological child." In fact, at his age, he might have a daughter. He got married at the age of 18, and his daughter is just 3 years old now. Yi-Chen was dreaming happily. "Baby, why are you here? Where's your mother?" Tuanshuan pointed at the sports car outside with his little hand. "Mom. Feng Li is here too." Yi-Chen quickly finished his meal and said goodbye to Lu Shuriwei while hugging Tuanshuan. "Yi-Chen, please drive slowly with Tuanshuan." Lu Shuriwei warned him worriedly. "Okay, I'll go back first. You should go back soon too. Tuan, say goodbye to your aunt." Tuanshuan stretched out a soft little hand and said in a soft voice, "Auntie, goodbye. Baby is so good. See you next time." Yi-Chen's clothes were messed up by Tuanshuan's little hands, and Lu Shuriwei raised her hand to tidy them up. "Yi-Chen, you don't even know how to tidy up your clothes when they're messy. You're so careless." Lu Shuriwei said softly. Yi-Chen smiled awkwardly. "I didn't pay attention." Lu Shuriwei raised her hand and gently stroked Yi-Chen's face. "You are too concerned about your friend's daughter. You hold her in your arms every day. If you don't know her, you would think she is your biological daughter." Yi-Chen stepped back slightly and avoided Lu Shuriwei's hand. "Think carefully about what I told you. Having your own children is the happiest thing." As soon as he finished speaking, the car window opened and a beautiful face came into view. The dark pupils were like a cold pond, and a hint of coldness flashed in them. "Yi-Chen, get in the car." The voice is cold and clear, very nice to hear. 56 Yi-Chen, how are you going to compensate me? Sleep with me? Lu Shuriwei came back to her senses. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful woman. She looked very familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. Where? Lu Shuriwei couldn't remember it for a moment. Yi-Chen got in the car and waved his little paws happily to Lu Shuriwei. "Auntie, goodbye." "Goodbye to Anshuan. We'll see you next time." The car left quickly, and Lu Shuriwei stood there watching the vehicle go away. What is the relationship between Yi-Chen and that woman? Lu Shuriwei, do you like Yi-Chen? Chu-Yi crossed her arms and walked out of the restaurant slowly. "Yi-Chen is my childhood sweetheart. Let me tell you, I'm the only one he likes." Lu Shuriwei was too lazy to pay attention to this willful little princess. She turned around, got in the car, and left. "You!" Chu-Yi stomped her feet in anger. Lu Shuriwei was going too far. She simply didn't take her seriously. "Brother Yemo, they all bullied me. And that Song Wanting, she got thousands more votes than me. People said she would definitely be the school beauty this time." Yemo gently rubbed Lu Shuriwei's hair and said, "Be good, it's okay. It's just a position of school beauty. Brother Yemo, you have a lot fewer votes than Yi-Chen. Those people are blind. Although Yi-Chen is good-looking, he is not as good-looking as you. I get angry whenever I mention Yemo. He is a well-known singer with tens of millions of fans, but he can't even compete with Yi-Chen for the position of school idol. What does Yi-Chen have? Apart from that face, he is just a poor bastard." Yemo's face was gloomy. It was the first time that he was outdone by that little bastard Yi-Chen. He was unwilling to accept it. It's a pity that the maximum amount of money you can swipe is 10,000, and you can't swipe more than that. "Brother Yemo, I want to buy a pair of pajamas. My pajamas are too conservative. Do you like them?" Chu-Yi sat in the passenger seat. Her face flushed and her head lowered. Yemo approached Chu-Yi and raised the corners of his lips in a charming way. "Baby, what kind of pajamas do you want to buy? I can give you some advice. I think the car suits are pretty good. How about getting 2 sets to play with?" Chu-Yi's face turned even redder, and she said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Yemo, you are not serious. Since you like it, I will give it a try." The smile on Yemo's lips became even more intense, and he pushed Chu-Yi into the corner and pampered her. Chu-Yi's almond-shaped eyes were watery and pitiful. Her fingers were trembling, and her voice was intermittent. "Brother Yemo, we'll be seen in the car. No one noticed? Don't worry. I just finished my meal, so I need to digest it." Yemo continued to work hard with a wicked smile on his face. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a few drops of water oozed out. Although Chu-Yi is willful and capricious, she is beautiful and has a good figure. The most important thing is that Chu-Yi is the person Yi-Chen has been secretly in love with for more than 10 years. He just snatched her away. Wouldn't he feel a great sense of accomplishment? Another place. The temperature in the car was terribly cold. Yi-Chen hugged the poor little baby tightly in his arms, and the father and daughter were shivering from the cold. Feng Li said coldly, "You are having dinner with a female colleague, and you are having a great time, chatting and laughing." She even sorted out your clothes for you? What's your relationship? Yi-chun answered truthfully. We are ordinary colleagues. Lu Shuriwei is my senior. She takes good care of me and sometimes brings me breakfast. With every word Yi-chun spoke, Feng Li's expression grew colder, her beautiful face covered in frost. As Yi-chun finished speaking, his voice grew lower and lower. She's so nice to you? Do you like her? Feng Li's cold gaze fell on Yi-chun's face. He lifted his chin, and his tone was full of danger. Yi-chun denied it repeatedly. No, I don't like her. I just treat her as my senior, just my sister. Sister? You treat her as your sister, but she may not treat you as her brother. Stay away from her from now on. Tuanshuan grabbed his mother's hands with his two little hands and argued with her fiercely. No, you are bullying Daddy. The baby opens his mouth and is about to bite his mother. Feng Li pinched the little guy's face and said, Ungrateful Feng Tang Tang, now you're biting your mother. Have you forgotten your mother now that you have a father? Tuanshuan shook his head and hugged his mother's arm. Tuanshuan, I want my mother. Ipushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Feng Li picked up the little guy and asked, Do you like the gentle Annie just now? Tuanshuan's little head shook like a rattle. I like mommy. Feng Li was amused by the little guy. With a smile in the corners of his cold eyes. Feng Tang Tang, you still have some conscience. This was the first time Yi-chun saw Feng Li smile so happily. Feng Li must like her daughter Tuanshuan very much, even though she is usually cold. Don't talk to other women anymore. You said you picked it up. It's mine. Remember that. Yi-chun nodded and was forced into a corner by Feng Li again. Yi-chun is very tall, 1.88 meters tall, and Feng Li is 1.72 meters tall. Next to Yi-chun, he looks a little small. Feng Li held her hand, and the woman said in a domineering tone, This is mine too. No one else is allowed to touch it. Lung Bai's fingers touched the soft lips, and Feng Li raised the corner of his eyes. This is mine too. Yi-chun's throat tightened, and he nodded again. Feng Li let go of Yi-chun and raised the corner of his lips. Yi-chun, last time you tore my pajamas in the wash. How are you going to compensate me? Sleep with me? Yi-chun was choked. I could buy you a similar one as compensation. Okay, here's the card for you. Go buy it. Feng Li casually took out a gold card, but Yi-chun didn't take it. I still have some money, so I don't need your card. Feng Li took the card back and said, Okay, then use your own money to buy it for me. The car stopped at a top luxury store. Yi-chun opened the car door and got out, patting his chest lightly. Every time Feng Li was close to him, his heart beat faster. When Feng Li touched him, he didn't resist at all. In the past, he hated women the most. Datto epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Tuanshuan climbed down from the car and hugged his father's legs with his two little arms. Yi-chun picked up the little guy and held him high. Tuanshuan, go shopping for clothes with Daddy. Let's buy Tuanshuan some pretty clothes too, okay? Good. Yi-chun took his obedient daughter shopping for clothes and chose a beautiful white princess dress for the baby. Tuanshuan ran around in front of the mirror wearing the beautiful little dress. Dad, Tuanshuan is beautiful. Well, Tuanshuan is the most beautiful baby. The waiter smiled and said, Sir, your baby is so cute. She's not even 3 years old yet. She's sure to be a beautiful little girl when she grows up. Yi-chun's mouth almost smiled at the back of his ears. Thank you. His baby daughter will definitely be the most beautiful little princess in the world when she grows up. Tuan, I like it. Epsilon equals. It's a hugging a cute little doll. Yi-chun felt his heart melted by the cuteness. Purchase. He buys his daughter whatever she wants because her baby is so cute. Even if he wants the stars in the sky, he can pick them down for the baby. At this time, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old came in, pointed at the little doll in Tuanshuan's hand, and said in a stubborn tone, I want this doll. Give it to me. 57, secretly buying pajamas for Feng Li. Tuan hugged the little doll tightly in his arms, hid behind his father, and frowned. Tuan likes it. I won't give it to you. The little girl said angrily to a middle-aged man next to her, Daddy, I want the doll in her arms. I like that one. Okay, Daddy will buy it for you, dear. Dad will buy you whatever you like. The man looked at Yi-chun in cheap clothes, a flash of contempt in his eyes, and took out 500 yuan bills from his pocket. Is that enough? Give the doll to my daughter. Yi-chun said coldly. Why? My daughter saw it first. Do you think you can solve it with a few banknotes? You poor bastard, don't go too far. How many more do you want? 2 more. Is that enough? I don't need your money. Yi-chun held Tuanshuan and opened the money and directly took out a platinum card. He has 5 million yuan in cash, enough to get a platinum credit card. He's also had quite a bit of money coming into his account recently, so he can spend as much as he wants on his daughter. This poor guy actually has a platinum card. The middle-aged man was obviously shocked. Are young people nowadays so rich? He looks to be only around 20 years old, but his savings have reached 5 million? Dad, I want that doll. Hurry up and grab it for me. Didn't you say I can have whatever I want? Be good. Let's hit something else, okay? Daddy will take you to buy something else. No, I want that. Yichin said coldly. This is my daughter who saw it first. You look 5 years old now, so you should understand first come, first served. The little girl rolled around on the ground in a naughty manner, attracting many people to watch. The man in the middle could only leave the store with his daughter in shame. The waiter respectfully placed the card in Yichen's hand and said, Sir, the total is 38,888. Please keep your card. Yichen placed the little doll in Tuan's arms. Your little doll. Thanks, Dad. Yichen couldn't resist his daughter's enthusiasm, and his face was covered with saliva, as if he had just washed his face. Tuan likes dolls. Daddy will bring you here to buy some in the future, okay? Yes, Dad, that's best. Oh, the baby's soft little face was pressed against Yichen's face. The father and daughter looked like they were cast in the same mold. They were so beautiful that they attracted a lot of attention. What a cute baby, what a young dad. Are all the handsome guys these days already married and fathers? I'm already old. As expected, the handsome and rich man has been picked up, and even the baby is so cute. Tuan looked around with a pair of big black eyes and hugged his father's neck with one little hand. Her father, no one is allowed to see. Carrot. She pouted her lips and continued to kiss her dad. Daddy, Tuan daddy. Yes, it's Tuan's father. Yichen said helplessly. Passing by a high-end women's clothing store, Yichen stood outside and hesitated for a long time before going in. After all, she is a pure-hearted college student who just graduated. How would she know what pajamas to buy? Yichen looked at them for a long time and felt that these pajamas were not normal. He blushed and prepared to leave. A pretty waitress asked, Sir, are you buying pajamas for your girlfriend? We have many styles here, including all kinds of sexy pajamas. I'm going to buy some clothes for my child's mother. Yichen's words were so painful that he almost bit his tongue. Your wife, since you're such a handsome guy, your wife must be very beautiful. Yichen scratched his head embarrassedly. Yeah, it's pretty. I'm afraid there's no woman as beautiful as Feng Li in the entire imperial capital. Is this one okay? This is the latest batch of goods that came into our store. It's very popular. This is the last one left. The waitress was holding a black lace nightgown in her hand, which was very fashionable. Yichen took a quick look and found that it was very similar to the pajamas he had washed and torn a few days ago. Okay, take this. Brother Yimo, I think the pajamas in the waiter's hand are pretty good. Why don't you take that one? A familiar voice sounded, and two figures appeared in front of Yichen. Yichen, why are you here too? What are you doing here? Chu Yi walked to Yichen angrily. You are not buying pajamas for your girlfriend, Lu Shuriwe or Song Wanting. You have already developed to this point. Yichen said calmly. Chu Yi, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. It's really unfortunate today. People are snatching things from my shopping cart. It may not be a good day to travel. Okay. Yichen, when did you become a bad person? You were obviously not like this before. You would blush when other girls talked to you. Chu Yi pointed at the little girl in Yichen's arms and said, Who is this? Why does she look so much like you? She can't be your daughter, right? That's impossible. You never had a girlfriend before. Tuan, holding the little doll, raised his head and said in a baby voice, Tuan, daddy. You're talking nonsense. How could Yichen be your father? He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Chu Yi's voice was so loud that it seemed to scare the little baby. The baby rubbed his eyes in grievance and was about to cry. Yichen patted the baby and coaxed him softly. Be good, Daddy is here, don't cry, be good. Dad, I'm scared. Underscore. The little baby hugged his father's neck with tears in his big, grape-like eyes, looking so pitiful. Yichen, where did you pick up a daughter from? Yichen said in a low voice. Chu Yi, you scare my daughter. I have nothing to do with you anymore. You have a boyfriend now. Please don't mess with me again in the future. Provoke you? Yichen, you are too narcissistic. Give me the clothes in your hand. I like this pajamas. Chu Yi said righteously. Yichen said gloomily. Sorry, this is the clothes I bought for someone else. You always bought me whatever I wanted before, but now I want a pair of pajamas and you can't even give it to me. Yichen, you've really changed. Yimo said, Brother, He likes this dress, so just give it to her. You don't have a girlfriend, so why did you buy this pajamas? Yi-chun probably has never even held a woman's hand. He has changed more than a dozen girlfriends. Yi-chun retorted, I bought it for my girlfriend. Why should I give it to her? Girlfriend, you have a girlfriend now. Is she the piano goddess Song Wanting? Yemo's brows were filled with resentment. He had pursued Song Wanting before, but unfortunately, she didn't even look at him. Now, Song Wanting was licking her face and being with Yi-chun. How exactly is he worse than Yi-chun? Yi-chun is a poor loser, a fake young master, and he is nothing except that face. 58, she is so nice. How can I not like her? This is my business. Waiter, pack up this dress. I want it. Yi-chun didn't want to make any unnecessary explanations to these people. Chu-yi stamped her feet in anger. I want this dress. There's only one left. Miss, please go and choose something else. This gentleman has already chosen the dress. The waiter packed up Yi-chun's food and said, Sir, the total is 388,000. Yi-chun was shocked for 2 seconds. A piece of clothing cost almost 400,000 yuan. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad about it, but he bought it for Feng Li, so it didn't matter. He could still earn more money. Chu-yi snorted lightly. Yi-chun, a poor college student like you can really come up with so much money? You just graduated in June this year, and your internship salary is only a few thousand yuan now. Even if you sell yourself, you still can't come up with that much money. Miss Chu, there's no need to worry about that. Yi-chun swiped his gold card in front of Chu-yi, then left the store holding his daughter in one hand and carrying clothes in the other. Chu-yi pouted and muttered quietly. How could Yi-chun have so much money and a gold card? He's just an intern, earning 5 or 6,000 a month. Emo reminded quietly. You forgot his song became popular a few days ago, and he got quite a bit of money. Yi-chun is so lucky to get such good results with his first song. Emo hugged Chu-yi and smiled evilly. Baby, buy some clothes first and wear them for me tonight. The bunny suit in the window is pretty good, and the wildcat suit is also okay. Choose one. Chu-yi blushed and chose a set of wildcats. After all, she has always been portrayed as a pure goddess to the outside world, and this is the first time she has worn such clothes. Yi-chun got into the car with the clothes. Feng Li raised his eyes and asked, What took you so long to buy clothes? I bought a small toy for Tuanchuan, and he likes it. Tuanchuan held a small doll in his 2 little hands and showed it to his mother happily. Mom, doll, don't you like dolls? Last time your aunt bought you one, you threw it away. Tuanchuan hugged his father's arm and said in a baby voice, Daddy will buy it. Feng Li pinched the little guy's nose and said, Dad bought it for you, and you can't bear to throw it away. The little guy nodded cutely and climbed into his father's arms again. Daddy, Tuanchuan likes you? Yi-chun asked, Will Tuan lose his toys again? Feng Li nodded and said, She has a bad temper. No one can stop her when she gets angry, and she loves to throw things. Tuanchuan shook his head, his voice soft and tender. Daddy, Tuanchuan, be good. Dad knows Tuanchuan is a very good boy. Yi-chun had never seen Tuanchuan lose his temper. In his eyes, Tuanchuan had always been a very well-behaved baby. Feng Li asked again, What size clothes did you buy? Yi-chun scratched his head and hesitated. Is size S okay? Feng Li has a slim waist and long legs, so she should be size S. Well, I'll give it a try tonight. Good. Yi-chun held Tuan and sat next to Feng Li. The two were very close to each other, and Yi-chun unconsciously moved to the side. Feng Li continued to move closer, forcing Yi-chun into a corner. Did you enjoy your meal with your female colleagues today? No. I wanted to thank her for the foreplay she helped me with last time, so we just had a simple meal together. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tuanchuan. Tuan was pushed to the front by his father with a confused look on his face. He looked at his father with his big black eyes, and the two of them stared at each other. Dad, eat, Tuanchuan, eat. The little guy raised his head and spoke to his mother in a baby voice. Feng Li asked calmly, Tuanchuan, do you like the Annie just now? Tuan nodded, I like it. Feng Li pinched Tuanchuan's face and continued to ask, Do you like Mom or her? The little guy quickly hugged his mother and said, I like you, Mom. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Feng Li's expression finally improved, and he said to Yi-chun, There's an art exhibition and auction tonight. Come with me and buy some famous paintings. Well, I haven't been to the auction house yet. In the past, whenever Ye's father went to an auction, he would always bring Yemo with him. Yemo would bring back all kinds of strange and bizarre gadgets and beautiful antiques, and he could only look at them. After getting off the car, Yi-chun took the box and got out. Feng Yin came up and asked, Yi-chun, is this the clothes you bought for my sister? What clothes are they? Let me see. They're so mysterious. Could it be? Feng Yin covered her mouth in shock. No way. You two have reached that point. Yi-chun explained, you're overthinking it. It's just a pair of pajamas. I washed Feng Li's pajamas and ruined them last time. Should I give her one as compensation? Feng Yan's pupils trembled. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. After a while, she asked, you said you tore my sister's pajamas. The servants around stared at Yi-chun one by one. Yi-chun felt embarrassed by being looked at and immediately explained, Feng Li and I are not in that kind of relationship. I just washed her pajamas. Yi-chun always felt that the more he looked, the darker it became. So he simply stopped explaining and looked at Feng Li, wanting him to explain. Feng Li didn't even want to explain. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Shueli, bring me the clothes I bought today. The maid brought in a black velvet box, inside of which lay a black haute couture suit. The fabric was spotless, and it was obvious that it was of great value. Yi-chun, come here. Yi-chun walked over slowly. Feng Li picked up the clothes and placed them in his arms. Put them on and see if they fit you. Yi-chun looked at the maid next to him, and it seemed that he could not explain it clearly anymore. He and Feng Li are really just ordinary friends. Feng Yan's eyes flicked back and forth between the two of them. Sister, you're so nice to Yi-chun. You haven't bought me any clothes yet. Next time, Feng Li's voice sounded calmly, and he looked up at Yi-chun. Go change first. Yi-chun went to his room and changed into a suit. There was not a single wrinkle on his body. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs made him look even more handsome. Tuanchuan hugged his father's legs with his two little paws and said in a sweet voice, Daddy, you are so handsome. The most handsome. The infatuated little Tuanchuan looked at her father with her saliva dripping down her face. She climbed into her father's arms and kissed him on the face. Dad. Yi-chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy seemed to be a little nymphomaniac. Feng Li lifted Tuan Tuan from Yi-chun's arms and said, Feng Tang Tang, go sit on the sofa. Poor little Tuanchuan was thrown on the sofa by his mother, with his cheeks puffed up like a little pufferfish. Feng Li raised his hand and tied Yi-chun's tie himself, saying in a cold tone, This suit is nice. It suits you very well. Yi-chun lowered his head in embarrassment when Feng Li praised him. Is that so? That's because you have good taste. Do you like this dress? I like it. Yi-chun answered, Digisividi. She is so nice. How can you not like her? Tuanchuan wants little stars, and he will cry if you don't give them to him. 59 Yi-chun, that poor man, is not worthy of being compared with him. Dad, Mom, bullying Tuanchuan? The little guy hugged his father's legs again and complained to his father in a wronged manner. Yi-chun picked up the little guy and said, Daddy, hug me. I won't feel wronged anymore. Tuanchuan lay in his father's arms, looked at his mother, and kissed his father on the face again, as if showing off to his mother. Feng Li pinched Tuanchuan's face again. Feng Tang Dang, how old are you? Tuan Tuan, 3 years old. The baby held up 3 little fingers. Feng Li said coldly, 3 years old is already very old. Get down from your father's arms and walk on your own. Tuanchuan shook his head like a little rattle and buried his little head in his father's arms. I want Daddy to hug me. Okay, Dad will hold you. I'll take Tuanchuan to the auction tonight and buy some nice paintings for us. Tuan Tuan nodded happily, drawing. I love drawing the most. Evening. Yimo and Chu Yi returned home together. They had bought their clothes and were just waiting to go back to their room to take off their pants. Father Yi suddenly placed 2 invitations on the table. Today is the charity auction for International Artist Clitta. You too should go and take a look and cultivate your artistic talents. Yimo, the cosplay clothes have already been bought, and now you ask him to go to an art exhibition to cultivate his sentiments? The father said coldly, You don't want to go? After all, you're a celebrity now. It will be good for you to meet more people. There must be a lot of people going to the Clitta auction today. Yimo glanced at Chu Yi and said hesitantly, Dad, I'll go. Father Yi said with relief, That's right, this is a ticket that Dad finally got. Only people from the upper class of the imperial capital can enter. I heard that another important person will be there. You should go and take a look. Maybe you can get to know some of them. Knowing more people will be good for you. In the future, the entire Yi group will be yours. The more connections you have, the better. Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you. Can I take Yi with me? Father Yi nodded and said, Of course. Yi is also a member of our family. Yi's father and I have already discussed your engagement ceremony. Chu Yi shyly hugged Yimo's arm. Are they getting engaged so soon? She's not ready yet. Emo did not show too much excitement. Okay, I'll listen to Dad. Ever since he met the president of Phone Group, he felt that all women were scum in his eyes, and no one could compare to President Phone. I hope Mr. Phone will also attend this auction. Emo deliberately changed into a dark gray suit and asked his family stylist to style his hair. He then looked at himself in the mirror for a long time. Still not as good as Yi-chun? What kind of genes does Yi-chun have? Isn't it just the genes of someone from the slums? Why is he so handsome? Yemo laughed contemptuously. Why should he compare himself with that poor man Yi-chun? Yi-chun couldn't even enter high-end places like charity auctions. Let's go together. Good. Yemo drove away from the Yi family in a luxury car. At the same time, Yi-chun and Feng Li also went out with Zai Chuanzi. Tuanchuan picked out a white little princess dress for herself and asked her father to comb her hair beautifully. Although the baby is young, she also loves beauty. Dad, Tuan, it's beautiful. The little guy uttered unclear words. Well, our Tuanchuan is the most beautiful little baby. Yi-chun pinched the baby's little hand, which was so soft and cute, and couldn't help but suck on the baby's little face. Feng Li glanced at him and asked calmly, "Do you like Tuanchuan so much?" Well, I didn't like babies before, but I like babies as cute as Tuanchuan. Yi-chun didn't know why he liked this little baby so much. Maybe he was destined to be with him. Dad, I like it, Tuanchuan. The little guy spoke to his father in a baby voice and laughed happily. Omega. Feng Li looked at the intimate father and daughter and decisively put Xiao Tuanchuan in his arms. After getting off the car, Yi-chun let Feng Li go first, and he followed with Tuan. After all, Feng Li is the president of Phone Group. If others see me, they will think I am her mistress. What if Feng Li's reputation is ruined? The two entered the venue one after the other, and their tickets were for VIP seats in the front row. As soon as Feng Li came in, he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Many business tycoons came to greet him respectfully. Mr. Feng, we're so happy to have invited you to this auction. Hello, I'm Wang Feng, the chairman of Zine. Mr. Feng, I'm Huang Qing, the founder of Duo. Mr. Feng, I'm Liu Haiyang, the founder of Maine. There was a group of people surrounding Feng Li, and she just nodded lightly. Yi-chun was pushed far away by the big guys, and no one noticed him, a little unknown person. People came in droves, all wanting to meet the legendary president of Phone Group. Feng Li became impatient with being pestered and frowned slightly. The people behind him who wanted to say hello did not dare to step forward for fear of angering Feng Li. Feng Li sat in the first row. Yi-chun and Tuan sat next to Feng Li, an arm's length away from her. Who's that person next to Mr. Feng? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he some super rich second-generation kid? I haven't seen him before. Maybe he's a new entrepreneur. This child is good-looking and young. I didn't expect him to be so accomplished at such a young age. I am ashamed of myself. Mr. Huang, the founder of Duo sighed. Yi-chen? He is just an ordinary man. Dad, drink milk. Epushiron. Zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu. Zu. The baby moved his mouth, probably because he was thirsty. Yi-chun whispered, Feng Li, Tuan's bottle was left in the car. I'll go get it. Good. Yi-chun carried Tuan out to get the bottle, and when he came back, the auction had not started yet. Tuanchuan lay in his father's arms, with a small bottle of milk hanging around his neck. He opened his big black eyes and looked at the unfamiliar faces around him. What a cute baby. Oh my God, why is there such a cute baby? Can I touch her little face? Yi-chun was surrounded by a group of people. Tuanchuan called sister in a baby voice, and a lot of candies were stuffed into his little hands. Emo had just come in when he was blocked by a group of people in front of him. Through the crowd, he vaguely saw that familiar face. It's Yi-chen. Yi-chen? How did he get in here and bring his adopted daughter with him? Emo said in an unhappy tone. How could someone of Yi-chen's status come in here? Did he sneak in? Doesn't the security outside care? 60 slapped Emo in the face. Chu-E nodded repeatedly and said, Brother Emo is right. Yi-chen must have sneaked in. How could someone of his status get in here? Tuanchuan got a lot of candies and showed them to his father happily. Daddy, sugar more. Emo walked forward slowly, his tone contemptuous and mocking. Yi-chun, how did you sneak in and bring your cheap daughter with you? Yi-chun was originally in a good mood, but when he saw someone, his expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly, How I got in is not something that Master Yi needs to worry about. Emo put one hand in his trouser pocket and smiled mockingly. You sneaked in, didn't you? I've already asked someone to call security. Chu-yi echoed. Yi-chun, how could you sneak in? This is not the place you should be. You'd better get out quickly. When everyone heard the noise, they all looked over. He sneaked in. How is that possible? I don't think so. It's very strict here. Yi-mo continued. Brother, it's not good for you to keep doing this. Even if you sneak in, you can't afford to take pictures of the things here. You'd better go back quickly. Yi-chun glared at Yi-mo coldly. Do you always think you are superior to others? Yi-mo raised his eyebrows and whispered. Isn't it? I'm the real eldest master of the Yi family, and you're just a fake, a person from the slums. Bad guy. Tuan glared at Yi-mo angrily, like a little pufferfish. Yi-mo raised his hand and wanted to pinch Xiao Tuanchuan's face, but Tuanchuan bit him, and Yi-mo almost cried out in pain. This little brat is so strong. The cheap daughter that Yi-chan picked up is not a good person either. She is just as annoying. Chu-yi asked with concern, Brother Yi-mo, are you okay? Yi-mo said in a low voice, It's okay. There were several purple teeth marks on Yi-mo's hand. Chu-yi glared at Tuan. You little bastard, you actually bit someone and even hurt Brother Yi-mo. Tuanchuan said fiercely, Bad guy. Those who bully Dad are bad people. Chu-yi was just about to teach this little guy a lesson when she was stopped by Yi-chun. He was very strong, and his eyes were so gloomy that it made people feel a chill down their spine. Yi-chun, what are you doing? Are you going to beat me up for this little bastard? Yi-chun said coldly, Apologize. What? Apologize to Tuanchuan. Chu-yi said angrily, You actually asked me to apologize to this little bastard. I won't apologize. Yi-chun's eyes became even darker, and he tightened his grip on Chu-yi's wrist. I'll say one more thing. Apologize to my daughter. It was the first time Chu-yi saw Yi-chun like this. His expression was terrifying, and his eyes looked like he wanted to kill her. Yi-chun was obviously not like this before. He used to give her any delicious food behind her back. Chu-yi, I'll say it one last time. Apologize to my daughter. Yi-chun's cold and heavy voice made people shudder. Chu-yi had forgotten the pain in her wrist and trembled as she said to Tuan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a little bastard. Tuanchuan refused to accept her apology, turned his face away, and lay on his father's shoulder. At this time, several bodyguards in black came in. Yi-mo reminded, Security is here. Yi-chun, you're about to be asked to leave. Please beg me. Maybe I can give you a ticket to the auction venue. Yi-chun didn't say anything, but patted Tuanchuan's head. Don't be angry anymore, little Tuanchuan. Ye montak was furious. Yi-chun, did you hear what I said? If you beg me, I'll give you a ticket. Unnecessary. Several bodyguards in black walked up to Yi-chun. Yi-mo pointed at Yi-chun and said coldly, He doesn't have a ticket. He sneaked in. Catch him and kick him out. Chu-yi also said, He doesn't have a ticket. Kick him and his daughter out. Yi-chun really went too far this time. He actually asked her to apologize to a little girl who was only 2 or 3 years old. Several black-clad bodyguards bowed respectfully to Yi-chun and said, Mr. Yi, please be patient. We will ask them to leave immediately. Hearing this, Yi-mo's face turned pale instantly. He doesn't have a ticket, but I do. Yi-mo took out his ticket, but unfortunately the bodyguard in black didn't listen to his explanation at all and directly asked the 2 people to leave. Yi-chun walked over and sat in the first row. Ha ha ha, are these 2 clowns? I have exclusive VIP seats. And he actually said, I don't have a ticket. It's so funny, he's just a clown, and he's been kicked out. Everyone was talking about it, treating it as a joke, and Yi-mo was completely treated as a clown. Yi-mo listened to the discussions and laughter around him, standing at the door with a grim face. I've never been so embarrassed in my life, being treated as a complete clown. Chu-yi was about to cry, muttering softly, How could Yi-chun have a VIP ticket? How should I know? Who knows who he got close to, and what despicable means he used? Yi-mo got into the car with a gloomy face. Chu-yi reminded him, Brother Yi-mo, why don't you start the car? I want to see who Yi-chun is hooked up with. Yi-mo sat in the car outside, waiting for Yi-chun to come out. Venue. As soon as Yi-chun sat down, Fengli asked, Who was that person just now? He's an insignificant person, so don't bother with him. But we're all pissed off, like a little pufferfish. Yi-chun poked the baby's cheek and said, Tuanchuan, don't be angry anymore. Daddy is fine. Tuanchuan complained to his mother in a baby voice. Mom, a bad guy is bullying. Dad, Mom knows. Don't be angry anymore. Mom is here. Fengli pinched the baby's little face. This little guy is so young. but he already feels sorry for his father. Yi-chun coaxed baby Tuanshuan, and the auction began. Standing on the stage was a female host, wearing a black cheongsam with a hot body, holding a microphone, and her voice was crisp and pleasant. Everyone is welcome to attend Clita's charity auction. There are 8 exhibits today, and the first one is Missing You. This is a painting that Master Clita spent 3 years on. Rumor has it that it was created for her youngest son. In front of me is a folio painting. The young woman in the middle has a kind smile on her face. Next to her is a 3 or 4-year-old child holding a big peach in his hand. The scene around her is beautiful, a very realistic oil painting. Yichun was fascinated by what he saw. He didn't know why, but he always had a sense of déjà vu. Master Clita, he is an internationally renowned painter, and his paintings are said to be hard to come by. One of his paintings was once sold at a sky-high price of 800 million yuan. He had also heard a little about it. Yichun, do you like this work? Feng Li asked in a low voice. Yeah, I like it very much. It feels like déjà vu. There is also an indescribable familiarity. 61 Mr. Feng threw money at him like crazy. Dad, Tao Tao. Tuanshuan pointed at the person in the painting with his little hand and talked to his father. Tuanshuan wants to eat peaches. Dad will buy them for you when we get home today. Good. Tuanshuan started chewing her little hands again. Yichun pulled her little hands out of his mouth and stuffed a small bottle of milk into them. Tuanshuan, you can't eat your hands. The little guy was drinking from the bottle, his cheeks bulging and his big eyes staring at the picture on it. The starting price for this painting is 80 million. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. The auction officially begins. As soon as the female host finished speaking, someone raised a sign and called out a price. 8.2 million, 85 million, 90 million. Yichun did not raise his bid. These prices were simply out of this world. He only had less than 550 yuan in his hand. 100 million. A founder of Jelly next to him directly offered 100 million. Now Yichun gave up completely. Let's wait until he saves enough money before filming. Suddenly, Feng Li raised the sign and said in a cold voice, 200 million. Feng Li's move immediately caused quite a stir. Yichun whispered, Feng Li, it's too expensive. I don't really like this painting. Feng Li approached Yichun and whispered in his ear, just keep what I bought for you. I'm really sorry, but you should continue to catch mice for me tonight. Yichun nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely catch the mouse tonight. He has only one use, to catch mice. Feng Li curled her red lips. Okay, I believe you. 200 million already. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 200 million once, 200 million twice, 200 million 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Feng for winning the painting. The host said politely. At the same time, backstage room, a gorgeously dressed lady was sitting on the sofa, her face expressionless. Mom, are you really giving up and selling the painting you've been working on for so long? Don't you regret it? The young woman sat on the other side, wearing a white long dress, looking dignified and elegant. Madam Yi said, I don't regret it. It's been so long, and it's time for me to let it go. From now on, Xiaoqi will be my biological child. Yao tried to dissuade him, but have you really given up? I don't think you have given up, otherwise you wouldn't be so sad. I'll go get the painting back for you. Madam Yi held Yi Yao's hand and whispered, don't go. I've given up. There's been no news for so many years. He may have passed away long ago. No, it definitely won't happen. My brother must still be alive. Mom, don't give up. You will definitely find him. At this time, a young man came in. He looked to be in his early 20s and had a handsome face. My second sister is right, Mom. You must not give up. You will definitely find your brother. Madam Yi raised her head, tears streaming down her face as she asked, Xiaoqi, you don't blame me? Yichi walked over to Madam Yi and sat down, saying, Mom, how could I blame you? I'm not your biological child. You're so kind to me, I'm very content. If I can find my brother, I'll be very happy too. I won't look for it anymore. I've been looking for it for so long, but there's still no news. No news is better than bad news. Let me keep it in my memory. Madam Yi sighed softly and asked, Yao Yao, has the painting been auctioned off? Mom, it's already sold. Madam Yi lowered her eyes and said, well, can I meet the person who took this picture? Yao said, okay, I'll arrange it in a moment. You can meet her after the auction is over. She's Feng Li, the capital's top tycoon. Mom, you should have heard of her. Although we're a hidden family, we have connections with them. I've also heard of this child. He has achieved such success at such a young age. His future is immeasurable. Madame ye éclamet in admiration. Yichi nodded and said, Mom, I've met Fonli before, but I didn't get to talk to her. I'll take this opportunity to meet her again. The second lot has arrived outside, also from the work of Master Clitta. Fonli bought it for 80 million. Yichin whispered, Fonli, I only need one. No need to take so many. Show it to Tuanchuan and cultivate her artistic talent. She loves painting so much. She dances with joy when she sees these masterpieces. Fonli pinched the little guy's face and asked, Do you like looking at paintings so much? Tuanchuan nodded cutely and said in a soft voice, Tuanchuan, I like it. Okay, Mom will take a video of it for you, and you can watch it every day in the future. Thanks, Mom. Tuanchuan climbed into his mother's arms and kissed her on the face. Feng Li's eyes curled up slightly, and he smiled. Don't you like your father? Yes, Dad, Mom. Tuanchuan sat between his father and mother and very considerately put their hands together. Yi Chun touched Feng Li's slightly cold fingertips and immediately withdrew his hand. The tips of his ears turned red with embarrassment. Apart from holding Chu Yi's hand when he was a child, he never touched any other girl's hand after growing up. Tuan, look, there's another painting. Tuanchuan's attention was indeed diverted, and his big black eyes were fixed on the picture on the screen. Mom, Tuan wants it. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Good. Feng Li took 5 photos of Clitta's works in one breath, and the people around him complained. I sat here for the whole night, but didn't take any pictures, so Mr. Feng booked the whole place. Afterwards, Feng Li and Yi Chun took Tuan to get the paintings. When we arrived backstage, a person in charge respectfully asked, Master Clitta wants to meet the person who took the photo of her painting. Mr. Feng, do you have time? Family nudakalmli, ukai. The two were invited into the room, and Yi Chun noticed the middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa at a glance. He seemed to have seen her somewhere. The moment Clitta saw Yi Chun, her eyes lit up, and she then greeted Feng Li. Boss Feng, Master Clitta. Feng Li and Clitta shook hands, and the two sat together. Yi Chun sat next to Feng Li, holding Xiao Chuanchuan in his arms. Xiao Chuanchuan didn't make any noise or say anything, but looked at the adults around him with his big eyes. Clitta smiled and said, You took all the pictures this time. Mr. Feng is really a kind-hearted person. He will surely be rewarded in the future. Feng Li said politely, My daughter likes it. She is very talented in painting. If Master Clitta can give her some advice, Feng Li would be very grateful. Good. Yi Chun put Tuan on the ground. The little guy walked over to Master Clitta with his short legs and introduced himself in a milky voice. Grandma, it's Tuan. 62 force kiss in the car. It was the first time Clitta saw such a cute little thing, and she couldn't help but pinch her chubby little hand. Your name is Tuan, so cute. Do you like painting? Tuan nodded and said, I like painting. Clitta asked again, How old is the baby this year? Tuanchuan held up 3 little fingers. Tuanchuan, 3 years old. Clitta picked up the little guy and held him in her arms. You're 3 years old. Can you show Grandma the picture you drew? Tuanchuan pointed at his mother. Feng Li showed Clitta the paintings that Tuanchuan had drawn in the past. After seeing it, Clitta praised it highly, saying, A 3-year-old can draw such colors. She is very sensitive to colors and has a talent for painting. Yao took a look at Tuan's painting and said in shock, Mom, this is too talented. When I was 3 years old, I couldn't even hold a paintbrush. Clitta smiled kindly. This little fellow is more talented than all my daughters. I will accept him as my apprentice. Feng Li said, Thank you, Master Clitta. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to ask. It's okay, Tuan and I are destined to be together. Clitta hugged the little ball of milk lovingly and couldn't let go. She looked at Yi Chun and asked casually, Where is he? Is he your husband? Yi Chun was choked and hurriedly explained, No, Master Clitta, you misunderstood. I am Mr. Feng's friend. Yi Chi next to him looked at Yi Chun with contempt. It turned out that he was a little lover, and he was quite good-looking. Clitta looked at Yi Chun with a smile, and became more and more satisfied the more she looked. If her Lin was still alive, she would probably be his age, and might also be as handsome as him. Tuan ran to his father, Dad. Yi Chi said in disbelief, Dad, are you your father? Yi Chen. I explained. Feng Li said calmly, Yes, he's Tuan's father. Is there any problem? Yi Chi was frightened by Feng Li's sharp gaze and took a few steps back. He quickly said, No, this little lover actually has a child with Mr. Feng. Yi Chi regained his composure and said, I'm just a little surprised. This gentleman looks only in his early 20s, yet his daughter is this big. Tuan Tuan, Dad. The little guy raised his head and spoke in a baby voice. Yi Chi ignored Tuan Tuan and continued. Boss Feng, I'm the young master of the Yi family. We've met before at the Haiqin banquet. I don't remember. Feng Li said lightly. Yi Chi stood there awkwardly. As the eldest son of the Yi family, one of the hidden great families in the imperial capital, Yi Chi had always been high and mighty, with a noble status. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Feng Li turned around and said softly, Yi Chun, let's go back. Good. Feng Li and Yi Chun said goodbye to Clita. Tuanchuan stretched out a little paw and said in a sweet voice, Grandma, goodbye. Oh? Clita's heart melted, and she said kindly, Tuanchuan, goodbye. Watching the three people leave, Clita sighed, None of you have good talent. You're worse than a 3-year-old child. Yi Chi explained, Mom, I'm not with Dad at the martial arts tournament, so I don't have time to practice these things. Clita said in a low voice, Go back. There's no need to look for Lin Lin anymore. He and I may not be destined to be mother and son. Yi Chi suppressed the joy in his eyes and frowned to dissuade. Mom, why don't you look for it again? Xiao Qi, I know you're worried about your brother. After all, we've been looking for him for so many years, but there's still no news. I am afraid. Tears flashed in Madame Ye's eyes. She was afraid that she would receive devastating news. Yi Mo sat in the car and waited for more than an hour, but still didn't see Yi Chen come out. All these people came out. Where did Yi Chen go? Could he have died in there? Yi Mo gritted his teeth and punched the steering wheel. Chu Yi had just fallen asleep and was awakened by the noise. She looked at the man next to her with confused eyes. Brother Yi Mo, what's wrong? Yi Mo's face was filled with rage, and he needed to vent urgently. He took Chu Yi to the back seat and closed the car window. Brother Yi Mo, don't. At the entrance of the auction, there are so many people, they will see it. Yi Mo smiled evilly. No, don't worry, you can't see inside through the glass. Chu Yi was half-hearted and was pushed against the seat by Yi Mo, her clothes hanging loosely on her body and her face flushed. The car started to shake. Yi Chun and Feng Li left the auction together. Tuan Tuan closed his eyes and lay on Yi Chen's shoulder. Feng Li, Tuan Tuan is sleepy. He was so energetic just now, enjoying the exhibition. Yi Chun poked the baby's little face, moved his mouth, and continued to sleep. It's almost 10 o'clock. She should go to bed. After all, he is a 2-year-old baby and sleeps a lot. As Yi Mo's car passed by, he could vaguely hear the voices inside. Yi Chen's face was flushed, and he was walking very quickly with Tuan Tuan in his arms. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. What did you hear? Nothing, nothing. Let's go. It's late. Tuanchuan needs to go to bed. Yi Mo turned his head inadvertently. Yi Chen came out with a woman beside him. He stopped and looked carefully at what the woman looked like. When he turned around, Yi Mo saw clearly that it was Feng Li. It turned out to be Feng Li. Yi Chen's financial backer is Feng Li? How could it be possible? How could someone like Feng Li fall for a poor guy like Yi Chen? Chu Yi was not satisfied, so she hugged Yi Mo's waist tightly and said in a coquettish tone, Brother Yi Mo, what's wrong with you? Yi Mo frowned. His anger reached its peak, and he almost tortured Chu Yi to death. Yi Chun is Feng Li's lover. As for him, he can only touch Chu Yi. Can Chu Yi compare with Feng Li? Yi Mo felt annoyed when he looked at Chu Yi. He pulled up his pants and left her at the door of the venue. Chu Yi sat crying on the edge of the flower bed, wiping her tears in disheveled clothes. Yi Mo, you big bastard. Stop it right there. No matter how Chu Yi shouted, there was no response, and the car had already gone far away. Yi Chen was about to leave when suddenly a person appeared in front of the car. Chu Yi patted the car door pitifully and said aggrievedly, Yi Chen, I know it's you. Can you take me home? Yi Chen opened the car window and said, Chu Yi, I have no obligation to take you home. Where's your boyfriend? Yi Mo is a big bastard. He actually left me here. I'm going to go back and complain to my dad. Can you please send me home? Don't you love me the most? Chu Yi, die. In the past, Yi Chen would certainly not have been willing to let her cry, as he treated Chu Yi like his own sister. But now, I am extremely disappointed in her. I'll say this one last time. I don't like you. I only treated you as a sister before. What you're doing now has nothing to do with me. Get out of the way. Chu Yi stepped aside crying, watched the last vehicle leave, and couldn't help crying. Feng Li lifted Yi Chen's chin, his dark eyes showing a hint of danger. You like that type of girl next door. I heard that you carried her on your back every day when you were a child. Ichun explained seriously. No, I just treat Chu Yi as a sister. I don't like her. Yeah, real. Feng stared at Ichen's lips and kissed him fiercely, domineeringly. Only I can touch you here. Yi-chan was breathless from the kiss, but he didn't hate this feeling at all. On the contrary, he liked it very much. He gently hugged Feng Li with one hand. Confused face, come on, Chinner. 63, stealing a kiss from Feng Li. Yi-chan immediately withdrew his hand and dared not touch Feng Li again. In his eyes, Feng Li was out of reach, and he could only watch from afar. Not willing. Yi-chan didn't say anything. Feng Li raised her red lips. I kissed you even though you didn't want to. Am I the first person to kiss you? Yi-chan nodded, pursing his lips gently. Yes. Feng Li seemed to be in a good mood. He pushed Yi-chan into the corner and pressed his lips against him again. At this time, Xiao Tuanshuan opened his big black eyes. Mom and Dad, please. The little guy crawled to his father and wanted to cuddle with him too. Yi-chan. Little dumpling woke up at just the right time. Feng Li pulled the little ball off Yi-chan and said, You woke up at the perfect time. Can't you sleep a little longer? Tuanshuan looked at his mother in confusion, not realizing that he had disturbed a good thing. Yi-chan picked up the little guy and said, Go to sleep, Daddy will hold you. Tuanshuan continued to sleep in his father's arms with a wronged look on his face, pouting his little mouth and secretly kissing his father on the face. Feng Li crossed her arms and looked at the little girl. After a while, she pinched her ears and said, Feng Tang Tang, come here. Mommy will hold you. The little guy shook his head and hugged his father's neck tightly. I just want a hug from Daddy. I love Daddy the most. Return to the manor. Tuan Tuan had already fallen asleep. Yi-chan first put Tuan Tuan on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and left the room after a while. Feng Yin looked at Clita's works below and praised them repeatedly. Sister, you have photographed so many of Clita's works. You are indeed a world-class painter. The details are simply perfect. Look how much the people in the paintings resemble each other. Sister, didn't you notice that this child actually looks a lot like Yi-chun? Feng Li raised his head. Feng Yin pointed at the little boy holding a peach in the picture. He looked only 3 or 4 years old. That's the boy. Haven't you noticed? I think his eyes and eyebrows look a lot like Yi-chun. Yi-chun pointed at himself and asked, Does it look like him? Yes, I think it's quite similar. Yi-chun lay down and looked at him. They did look a bit similar. Could it be that he had an ordinary face? Yi-chun shook his head. It must be a coincidence. I probably look more ordinary. How is that possible? How can you be considered an ordinary person with your looks? You can just become a celebrity and make a living by your looks. After saying that, Feng Yin took the painting and went to the study. When Feng Li went upstairs, he reminded her, Yi-chun, don't forget to come to my room to catch mice tonight. Good. Yi-chun first took a shower, changed into clean pajamas, and then went to Feng Li's room. Feng Li, I'm here. Yi-chun knocked on the door gently, and after a moment, the door was opened. Feng Li had just taken a shower. His hair was wet, and he was wearing a black nightgown. His skin was as smooth and shiny as jade, with a hint of whiteness faintly visible. Although Feng Li usually looks cold, she actually has a hot body, a slim waist, and long legs, and the softness in front is about to burst out. Yi-chun couldn't help but glance at her twice, then quietly shifted his gaze. Feng Li, did you just take a shower? I'll go out first and come in after you change your clothes. No, come in. Feng Li pulled Yi-chun in and pressed her on the bed. Yi-chun was fidgeting. I think I should go out first. Feng Li placed his slender white fingers on Yi-chun's shoulders, slowly approached, and asked in a low voice, Aren't you going to catch mice for me? Why are you leaving? Yi-chun stepped back slightly. I can just sit on the sofa next to you. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Really? But you're in my bed now. What do you say? Feng Li pushed Yi-chun gently, and he fell onto the bed, his mind going blank. What on earth is Feng Li going to do? What on earth is she going to do? I won't leave. I will take good care of Tuanshuan. You brought me back to take care of Tuanshuan, right? Don't worry. I will repay you. Repay me? What are you going to do to repay me? Or you can sleep with me tonight. There are mice down there, and I'm scared. Feng Li's face was gently pressed against Yi-chen's chest. Her usually cold tone was a little charming, and the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, making her as alluring as a fox. Yi-chen smelled Feng Li's scent and felt dizzy. He agreed unconsciously. Okay, I'll accompany you. He felt a soft touch on his hand, and when Yi-chan came to his senses, he found that he was hugging Feng Li's waist. Yi-chan immediately withdrew his hand and sat up from the bed. Phonely, I'll sleep downstairs, you sleep on the top. Okowo, I'm going to the bathroom first. Yichin closed the bathroom door, turned on a shower, and took a cold shower. So tempting. Phonely is usually very cold, but when he's in bed, he's downright deadly. Is Phonely seducing him? I don't think so. As an innocent male college student who has never even seen an adult film, how could Yi-chun know what Phonely is doing? After taking a cold shower for a full 20 minutes, Yi-chun remembered that he was prone to catching colds. He raised his hand to turn off the shower, put on his clothes, and came out. Phonely was lying on his side on the bed with his eyes closed, looking like he was asleep. Yi-chun walked over quietly. The woman in front of him had even taken off her nightgown, leaving only the black tube top underneath. Her waist was so slender that it could hardly be grasped. Further down were her long, white legs. Her feet were also beautiful, pink and white, with tiny diamonds on her toes. The face was still stunningly beautiful, but with its eyes closed it lacked the sharpness it once had. Yi-chun boldly reached out his hand and gently stroked Phonely's face. The woman's pink lips were shining with moisture, as tempting as a peach. Yi-chun's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his fingers couldn't help but touch the woman's lips. He bent down slightly, getting closer and closer. The sound of hot breathing was so close that Yi-chun could clearly hear his own heartbeat. What was he doing? Just once. Phonely fell asleep and must not have known, so he kissed her. Yi-chun moved closer again and could clearly see Phonely's curled eyelashes. Her skin was cold and white, and her facial features were three-dimensional and delicate. She was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Finally, he touched Phonely's lips. The kiss was as light as a dragonfly touching the water. His lips felt numb, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Yi-chun looked like he had done something bad. He hurriedly covered Phonely with the quilt and sat on the sofa. He touched his lips from time to time, wondering what he had done just now, as if he had secretly kissed Phonely. Why'd he do that? Yi-chun shook his head. He didn't know either. He just wanted to steal a kiss. Phonely was the first person he wanted to kiss secretly, and he succeeded. Yi-chun leaned on the sofa, staring at Phonely intently, and slowly closed his eyes. I hope Phonely will never have a boyfriend, so that he can stay with Phonely forever. Yi-chun felt that he was a bit selfish. 64 Phonely. He was in my bed last night. Yimo, why did you leave Chu-yi at the door of the venue yesterday and ignore her? Don't you know that your actions will destroy the marriage between the two families? Ye's father gritted his teeth and scolded. Yimo said in a deep voice, Dad, I was a little upset at the time. It wasn't intentional. Father Yi reminded him coldly. Take your things and go to the Chu family to apologize today. Our business is thanks to the Chu family. Yimo was silent for a while, then said, Dad, I saw Yi-chun when I went to the auction yesterday. Yi-chun, didn't we kick him out? How could he enter such a high-end auction venue with his monthly salary of a few thousand yuan? Did you see it wrong? Yimo's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. I'm not mistaken. It's Yi-chun, and he's hooked up with someone you wouldn't even imagine. Father Yi said jokingly. Who did you hook up with? Could it be that female CEO of Phone Group? Yimo was surprised. Dad, how did you know? Father Yi was stunned for a moment. You said Yi-chun hooked up with President Phone? The man in charge of Phone Group. Phonely? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yimo said confidently. I'm not mistaken. It's her. I've seen her on the financial channel before. How is that possible? Yi-chun is nothing after leaving our family. How could he possibly get close to President Phone? I don't know what despicable means he used. This Yi-chun is really capable. Father Yi was so angry that his teeth were itching. Yi-chun had to wait until this time to get close to President Phone. If Yi-chun had not been kicked out of the family, perhaps their Yi family would have had the opportunity to cooperate with the Phone Group. Yi Ching-shan thought for a moment, a smug expression on his face. Yimo, go pick up your grandma from the countryside in a few days. I don't believe Yi-chun won't come back. Okay, leave this matter to me, Dad. I'll go to the Chu family first. Okay, go ahead. You're a sensible child. Yimo took the things and left the house, then threw them into the trash can on the road. Is a woman like Chu-yi worthy of marrying him? Apologize? Never in this life. He had to find a way to get to know Phonely. He didn't believe that he, the eldest son of the Yi family, was inferior to Yi-chun, a lowly man from the slums. Yi-chun had just woken up and felt something soft in his arms. He subconsciously hugged it. It felt like a woman's body. Yi-chun suddenly felt something was wrong and opened his eyes abruptly. Phonely lay in his arms with her clothes half undressed, her black suspender pajamas falling off her shoulders, revealing the fullness of her chest. Yichen rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. When he opened his eyes again, it was still that beautiful face. The woman in his arms also opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes slightly watery, her hair disheveled. She looked lazy and charming. It was the first time that Yi-chan saw Fengli like this. His throat felt dry, and it took him a long time to find his voice. Fengli, ikin plan. Fengli asked softly, Yi-chan, why are you here? Is the ground too cold? No, I might be sleepwalking. I don't know why I'm lying here. I'll leave right away. Right away. Yi-chun hurriedly let go of Feng Li's hand, climbed down from the bed as quickly as possible, put on his shoes, and fled. After coming out, Yi-chun felt like a scumbag, the kind of scumbag who just put on his pants and ran away. Yi-chun returned to the room. Feng Li was getting dressed and had just taken off her underwear. Yi-chun completely collapsed. Why did he encounter this scene again? Covering his eyes, he turned around and asked hesitantly, Feng Li, I really didn't mean it. I didn't do anything last night. Feng Li asked as he put on his clothes. What do you think you have done? What can you do to me? Yi-chan felt that he was being looked down upon. After all, he was still a man of integrity. Feng Li continued. You slept with me. Do you still want to take responsibility? Yi-chan turned around and saw Feng Li had already put on her clothes. A black miniskirt, black stockings, and big, slightly curly hair falling on her chest, looking dignified and aloof. Of course I'm responsible. Tell me how I should take responsibility. Feng Li slowly approached, his voice cold and desolate. Marry me. Yi-chan shook his head and said, No, I'm not worthy of you, and your family won't agree. Yi-chan, do you think I need their consent? No, it's my own fault. I don't have any advantages, I know, except that my face is pretty. Yi-chan pursed his lips lightly and smiled bitterly. Feng Li said seriously, Yi-chan, you have many advantages. You write lyrics very well, you are not arrogant or impatient, and you treat Tianchuan well. Your paper writing should be good too, otherwise your instructor wouldn't ask you to help her revise her paper every day. Yi-chan scratched his head. It turned out that he had so many advantages. My supervisor told me today that I'm free and asked me to help her revise her paper. She has a headache. Feng Li said domineeringly, You are not allowed to go. Yi-chan raised his head and asked why. If I say you can't go, you can't go. Go change your clothes, eat, and then go somewhere with me later. Feng Li pushed Yi-chan into the cloakroom and picked out a black suit for him. Put on. Yi-chan changed his clothes obediently. Feng Li picked up the tie and tied it for Yi-chan himself with great concentration. The corners of Yi-chan's lips rose unconsciously. Feng Li, where are you taking me? I've already promised my supervisor that I'm going to help her revise her thesis today. Feng Li said coldly. Said you were sick and couldn't go. Yi-chan hesitated and said, I can't lie. Give me the phone and I'll tell her. Yi-chan took out his cell phone hesitantly, and Feng Li snatched it away. After opening it, he found a note, Doctoral Supervisor. Yi-chan, are you free today? I'd like you to help me revise a few papers. Please come to my private office. Feng Li's eyes darkened a little, and he asked in a cold voice, Private office, Yi-chan, is your advisor really looking for you to revise your thesis? Well, my advisor said she often has headaches, so she asked me to help. She said my paper was well written, and she wasn't confident in having someone else help her, so I had to go. Feng Li sent a voice message directly, with a cold and queenly voice. Yi-chan is busy today. Let's do it another day. It was too late for Yi-chan to stop it. Feng Li, why did you send a voice message? Feng Li frowned slightly. No, I'm afraid your mentor's real intention is not the bar. She's very young. Well, she's the youngest doctoral supervisor in our school, at the professor level, and she's 27 years old this year. Feng Li murmured, Sure enough. Within a minute, the other party replied. Who are you? Feng Li replied with another voice message. He was in my bed last night. 65, his father is honored because of his daughter. Feng Li waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply from the other party, so he threw the phone to Yi-chan. She probably won't ask you to revise your paper today. Yi-chan took a long time to find his voice and whispered, Feng Li, what did you say just now? If you say that, others will misunderstand. Nothing happened between us last night. No? How do you know there isn't? Feng Li curled the corners of his lips and slowly approached Yi-chan. Yi-chan was forced to retreat and lean against the wall. I just know it. Yi-chan was very confident. His clothes were all on. He hadn't even taken off his pants. What could have happened? Feng Li's eyes curled up slightly, and she smiled charmingly. How about tonight? No, that's not necessary. I'll go see if Tuan Tuan has gathered. Yi-chan fled with his cell phone in his arms. Feng Li was joking with him again. Feng Li didn't even treat him as a man. Yichun was a little angry. At this time, a message came back on the phone. Who are you to Yichun? Are you his girlfriend? Yichun didn't reply. He ran downstairs and threw the phone to Feng Li. She had done it herself, so she should explain it herself. Feng Li frowned slightly. Give it to me? Yichun nodded and said, I'll go get Tuan Tuan dressed. You can take care of it yourself. After Yichun left, Feng Li replied, I'm not his girlfriend. I'm the mother of his daughter. What? Feng Li. He's very busy right now, taking care of his daughter. If you have nothing to do, don't send him messages. Then, the other party stopped talking completely. Feng Li put his cell phone on the sofa, crossed his legs, and leaned back lazily. Female mentor? That's all. Yichun dressed Tuan Tuan and took the baby to wash his face. The little guy was still drowsy. He rubbed his father's handsome face and hugged his father to take a bite. Dad, handsome? Little nympho. Yichun shook his head helplessly, brought Tuan Tuan down, picked up the phone, and heard Feng Li's reply, and he was stunned where he was. Feng Li, what did you say? Feng Li raised his eyes and said, I do this for you, so that your mentor won't have any unnecessary thoughts about you. How could the instructor have any feelings for me? I'm just an ordinary student. You misunderstood me. Feng Li stood up and took Yichun's hand. Let's eat. I'll take you to the old house today. Feng Yan, who was lying on the table trying to eat, suddenly raised her head and uttered unclear words. Sister, are you really going to take him to the old house? It's not a good place. Yichun paused, holding the chopsticks, and hesitated. Can I not go? I have something to do at the company today. Feng Li asked, what's the matter? Today, my classmates asked me to go to a piano performance. Feng Li, Yichun replied in a low voice. Song Wanting, one of my classmates, she said this is an international pianist concert, and she finally got 2 tickets. Feng Li's expression was calm as usual. Okay, I won't force you, go ahead. Yichun shook his neck, feeling that Feng Li seemed angry, but he really didn't want to go to the Wolf's Den like the Fu family's old house. Did he disappoint Feng Li? Yichun lowered his head and continued to eat. Feng Li picked up his favorite crispy pork and said with concern, Eat more. You have lost weight recently. I feed you delicious food and drink every day, but I haven't made you fat. Thanks. Yichun felt even more guilty. Feng Li was really nice to him. Feng Li, I'll go with you. Actually, the piano concert is tomorrow, and I'm free today. Feng Li's expression remained normal. Okay, go if you want. Yichun scratched his head and said, You know, I lied to you. Feng Li said, When you lie, you lower your head and dare not look into my eyes. The movements of your hands also reveal it. But I said that I will never force you to do anything. Feng Li, I'll go with you. Yichun answered decisively this time. Feng Li has helped him so many times. He also wants to help Feng Li. Feng family. The magnificent building stands proudly in the golden area in the center, covering an area of thousands of square meters and stretching as far as the eye can see. After Yichun went in, he walked through several corridors before reaching the central hall. Hey, how come you still have time to come back? Who did you bring with you? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why do you bring all sorts of people home? The person who spoke was Feng Li's cousin, Feng Yu from the second house, one of the shareholders of Feng Group. Feng Li slowly approached, glanced at Feng Yu indifferently, and said in a cold voice, This is your cousin-in-law. Why don't you call him when you see him? Feng Yu was frightened by Feng Li Dao's imposing manner and took a few steps back, muttering softly, Brother-in-law, why haven't I seen him before? Whose family is he from? Feng Li said with a serious face, Feng Yu, it will be good for you to say less. Cousin, I'm just concerned about you. This is Tuanchuan, you've grown so tall now. Tuanchuan, come here and let your uncle hug you. Feng Yu wanted to pinch the little guy's face, but Tuanchuan wouldn't let him. He quickly hid behind his father, grabbing his father's clothes with his 2 little hands. Her uncle always pinched her until it hurt, which was the worst. Feng Yu bent down, stretched out his hand, and was about to pinch Tuanchuan's face. Yichun held his wrist, his eyes flashing coldly, and asked in a deep voice, What do you want to do? Feng Yu endured the pain from his wrist and said angrily, Of course I came to see if my little niece has grown up. Who do you think you are? We are blood relatives. Get out of here. Yichun increased the strength of his hand again. Feng Yu grimaced in pain and took a breath of cold air. He felt his entire arm was numb, and he had no feeling at all. Tuanchuan is my daughter. Feng Yu sneered. Your daughter? Could it be that you are the one from 4 years ago? Yichun didn't know what he was talking about, so he agreed casually. It's me, so what? Not really. I thought my cousin's personality would make her kill you, but I didn't expect that she didn't kill you. But you, a pretty boy, want to rely on your daughter to gain status. Let me tell you, it's impossible. Feng Yu gritted his teeth in pain. Let me go. This is the Feng family. We won't tolerate an outsider like you running wild. Yi Chun pushed Feng Yu away fiercely. Feng Yu staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, a bodyguard next to him helped him up. Yi Chun picked Tuan Tuan up from the ground and said, "Don't be afraid. Daddy is here." Tuan Tuan hugged his daddy with his two little paws. Daddy, great. Feng Yu was bullied in his own territory. His face turned ashen. You little bastard, you, an outsider, dare to act wildly in the Feng family? All of you, arrest him for me. Feng Li stood up, his tone domineering and cold. Feng Yu, you dare to touch my people. 66 Feng Li. The person I want to marry is Yi Chun. Cousin, he is just an outsider. We are a family. Are you going to ignore me, your cousin, for him? Feng Li said coldly. Who do you think you are to compare yourself with him? Feng Yu's face grew even darker. Cousin, it seems you're determined to protect this outsider. If that's the case, I can only report this to Grandpa and ask him to seek justice for me. Suddenly, a kind voice sounded, mixed with bouts of coughing. What are you doing? Xiaoli finally came back. Feng Yu, why are you arguing with her again? The man who came was an old man in his 70s. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were very shrewd. He was wearing an orthodox Tang suit and holding a 9-dragon-headed cane inlaid with a green bead. Feng Yu was the first to complain. Grandpa, it was my cousin who was bullying me too much. It was this pretty boy who hurt my arm. I wanted to teach him a lesson, but my eldest cousin stopped me. Only then did old Master Feng notice Yi Chun standing beside him and asked, Are you Fem Li's Lube? Yi Chun hugged Tuan and said loudly, Tuan is my daughter. What? You are actually Tuan Tuan's father. Old Master Feng looked shocked and asked, Xiaoli, didn't you say you would find the beast who bullied you 4 years ago and cut him into pieces? Why did you bring him back to the old house? Yi Chun didn't react for a moment. The beast that bullied Feng Li was Feng Li, forced, but she is such a powerful woman. Who would dare to do that? Feng Li closed his eyes, suppressed those memories, and whispered, I changed my mind. He is very good at Tuan Tuan and can take good care of Tuan Tuan. What happened just now has its reasons. Tuan will tell you what happened, Grandpa. After hearing what his mother said, Tuan climbed down from his father's arms, ran to his great-grandfather with his short legs, and squeezed out 2 tears of grievance. Old Master Feng bent down, wiped away the tears from Tuan's face with heartache, and wanted to pick up the little guy, but unfortunately, he didn't have the strength. Tuan, tell Grandpa what's going on. Tuan complained in a wrong tone, pointing a little finger at his face. Great-grandfather, Uncle, you're bullying Tuan and pinching Tuan's face. It hurts so much. Feng Yu was stunned. When had he bullied this little guy? He had wanted to bully her just now. But before he could do anything, Feng Tang had the audacity to complain first. Old Master Feng scolded angrily. Feng Yu, you are really going backwards. You are such a grown-up, and yet you bully Tuan. She's your niece. How could you have the heart to do that to her? Grandpa, I really didn't bully Tuan. How could I bully her? She lied. She's lying at such a young age. What will happen to her when she grows up? Feng Yu glared at Tuan angrily. Tuan's tears streamed down her face, and she kept hiding behind the old man. Grandpa, Tuan, Papa. The old man rubbed Tuan's little head with heartache. Good boy, Tuan. No one can bully you with Grandpa here. Feng Yu, you must face the wall and reflect on your mistakes right now. You're not allowed to eat tonight. Grandpa, I was really wronged. I didn't even touch Tuan. If you don't believe me, ask the people around me. Feng Yu continued to explain. The person next to you must be on your side. Tuan is still so young. How could he possibly lie? You must be the one lying. The old man was convinced that Feng Yu was lying, and no matter how Feng Yu explained, it was useless. In the end, he was punished to reflect on his mistakes facing the wall. Old Master Feng walked over to Yi Chun and put a hand on his shoulder with great force. Are you the person from 4 years ago? Yes, it's me. The old man's expression changed slightly. Okay, that's very good. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Li, you scoundrel. Yi Chen. What did he do? What exactly happened 4 years ago? Feng Li immediately stood in front of Yi Chun and said, Grandpa, Tuan's father has been found. Tuan now has a father. I have forgiven him for what he did. The old man was surprised and asked, What? You forgave him? He did that to you. How could you forgive him so easily? Is it because of Tuan Tuan? Feng Li didn't answer. Old Master Feng sighed and said, well, since you forgive him, just forgive him. Tuan Tuan needs his father too. Then, he looked at Yi Chun and asked, what's your name? Yi Chen. The old man's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Okay, from now on you'll be Tuan Tuan's father. Take good care of him. But there's one thing you have to remember. Don't dream of the Feng family's wealth, and don't dream of marrying Feng Li. Yi Chun said coldly, I have never thought of coveting other people's property. The money I spend is all earned by myself. I will also take good care of Tuan Tuan, so you don't need to worry about it. That would be best. The old man continued, Feng Li, it doesn't matter if you have more people around you, but you have to think carefully about this marriage with the Yi family. After all, the Yi family is one of the hidden families in the imperial capital, and they are very powerful. I heard that they are also the heirs of martial arts, and they are worthy of your status. Don't think about it. I won't marry into the Yi family. I have a better candidate. Feng Yin, come out. Feng Yin was slacking off in the back when her name was suddenly called. He knew that her sister called him back, and it was nothing good. So he was about to run away, but Feng Li grabbed his collar. Feng Yin is more suitable than me. Old Master Feng said, Xiaoyan is not suitable. She is simple-minded. If she contacts the Yi family, she will only be swallowed up by the Yi family. Feng Yin nodded repeatedly with a pitiful look in her eyes. Sister, I don't want it. Please don't push me into the fire pit. No, I don't want it. Feng Li let go of Feng Yin and said, I won't arrange marriages, so there's no need to mention this matter again. The old man's face darkened. Feng Li, you're the head of the Feng family. You should know the pros and cons marrying into the Yi family will make our Feng family more powerful. Yi Chen was thoughtful. Yi family? Is it a hidden family? It turns out that there is such a force as the hidden family. No wonder I haven't heard of it before. Feng Li walked over to Yi Chen and took his hand. I said I won't arrange a marriage, and the person I will marry in the future is Yi Chen. Yi Chen. It turned out that this was Feng Li's idea, to have him come here as a shield. However, Feng Li's hands were so soft. The old man advised, Feng Li, don't be confused. He is just an ordinary person. It's okay for him to be your lover, but you can't marry him. The Feng family's top management won't agree either. You have to think carefully. Feng Li and Yi Chun interlocked their fingers and said coldly, I don't need anyone's consent. Do you think you can still control me? I just want to marry Yi Chun, so what? 67 green tea black heart lotus. I won't agree to this, and neither will the entire Feng family. You'd better take care of this matter on your own. Otherwise, don't blame Grandpa for taking action against your lover. Old Master Feng's sharp gaze fell on Yi Chun. Yi Chun could clearly feel his murderous intent. Did he really want to kill him? Yi Chun did not back down and held Feng Li's hand tightly. Feng Li said coldly, Want to touch Yi Chun? Old man, don't blame me for attacking your grandson. Old Master Feng's face turned ashen, and he slammed his dragon-headed cane against the ground. Feng Li, don't go too far. Those are your cousins. Feng Li said calmly, So what? If you dare to touch Yi Chun, I will dare to touch them. Old man, the Feng family no longer needs to rely on external forces. You can just enjoy your retirement in the old house and don't worry about other things. Old Master Feng was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He was supported by the old housekeeper next to him and walked into the living room, where he sat on the sofa to catch his breath. Feng Li, you're really good. Now you're no longer under my control. Well, I can't control you. Do whatever you want. However, he will definitely not be included in the Feng family tree. The old man glared at Yi Chun, and Yi Chun put his hands on his shoulders with a calm expression. He didn't want to be included in the family tree. Not everyone wants to be included in your Feng family's genealogy. Feng Li agreed to Mr. Feng, and the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tuan didn't know what was going on and was so scared that he hid in his father's arms. The old man's expression became amiable. Tuan, come here, great-grandpa. I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you miss me? Tuan walked over and said in a milky voice, I miss you, great-grandpa. You're so good. Tuan has grown up so much. Look, this is your brother, Yin Yan. Do you still remember him? The old man called out another little boy who looked a little older than Tuan, probably around 4 or 5 years old. Elder brother. Tuan greeted politely. The little boy named Yin Yan ignored Tuan and played with his toys by himself. Mr. Feng's expression remained unchanged. Yin Yan, this is your sister. She calls you brother. Why are you ignoring her? Yin Yan raised her head and said, She is not my sister. She has no father. She is just a bastard without a father. Tuanshuan's mouth pursed, and he burst into tears. Yes. Daddy, Tuanshuan, Daddy. Tuanshuan pointed at his father with a little hand and cried miserably. Yichun fell heartbroken and quickly picked up the baby to comfort him. The old man's face became even gloomier, and he snatched the toy from Yinyan's hand. Who told you to say that? How can you say that about your sister? She is your sister. Grandpa Zeng. She is not my sister. My sister is Meng Meng, not her. The old man sighed. If only I've spoiled Yinyan. Don't take his words to heart. I will teach him a lesson in the future. Tuanshuan, don't cry. Grandpa has a little toy for you. The old man took out the green bead from his crutch. Dad, what are you doing? That's... Feng Li's second uncle hurriedly tried to dissuade him. It's all your grandson's fault. He bullied Tuanshuan until he cried. Even though Tuanshuan didn't grow up with me, he's still a member of my Feng family. Tuan, come here, Grandpa. I'll give you a toy. Tuanshuan walked to the old man with his short legs, holding the little beads in his two little hands, with tears on his face. Grandpa Feng patted Tuan's little head and said, Good boy, don't cry. This is a little toy that Grandpa gave you. You can exchange it for candy in the future. Tuanshuan's milky voice rang out. Thank you, Grandpa. What a polite and good boy. The old man was very pleased. Tuanshuan ran to her father, holding the little beads to show him. The father and daughter got along very well. The old man's eyes darkened. This person is quite good at coaxing Tuanshuan. Feng Li went to the study with the old man, and Yichun wandered around outside board. Not far away, Tuanshuan was lying by the small pond playing with small balls. Yinyan walked over with a small doll toy in her hand. Feng Tuanshuan, I'd like to exchange this doll for your bead. Is that okay? Tuanshuan raised his head, his big eyes twinkling, and shook his head, holding the beads in his little hands. Feng Yu stood not far away. The bead on the old man's cane was passed down from the folk. It is made of the best jade and is unique in the world. Wouldn't it be a shame if such a good thing fell into the hands of a little kid? Don't you want to change? This doll is very beautiful. Don't you like it? Give me the beads in your hand. Tuanshuan was not even 3 years old, so how could she possibly be a match for a 5-year-old? She jumped into the pond nearby, holding the beads. Dad, save Tuanshuan. Yichun suddenly heard a familiar voice and ran to the pond like crazy. Tuanshuan fell inside and was struggling. Yichun immediately rushed over and rescued the man. Tuan, check if Dad is injured. Tuan shook his head with tears in his eyes. Dad, I'm scared. This pond is very shallow, probably only a dozen centimeters high, and is specially used for raising fish. Don't be afraid. Dad is here. Yichun gently coaxed Xiao Tuanshuan, gazing down at Yinyan. It's you who bullied my daughter. Yinyan pointed at Tuan and explained in a panic, I didn't. She jumped down on her own. Don't blame me. Feng Yu rushed out and said angrily, Yichun, I'm warning you. Don't go too far. It was clearly your daughter who jumped in on her own. Why are you blaming my son? Yichun stared at him with cold eyes, and Feng Yu felt a chill on his back. Why is this poor loser's gaze so terrifying? He's just a gigolo who wants money. I saw it with my own eyes. It's fake. Your daughter jumped down by herself. Don't try to frame my son. Yichun did not make any extra explanations and directly reported the matter to the old man. When the old man heard about this, he got so angry that he started coughing violently. Yinyan, you actually push your sister into the water. This is what Grandpa Zeng taught you. From now on, you should go back with your father and stay away from me. Yinyan cried and said, Grandpa Zeng, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I didn't push her. She jumped down on her own. This bastard actually lied to me. Feng Yin, if you say that again, who is the bastard? Have I spoiled you? You actually said that to your sister. You are so young, and you are already framing others. What will happen when you grow up? Go back and don't be around me anymore. Tuanshuan lay in his great-grandfather's arms with a wronged look on his face, his big watery eyes making people feel distressed. This time, the old man was determined to send Yin back, and no matter how Feng Yu tried to persuade him, it was useless. They fell into the trap. Tuanshuan, this little bastard, has such heavy thoughts at such a young age. She is indeed Feng Li's daughter, just like her. 68, the doting Feng Li. After a simple lunch, Feng Li and Yichun came back together. Tuanshuan gave the little ball in his hand to his mother. Mom, ball. Feng Li pinched the little kid's face and asked, huh, did you do that on purpose? Tuanshuan shook his head cutely and hugged his mother's arm. Feng Li still had a cold face and pushed Tuanshuan's little head away. You shouldn't jump into the pond today. What if the water is deep? Tuan Tuan shook his head, not deep. She put her little paws in and caught fish. That's not allowed either. Don't do it again. Mom doesn't like these things. Feng Li threw the crystal beads aside, held the little girl in his arms, and held her little face. Don't do this next time, or Mom will be really angry. Tuanchuan nodded. Tuanchuan, be good. Yichen had just come in and listened to the conversation between the mother and daughter. He vaguely heard that Tuanchuan was the one who fell into the water on purpose. How was that possible? His little baby is still so small. He must have heard it wrong. When Tuanchuan saw his father coming, he climbed down from his mother's arms, hugged his father's legs, and said cutely, Daddy. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Yi-chun picked up the little guy, and looking at the cute little guy's face, he felt that he must have heard it wrong just now. How could his baby do something like that? Tuanchuan is a little foodie who only knows how to eat. Yi-chun pinched the little cutie's face. It was so adorable. Feng Yin sat aside and leisurely ate melon seeds. Sister, what's so good about the Yi family? Look how anxious the old man is. He insists on dragging you into a marriage alliance. Have you ever met their young master? Feng Li said calmly. I met you last time. Feng Yin continued gossiping. What does he look like? Is he handsome? I heard he's some top martial arts expert. He participated in some martial arts competition and came in second place. Pretty impressive. Feng Li, not as good looking as Yi-chun. Yi-chun, who was suddenly praised, said, Did Feng Li just say that he looked good? It seems so. I heard there will be another martial arts competition in 2 months, a national competition. However, these competitions are never open to the public. So many people don't know about them. Feng Li nodded and said, Yes, the martial arts family is a hidden family, and the Yi family is one of the 4 major martial arts families today. That sounds amazing. I'll go check it out next time. Yi-chan asked doubtfully, The martial arts competition, is it Taekwondo? Feng Yin laughed out loud. Yi-chun, the martial art competition is more advanced than Taekwondo. Moreover, the martial arts competition is open to the whole country and is highly confidential. Yi-chan nodded. There's this kind of competition. No wonder I didn't know about it before. I didn't know how good the people who competed were. I really want to see it. Feng Li asked, Yi-chun, do you want to go? I practiced Taekwondo for a few days. Feng Yin curled her lips and said, Yi-chun, you'd better not go. Taekwondo masters are usually eliminated in 1 round at most in martial arts tournaments. So amazing. Feng Yin whispered, Of course, the martial arts tournament is a national competition. I heard that the champion was from Country H, and the young master of the Yi family was defeated at that time. Feng Li looked at Yi-chun and said, If you want to go, I can ask the organizer for a spot. Yi-chun asked, Can I still take the spot? Feng Yin smiled contemptuously. Yi-chun, you look down on my sister too much. My sister is also one of the organizers. Although she is not from the Gu family, she is the number 1 chaebol, let alone 1 spot. Even if there are 10 spots left, she can take 8. Yi-chun was so shocked that his mouth opened slightly. So, how rich is Feng Li? Okay, Feng Li, I want to go and take a look too. I might get eliminated in the first round. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Feng Li gently brushed Yi-chun's face and tidied up his hair. No, if you want to go ahead and have fun. But don't get yourself hurt. Yi-chun's throat rolled slightly. Okay. Sister, if you really let Yi-chun go, you know what kind of people they are. What if Yi-chun gets injured? He looks so weak. Yi-chun was speechless. Does he really look weak? At that time, he also single-handedly fought against more than 20 bodyguards. Feng Li said, If he wants to go, let him go. With me here, no one can hurt him. Yi-chun's heart began to beat uncontrollably. Is Feng Li so nice to him just to use him as a shield? Dad, Tuan Tuan is drawing. The little guy drew a little flower and showed it to his father. He is going to participate in the competition soon. The baby is working very hard. Your painting is really beautiful. Dad will accompany you to participate in the competition later. Tuanchuan happily agreed, picked up the pen, and continued painting, with paint all over his body. Yi-chun felt a little itchy and wanted to draw, but ended up drawing an ugly black apple. Tuanchuan gave a thumbs up and said, Dad, great. Yi-chun. His precious daughter is such a fan. Maybe he really has no talent for painting. The second day, after Yi-chun got up, there were several messages on his phone. Song wanting. Yi-chun, are you free today? You promised to go listen to piano music with me. Yi-chun rubbed his hair and almost forgot that he had to go to the concert hall with Song wanting today. Good luck. Yi-chun changed into a white casual jacket, combed his hair, and then went to call Tuan Tuan. As soon as the little guy woke up, he hugged his father and kissed him several times. Dad's so handsome. Yichen was completely helpless in the face of his nymphomaniac daughter. He had just washed his face for nothing. After going downstairs, Fengli sat on the sofa in cream-colored casual pajamas, with her slightly curly long hair casually draped, looking a bit lazy. Yichen asked, Fengli, aren't you going to work today? I forgot. Today is Saturday. Do you want to go to the amusement park with Tuanshuan? She has been wanting to go for a long time. Fengli touched the little guy's paws and asked, Do you want mom and dad to accompany you to the playground? Go play. The little guy cried with joy. Yi-chun hesitated and said, I have something else to do today, so I might not be able to go. How about tomorrow? Huh? What are you going to do today? Date another girl? There was a hint of danger in Feng Li's eyes. Song Wanting and I went to the concert hall. There was a concert by a famous pianist. I heard it's very rare. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. Really? I heard something happened at the concert hall, so the performance was canceled. Canceled? How is that possible? Then, Yi-chun received a message from Song Wanting. Song Wanting. Yi-chun, today's piano performance has been canceled. Let's go another day. Feng Li raised his eyes. Do you believe it now? Come to the amusement park with me. Cool. Oh. You are worthy of being Mr. Feng. 69, don't you want to marry me? Yi-chen. Why does it feel a little wrong? Why was it canceled at the last minute? Before Yi-chun could think about it, Xiao Tuanshuan had already hugged his father's legs, raised his little head, and his big watery eyes blinked. Dad, the playground. Tuan tuan play. Ipushiron. Zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu. Zu. How could Yi-chun refuse such a lovely daughter? He picked up the little girl and agreed immediately. Okay, let's take Xiao Tuanshuan to the amusement park today. What do you want to play? Tuan tuan fei fei. Okay, Dad will take you on a plane. After dinner, Feng Li changed his clothes into a cream-colored casual jacket, which looked like a couple's outfit compared to Yi-chen's. Feng Yin was surprised and asked, Sister, why did you change your clothes? Didn't you only wear black clothes before? Why did you buy this color this time? It looks like a couple's outfit with Yi-chun. The three of you walking together really look like a family of three. Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose. Does it look like similar? Of course we are. It's so similar. The three of us are like a family, and I am just an outsider. Feng Yin squatted on the ground and drew circles. Tuan Tuan found a magazine of a handsome guy from somewhere and gave it to Feng Yin. Andy Handsome. Feng Tang Tang. Thank you so much for finding a man for my aunt. Feng Yin pinched the little guy's face and said, Why don't you find a real person for your aunt? Xiao Tuanshuan picked up her phone and called Dr. Gu. Tuanshuan, why did you call your uncle? Did you miss him? Or did you miss the needle in his hand? Tuanshuan's little head shook like a rattle, and a cute voice rang out, Uncle, look for me. When Feng Yin heard the familiar voice, she almost threw Tuanshuan out. She quickly covered her mouth and shook her head at her. Tuan Tuan looked at his aunt with a silly face, handed her the phone, and said in a milky voice, Aunt, it's Uncle Gu. Feng Yin? Feng Yin, you're here too? Feng Yin quickly hung up the phone and pinched Tuanshuan's face with both hands. Feng Tuanshuan, who told you to call him? And he wants it. Feng Yin gnashed her teeth in anger. Don't call him anymore. Tuanshuan was bullied by his aunt, and his eyes were filled with tears. He ran to his father with his short legs and hid behind him. Dad, Yi-chun carried the little girl outside and said, Feng Yin, we are going to the amusement park. You stay home alone. Tuanshuan stuck out her tongue at Feng Yin. Feng Yin stomped her feet in anger. This Feng Tuanshuan would get anxious if she wasn't angry for a day. Yi-chun and Feng Yin took Tuanshuan to play around the entire amusement park. The little guy was so happy that he played until around 4 in the afternoon before coming back. By the way, I brought a box of octopus balls for Feng Yin. Xiao Tuanshuan gave the meatballs to her aunt. Auntie eat. Feng Tuan Tuan, you still remember your aunt? Feng Yin took the meatball and ate one. It tasted amazingly delicious. For Chibi Maruko's sake, I'll forgive you this time. Tuanshuan nodded obediently, and his mouth was watering as he looked at the little balls. Want to eat? Tuan Tuan nodded and wiped the saliva from his mouth. Feng Yin reluctantly gave one to Tuan Tuan. Yi-chun watched from the side and shook his head. His daughter was indeed a simple foodie. Tuanshuan is so naive. What if he gets cheated in the future? He will teach Tuan Tuan well in the future. The next day, early in the morning, Yi-chun received a call. Yi-chun, my concert will be in a few days. Do you want to go? I'll give you 2 tickets so you can watch my concert. Yi-chun sneered coldly. No need. How can someone who has never sung an original song actually hold a concert? Yemo said with a gloomy face. Yi-chun, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Giving you tickets is a favor to you. Not everyone can come to my concert. Tickets are hard to come by. Really? Sure. He also wanted to go and see how many people would attend Yimo's concert. Yimo said coldly, Yi-chun, don't think that just because you released a song that became popular, you can be compared with me. I will let you know the gap between you and me soon. Hang up the phone. Yi-chun clicked to open the group, and the news exploded. Chinner, you're the most handsome boy in this class. I didn't expect that I would be chosen as the most handsome boy in this class before leaving. The audience's eyes are indeed sharp. They can tell at a glance that you are far superior to Yimo. He swiped 10,000 votes, but you still managed to pull in over 10,000 votes. Haha, Yimo must be pissed off. He hasn't been back to school these days. Yimo finally got over his complacency this time. The school beauty wasn't his girlfriend, but Song Wanting. Chinner, your relationship is trending on the forums and has even made it to the top of the Weibo charts. Go check it out. It seems like they're the most beautiful campus couple at some university. Yichin flipped through the hot search list and found that it was indeed at the bottom, and the popularity was still rising. Yichin ignored all this. He was going to the company to shoot a magazine cover today, and a song would be released in 2 months. Downstairs, Feng Li was waiting for Yichin to eat and had someone prepare the dishes and chopsticks. When Yichin came down, he brought Xiao Tuanshuan with him. The little girl was dressed neatly, with her hair combed neatly. She looked like the most beautiful little princess, held in her father's arms. Dad. Yichin walked all the way, kissed by his daughter in his arms. Feng Li took Tuanshuan and held him in his arms. The little baby struggled to find his father. Tuanshuan, Mommy will feed you today. Feng Li put a kitten bag on Zai Chuanzi. Tuanshuan refused to eat and insisted on going to find his father. Feng Li had no choice but to hand the little Tuanzi over to Yichun. Feng Li whispered, Tuanshuan is becoming more and more dependent on you. If you have a child in the future. Yichun held the little guy and fed him patiently. No, I don't have any plans to get married yet. I like Tuanshuan very much and want to raise him. Yichun, have you ever thought about marrying me? Hearing this, the chopsticks in Yichun's hand fell to the ground with a crack, and he turned around in disbelief. Feng Li, what did you say? Feng Li said seriously, marry me. Tuanshuan likes you very much, and she can't live without you. I don't feel comfortable if someone else is Tuanshuan's father. Only if you are Tuanshuan's father can I feel at ease. After we get married, I will give you shares in Phone Group. Would you like to consider it carefully? Yichun was silent for a while and said, I won't take any shares in Phone Group. I will take good care, Tuan Tuan. I don't have any plans to have a girlfriend at the moment. Feng Li did not force Yichun and thoughtfully picked up some food for him. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Someone like me may never get married. Yichun hurriedly explained, No, Feng Li, it's not because of you, it's me. 70 Mr. Feng's possessiveness bursts out. Yichun murmured to himself in a low voice, I feel that I am not worthy of you. You are so outstanding. There must be many men chasing you. They're after my money. Yichun, you really don't consider marrying me. Feng Li's eyes were slightly raised, and she looked cold yet charming. This was Yichun's favorite appearance, and also the personality he liked. But Feng Li married him for Tuan Tuan. Feng Li didn't like him. Not at all. I have to go to the company. I'll leave first. Yichun put Tuan Tuan down and left the hall with his head down. Sister, I never thought that one day your charm would lose its effect. Why didn't Yichun agree to marry you? Feng Yin gossiped while eating. It seems like there's a female classmate who's his crush. They were both voted the school's most beautiful girl and school's most handsome boy at the same time. They're quite popular. There's also the piano goddess, who's known as the most promising pianist, Song Wanting. Feng Li's eyes flashed with coldness, and his voice was cold. Song Wanting? His CP. Yeah, if you don't believe me, just look. They're both trending on the internet. The most beautiful campus beauties and campus idols. On the screen was a photo of 2 people. A boy and a girl were walking together on campus, with a ray of morning light shining on their heads. It was so beautiful, like a painting. Feng Li's face was covered with dark clouds. The wind was howling. The air around them dropped rapidly, and Feng Yan was shivering with cold. Sister, don't be angry. I heard that college students of Yi Chen's age like people of the same age as him. You are a few years older than him. Maybe he only treats you as a sister. As soon as Feng Yin finished speaking, she felt a cold light rushing from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet, making her even colder. Are you saying that Yi Chun treats me as a sister? The cold voice was as if it was quenched by a layer of ice. Feng Yin dissuaded him. He may not like those older than him. He prefers people his own age, so he doesn't agree to marry you. Sister, don't be discouraged. When Yi Chun grows up, he will understand your good qualities, and then I will love you. Then, Feng Yin was met with a cold look. Delete this trending search online. I'll give you 20 minutes. Feng Yin was so sad that she could not even cry. She quickly picked up her cell phone and made a call, fearing that if she was a step too late, she would be killed by her sister. Elder sister? Did Yi Chun really treat her as a sister? Feng Li's eyes became darker. Yi Chun did not go back after shooting the magazine. He met Song Wanning on the way, and they went to a coffee shop together. Song Wanning took a sip of her latte, raised her head, and said, Yi Chun, what a coincidence. I wanted to invite you to listen to piano music together, but the teacher suddenly fell ill and couldn't perform. It's okay. Let's go together the next time when we're free. Yi Chun ordered another dessert and pushed it to Song Wanning. It's almost noon. Let's eat something first. Thanks. Song Wanning blushed a little and took a bite of the dessert with a small fork. The two of them looked like a young couple in love, and this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Feng Li, who was not far away. Her dark eyes stared at the two people in the cafe, who were talking and laughing. Yi Chun even ordered dessert for her. The aura around Feng Li was so cold that Feng Yin almost cried. It's over, it's over. Her sister is really angry this time. Will Yi Chun be locked up in a small dark room? What should I do? I seem to be looking forward to it. Yi Chun felt a chill on his back, and he felt as if he was being watched. Looking around, there was no one in sight. Could it be his illusion? Song Wanning lowered her eyes and said shyly, Yi Chun, are you still living with your friends? How about we rent together? I found a house with a nice environment, but it's too expensive to rent alone, and I don't have any other friends. Sharing a room? Song Wanning nodded. Well, sharing a house is cheaper, and I'm a little scared to rent a house on my own. Yi Chun rejected Song Wanning's request. My friend's daughter still needs my care. I can't share the house with you. It's okay. You seem to like Xiao to Anshuan very much. You will definitely have such a lovely daughter in the future. Song Wanning twisted her clothes nervously with her hands, bit her lips lightly, and continued, You can give birth to a daughter. Maybe she will be cuter than To Anshuan, and she will be your biological daughter. Yi Chun said, I don't have such plans at the moment. Do you like daughters? If you get married and have children in the future, don't forget to send me an invitation. Song Wanning twitched her lips. Wasn't her hint obvious enough? Yi Chun, I don't have anyone I like. You're my only friend, and we get along very well. Yi Chun nodded and said, If you haven't found someone you like yet, then you can wait a little longer. There's no need to rush. People are getting married very late nowadays. Find someone you like before getting married. Song Wanning. Yi Chun, have you checked out the school forum? There are a lot of people supporting us as a couple, saying we're a perfect match. Yi Chun said anxiously, I'll explain it right away. Don't worry, I won't let anyone misunderstand our relationship and disturb your search for a partner. Song Wanning was completely speechless. Song Wanning, it's getting late. I still have to go back to feed Xiao to Anshuan. The little guy can't stand me not eating. You should go back early too. I've already paid the bill. Yi Chun stood up and left in a hurry, leaving Song Wanning sitting there alone, her hair disheveled in the wind. Wasn't what she said clear enough? Is she going to confess directly? Yi Chun seemed unable to understand her hint. Yi Chun walked out of the coffee shop and saw a familiar car parked on the side of the road. He rolled down the window and saw the face that was Feng Li. Feng Li, why are you here? Feng Li's eyes were dark and his tone was cold. I'm here to take you home. Get in the car. You came to pick me up and took me home. How did you know I was in the coffee shop? I met a classmate on the way back. Yi Chun sat down and explained. Classmate? Feng Li suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with strong possessiveness. Yes, my classmate Song Wanning, the one who went to the concert with me last time. Feng Li lifted Yi Chun's chin. You like her? Don't forget who picked her up. Feng Yin hid in the front passenger seat and watched the show. Her sister was really angry this time. Yi Chun continued to explain, No, I don't like her. We just met by chance and had a cup of coffee together. Feng Li's voice was icy. Drinking coffee, chatting and laughing with her, and ordering dessert for her. How thoughtful of him. Doesn't that mean he likes her or something? Yi Chun, you like Song Wanning and treat me as your sister. Yi Chun was confused and said innocently, What sister? I really don't like Song Wanning. So, you treat me as your sister? Yi Chun? No. Before he could finish his words, Feng Li's lips were blocked again. 71. A grown man is forcibly kissed every day. How shameful. Yichin had no room to resist at all. He grabbed the corner of Feng Li's clothes with one hand and was kissed by her forcefully and domineeringly. The soft lips were cool, and Yichan felt his whole heart tingling, as if he had been struck by electricity. Feng Yin turned her head and covered her eyes with both hands, with a gap between her middle finger and index finger. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I finally saw the live version, shouting to Feng Li in my heart, "Throw down!" Yichan was kissed so hard that he couldn't breathe. He pushed Feng Li's chest with both hands and accidentally touched a soft, white mass. He immediately withdrew his hands. His breath was completely taken away, and his heartbeat accelerated. Feng Yin was watching with great interest when the driver lowered the partition to block everything. "Lao Lu, why did you open the partition? What should I see?" "Second miss, please watch less. It will be good for you. You are still young," Old Lu advised seriously. Feng Yin was so angry that she gritted her teeth and could only lie aside and listen to the noise. "I can't hear anything. Has it not started yet?" It was unknown how long it took before Yichan was finally released. The tips of his ears were almost red enough to bleed, and his eyes were drooping, not daring to look at Feng Li. The anger in Feng Li's eyes faded a little, and he pushed the man into the corner. "Why? Did I come true?" Yichan took a deep breath, his voice hoarse, and explained seriously, "I really don't like Song Wan Ning, and I don't treat you as a sister, never." "Yeah." Feng Li pressed her soft red lips against Yichan's cheek, breathing hot air into his ear. "I don't believe it." Yichan said seriously, "Really? Feng Li, believe me. Song Wanting wanted to live with me, but I rejected her. I really don't like her. I told her to send me an invitation when she gets married and has children." Hearing this, Feng Li's gloomy expression finally eased, and he let go of Yichan. Yichan raised his hand and gently stroked his lips, feeling a little tingling. He was actually kissed by Feng Li again. A grown man is forcibly kissed every day. How shameful. Yichan raised his head and glanced at Feng Li. Why did Feng Li forcefully kiss him? Did she like him? I think so. But what exactly did Feng Li see in him? Could it be that she was attracted by his face? Yichan held his face with both hands, looking at the scenery outside absent-mindedly. "Does it hurt?" Yichan asked doubtfully. Mouth. Yichan's lips were very red, and the skin at the corner of his lips was bitten, with a streak of blood hanging on it, which was particularly conspicuous. "It doesn't hurt, not at all." Yichan didn't know that his lips were bleeding. When getting off the car, Feng Yin saw blood on the corner of Yichan's lips and covered her mouth excitedly. "It was so exciting that I even bled." As expected of her sister, Yichan felt embarrassed being stared at. Is there something on his face? Why is Feng Yin looking at him like that? Yichan touched his face uncomfortably. "Dad!" Xiao Chuanchuan ran out of the house, wearing a beautiful little dress, cute and headless. The two little paws hugged Daddy's legs. "Daddy, Tuanchuan, I miss you." Yichan picked up the little guy, and Tuanchuan saw the blood on his father's mouth at a glance. The pretty little brows were wrinkled like caterpillars, and the little finger pointed at Daddy's mouth. "Daddy, it hurts." "My dear, Daddy doesn't feel any pain. Daddy is fine." "Dad, stick with me." Tuan took out a small Band-Aid and put it on his father, but suddenly remembered what his mother said. "Don't put a Band-Aid on your mouth." "Dad, apply the medicine." The little guy spoke to his father in a baby voice and took his father's hand to apply the medicine. Yichan went to the mirror and saw the blood on his mouth. No wonder Feng Yin was so excited. It turned out that he was bleeding. Didn't everyone in Manor see that his mouth was bleeding from Feng Li's kiss? Embarrassed, Feng Li took out the potion, lifted Yichan's chin, and applied the medicine to him personally. Her movements were gentle and doting, completely unlike her previous style. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Yichan shook his head and muttered to himself, Do you like me?" Feng Li threw the cotton swab into the trash can and sat next to Yichan. "I think I've made it very clear." "Ah." Yichan opened his mouth in shock, his pupils suddenly constricting. Feng Li pressed on, "Will you marry me?" I can't." Yichan continued to retreat, like a sheep to be slaughtered. "Forget it. I won't force you." Feng Li pinched Yichan's face. Anyway, this man was hers, and there was no way he could escape. Yichan was ravaged by Feng Li very badly. He grabbed his mother's hand and said fiercely, "Mom, don't bully Dad. You little brat. You really care about your daddy." Feng Li pinched Tuanchuan's face again. "I not only bully your dad, I also bully you. The little milk bag pouted with grievance. Bad. Mommy is bad. Feng Li threw Tuan Tuan aside and said to Yi Chun, today's quota has been reported. The preliminary round will be held at the Yi family's martial arts league. I will go with you then. Yi Chun asked, preliminary round? Yi family? Does that mean we have to go to the Yi family? Feng Li explained, well, you have seen the people from the Yi family. The master Clitta from the last auction is the wife of the Yi family. Mrs. Yi, she is actually Mrs. Yi. I always feel that she is very familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere before. There is always an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Yi Chen murmured to himself, maybe she's very similar in age to your mother. Do you want to go back to the Yi family? Yi Chen's voice was low. I won't go back. I have never felt that kind of feeling with my mother. They're just using me as a substitute. Then don't go back and stay here forever. Feng Li gently ruffled Yi Chen's hair and raised the corners of his eyes. No one will bully you here, and you still have a lovely daughter. Yi Chen swallowed and said, thank you, Feng Li. Dad Tuan Tuan, I like Dad. The little baby stuck out his little butt and climbed into his father's arms again, hugging his father's neck with his two paws. Yi Chun felt that he was the happiest person in the world, with Feng Li and baby Tuan Chuan. Hashtag Yi Mo's first concert. Hashtag YiMo concert tickets. Hashtag YiMo tour. Several hot searches in a row directly dominated the list. YiMo is going on tour, and the tickets are selling very quickly. After all, several of his previous songs are household names. Didn't everyone agree not to buy tickets? Why can't I get any tickets? I can't get one. I can't get one at all. They're selling out so fast. Scalpers are already selling tickets for 100,000 yuan in the front row. I got it. I'm going to go to my brother's concert in a few days. Brother YiMo. I'm looking forward to it. There were 2 tickets on Yi Chen's desk. They were sent to him by YiMo just to show off to him. I can invite Song wanting to go with me then. I felt a little regretful that I didn't attend the piano concert last time. 72 Mr. Feng. I am Yi Chen's girlfriend. The concert is on Saturday. Yi Chen deliberately changed into a casual jacket, put on white sneakers, and simply combed his hair. His face was clean and handsome, not greasy at all. Dad! Yi Chen heard a familiar voice and opened the door. The little girl was already dressed, but her white puffy skirt was on inside out, her shoes were on inside out, and her messy hair looked like a little chicken coop. Yi Chen was speechless. Tuan Chuan baby, who gave you the clothes to wear today? Yi Chen squatted down and asked. Tuan Chuan's pair of big black eyes flickered, as if there were stars shining brightly. Tuan Tuan, put on clothes. The little girl spoke to her father in a baby voice, but she wore her clothes by herself today. So these are the clothes that Tuan Tuan wore himself. They look good on you. Don't wear them next time. Dad will turn them over for you. Yi Chen carried the little girl to the room, put her clothes back on, combed her hair, and took her hand downstairs. Feng Li had already asked someone to prepare hot meals. Eat. Your favorite dishes are the roasted eggplant and stir-fried beef. You've lost weight recently, so eat more. Yi Chen brought a small spoon to Tuan Chuan, and the baby drank the porridge from the small bowl himself. After a while, Yi Chen said, Feng Li, I'm going to take Tuan Chuan to a concert today. Feng Li nodded. Well, with whom? Yi Chen whispered, Song wanting. Hearing this familiar name, Feng Li's expression instantly turned from sunny to cloudy. Her again. I haven't told Song wanting yet. Why don't I go by myself? I'll take Tuan Chuan with me. Feng Li opened her red lips slightly. I'll go with you. What? Yi Chen thought he had misheard and asked again uncertainly. Are you going too? Well, today is Saturday, and I don't have to go to the company. I'm bored, so I'll go to the concert with you. After all, President Feng never goes to such boring places. This is the first time. Good. Yi Chen nodded blankly, holding Tuan Tuan and waiting outside for Feng Li to change clothes. Not long after, the door of the cloakroom was opened. The dark red long skirt wrapped around her exquisite figure, with a slender waist and a flat belly without a trace of fat. Further down were her long legs, wearing 10 centimeters high heels. The face was delicate and cold, with 3-dimensional features, so perfect that it didn't look like a real person. Yi Chen was stunned, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. Feng Li gently knocked on his head and said, Come back to your senses. Let's go. Yi Chen scratched his head. Okay. There were a lot of people queuing at the concert venue. Yi Chen and Feng Li walked together, followed by Xiao Tuan Chuan. The happy family of 3 was very good-looking and attracted a lot of attention. Chu Yi was about to go in at the entrance when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. She stopped and turned around. Yichun, why are you here too? Yichun said, I came to see Mo's concert. He gave me 2 tickets. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't use them? Chui, why aren't you in there with Mo? Chui whispered, Mo and I are planning to break up. He's gone too far. I won't forgive him this time. Yichun, if I break up with Mo, will you still? Chui raised her head hesitantly and suddenly saw a woman following Yichun. Although she was wearing sunglasses that covered most of her face, one could still feel her strong aura, her well-proportioned figure, and she looked a little familiar. Chu-Yi's pupils widened in shock. This is... Without waiting for Yichun to speak, Feng Li said calmly, I'm his girlfriend. Chu-Yi was stunned for a long time. After a while, she asked in disbelief, Yichun, is she your girlfriend? Yichun nodded blankly, almost biting his tongue. Yes. Chu-Yi lowered her eyes and muttered to herself, How come you have a girlfriend? Don't you never talk about girlfriends? I thought you would always wait for me. Chu-Yi, let's go in first. You should go in quickly too. Yichun gave a light reminder and entered the venue with Feng Li. Tuanshuan is well-behaved, never cries or makes a fuss, and is happy to be with his parents. Normally, children are not allowed to be allowed in, but Tuanshuan is an exception. Chu-Yi stood there alone. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Yichun had a girlfriend. Yichun must have been lying to her. Yichun and Feng Li had tickets for the front row, as did Chu-Yi, and they just happened to sit together. Yichun, what a coincidence. Your seat is also here. Yichun nodded and said, Why don't you go backstage to see Mo? It's his first concert, and he might be nervous. He might need your comfort. Chu-Yi shook her head repeatedly. Yichun, you misunderstood. Mo and I are ready to break up. Break up? You have said this many times. Yichun replied lightly. Vishipirin in feng, liseaf. There are indeed a lot of people here. If you're not used to it, we'll just take a look and then leave. President Feng has never been a star chaser. She herself is the biggest star. Those who want to see her can circle the earth several times. Well, let's take a look for a while. After a long time, the venue was almost full and the concert finally began. Yichun estimated that there were about tens of thousands of people around him. Mo does have a lot of fans. Mo appeared on the lift platform, and the scene was immediately filled with screams. Yichun covered Tuanshuan's ears with both hands. Tuanshuan looked up at his father in a silly and cute manner and continued to play with the small glow stick in his hand. Oh? The concert officially began, and Mo sang his first song, Wild Wind. Yichun listened to the lyrics and vaguely remembered that this was the first lyric he wrote for Mo. At that time, he was less than 20 years old. Without a tuner and radio equipment, Mo's shortcomings were directly exposed. His voice was rough and the tone was very single. After all, he is a singer who was promoted by the Yi family and became a star with money. Why is Mo's singing different from what I heard on my phone? That's too far off. Is Mo catching a cold? My brother must have caught a cold, and his throat is not feeling well. Yeah, just bear with it. It's great that my brother can come and hold a concert. Yeah, brother must have caught a cold. He's so dedicated to holding a concert, even with a cold. Mo and his fans were almost moved to tears. The corner of Yichun's mouth twitched slightly. He is indeed a die-hard fan. He won't stop being a fan even after seeing this. Don't love it so much. Feng Li frowned. The entertainment industry's tolerance is really getting wider and wider. People like this can even hold concerts. Tuanshuan covered his ears with his 2 little paws and said to his father in a baby voice, Daddy, I don't want to listen. Mo's singing is so bad that even baby Tuanshuan despises him. 73. Jealousy. How could Yichun have a daughter? Some people left the venue directly. After Yichun and Feng Li brought Tuan out, they finally felt much quieter. Mo looked at the majority of people who had left, his face turned pale, and he sang a few songs before leaving the stage. Dad, I don't listen. Tuan held his ears with his 2 little hands and shook his head like a rattle. The baby will never come here to listen to concerts again. Yichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tuanshuan, we're out now. There's no sound. Put your little hand down. Tuanshuan lay in his father's arms, pouting, and listened to a concert, which made the baby feel very aggrieved. Hashtag, Mo's concert is terrible. Hashtag, the most difficult concert. Hashtag, Mo's level. That's because our brother has a cold. Stop talking nonsense. How can it be unpleasant? I think it sounds good. Yeah, I think it sounds good too. Don't be too picky. He was really dedicated to his work by still holding a concert, even though he was sick. Our brother is the most dedicated and sings beautifully. You're just jealous. It was a bummer. The concert wasn't even halfway through, and most of the people had already left. Ah, this is the first time I've heard of someone leaving a concert midway. Maybe they just couldn't stand it. The singing was just too awful. I went to the scene, and it was horrible. Without the sound engineer, it was easy to tell who was a human or a ghost. EMO looked at the comments online and slammed his fist on the table in anger. EMO, wasn't this concert a great success? I heard the first show sold 30,000 tickets. Half of the people ran away after hearing half of it, and they still asked for so many things. I try my best. What else do you want from me? EMO said in a deep voice. Aren't there still a few concerts to come? Sing well. You have so many fans, they will all support you. Father Yi patted EMO's shoulder and said, as long as the money is in hand, that's all that matters. Dad, I'm worried that no one will pay for the next few concerts. Then just play the victim. Just say you have a sore throat, a cold, or didn't perform well. It's easy. Just say a few words and your fans will believe it. EMO immediately posted a Weibo. Sorry, I caught a cold recently, and my throat is a bit uncomfortable, so my voice has changed. I'm sorry I failed to live up to everyone's expectations. As soon as EMO posted a Weibo, it immediately became a hot topic, and many fans came to comfort him. He really is, I'm crying my eyes out. Brother EMO held a concert even though he had a cold. He must not want to disappoint his fans. Love you so much. Brother EMO, you are the best. We're always behind you, come on. Wow, Brother EMO is so dedicated. Why is he so dedicated? I hope every singer in this world can be as dedicated as our brother. EMO successfully gained a lot of sympathy. Yichin twitched his lips. This was indeed true love. They believed what their brother EMO said. Dad, eat some oranges. Zio Chuanchuan held the peeled orange in her two little hands and gave it to her father to eat. Sweet. Yichin took a bite with a happy look on his face and almost made his teeth fall out from the sour taste. Tuanchuan opened his mouth and was about to eat when Yichin stopped him. Tuanchuan, this orange is so delicious. Don't eat it. Let Daddy eat it. Yichin forced himself to finish the orange, which was so sour that his teeth ached. My daughter is very filial, but she doesn't know how to pick oranges, so the ones she always picks are sour. Afternoon. Yichin received a message from EMO. Yichin, Grandma's here. Do you want to come back? Grandma? Isn't she in the countryside? Why did you bring her back? She doesn't like it here. How do you know Grandma doesn't like it here? She said she wanted to come back and stay for a few days and that she missed you. Why don't you come back? Yichin hesitated for a moment and replied, I'll be back right away. EMO, you better not lie to me this time. EMO turned on the video on his phone, and it was indeed Grandma Yi on the screen, looking at Yi-chun with a kind face. Xiao-chun, why aren't you at home? Do they bully you? Tell Grandma, and she'll take care of it for you. Grandma, no one bullies me. I'm going to live here. I'll be back soon. Please wait for me for a while. Just as Yi-chan was about to leave, Xiao Tuanchuan hugged her father's legs, her big black eyes twinkling. Dad. Epushiron. Zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu. Zu. Tuanchuan, can Daddy take you to see your great-grandmother? The great-grandmother you met last time. Okay. Yi-chun held Tuan Tuan and found a car, put the little guy in it, and fastened his seatbelt. Dad, drive faster. The little guy cried with joy. 20 minutes later, Yi-chin's car stopped in front of the Yi family's door. A cute little ball ran in with short legs, short arms, big round eyes like grapes, and a delicate and cute little nose just like a little doll in the window. Ye's father and mother looked at the baby with a bewildered look on their faces, whose child ran into their house. Tuan Tuan looked around and finally saw someone familiar. He pounced on her with his two little paws. Grandma Zung. Grandma Yi picked up the little baby and said lovingly, It's Xiao Tuanchuan. You're here too. Father Yi was even more confused. Mom, whose baby is this? Why is he calling you great-grandma? The old lady smiled and said, It's Tuan Tuan, Xiao Chen's child. I saw him last time. Ye's father said, What? Yi-chen's child? Yi-chun doesn't even have a girlfriend. So where did the child come from? Mom, did you recognize the wrong person? Grandma Yi said, How could I be mistaken? This is Xiao Tuanchuan. I met Xiao Chen's girlfriend last time. She was so pretty tall and thin. What? Yi-chen has a girlfriend? Is it Song Wanting? Yi-mo asked in confusion. How could Yi-chun even have a daughter? Impossible. It must not be his child. At this time, Yi-chen walked in. Grandma Yi said, Xiao Chun is here. Come to Grandma quickly. They said you don't have a girlfriend. Isn't Lily, who went back with you last time, Your girlfriend? Yes. Yi-Chun nodded hesitantly in response. Grandma Yi continued. Besides, Tuan Tuan and Xiao Chun look so much alike, can't you see? They're practically cut from the same mold. How can they not be father and daughter? Everyone's eyes fell on the two people. Why do they look more and more alike? Especially the nose and eyes. They're exactly the same. Could she really be Yi-Chun's daughter? Everyone in the Yi family was more shocked than the other. When did Yi-Chun have such a beautiful daughter? How come I didn't know? 74 tonight. Take down Yi-Chun. Yi-Mo's eyes darkened and he asked, Yi-Chun, who is your girlfriend? Yi-Chun said in a cold tone, this seems to have nothing to do with you. Yi-Mo gnashed his teeth in anger. Yi-Chun actually has such a lovely daughter. It's more painful than killing him. How could a fake young master like Yi-Chun, a pariah from the slums, have such a lovely daughter? Yi-Mo clenched his fists, veins popping out on the backs of his hands. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. He walked over to Tuan Tuan and asked, what's your name? Tuan Tuan was so scared that he hid in his grandmother's arms and said softly, I'm scared. __. Grandma Yi said, Xiao Mo, you scared Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is not even 3 years old. Why are you so mean to her? Dad. The little guy hid behind his father, grabbing his father's clothes with his two little paws, and was very scared. After hearing this name, Yi-Mo's face became even gloomier. This little brat was actually Yi-Chun's daughter. He just graduated from college, and his daughter is almost 3 years old. How does this not make him jealous? Father Yi was shocked and said, Yi-Chun, when did you have a daughter? How come I didn't know? Whose child is it? I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. You don't need to care whose child Tuan Tuan is. Ye's father's face darkened with anger, and he angrily said, Yi-Chun, don't go too far. Your grandmother is here, and you still won't change your bad habits. Yi-Chun sneered, you kicked me out of the house, and now you want me back? It's nothing more than thinking I'm useful. You brought Grandma back just to get me to come back and write lyrics for Yi-Mo. You kicked Xiao Chun out of the house. Ye's mother explained, Mom, don't listen to Yi-Chun's nonsense. Even though he's not our biological child, we've always treated him as our own. How can we kick him out? Yes, Mom. Yi-Chun is just throwing a tantrum. Don't be angry. Why would we kick him out of the house? Ye's father explained repeatedly. Grandma Yi held Yi-Chun's hand and said, Xiao Chun, where do you live now? How about I go to your place? I don't like it here. Yi-Chun scratched his head and said, Grandma, I was kicked out of my home and have been living at a friend's house. My little Shun, how pitiful. Grandma Yi scolded. Is this how you treat Xiao Chun? Kick him out of the house and make him live with a friend? Father Yi said impatiently, Mom, it was Yi-Chun who insisted on going out. Grandma Yi said, I'm going back to the countryside tomorrow. I can't afford to stay in your house. You still want to use me to threaten Xiao Chun. Why are there such cruel parents like you in this world? Grandma Yi was so angry that her face turned pale, she couldn't breathe, and almost fainted on the sofa. For Grandma Yi's sake, Yi-Chun stayed for dinner with Tuanchuan. The family seemed to be having a great time, but they actually had different thoughts. Yi-Chun put a small bib on Tuanchuan and fed her a piece of steak. The little one ate it with gusto. Father Yi asked, Yi-Chun, your daughter isn't picky about food. Can you afford to support her? Or why not go home? The food at home is better. Ye's mother echoed. Yes, we could take care of it too. I can afford it. Yi-Chun replied calmly and continued to pick up food for Xiao Tuanchuan. Mother Yi smiled and said, Your father and I didn't know when you had a daughter. Xiao Chun, why don't you take your daughter home with you? As for your girlfriend, come home and let us see her so we can get married. Need not. Yi-Chun's attitude remained indifferent, and he really couldn't feel any affection for this family. If his grandmother hadn't been here, he would have left long ago. Father Yi frowned and said in an unhappy tone, Yi-Chun, your mother is also concerned about you. Why are you like this? Do you know how to respect your elders? Elder? Why didn't you remember that you were my elder when you hit me? Yi-Chun raised his head, his tone light, and his eyes calm as water. Father Yi was refuted in public, and his face turned blue with anger. Grandma Yi said, Stop talking and eat. Ye's father had no choice but to give up. Yi-Chun, why haven't you come back yet? Where did you take Tuanchuan to play? Yi-Chun's cell phone rang. It was a message from Feng Li. Tuanchuan and I are having dinner at Ye's. Grandma is here today, so I might be late. Don't wait for me. Well, come back early. Good luck. Feng Li was sitting alone at the dining table eating. When he looked up, he saw Yi-Chun's shadow opposite him. Feng Li shook his head and continued eating. Sister, I'm back. Eh? Where's Yi-Chun? As soon as Feng Yin came back, She sat at the dining table and started eating, like a starving ghost reincarnated. He brought Tuan Tuan back to the Yi family to accompany Grandma. Sister, do you feel particularly lonely now? Without Yi Chun by your side, it seems like something is missing. Feng Li asked in surprise. How do you know? Feng Yin shook her head and said, Of course I know, because you just like him. You miss him when you can't see him. One day without seeing him feels like 3 years. Feng Li didn't say anything, stood up and went upstairs. Feng Yin shook her head helplessly. Her aloof sister actually fell in love with a little boy who was 4 years younger than her. It's done. After finishing the meal, Yichen wiped Xiao Tuanchuan's mouth and said, Baby, are you full? Tuanchuan nodded and patted his belly. Daddy, I'm full. After eating, let's go home. Ye's mother dissuaded him. Yichen, why don't you sleep at home? It's not good for you to stay at your friend's house every day. No need. I'll take Tuanchuan back with me. After Yi-chan said goodbye to his grandmother, he prepared to leave with Tuanchuan. The little guy stretched out his paw and said, Grandma's and goodbye. Oh? Grandma Yi smiled widely. What a good boy goodbye Tuanchuan. It was the first time that Ye's mother saw such a cute little baby. She wanted to talk to Tuanchuan, but unfortunately the little guy ignored her. Yemo, when are you going to get married and have children? Yichan already has a daughter. Ye's mother urged. Wait a little longer. When he met President Feng, that was the one he wanted to marry. Manner. Yichan came back carrying Tuan Tuan. The little guy had already fallen asleep in his arms, with his little mouth slightly pouting and his 2 little paws holding his father tightly, for fear that he would be lost by his father. Feng Yin was still watching TV in the living room. When she saw Yi-chun, she reminded him, Yi-chun, my sister asked you to go to her room. She wants to see you for something. Good. Yi-chun put Tuanchuan on the bed and covered her with a quilt. The little girl kicked the quilt with her 2 little feet. Yi-chun covered her again and left the room after a while. When he reached Feng Li's door, Yi-chun casually smoothed his hair, patted his face, and then knocked on the door. Feng Li, I'm back. What do you want to talk to me about? Gumin. The cold and desolate voice was no different from before. Yi-chun pushed the door open and the scene in front of him made his blood boil. Feng Li was wearing a black silk suspender mini pajamas. Her half-naked body showed a sexy temptation under the light. Her waist was slender and soft, and her long white legs were crossed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yi-chun covered his eyes, turned around, and ran away. Want to run? 75 Yi-chun, you have a nice waist. Feng Li grabbed Yi-chun's tie and pushed him against the door. Although she was a head shorter than Yi-chun, her aura was so strong that people dare not look directly at her. Yi-chun swallowed, took a deep breath, and asked hesitantly, Feng Li, what do you want to do? Feng Li moved closer again and opened her red lips slightly. Tell me, what do I want to do? I don't know. Yi-chun lowered his eyes and glanced at the ground randomly, feeling very guilty. Feng Li lifted Yi-chun's chin, curled the corners of his lips, and deliberately blew hot air into Yi-chun's ear. Don't know? People who lie will be punished. Yi-chun, what punishment do you want? A charming voice sounded, and Yi-chun felt hot all over, and the soft body pressed against him. Yi-chun gently stretched out his hand and hugged Feng Li's slender waist, but when he felt the warmth, he immediately pulled his hand back. Sokin, so soft. Yi-chun shook his head. Was he dreaming? The next moment, the slightly cool lips had landed on his lips and pressed down hard. Yi-chun's eyes suddenly widened, and his black butterfly-like eyelashes suddenly opened. This is your punishment. Do you like it? I like it. Yi-chun panicked and finally told the truth. Feng Li seemed very satisfied with the result. He hooked his white fingers around Yi-chun's collar and pulled off his tie, then the buttons. His slender fingers worked through them, and the 2 buttons on his chest were already unbuttoned. Her movements were very slow. Yi-chun's Adam's apple rolled over, and he hugged his clothes with both hands. Feng Li, what are you doing? Oh, me, Yi-chun. Did you drink alcohol today? He faintly smelled alcohol. Feng Li would never do this if he was not drunk. The only result was that Feng Li got drunk. No, Feng Li was obsessed with unbuttoning Yi-chun's shirt and had already unbuttoned the 4th button, revealing his tight muscles and 6-pack abs, which were the result of Yi-chun's daily exercise. The woman's soft fingers gently touched Yi-chun's abdominal muscles. Yi-chun shuddered suddenly and his body tensed. He is a normal man. What on earth does Feng Li want to do? Feng Li raised his eyebrows. Nice waist. Yi-chun's hand was held by Feng Li and placed on her shoulder strap, and he could faintly touch the soft whiteness. Help me take it off. Yi Chen. It seems that Feng Li really drank too much tonight, and drank quite a lot. Feng Li, you've drunk too much tonight. Let me go first. I'll go get some sobering medicine. Feng Li grabbed Yi Chan's culottes. Just as Yi Chan was about to leave, his clothes were ripped off. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was narrow, a perfect golden ratio, a perfect inverted triangle. Feng Li threw away his clothes, walked to Yi Chan, and leaned his face in his arms. Yi Chan swallowed. His heartbeat began to accelerate, and he stood there, not daring to move. It was the first time a woman was so close to him. Feng Li raised her head, her two fair arms hooked around Yi Chen's neck, and she murmured, Yi Chen, are you leaving? Isn't it good to be by my side? Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving me? This was the first time Yi Chen saw Feng Li like this. It seems like she is acting coquettishly with him. Yi Chen raised his hand and gently touched Feng Li's face. His skin was smooth and delicate. His facial features were three-dimensional, and it felt good. After so long, I finally touched Feng Li's face. I'm not leaving you. I'm just going to get you some hangover medicine. Why are you drinking tonight? Have no idea. Feng Li hugged Yi Chen's neck and leaned into his arms. Yi Chen, sleep together. Sleep together. Before he could finish his words, Feng Li closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Feng Li, buck up. Don't fall asleep yet. I'll get you some hangover medicine. Otherwise, you'll have a headache when you wake up tomorrow. No matter how Yi Chen called out, the person in his arms didn't respond at all. He picked the person up and put him on the bed. So light. Feng Li usually wears high heels and looks quite tall, but actually she's not that tall, a head shorter than him, and is rather thin, weighing only about 90 pounds. Feng Li lay on the bed, closing his eyes and holding Yi Chen's hand, muttering to himself, Yi Chen, you can't leave. Mine. Yi Chen held his shin and stayed beside Feng Li. I won't leave. I'll stay here with you. Go to sleep. Feng Li steady brating sunda. Yi Chen quietly took his hand away, then stood up and opened the door. I pulled the door handle, but there was no movement. Yi Chen twisted again, but still no response. This door won't break. Just then, a burst of laughter came from outside. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, you can't escape tonight. Just accept your fate. I won't let you out. Feng Yin stood, guarding the door with her arms folded across her chest. Tonight, he must let his sister catch that guy. Yi Chen, what's going on? Feng Yin, are you mistaken? Your sister is drunk. I'm going to get her some sobering medicine. How can my sister be drunk? Don't lie to me. Just stay in the room, and I'll let you out tomorrow morning. Feng Yin proudly shook the keys in her hand. Maybe tomorrow Tuanshuan will have a younger sister or brother. Ha ha. How could Yi Chen escape from her sister's clutches? Yi Chen listened to the footsteps getting farther and farther away, and he was completely desperate. It seemed that he could not get out tonight. He sat on the sofa resignedly and glanced at Feng Li on the bed. The quilt had fallen to the ground, so he went to cover Feng Li with the quilt again. So, Yi Chen slept miserably on the sofa all night, and when he woke up in the morning, he had a stiff neck. When I opened my eyes, the person on the bed had left. Yi Chen walked down the stairs with his neck tilted. Feng Yin chuckled, leaned over mysteriously, and said rudely, Yi Chen, you finally came out. My sister woke up a long time ago. Is there something wrong with you? Yi Chen, he can't do it. Is it possible? His waist is much better now, so 100 push-ups are no problem for him. Not to mention one night. He can do it for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he would not take advantage of others' misfortune. Feng Yin, why did you lock me in the room last night? Nothing happened between your sister and me. I fell asleep on the sofa, and my neck got stiff, so I couldn't turn over. Feng Yin opened her mouth in shock. What? Yi Chen, are you saying you simply slept with my sister all night? No, you said you slept on the sofa. Feng Yin frowned and looked at Yi Chen. He looked good-looking, with a good body and well-developed muscles. Was he really not good enough? Yi Chen, tell me the truth. Are you not capable? Why didn't he react when her sister, a beautiful lady, was lying there? What could this mean? 76 Yi Chen, you are not capable of this. Yi Chen explained. Feng Li was drunk. He talked to me for a while and then fell asleep. What do you think we were doing in there? And even closed the door. Feng Yin was confused. Did she misunderstand? Yi Chen, nothing really happened between you and my sister. We just talked for a while. Yi Chen recalled the scenes of last night and said guiltily, Of course, Feng Li and I are friends. Why not pull me aside to talk for a while? Friends? How can it be friends? Doesn't her sister want to sleep with Yi Chen? Didn't I bring him home just to sleep with him? It's frustrating that I haven't gotten to sleep with him yet. Feng Li came out of the study, a cold and lonely woman in a black miniskirt, black stockings, and high heels. Yichen really couldn't imagine that she was the same person as Feng Li who acted coquettishly yesterday, hugging his neck and acting coquettishly. Is it really Feng Li? Yichen was a little unsure. Feng Li walked slowly closer in high heels and whispered, "What did I do to you last night? I could take responsibility. I'll go get the marriage certificate tomorrow." Yichen's eyes widened like bells. It took him a while to react and explain, "Get the certificate, Feng Li. No need, really no need. You didn't do anything to me last night. You just drank too much and fell asleep." "Yeah." Feng Li leaned close to Yichen's ear and said softly, "Why do I remember undressing you last night?" Yichen's ears turned red and bled in an instant. "No, no, you might have remembered it wrongly. No." Feng Li glanced at Yichen's ears thoughtfully, then gently touched them with his fingers, a smile in his eyes. "No. Why are your ears so red?" I I just think the weather is too hot now. I'm going to wash my face." Yichen quickly ran to the bathroom and washed his ears thoroughly. "This ear is so disappointing." Feng Li just said one sentence. How come it turned red? The more Yichen washed, the redder he became, and his ears were so red that they were dripping with blood. Finally, Yichen came out with his ears covered. "Feng Li, I'm going to go see if Tuanshuan is awake. I'll help him get dressed." After saying that, he fled and rushed straight upstairs. Feng Yin asked in a low voice, "Sister, didn't you do anything last night? Or is it that Yi-chun is not good enough? Yi-chun is also very good-looking and has a good figure. Why can't he do it?" "No? What did I do last night?" Feng Li frowned slightly. "I forgot I drank a little last night." "Drink wine." Family nudda sulamli. Drinking really did cause trouble. Nothing happened last night." Feng Yin looked very disappointed. "Sister, I thought you'd already taken him down, so I locked the door, but it turns out nothing happened between you two." Feng Li, "Ahem, why did you lock the door?" "You scared Yi-chun. He's timid. What if you scared him away?" "No way." Such a peerless beauty was placed in front of him, but he didn't feel anything. "I feel like he can't do it. Otherwise, find someone else." Feng Yin advised. "Sister, I'll find you a younger, 18-year-old little brother." Fem Li. No. When Yi-chun came in, the little guy was already awake. He was holding the little doll, patting it, and coaxing the doll to sleep, which made Yi-chun so cute. "Baby, when did you wake up?" When Tuanshuan saw his father coming, he rubbed his big eyes, climbed up from the bed with his little but sticking out, dropped the doll in his arms, and asked his father to hold him. "Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu." Yi-chun picked up the little kid with one hand and said, "My dear, let daddy dress you. Which clothes do you want to wear today?" Yi-chun specially picked out clothes of several colors and let Tuanshuan choose for herself. Although the baby is not yet 3 years old, she is already a little girl who loves beauty very much. "Pink." Little Tuanshuan pointed at a pink skirt with a milky voice. "Okay, we'll wear pink." Yi-chun dressed Tuan and carried the baby downstairs. Both father and daughter were very good-looking and very pleasing to the eye. Feng Yin stared at them intently. "So handsome. Sister, why do Yi-chun and Tuan look so similar?" Feng Li shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe Tuan and Yi-chun are destined to be together." "Huh. They really look like real father and daughter." Feng Yin joked with a smile. "Mom, dress up." The little girl ran to her mother and showed her the beautiful pink dress she was wearing today and the hair her father had combed for her. Feng Li pinched the little guy's face and said, "Looks good. Did your father comb your hair too?" Zhao Chuansha nodded and climbed into his father's arms again, rubbing his soft face against his face. "Dad, Daddy's ears are red." Little Milk Ball pointed at his father's ear with his little hand and talked to him. Little Milk Ball thought his father was injured, so he took out a small Band-Aid and put it on his father. Then, a small pink Band-Aid appeared on Yi-chen's ear. Yi-chen said helplessly, Tuan, Dad is really fine. His ears don't need to be patched." "Dad, it hurts." Xiao Tuanshuan blew on her father's ears considerately. After dinner, Zhao Chuanshuan lay on the table and continued drawing. Yi-chen asked hesitantly, "Feng Li, last night, do you still remember?" "Remember one thing. What did I do to you last night when I was drunk?" "Nothing." Yi-chen shook his head. He would never say that Feng Li acted coquettishly towards him when she was drunk. "I hope I didn't scare you. When I'm drunk, I might be a little." Feng Li hesitated to speak. "It's okay. You didn't do anything last night. You just talked to me for a while." Feng Li nodded and said, That's good. Feng Yin gossiped. Did you really do nothing? I heard that there was something big going on inside. No. Feng Li, don't worry. I didn't do anything to you. I won't take advantage of anyone in distress. Ye Chen promisit solemnly. I trust you. Feng Li sounded a little disappointed and pinched his eyebrows. Feng Li, do you have a headache? Last night, I asked you to drink sobering soup, but you refused and insisted on hugging me. Yi Chen hesitated to speak. Holding you? What else did I do yesterday besides holding you? It's gone. It's really gone. Feng Yin shook her head. When I was eavesdropping at the door, I also heard my sister say that your waist is in good condition. Yi Chen, even if he had a mouth, he couldn't explain it clearly. He really didn't do anything. No. Feng Li, I really didn't do anything to you. I slept on the sofa all night and got a stiff neck. It's still crooked now. Yi Chen kept tilting his neck. Tuanshuan thought his father's neck was broken, so he massaged his neck considerately. Feng Li's mouth seemed to curl up slightly. Is your neck okay? Why didn't you sleep in the bed yesterday? 77, I have been in college for 4 years, and my daughter is already 3 years old. It's okay, I just had a stiff neck from sleeping. How could I take advantage of someone in distress? Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly. Although he did have some feelings for Feng Li, he couldn't take advantage of someone in distress. That was not a gentleman's behavior. Dad, it hurts. Zhao Chuanchuan stretched out his 2 little paws and continued to pinch his father's neck. Yi Chen looked at his caring baby daughter and felt very happy. Thank you, baby Tuanshuan. Daddy is no longer in pain. The little boy frowned, pointed at his father's neck, and said in a baby voice, Daddy, your neck is crooked. Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed the little guy's head and said, Daddy will be back in a while. Xiao Tuanshuan was still worried, so she ran to her mother with her short legs, pointed at her father's neck with her little hand, and frowned in worry. Mom, Dad, neck, 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 neck. Feng Li asked, Yi Chen, do you want to go to the hospital? You can't keep your neck tilted. No, no need. It will recover in a while. Yi Chen raised his hand to straighten his neck and heard a crisp sound, and finally he came back. Next time, I must not sleep on the sofa. Under Feng Yan's questioning, Yi Chen ran around the manor twice. Little Tuanshuan followed behind her father, sometimes letting him carry her on his back, and sometimes letting him hold her in his arms. Yi Chen, you are amazing. You can run 2 laps with Tuan Tuan on your back. Each lap is about 1 or 2,000 meters. Feng Yin exclaimed in praise from the bottom of her heart. Yi Chen continued running with Xiao Tuanshuan on his back, his tone very relaxed. Really? I think it's easy. Running 2 more laps won't be a problem. Feng Yan's jaw almost dropped in shock. Could it be that she was wrong? Was Yi Chen really that good? Sister, look at Yi Chen. He can run 2 laps with Tuan Tuan on his back. It's not that he can't do it. So, maybe he just can't do it with you. He doesn't like women like you. As soon as Feng Yin finished speaking, Feng Li's expression changed. You said, Yi Chen doesn't like women like me? Well, maybe Yi Chen likes girls who act like spoiled brats like his classmate. Yi Chen mentions Song Wanning every day. Feng Yin chuckled. Sister, how about you try it too? Then, he received a cold look from Feng Li. Feng Yin curled her lips. As expected, it was impossible for her to act like a spoiled child in her life. Her sister would never act like a spoiled child, but she was okay with hitting people. Yi Chen ran another lap, dragging Xiao Tuanshuan behind him. The little guy cried happily behind his father. Dad, run faster. Yi Chen stopped when he ran the 4th lap, and Feng Li considerately wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Just run 2 laps. Stop running. Overexercise is not good either. Let's eat breakfast first. Yi Chen didn't say anything. He just wanted to prove one thing. He was definitely not incapable. Tuan Tuan, come down quickly. Your dad is very tired. Feng Li took Tuanshuan over. Yi Chen took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Feng Li, I have to go to school today. I have a defense soon, and my instructor asked us to go through it first. Feng Li raised his eyes and asked, Well, why hasn't your supervisor asked you to revise your paper recently? Yi Chen scratched his head. Maybe she misunderstood that I had a girlfriend, so she didn't let me revise the paper. Well, go early and come back early. I have to go to work today. You can take Tuanshuan with you. Feng Li picked up Xiao Tuanshuan and put him into Yi Chen's arms. When the little guy saw his father, he became like a clingy little creature, hugging his father's neck with his 2 little paws. Yi Chen hesitated and said, it's not good to take the child to the defense. The little girl rubbed her soft face against her father's face and called out in a milky voice, Daddy, Daddy, be good and behave yourself. Dad, how could Yi-chun refuse such a lovely daughter? So he agreed on the spot. Who made his baby daughter so cute? It simply melted his heart. Okay, take Tuanchuan with you. Tuanchuan is the best and most obedient baby. Yi-chan held the little guy and found a low-key car. He turned to Feng Li and said, I'm planning to buy a car, but I don't know what brand to buy. Can you keep an eye out for me? Yi-chun now has money, enough to buy a car and a house. Feng Li frowned slightly. You want to buy a car, and the ones at home aren't enough for you? With so many cars, you can have a different one every day. These are your cars, not mine. I want to buy a sports car. It doesn't have to be that expensive. Just an ordinary one will do. Feng Li nodded and said, Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. We'll go to the 4S store to look at cars in a couple of days. Yi-chun placed the little girl in the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt. To prevent the little one from getting bored, Yi-chun also stuffed a pink doll into her arms. Tuanchuan happily waved his little paw to his mother. Mom, Auntie, goodbye. Feng Yin ravaged the little scoundrel's face through the car window. Tuan, goodbye. Dad, my aunt is bad. The little kid pouted and complained to his father, pointing his little finger at his face. My aunt pinched me so hard that it hurt. Wait until Dad comes back, and I'll teach her a lesson for you, okay? Xiao Tuanchuan nodded happily and laughed with her little mouth open. Dad, that's awesome. Chinner, are you back? We've all changed our clothes. What do you think of my outfit? Chinner, don't forget to bring Xiao Tuanchuan with you when you come back. I miss him so much after not seeing him for so many days. My dear Tuanchuan, when will you come back? Uncle misses you so much. Yi-chun's phone was bombarded with messages again, but he ignored them and drove seriously. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the school gate. As soon as Yi-chun entered the dormitory holding Tuan, the dormitory supervisors gathered around him and looked at him with gossipy eyes. Yi-chun, this is your daughter. Why haven't I seen you bring her here before? You've really made it. You've been in college for 4 years now, and your daughter is almost 3 years old. Oh, this kid is really trying hard. My son is already 28 or 29, about to turn 30, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. This little baby looks just like you. Baby, Annie has some snacks here for you. After a while, Tuanchuan's arms were stuffed with a lot of food. Thank you, Andy. What a polite and good boy, Yi-chun. I usually see you never talking about your girlfriend, but I didn't expect you to be so big and bring your daughter home. Ask my son to add her on WeChat and teach him how to do it. Yeah, is there any trick? Yi-chun was speechless. Auntie, there's no secret. I'm just lucky. He was indeed lucky. After being kicked out of home, he met Feng Li. 78, does he need to rely on his father's status? Yi-chun knocked on the dormitory door. Brother Donkey, I'm back. Open the door quickly and let me see what you are wearing. After opening the door, when Lu Hao and his friend saw Xiao Tuanchuan, they thought of the wolf that had seen meat. Xiao Tuanchuan was so scared that she quickly hid in her father's arms. Scared? No andarain. Baby, why are you afraid? Come and give your uncle a hug. I haven't seen you in weeks. Lu Hao snatched Tuan from Yi-chun's arms, pouting his thick lips and trying to kiss Tuan, but Tuan blocked Lu Hao's mouth with her 2 little paws and shook her little head like a rattle. No kiss. Ha, old donkey, did you see that? Tuanchuan doesn't even want you to kiss him. Tuanchuan, come and give uncle a hug. Hu Yuxuan had such a pretentious look on his face that everyone almost vomited when they heard it. Lu Hao curled his lips and said disdainfully, Old Hu, could you please stop disgusting me and speak normally? You scared Tuanchuan to tears. Hu Yuxuan took the little ball into his arms. Tuanchuan quickly covered his mouth with his 2 little hands and said in a baby voice, No kiss. Ha, you've also been disliked by Tuanchuan. The 3 of them took turns hugging Tuanchuan, 1 minute each, not a second more or less. The poor little Tuanchuan looked at his father eagerly. Dad, Yi-chun asked speechlessly, Old donkey, have you hugged enough? Of course I haven't hugged her enough. Xiao Tuanchuan is so adorable. I can't hug her enough even if I hold her for a whole day. It would be even better if I could give her a kiss. If I have a daughter in the future, she will definitely be as adorable as Xiao Tuanchuan. Yi-chun, dream on. Lu Hao questioned. Chinner, what do you mean? Do you think I can't give birth to such a cute daughter? Am I not good looking? Yi-chun calmly took the little Tuanchuan into his arms and said, Not bad. Donkey is the face of our dormitory. The daughter he gives birth to will definitely be cuter than Tuanchuan. That's natural. Chinner, what do you think of the new clothes I bought? I'm going to meet a beautiful instructor today, so I must dress nicely. This dress is newly bought. The female Chable came here once last time. When she comes again, I will definitely dress up nicely this time. Hu Yuxuan said secretly. Chinner, did that Chable contact you privately? She was staring at you last time. Maybe she was watching you. If you're favored by this female Chable, you will rise to prominence directly. Don't forget the people in the dormitory when the time comes. Lu Hao patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, if you have a child with a tycoon, maybe you can become rich by relying on the father's son. Yi Chen twitched his lips. Is the father more valuable than the son? He is not so humble as to rely on his children to get to the top. He has hands and feet, and he can earn some money by writing songs. Brother Donkey, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. I'm planning to open a studio. Do you want to come? Lu Hao was surprised and said, damn, opening a studio will cost at least several million. Do you have the registered capital? You gave us some money last time, so you don't have much left, right? Yi Chan said, there's still a little left, enough to register a small company. I've already decided on the name, for Saints Music Media Company, Limited. Lu Peng said, ha ha ha, for Saints, Chinner, are you talking about us? Hu Yuxuan nodded repeatedly. Okay, we will also be shareholders of the company in the future. You will have food to eat if you follow Chinner. We will give you all the money we divided last time, and you can use it to start a company first. Yes, we will all be major shareholders in the future. Lu Hao laughed loudly, dreaming in broad daylight. Okay, after you finish your defense and get your diploma, you can come directly to work in our company. A few people hit it off immediately. If it doesn't work out, then the money will be wasted, and they can still earn it again. After 2 hours of struggling, Lu Hao and his companions finally changed their clothes. When they went out, they met Song Wanning. Yi Chen, you're back too. Song Wanning squeezed To Anchuan's little hand and said, To Anchuan, you're here too. Auntie, okay. Tuan Tuan greeted me very politely, and his humming voice was so adorable. Song Wanning took Tuan Tuan and hugged him, and the people around stopped to watch. Oh my god, this must be Yi Chun and Song Wanning's daughter. How come they look so alike? The school belle and Hunk already has a daughter. Shocking news. What's going on? The school beauty has a daughter. Is it really that outrageous? My daughter is already this big, and she hasn't even graduated from college yet. The more he talks, the more outrageous it gets. In order to avoid unnecessary speculation, Yi Chan took Tuanchuan over and said, let me hold him. Little Tuanchuan has gained weight. When Tuanchuan heard her father say that she was fat, she pouted in grievance. Although the baby is small, she is also a baby who loves beauty. Dad, Tuanchuan is not fat. There's no fatty. Tuanchuan has become thinner again. Yi Chun kissed the little guy's face lovingly and carried Tuanchuan to the office. However, this rumor has spread throughout the Imperial Capital University. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Have you all heard? The school belle and Hunk have a daughter who's almost 3 years old. I heard about that too. This is outrageous. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, and he already has a daughter. I heard that the two of them will get a marriage certificate as soon as they graduate. I'm so envious. Song Wanning is such a winner in life. She has such a handsome husband. Yi Chun, my idol. How could he even have a daughter when I haven't even gotten him yet? It is the most popular topic on the forum. Hashtag Yi Chun and Song Wanning's daughter. Hashtag Song Wanning and Yi Chun received their marriage certificate. However, Yi Chun knew nothing and had just entered the office. Lu Hao and a few others were behind him, touching their hair and straightening their clothes. Does it look good, brother Hu? Looks great. Donkey brother, you're the most handsome. Believe in yourself. Maybe the beautiful teacher will fall in love with you. Lu Hao walked in very confidently. However, the instructor didn't even look at him and said to Yi Chun enthusiastically, Yi Chun, you are here. Please sit down. Yi Chun sat aside, holding the little guy. The moment Yang Bo saw Xiao Tuanchuan, he was obviously stunned for a few seconds and asked in disbelief, is this yours? My daughter. Yi Chun, your daughter? You already have a daughter. How come I didn't know? Yang Bo asked in a low voice. Maybe it's because of the stupid things I did in the past, so I have a daughter. Yi Chun said nonsense seriously. Tuanchuan hugged his father's neck with his 2 paws, afraid that others would not know, and called out in a milky voice, Daddy. Good darling, you sit here first. Daddy is going to go upstairs to report on the thesis defense. Just be good, okay? Yi Chun rubbed Xiao Tuanchuan's head lovingly and put her on the seat. Be good, Tuanchuan, the little guy said in a baby voice. Yang Bo was stunned for a moment. The only man she liked already had a daughter. 79, don't let Dad talk to Pretty Aunt. Come on, Dad. Tuanchuan stretched out his two little paws and clapped his hands, applauding and cheering for his father. Yi Chun went up to defend his thesis, and Xiao Tuanchuan sat below and listened attentively, looking at his father with a pair of big black eyes. Although the baby didn't understand what was said, he listened very seriously. Lu Hao held Tuanchuan's little hand and said, "Little Tuanchuan, you don't understand what your father is saying. Come here and give Uncle a hug, okay?" "Don't want." Tuanchuan withdrew his little hand and continued to look at his father. "Uh-huh. Chinner's daughter is so cute. Does she understand? Sitting next to us, she really looks like an elementary school student." Tuanchuan was very well behaved and didn't say a word, just listened to his father's report. Who would refuse such a well-behaved and sensible baby? Even Yang Bo liked Xiao Tuanchuan very much and touched her little hand. "Baby, how old are you this year?" Xiao Tuanchuan stretched out 3 little fingers. "She'll be 3 years old soon." "So good." When Yi Chun finished his report, the little guy happily clapped his hands for his father and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, great. Chinner, your daughter really gives you face," and cheers for her father. Lu Hao almost cried. "Wow, I want it too. When will my daughter come out?" Lu Peng comforted her. "Dream on. Dreams hold all kinds of possibilities. Buy me a good pillow today." "Lu Peng, even you're laughing at me. You already have a girlfriend, but where is your daughter?" Lu Peng replied hesitantly. My girlfriend said she doesn't want to have children, and I respect her decision. Let me play with your children when the time comes." "Lu Hao, don't even think about it." Yi Chen's report was perfect without any flaws. It was Lu Hao and the others' turn immediately. Lu Hao held Tuanchuan's hand and discussed with her, "Tuanchuan baby, can you cheer for Uncle later? Uncle will buy you a lollipop later." "Okay." Tuanchuan tried hard to act as a little audience, and his little hands were clapping until they were smoking. Except for Yi Chun, Lu Hao and the others were severely criticized by the instructor. Yang Bo left Yi Chun alone, and he curled up in his father's arms like a clingy little kid. Yang Bo asked, "Yi Chun, was the person who spoke to me on your phone last time your girlfriend?" Yi Chun answered hesitantly, "Yes, it's Tuan Tuan's mother. Although Feng Li is not his girlfriend, she is Tuan Tuan's mother, so he is not wrong." Yang Bo nodded, his face clearly disappointed. "Are you a student from Imperial University?" "No." Yang Bo didn't ask any more questions. He chatted with Yi Chun for a few more words and then let him leave. Xiao Tuanchuan stretched out his little paw and waved, "Goodbye, Annie." "Goodbye, Tuanchuan." When they came out, Lu Hao was dejected. Yi Chun comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. This is only the first time. Do you think I'm sad about this? What I want to say is that I changed into such beautiful clothes today, but the beautiful teacher didn't even look at me," Lu Hao said in a low voice. Yi Chun was speechless. "I only want to marry a rich woman, and I don't want to work hard, but I don't have enough face." Lu Hao was filled with hatred and hugged Yi Chun's face. "Chunner, give me your face. I could be wild and wild." Tuanchuan's 2 little hands grabbed at Lu Hao, and he showed his baby teeth in a fierce and aggressive tone. "Don't bully Daddy." "Akasangurabu ichiju yo fushi." "Chunner, your daughter is too protective of her father. I haven't done anything yet." Yi Chun chuckled, "Of course. My daughter loves her father the most. Whenever I get hurt, she insists on putting a Band-Aid on me." Lu Hao and the others were mad with jealousy. "I want to have 8 or 10 daughters in the future, and they will stay by my side every day." Xiao Tuanchuan continued to hug her father's neck and occasionally stick to her father's face, being so clingy. After finishing the school affairs, Yi Chun was ready to take Tuanchuan back, but Song Wanning stopped Yi Chun downstairs. "I didn't go to the concert last time. Can I go this time? Are you free tomorrow morning?" "Oh, sure. I'm free." Yi Chun was not very good at refusing others, and since he had not fulfilled his promise last time, he agreed on the spot. Song Wanning raised her hand and gently wiped the ink off Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen's body moved back slightly, putting some distance between them. Then, Song Wanning stuffed another admission ticket into Yi Chen's pocket. Everyone watched intently. Mom told her to look after Daddy and not let other pretty ants talk to Daddy. "This is her dad." Song Wanning tilted her head and said, "Yi Chun, don't forget, tomorrow morning." "Good." After putting Tuanchuan in the car, Yi Chun was about to leave when Chu Yi suddenly appeared and blocked his way. "Yi Chun, I want to go back too, but I don't have a car. Can you take me home?" "Yi Chun, I'm very busy. Ask your boyfriend to take you there." Chu Yi stamped her feet in anger. "Yi Chun, I've given you a chance. Why don't you know how to cherish it?" Chu Yi. Why is she pestering Yi Chun? Isn't her boyfriend EMO? "I don't know. Maybe he broke up with Emo. I heard that Emo was having a hot relationship with a female celebrity, a popular young actress. They were both photographed together. Chu-yi is so miserable. She was abandoned by Emo. Chu-yi gritted her teeth in anger. Emo had indeed not contacted her recently, and she had also seen the news online. Emo cheated, that's too much. Ichin didn't want to talk too much with this woman, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove past her. Chu-yi jumped on the spot. Ichin, stop right there. She is obviously a rich lady, and many people are pursuing her, but now Emo and Yichun are ignoring her. Ha ha ha. Miss Chu-yi was actually abandoned. Yes, she is unruly, willful, and spoiled. Who can stand her? Yichun and Song Wanning were having a hot affair, so of course they had no time to pay attention to her. Chu-yi listened to the classmates' discussion. Her face turned pale, and she was unable to refute, so she could only leave the scene in shame. When Yichun came back in the afternoon, he happened to meet Feng Li, and they both went in at the same time. Tuan Tuan excitedly pointed at the car next to him. Mom. Well, your mother is back too. Yichun got out of the car, picked up the little kid, and the little guy walked with his short legs to find his mother. Feng Li picked Tuanchuan up and asked softly, Tuanchuan, what did you do today? Mom, Dad, Dowdu. Tuanchuan pointed at his father's pocket with his little hand. Yichun, what does that mean? Why are you pointing at his pocket? Feng Li slowly approached and asked in a low voice, what's in your pocket? Yichun searched his pockets and found only an admission ticket given to him by Song Wanting. 80 Yichun, I really want to throw her down. No, there's nothing in there. Yichun took out an admission ticket and turned out his pocket. Feng Li pointed at the card in Yichun's hand and asked, what is this? Yichun explained, this is a concert ticket a classmate gave me. He said we should go together tomorrow morning. Tuanchuan said in a baby voice, pretty auntie. Yichun wanted to shut the little guy's mouth. What beautiful aunt. She's just an ordinary classmate. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Pretty schoolgirl? Yichun continued to explain, no, it was Song Wanting, my classmate. We went to the concert together. She didn't make it last time, and she said she felt a little regretful. Beautiful auntie, so many. Zio Chuanchuan tilted her little head back and spoke in a baby voice. Yichun quickly picked her up and covered her little mouth. Feng Li, don't listen to Xiao Tuanchuan's nonsense. There's no such thing as a beautiful aunt. I only met with my tutor and Song Wanting today. I met a few schoolgirls on the way who asked for their WeChat accounts, but I didn't give them to them. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. So you're quite popular in school? Even though you have a daughter, you still have so many schoolmates adding your contact information. Yichun scratched his head embarrassedly and was also a little popular. Like a schoolgirl? I didn't. Yichun dinyet repeatedly. Feng Li put the ticket back into Yichun's pocket, a smile on his face. Let's go to the concert with my classmates tomorrow morning to relax. Good. Yichun scratched his head, feeling that Feng Li seemed angry. He just went to a concert with his classmates, so it should be okay, right? Feng Yin poked half of her head out from the living room. Her sister is so generous as to let Yichun and other female classmates go to the concert. There must be something fishy about this. Tuanchuan continued to say to his mother, Dad, bang bang, tell me. Okowo. The little guy was too young and spoke incoherently, unable to express his meaning at all, which made Yichun laugh. Pretty Annie said, Daddy is handsome. The little milk bag uttered another word. Yichun almost blocked her mouth again. Feng Li continued to ask, what else? Pretty Annie touch. Daddy's face. The little guy pointed his little finger at his face and complained to his mother in a baby voice. Yichun was about to cry. There was something on his face. Song Wanning helped him wipe it off, and the little guy actually saw it. Feng Li stared at Yichun without blinking. Did he touch your face? Yichun immediately explained, no, there was something on my face, and Song Wanning wiped it off for me. Suddenly, I feel that I am more wrong than Do-yi. Really? Feng Li was skeptical. Yes, really. Yichun nodded seriously and explained. Feng Li didn't ask any more questions, but Yichun felt that Feng Li didn't seem to intend to let him go. Tuanchuan continued to paint after dinner. He held a small paint palette in his hand and could mix colors. The baby is particularly sensitive to colors. Yichun played games for a while, then opened a video software to watch some gossips. The first one he watched was Yi Mo's gossip. He was photographed on a late-night date with a popular young actress. No wonder Chu-yi acted like crazy. He actually treated Chu-yi a little specially. After all, he had treated her as his younger sister since she was a child and carried her on his back every day. Feng Li came out of the study and stuffed a golden invitation into Yi Chen's hand. There will be a press conference at Phone Group tomorrow afternoon. You can go and have a look. Press conference? Sure, I'll take Tuanchuan with me to watch it. Tuanchuan baby was suddenly called by his name and quickly showed his drawing to his father. Dad, Tuanchuan draw. Oh? Yichen admired Tuan's masterpiece carefully, with colorful little flowers, 7 flowers and 7 petals. Tuanchuan draws really well. Can you teach Dad how to draw? Okay. Tuanchuan took a paintbrush and taught his father how to paint. Feng Yin glanced at Feng Li and moved to her side calmly. Sister, do you need my help tonight? I've already prepared the key this time. I guarantee Yi Chun won't be able to escape from your clutches. Feng Li said calmly. No, I don't want to force him. Feng Yin glanced at Yi Chun, who was drawing and already had an idea in her mind. Let her be the matchmaker. After Feng Li went upstairs, Yi Chun also went upstairs with Tuan. Feng Yin suddenly said, Yi Chun, my sister wants to see you tonight. Don't forget to go to her room. Good. Feng Yin smiled maliciously. Don't forget, my sister has something important to discuss with you. Although Yi Chun was a little confused, he still agreed. After coaxing Tuan to sleep, he went to Feng Li's room. The door was not closed, and there was no one inside, so Yi Chun sat on the sofa and waited. It's so late. What does Feng Li want to talk to him about? Is it about tomorrow's press conference? Yi Chang yawned. At this moment, the bathroom door was opened. The woman was only wearing a white bath towel. Her skin was like the finest mutton fat jade, shining under the light. The front is soft and about to burst out, the waist is so thin that it can be grasped, and the legs are long and straight, which makes people's blood boil. Yi Chun immediately covered his nose. Feng Li, you were taking a shower? Damn it, my nose almost bled. Feng Li was a little surprised when he saw Yi Chun. Could it be that Yi Chun has finally come to his senses? Feng Li raised the corners of his lips, walked slowly closer, bent down, and said, Yi Chun, why did you come in my room tonight? Didn't you ask me to come here? Feng Li asked doubtfully. When did I ask you to come to my room? After saying that, she hooked her soft, boneless fingers around Yi Chun's collar and asked seductively, Have you figured it out? Yi Chun opened his eyes in confusion. What did you figure out? What do you think? Feng Li had just finished taking a shower and was emitting body fragrance. Yi Chun felt restless and really wanted to pounce on her. Yi Chun swallowed. It's Feng Yin. Feng Yin said you had something important to talk to me about tonight and asked me to come to the room. So I came. Don't you know? Feng Li's eyes became darker, as if he understood something. Just then, there was a sound of a door being locked. Yi Chun knocked on the door from inside. Feng Yin, let me out. Feng Yin took the key in her hand and ran away. Today, she must help her sister capture Yi Chun. Yi Chun heard that there was no movement outside and completely gave up. Today he will stay in Feng Li's room for another night. Feng Li, we were deceived by Feng Yin. How about I sleep on the sofa and you sleep on the bed? Yi Chun rolled onto the sofa very consciously. Feng Li pulled him up by his collar and said, Sleep on the bed. You got a stiff neck from sleeping last night. No, I'll just sleep on the sofa. As soon as Yi Chun finished speaking, he was dragged to the bed by Feng Li. Yi Chun got up and was about to get out of bed, but Feng Li pressed him under him. Sleep with me, and I'll eat you. 80. Sleeping together. It's not good for us to be alone in a room. Yi Chun was pressed down tightly by Feng Li, with his legs placed on his lower abdomen, sitting on him in an ambiguous posture. What's wrong with that? Do you want to sleep on the sofa today and forget that your neck was crooked yesterday? Yi Chun shook his head. I didn't forget. I'll sleep on the bottom and you sleep on the top. Can. Feng Li agreed, and Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can you let me go now? Feng Li raised his eyes. Aren't you going to sleep down there? Should I sleep on top of you? Yi Chun. Feng Li, I sleep on the floor and you sleep on the bed. No, the floor is too cold. You're weak. What if you catch a cold? I'm a grown man. It's okay for me to sleep on the floor. Please let me go first. When Yi Chun struggled, he accidentally touched Feng Li's thigh. The skin was smooth and delicate, like the finest mutton fat jade, cool and slippery. It feels so good. Feng Li clamped the man tightly under him, then sat on top of Yi Chun, looking down at him. Sleep on the bed. Okay, I'll sleep. Yi Chun was so hot from being suppressed that he was afraid that he couldn't control himself, so he stayed away from Feng Li and lay on the edge of the bed. It's torture. It's so torturous. Yi Chun couldn't fall asleep with his eyes open. Although his back was facing Feng Li, he could clearly smell the fresh and pleasant body fragrance emanating from him. Suddenly, Feng Li put an arm on him, and Yichen quietly took her hand away. Feng Li, sleep well. Yichen pointed at Feng Li's nose and touched her smooth face. He didn't dare to touch her when Feng Li was awake, and only dared to touch her when she was asleep. Feng Li hugged Yichen's neck with both hands again, pressed against his chest, and seemed to be talking to himself. Don't go. Yichen was stunned by her coquettish tone and just stood there in her arms. The next day, Yichen and Feng Li hugged each other tightly, like a couple who had just woken up, and then both of them were stunned for a while. Yichen let go of Feng Li and explained awkwardly. Feng Li, you had a dream yesterday. You must have dreamed about something and you refused to let go, so? Feng Li coughed softly a few times and straightened his pajamas. Did you sleep well last night? Good. Yichen got up from the bed, put on his shoes, and ran outside. Feng Yin was waiting at the door. As soon as Yichen came out, he bumped into Feng Yin and stared at her fiercely. Yichen, how did you sleep last night? Was it good? No need to thank me. Yichen gritted his teeth in anger. Very good. That's fine. You and my sister have slept together, so you have to be responsible for her. Otherwise, why don't you get the marriage certificate in a few days? Yichen twitched his lips. No, thank you. Yichen, do you want to be an irresponsible scumbag? My sister is beautiful, has a good figure, and is rich. Why don't you marry her? Feng Yin followed behind Yichen and questioned. Yichen didn't answer and helped Tuanchuan put on his clothes. The little guy drowsily hugged his father's neck. Daddy. Epushiron. Yohu aksangurabu. Yeah, Dad's here. After washing the little guy's face, Yichen put the little guy on the sofa. Why does he always feel like he has forgotten something important, but can't remember what it is? As soon as Feng Li came down, Feng Yin looked at her belly and said something shocking. Sister, will you give Tuanchuan a little brother or sister? Feng Li raised his finger and knocked Feng Yin on the head. Feng Yin, what are you thinking about? I don't have any. This time, Feng Yin finally behaved herself. After Yichen finished his meal, he picked up his phone and saw the message from Song Wanting. Yichen, are you there? Are you still asleep? The concert is about to begin. Yichen, did you oversleep? Yichen, wake up. Song Wanting sent several messages in a row, but no one responded. Yichen glanced at the time on his mobile phone and his scalp tingled. It was already 9 o'clock. The concert starts at 8 o'clock. So, he missed it again. Song Wanting, I'm so sorry. I overslept today. I was a little tired last night. It's okay. I'm already listening. Don't forget next time. Good luck. Yichen still felt a little guilty. He had promised Song Wanting several times, but had never fulfilled his promise. Feng Li turned around and asked, Yichen, didn't you say that my classmates and I were going to the concert today? I won't go. Yichen scratched his head. Well, I got up too late this morning and missed it. Don't forget to attend the press conference this afternoon. Good. Yichen continued to paint with Tuan Tuan and browsed his phone when he was bored. Yimo's second concert had already started, but not many tickets had been sold. Hashtag Yimo's concert tickets sold 3,000 tickets. Yimo cheated. There's no need to say much about Yimo's strength. The tickets are almost impossible to sell. Ha 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 ha. Isn't Yimo quite popular? He has tens of millions of fans. So how come he only sold 3,000 tickets? He's even worse off than a relatively unknown celebrity. Yeah, wasn't he the most promising male singer? What's with the 3,000 votes? The most promising male singer, self-proclaimed. Everyone sneered and laughed. Yimo's face turned pale with anger, and he started throwing things again. Grandma Yi hid far away, fearing that she would be affected. Father Yi said coldly, Yimo, what happened again? Why are you so irritable? How old are you? You should control your temper. Yimo collapsed and said, Dad, we sold over 3,000 tickets for the second concert. How am I going to survive in the entertainment industry in the future? My last concert was a disaster, and many fans weren't buying it. I've lost over 5 million followers in the past few days. If this continues, how can I continue to make money here? Father Yi frowned. Alas, let Yi Chun write lyrics for you. You can make money as long as you release an album. However, he is not under our control now, and your concert will not be possible. Father Ye's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. Yimo, today is the Phone Group press conference. We have cooperated with Phone Group before. Maybe you can take this opportunity to go in and meet Mr. Phone. Press conference? Can I really get in? Father Yi took out a white invitation and handed it to Yimo. Of course, with this invitation, you can go in and see Feng Li. Good. Yimo put the invitation letter into his pocket. Why would he hold a concert if he could get to know Mr. Feng? He is as good-looking as Yi Chun, and Mr. Feng might really be interested in him. Yemo was happily dreaming of a long and glorious future. He went upstairs to change into his most expensive suit and asked the maid to do his hair and put on some light makeup. Go to see President Feng in the best condition. 82, let's go home together. Yi Chun took Tuan Tuan and Feng Li to the press conference. Just as I was about to get off the car, I saw the situation clearly. There were many media reporters standing at the company's door. Yi Chun said, Feng Li, you go in first. I'll take Tuan Tuan in later. Feng Li unbuckled his seatbelt and said, Okay, here's the card. You'll need it to enter. Goodbye, Mom. The little kid waved his hands happily to his mother. See you later. Feng Li got out of the car. A group of media reporters took pictures of her frantically. Yi Chun and Tuan Tuan leaned against the window and watched. Fortunately, I didn't go down with Feng Li. Otherwise, it will be on the headlines tomorrow. After Feng Li left for a while, the media reporters followed him in. There were not many people outside, so Yi Chun got out of the car holding Tuan Tuan. The little girl took her father's hand and went to find her mother. Mother! When Yi Chun walked to the door, he met an uninvited guest. Yi Mo. Yi Mo glanced at Yi Chun, who was still wearing a cheap jacket and white sneakers, and it was obvious that he was a poor guy. Yi Chun, why are you here? And you brought your cheap daughter with you. What are you doing in a place like this? Don't you know what this place is? Bad guy. The little girl pointed at Yi Mo and complained to her father. Yi Mo's face was gloomy. Yi Chun, your daughter is really ignorant. What bad person? Did you teach her to be such a bad person? Yi Chun rubbed the baby's head. Tuan is very smart. He has been able to distinguish between good and bad people since he was young. He doesn't need to be taught. Yi Mo said impatiently. What are you doing here at the phone group press conference? Did you come to the wrong place? You think anyone can come in here, but without a ticket, you can't get in at all. Yi Mo took out the admission ticket from his pocket and said, See, this is the admission ticket. You wouldn't know it even if I told you, you country bumpkin. Yi Chun smiled coldly. Really? Yi Chun directly took out a golden ticket from his pocket and raised his eyebrows. Mine and yours seem to be different. Je Montag was dumbfounded. What's happening? Why is Yi Chun's ticket gold? His is white? Yi Chun, don't think you can get in just by taking a gold card. Let me tell you, it's impossible. As soon as Yi Mo finished speaking, Yi Chun had already entered with the card. The people around him were very respectful, and there was also a special person to lead the way for him. Mr. Yi, please come in. After Yi Mo entered, no one paid any attention to him. They were all trying to curry favor with Yi Chun, following him like dogs. Yi Mo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. How did Yi Chun get the golden ticket? Impossible. How could someone like Yi Chun get a golden ticket? Maybe it was stolen from somewhere. It must be like this. Yi Mo full of it, Yi Chunin. Yi Chun sat in the front row, while he was in the last row, with no one paying attention to him. He had always trampled Yi Chun under his feet, but now he was overtaken by him. Yi Mo was extremely unhappy, but he couldn't vent his anger. After all, this was the press conference of Phone Group. The most important thing is not to discredit his image in President Feng's heart. As soon as Feng Li appeared, Tuan clapped his hands and whispered in his father's ear, Mom. Yes, it's Mom. Yi Chun looked at Feng Li on the stage. She was full of confidence and had everything planned out, as if nothing was worth mentioning in her eyes, and everyone was like an ant. Today, there are dozens of business tycoons, including founders and chairmen of various groups who want to cooperate with Phone Group. Yi Chun sat next to him, looking out of place. You are a very young gentleman. What brand are you the founder of? A middle-aged man asked kindly. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment and said, I am the founder of Xixing Music Media Company, Limited. It's really a new brand. I haven't heard of it. It's true that the young are to be feared. Several big men nodded repeatedly. Yi Chun. The company name has not been registered yet, so these people certainly don't know it. After Feng Li finished her speech, she was surrounded by people when she came down. Yi Mo immediately went up to her and wanted to talk to her, but was blocked by the crowd and could not see President Feng at all. Finally, after the person in front finished speaking, Yi Mo walked over to Feng Li and said politely, Boss Feng, I'm Boss Yi. You've worked with our company before, and my dad often mentions you. Feng Li said calmly, Oh, I don't know him. The smile on Yi Mo's face froze instantly, and he said awkwardly, Mr. Feng is very busy, and noble people tend to forget things. However, my dad does remember it. Feng Li was too lazy to say another word to him and walked straight to Yi Chun. Let's go back. Good. Yi Chun carried Tuan Tuan and Feng Li away. Yi Mo froze in place, his hair disheveled in the wind. What was going on? How is it possible that Yi Chun, a poor loser, actually knows Mr. Feng? Impossible. Yi Mo followed behind, watching Feng Li and Yi Chun talking, his tone somewhat gentle, his eyes red with jealousy. How could Yi Chun have known such a big shot like Feng Li? Yi Mo was furious and rushed forward to stop Yi Chun. Brother, what do you know, Mr. Feng? Yi Chun said coldly. What does this have to do with you? Why don't you introduce yourself to me? When did you meet Mr. Feng? Does Mr. Feng know who you are? Yi Mo looked at Feng Li again and said politely, Boss Feng, I'm afraid you don't know this, but this is my brother, the adopted son of the Yi family. I heard that my mother picked him up from the mountains. Yi Mo summarized Yi Chen's life experience clearly in just 2 sentences. A poor guy in mountains. He just didn't believe that a man of Feng Li's status and position would fall for a bastard picked up from the mountains. Feng Li said expressionlessly, What does this have to do with you? Yi Mo smiled and replied, Boss Feng, I just wanted to remind you, don't be fooled by my brother. He has no money. I have money, and I can support Yi Chun if he has no money. Yi Chun leave. Feng Li grabbed Yi Chen's arm and took him away. Yi Mo stood there blankly, like a clown. What did Mr. Feng mean by that? Did she really let Yi Chun become her lover? What shit luck Yi Chun had? Yi Mo was so jealous that he almost went crazy. He dressed up carefully for so long, but Feng Li didn't even look at him and actually held Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chun turned around and glanced at Yi Mo behind him with a very indifferent expression, as if with a hint of provocation. Is the person just now the one who kicked you out of the house? Yi Chun whispered, He framed me, so my parents kicked me out of the house. After all, I am an adopted son, and he is their biological son. Feng Li held Yi Chen's hand and said, From now on, my home is your home. You don't have to go back. 83, Yi Chun actually dared to fight back. Dad, come home. The little girl hugged her father's neck and asked him to go home with her. Okay, let's go home. After getting in the car, Yi Chun saw through the car window that Yi Mo was standing there gritting his teeth, his face as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Yi Mo has always been competitive, so he must have been hit hard this time. Bad guy. Little Tanshuan pointed a little hand at Yi Mo outside and spoke to her mother in a milky voice. Bad guy. Yi Chun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Tawanzi only knew one bad guy, Yi Mo. Those who bully Dad are all bad people. Akasangurabu ichiju yo hushi. Little guy, don't be angry anymore. Daddy is not angry either. Let's go home. Yi Chun gently rubbed the little kid's head. Tawanchuan was coaxed into submission by his father after a short while and was eating a lollipop in his little hand. Daddy, have some candy. Zio Chuanchuan took out a candy from her pocket and gave it to her father. Thank you, babe. Yi Chun felt sweet in his heart after eating the candy given by his daughter. He took out a piece of candy from the little girl's pocket, peeled it, and put it into Feng Li's mouth. How about trying the toffee? It tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Yi Chun was too nervous and accidentally touched Feng Li's lips again. He quickly withdrew his hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted you to taste this candy. Feng Li raised his eyes. Very sweet. Yi Chun lowered his head and swallowed. As long as it's sweet. Zio Chuanchuan pointed at his father's ear with his little finger and said, Daddy, your ears are red. Yi Chun, can this little ball of milk please stop talking? I really want to shut his mouth. Dad, Hong Hong. Tuanchuan continued to speak in a baby voice, holding his mother with one little hand and letting her see him. Feng Li seemed to have a hint of smile in his eyes. Yi Chun, your ears are so red? Yi Chun stammered. Just now, it was a little too hot, and Tuanchuan somehow touched my ear. The little guy shook his head and said, No, Tuan Tuan doesn't have it. The wrongly accused little kid spoke to his father in a baby voice. You have. No. The father and daughter chatted back and forth, making Feng Li laugh. Finally, they got out of the car. As soon as Feng Li entered the room, Yi Chun put Tuan Tuan on the ground and squatted down to educate the little guy. From now on, don't say that Daddy's ears are red. The baby tilted his head innocently, then shook his head, looking at his father with a pair of innocent big eyes. Dad, Tuan Tuan, don't tell lies. Dad said that a baby who tells lies is not a good baby. So Tuanchuan never tells lies. Yi Chun held his forehead helplessly. Tuanchuan, Daddy didn't ask you to lie. Just don't tell me that my ears are red. Do you hear me? Tuanchuan nodded and pinched his father's ears with his little hands. Daddy read. Yi Chun was so angry that he laughed and said seriously, Dad's ears are naturally red, just like the red paint you use. Don't say that next time. Feng Li walked slowly towards them with her long legs, and a pair of high heels came into view. Yi Chun, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything. I asked Tuanchuan what she wanted to eat today, and she said she wanted to eat small milk cakes. Tuanchuan shook his head and was about to speak when his father blocked his mouth. Feng Li, you and Tuan Tuan have dinner together. I'm going back to the Yi family. My grandma is still there. She can't get used to living here and keeps saying she wants to go back. Okay, go early and come back early. I'll wait for you in the room at night. Yichun was stunned for a moment. Feng Li was waiting for him in the room, etc. Did he hear it wrong just now? He must have heard it wrong. Yichun put Tuan Tuan on the sofa and said, "Have a good meal tonight. Dad has to go out for a while." The little kid hugged his father's legs tightly with his two little arms and refused to let go no matter what. No, I want Daddy. Epushiron. Zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu. Zu. Feng Li said, Tuanchuan wants to go, so just let her go with you. Tuanchuan is very well behaved, and Grandma likes her very much too. Okay, then I'll take Tuanchuan with me. You can eat first. As soon as EMO returned home, he started smashing things crazily. His emotions were extremely unstable, especially when he saw Yi Chun and Feng Li walking together. He was jealous to the point of madness. Grandma Yi tried to dissuade him. Xiao Mo, why are you losing your temper again? Why is your temper so bad? Why should you care? He's the good grandson you brought up. Why does Yi Chun deserve this? Why did he catch Mr. Fang's eye? Yi Mo was yelling at Grandma Yi, and this scene happened to be seen by Yi Chun, who came over. He walked over and pushed Yi Mo away. Yi Mo, this is how the Yi family taught you to respect your elders. Why are you yelling at Grandma? Yi Chun, what do you care? She is your grandma, not mine. Why did you come back? Are you here to show off to me? Yi Mo sneered. You're showing off that you can still get close to Mr. Feng even though you have a burden. Tuanchuan glared at Yi Mo fiercely. Bad guy. You little burden, and you actually said I was a bad person. Yi Mo raised his hand to pinch Tuanchuan's face, but was stopped by Yi Chun. Don't touch my daughter. Yi Chun used a little strength and pushed Yi Mo to the ground. Yi Chun, you dare to push me? Do you know whose house this is? Yi Mo stood up and was about to make a move on Yi Chun, but Grandma Yi stopped him. Xiao Chun just came home. Stop it. Yi Chun pushed me first. As soon as Yi Mo touched Yi Chun, he grabbed both of his arms. No matter how Yi Mo struggled, it was useless. Bad guy. Xiao Tuanchuan ran to Yi Mo and spoke in a fierce voice, revealing a few newly grown baby teeth, looking ferocious. Yi Mo was so angry that his eyes turned red. He didn't know where Yi Chun got so much strength from. Yi Chun, let me go. This is my home. It's not your turn to act wildly here. Yi Chun said in a low voice, I'm not being wild. I just want to tell you that you should respect your elders. Grandma is still your grandma. My grandma? She didn't raise me when I was a child. She raised you. She is not my grandma. Yi Mo was arguing with Yi Chun. Ye's mother had just come downstairs and was furious when she saw Yi Chun bullying her son like this. She walked over, raised her hand, and was about to slap Yi Chun in the face, but this time Yi Chun did not take the beating obediently and directly grabbed her wrist. Mother Ye's eyes widened in shock. Yi Chun, are you really going against the will of heaven? How dare you bully your brother? Yi Chun actually dared to fight back. When hadn't she been beaten and scolded before? He has become a different person now, even though he has only been away for a month. Yi Chun released Ye's mother's hand, expressionless. If I don't hide, do I have to stay here and let you beat and scold me? 84, the protective grandma. Yi Chun, you've really gone crazy. What have you been doing for the past month? Now I can't even hit you. Yi Chun said, yes. Mother Yi said angrily, Yi Chun, you are really going too far. I worked so hard to raise you, and now you treat me like this. I am your mother. Yi Chun said calmly, you didn't really support me before. I grew up with my grandmother, and I worked part-time while in college. So, what has this family given me? You've gone too far. Mom, look at the good grandson you raised. He actually talks to me, his mother, like this. Mother Yi said angrily. Grandma Yi sat on the sofa, holding Tuanchuan without moving. After a while, she said, I think Xiao Chun is right. You haven't raised him, so why do you want to discipline this son now? Isn't your son Xiao Mo? Mother Ye's face changed with anger. Yi Chen's household registration is still with me. He is a member of my Yi family and is under my control. Today you bullied Xiao Mo. Yi Chun, you must apologize to him. Yi Chun said coldly, apologize? Yi Mo was disrespectful to his elders. If he needs to apologize, he should apologize to Grandma. It's not my turn. Besides, as an older brother, don't I have the right to educate my younger brother? Mother Yi was suddenly speechless and couldn't breathe. These two people, the grandfather and the grandson, clearly wanted to go against her and embarrass her. At this time, Ye's father came back from get off work, smelling of alcohol. Tuanchuan was most afraid of this smell and hid in his grandmother's arms in fear. Hubby, you're finally back. Hurry up and discipline your son. Yichen bullied Yimo and refused to apologize. He even talked back to me. I, as a mother, have lost all my dignity. Mother Yi hugged Father Ye's arm and cried aggrievedly, but Father Yi pushed her away impatiently. A yellow-faced woman, annoying to see, and she has a bad temper. Ooh, who bullied Xiao Mo? Yimo said, Dad, you're finally back. My brother beat me again. He beat me right after he came back. Am I his punching bag? Father Yi looked impatient. Yichun, why are you back? Who asked you to come back? Yichun said coldly, I came back to see Grandma. Yimo was disrespectful to Grandma, so I asked him to apologize to her. Is that wrong? Grandma Yi sighed. Ching'er, you've raised a lawless child. Sigh, I'll leave tomorrow. Raising a son is really useless. Before, when you were sick, I carried you dozens of miles to see a doctor. Now, you even despise an old woman like me. Father Yi was already drunk, and recalling those past memories, he threw himself in front of Grandma Yi. Mom, how can you say that? I remember how good you have been to me. Yimo, hurry up and come out and apologize to your grandma. Yimo stood up reluctantly and said in a low voice, Grandma, I was wrong. Grandma Yi picked her ears and said, Oh, I'm old and my hearing is not good. What are you talking about, Xiaomo? I can't hear you. Yi Imo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. This old woman was indeed on Yi Chen's side and was deliberately going against him. Yi Imo continued, Grandma, I was wrong about what happened tonight. I apologize. Grandma Yi said earnestly, You have already apologized to me. You should also apologize to your brother. Your brother said that to you. He was only doing you good. Yi Mo glared at Yi Chun and asked him to apologize to Yi Mo, saying it would be impossible in his lifetime. Yi Mo, did you hear that? Your grandma asked you to apologize to your brother, so apologize to him quickly. Yi Mo asked in disbelief, Dad, you want me to apologize to that bastard Yi Chun? Ye's mother's face changed slightly. Lao Qing, what are you doing? Yi Mo was beaten by Yi Chun. Why are you asking him to apologize? Are you confused? Whenever this old woman comes home, nothing good happens at home. Ye's father said in an impatient tone, What's your business? Go away. Yi Mo, come here and apologize. Although Yi Mo was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to disobey his father's words. After all, he had not yet received the shares, and this old man was still of some use. Yi Mo gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. What are you sorry for? Yi Mo gritted his teeth and said word by word, I shouldn't fight with you. This was the first time Yi Chan heard Feng Li apologize. It seems that the head of the Yi family was really drunk this time. Otherwise, he would not have asked Yi Mo to apologize to him. It doesn't matter. Yi Chen waved his hand and didn't care about Yi Mo's apology. Mom, Xiao Mo has already apologized. You won't be angry this time. I don't dare to take care of this grandson. I'm going back tomorrow. I'm not feeling well living here. Grandma Yi touched her neck, and Xiao Tuanchuan quickly massaged her great-grandmother's neck. Mom, why are you leaving? Don't leave. You haven't been here for a few days. Mom, did she make you unhappy? Father Yi pointed at Mother Yi. Did this woman make you angry? I'll drive her away right away. Mother Yi turned pale with fear and immediately grabbed Father Ye's hand. Husband, I'm very good to our mother. I never let her get angry. Grandma Yi said, No, I'm just uncomfortable living here and want to leave. I don't blame anyone. Grandma, give me a thump. Zio Chuanchuan used her little hands to massage her grandmother's back, and she was trying very hard. Grandma Yi smiled from ear to ear. Our Tuanchuan is so well behaved. He knows how to care for Grandma. Grandma, Zio Chuanchuan laughed happily. Who wouldn't like this soft and cute little thing? Even Ye's father wanted to hug him. But Tuanchuan was very afraid of him and hid in his great-grandmother's arms. This is Yi Chen's daughter? She looks exactly like him. Yi Mo whispered, It's just a bastard. I don't know who gave birth to it. Yi Mo, shut up. Yi Mo was scolded by his father and dared not speak anymore. When his father was drunk, he seemed like a different person. He was so on the side of the old lady. I had never seen him be so on the side of the old lady before. Grandma Yi said, Tuan Tuan is not a bastard. Tuan Tuan has a mother. I have seen Tuan Tuan's mother. She is very beautiful. Yimo was surprised and asked, What? Yi Chun, you actually have a girlfriend, and you're still hanging around with President Feng. Does Feng Li know about this? Yi Chun just wanted to laugh, but in order not to discourage Yimo, he shook his head and said, Mr. Feng naturally doesn't know about this. Yi Chun, if President Feng knew about this, he would definitely kick you out. Yimo laughed coldly, already having an idea in mind. He must meet President Feng and tell him about this matter. After Yi Chun was dumped by President Feng, he still allowed himself to be bullied by him. Just thinking about stepping on Yi Chun makes me feel good. Oh, dream on. There are all kinds of things in dreams. 85 continued to torture Yimo. Hearing this, Yi Chun almost laughed out loud. Yimo, go ahead and say whatever you want to say. No one is stopping you. After all, Tuanshuan is Feng Li's biological daughter. Yimo whispered, Yi Chun, are you scared? If you beg me, maybe I won't tell President Feng about this. Yi Chun suppressed a smile and said, Yimo, let's talk about this after you see President Feng. However, you probably won't be able to see her. President Feng is busy with all sorts of things. How can he have time to see you? I have my own way. Don't think that just because the old woman supports you, you can do whatever you want at home. This is my home. Yimo was filled with anger. He grabbed Yi Chun's clothes with one hand and pushed him hard. Yi Chun was pushed down and sat on the ground. Dad! The little kid quickly climbed out of his grandmother's arms and went to support his father, frowning his delicate little brows and pointing at Yimo with one little hand. Bad guy. Those who bully her father are all bad guys. When she grows up, she will knock off that person's head. Akasangurabu ichiju yo hushi. The little ball of milk puffed up its cheeks. Grandma Yi said angrily, Xiao Mo, he is your brother after all. How can you treat your brother like this? Yi Qing Shan, how did you educate your son? He bullied Shun again and pushed Shun down. Yimo looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. He didn't have much strength at all just now. Yi Chun must have been pretending. He actually knew how to pretend now. Father Yi glared at Yimo. How could you treat your brother like this? Yi Chun is your brother after all, and you bully him in front of your grandmother. Yimo whispered, Dad, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't use much force just now. I don't know why he fell. Yi Chun stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. Grandma, I'm fine. Grandma Yi said with a sullen face. Look at Chun. She doesn't care about you at all. Xiao Mo, is it because your family spoiled you? Yimo took a deep breath, clenched his hands into fists, his face turned ashen, and he glared at Yi Chun fiercely. Yi Chun raised his eyebrows. He was just treating the person in his own way. Yimo had treated him the same way before and had done this many times. He only did it once, and he can't stand it. Father Yi frowned and said, Yimo, you just push your brother down. Why don't you apologize to him quickly? Dad, didn't I already apologize just now? Why should I apologize again? I didn't use any strength at all. He fell down on his own. Yimo said impatiently. Ye's mother also echoed. Old Yi, Xiaomo really didn't use enough strength just now. Yi Chun must have fallen down by himself, and he is trying to frame Xiao Mo. Grandma Yi sighed. Oh, forget it, I'll just leave tonight. No one at home respects me, and no one treats me as a mother. I can only watch Chun being bullied. I am useless as an old woman. Ye's father looked at Ye's mother with an impatient tone. Go away. You have no right to speak here. You just spoil the child all day long. How can you spoil him so much that he is so disrespectful to the elders in front of my mother? What will happen in the future? Yimo, you must apologize to your brother today. Yimo was dragged by his father to Yi Chen's side. He glared at Yi Chun unwillingly, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat him up. I was wrong. Yimo apologized with gritted teeth. He had suffered all the anger today. For the sake of Yi Group's shares, he endured it. Once he gets the shares, he won't have to endure the old man's bullying anymore. Yi Chun scratched his ears. Huh? You're wrong. How could you be wrong? Where did you go wrong? Yimo whispered, I shouldn't have fought with you. Yi Chun patted Yimo's shoulder earnestly and said, Yimo, I am your brother. From now on, you must learn to respect your elders, especially Grandma. Ye's father was furious. Remember? Your brother taught you everything you need to know. Don't disrespect your grandma again. Dad, I understand. Yimo answered padfunktori. I don't know when this old woman will leave. She's getting closer to Yi Chun day by day. Mom, look, Xiao Mo has sincerely admitted his mistake and will respect you in the future. Do you want to stay here for a few more days? You have come here with great difficulty, so don't leave. Ye's father pleaded. Ye's mother and Yi Mo really wanted to hear the word go from Grandma Ye's mouth, but unfortunately, Grandma Yi refused to say it. Okay, then I'll stay a few more days. Chin must have suffered a lot at home and been bullied by these people. With her around, these people didn't dare to bully Chin. Ye Mo, Mother Yi, didn't this old woman say she didn't like the city? I've been here for a week, and you still haven't left. I'm really fed up with it. However, due to Ye's father, neither the mother nor the son dared to speak, and Ye's mother was also very polite to Grandma Yi. Mom, don't be angry. I've asked the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiaochen will stay and eat with us later. Okay, Chin, you eat too. Is Tuanchuan hungry? Come here and let Grandma take a look. Xiao Tuanchuan ran to her great-grandmother and said something to her, which made her laugh out loud. Yi Mo whispered, Yi Chun, don't be complacent. Only Grandma can protect you. When Grandma goes back, who will be able to protect you? When I see Mr. Phone, you're dead. Wait until Mr. Phone kicks you out. I wonder where you'll be able to live. Are you going to sleep on the street? Really? Then go ahead. Yi-chun was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yi Mo, so he walked to Grandma Yi. If he had the free time, he might as well talk to her. Dad, Tuanchuan, what did you say to Grandma? Yi-chun pinched the little guy's pink and tender face. His big eyes were like grapes, blinking, which was so cute that it melted people's hearts. The little girl said in a baby voice, Say Daddy and Mommy, darling. Oh? Yi-chun covered the little boy's mouth in shock. What did you say again? Didn't Dad say not to talk nonsense? Tuanchuan shook her head. She was not talking nonsense. What she said was true. Dad and Mom kissed. Chin, why are you covering Tuanchuan's mouth? I haven't finished asking. Grandma Yi continued to ask while holding the little girl. When she heard that Feng Li and Yi-chan were sleeping in the same room, she couldn't stop smiling. Chin, when are you going to bring your girlfriend back? If your girlfriend doesn't want to live at home, you can live outside with her, or you can bring Grandma over for a few days. I can still take care of Tuanchuan. Yi-chan stammered, Grandma, let's wait a little longer. I'm planning to buy a house soon. Grandma Yi said, How long do we have to wait? Your daughter is already this old. Are you unwilling to take responsibility for her? We can't be the unfaithful ones. 86, you have to sleep with me every night. Grandma, I'm not. I didn't do that. How could I be a heartless person? Yi-chan scratched his head awkwardly. He and Feng Li hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend, they just had a little ambiguity. Now that your daughter is this old, why don't you quickly marry her home? What else do you want to do? Yi-chan explained, Grandma, things are not as simple as you think. Once I have dealt with this matter, I will bring her to see you. Well, you better hurry up. Tuanchuan is already this big, so he'll have to go to school soon. Yeah, almost there. Tuanchuan's dark eyes rolled around, and he hugged his father's neck tightly. Dad, no, I don't want to go. Tuanchuan wants you. Okay, no, I won't go. Dad will stay with Tuanchuan. Okay? We won't go to school. Yi-chan rubbed Tuanchuan's little head. No. The little dumpling's head shook like a rattle. During mealtimes, Tuanchuan sat obediently next to his father, wearing a small pocket and holding a small spoon in his little hand, drinking the soup by himself. Father Ye's face was wrinkled with laughter. Tuanchuan is so good. Do you know who I am? I'm your grandpa. Come on, call me grandpa. Tuanchuan didn't want to call this bad guy grandpa anymore. He shook his head and continued to drink his soup, swinging his short legs. Dad, Tuan doesn't want to eat kai. The little guy picked out the greens from his bowl and gave them to his father. Father Yi did not give up and continued. Tuanchuan, I am your grandpa. Call me grandpa and listen, good boy Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan's little head shook like a rattle, and he refused to call grandpa no matter what, and continued to drink soup with a small spoon. Yi-chun, please tell Xiao Tuanchuan to call me grandpa. Father Yi said anxiously. I haven't even been a grandfather in my life, so how can I not be anxious? Especially now I'm drunk. Yi-chun raised his head and said, Mr. Yi, Tuanchuan doesn't want to call you grandpa. I can't help it. I can't force the baby to speak. Besides, you haven't raised Tuanchuan for a day. Why should you let her call you grandpa? Your last name is Yi, and Tuanchuan must be Yi too. We're all from the Yi family, so what's wrong with calling me grandpa? Tuanchuan pouted, refusing to drink the soup. He was about to burst into tears. Grandma Yi immediately tried to dissuade him. Stop it. Tuanchuan can cry if he wants to. Don't cry if you don't want to. How can you force a 2- or 3-year-old baby to cry? After being scolded, Mr. Yi dared not say anything and continued to eat dejectedly. When Tuan Tuan left, he waved his little hand and said goodbye to Grandma Yi, but ignored Father Yi. Look how cute that little baby is. Why doesn't he call me Grandpa? Father Yi sighed repeatedly. Ye's mother dissuaded him. When Yimo gets married and has children in the future, the children he gives birth to will definitely be more beautiful and lovely. Father Yi asked coldly, Yimo, where's Chu Yi? Have you managed to coax her into submission? Hurry and bring her home to discuss the marriage. Yimo hesitated and couldn't answer. What did he say? He was breaking up with Chu Yi? What if the old man doesn't give him shares? Dad, don't worry. I've already coaxed the person back and will bring him back in 2 days. Okay, let's have a baby quickly. Preferably one like Tuanchuan. Father Yi nodded repeatedly. The car stopped at the manor. Feng Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, wearing a casual black pajamas that revealed her fair and slender legs, and a pair of gold-framed glasses on her delicate face. Are you back? Yi-chun put Tuan Tuan on the sofa, while Tuan Tuan drank salty soup and ate beef tonight, so he can't go to bed so early. Feng Li glanjit at Yi-chen. Except for his messy hair and dirty clothes, he looked pretty good. What about you? Have you ever been bullied? Yi-chun smiled and said, No, Yimo got into trouble today. You don't know how angry he was. His face turned black. Grandma asked him to apologize to me. She also said that she would not leave for the next few days and would teach Yimo a lesson. The little boy clung to his mother's arm and said in a baby voice, Mommy, Tuanchuan, eat a lot. Feng Li stroked the furry little head and asked, Have you seen your great-grandmother? Have you said hello to your great-grandmother? Hello, great-grandma. The little milk ball said softly. Grandma likes Tuanchuan very much. She always holds Tuanchuan in her arms and says that you should go too. Let the two of us. Yi-chen scratched his head, embarrassed and hesitant to speak. Feng Li raised his eyelids. What did you say about us two? Yi-chen whispered, Let us get married soon. Feng Li, don't get me wrong. Grandma might think that Tuan Tuan is my child, so she's pushing me to get married. If I tell her about this later, she might stop pushing me to get married. Feng Li smiled. Urging marriage? How about getting married? Get married. But I have nothing. I don't even have a car. I don't have a house. Yi-chen touched the tip of his nose. He had nothing. I don't need these. I have them all. You just need to go with me to get the marriage certificate and take care of Tuanchuan. There's one more thing. Yi-chen raised his head and asked, What's the matter? Feng Li suddenly put down the book in his hand, stood up, pushed Yi-chen against the back of the sofa, and looked down at him. Slowly moving closer, her red lips were right in front of Yi-chen's eyes, glistening with water. He swallowed excitedly. Feng Li, Tuanchuan is still here. Tuanchuan is still here. Tuanchuan stretched out his paws to cover his eyes, leaving a gap between his middle finger and index finger, and secretly glanced at his father and mother kissing. Tuanchuan, I can't see. Yi-chen was almost amused by the little guy. Sister, excuse me for a moment. I'll take Tuanchuan away right away. You guys continue. Feng Yin came out from somewhere and left the living room carrying Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan was waving his two paws, and his little baby voice was so cute and adorable. Look at Mom and Dad. What are you looking at? It's not suitable for children. Come with me. I'll coax you to sleep tonight and tell you a story. Feng Yin took Tuan Tuan back to her room and put the little guy on the bed. Your parents have something important to discuss. Tonight, your aunt will coax you to sleep. The little ball of milk pouted, obviously very reluctant, and rolled to the side with his little butt sticking out. You are still reluctant to sleep, even though your aunt is trying to coax you to sleep. Hurry up and get up. Feng Yin patted the little kid's butt. This little guy must not be allowed to go out and disturb her sister's good things. The living room became quiet again. The sound of hot breathing was close at hand, and Yi-chen's breathing became heavier. Feng Li, is there anything else important that you haven't told me yet? Feng Li's delicate body moved closer again, and the tip of her upturned nose touched Yi-chen's cheek, making him feel itchy and numb. Then, she whispered in Yi-chen's ear, her red lips parted, her voice charming. There's one more most important thing, and that is sleeping with me every night. 87 excited, going on a date with Feng Li. Sleep. Yi-chen seemed to have thought of something. His face turned red, and blood came out of his nose. He wiped his nose. Feng Li, I feel like we're moving too fast. How about we wait a little longer before sleeping? Feng Li lifted Yi-chen's chin and asked domineeringly, How long do you have to wait? Didn't you agree to get the marriage certificate with me? Yi-chen. What? When did he agree to get the certificate? He is still young and doesn't want to get married. Phonely, I have nothing and I am not worthy of you. How about you wait until I have money in the future and then marry me? Yichen asked cautiously. Phonely has money, looks, and a great figure, so why would he have trouble finding a husband? Phonely let go of Yichun and sat beside him. Am I short of money? This manor will be our wedding house from now on. If you don't like it, I can buy another one. It doesn't matter where you are. Anywhere is fine. No, no need. I'm a grown man after all. How can I let you buy a house for your wedding? Just leave it to me. After Yichun finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. He had not yet agreed to get the marriage certificate. So where would the wedding house come from? Feng Li's mouth curled up. You want to buy a wedding house? Yichun, I said later, I have no plans to get married yet. And he is not worthy of Feng Li now. He is just a male college student who has just graduated, but Feng Li is a well-known tycoon who can kill people with money just by waving his hands. No? Just get the certificate first and you'll have it. Yichun said seriously, Feng Li, I think maybe you married me because I was good Tuan Tuan. I will also be good to Tuan Tuan in the future. You don't have to be so anxious. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Don't forget that I picked you up. I'll give you 2 more months to think about it. After you graduate from university, the first thing you have to do is get married with me. You have no right to refuse. Yichen? Okay, but before that, can you be my girlfriend and we cultivate our relationship first? Feng Li said without hesitation. Okay, how do we cultivate feelings? Feng Li has never been in a relationship. He was trained by his family to be a money-making machine since he was a child. He inherited the group at the age of 24 and created several brands of his own. Yichun hesitated, scratched his head, and said hesitantly, I'm not too sure about this. I've never been in a relationship. 2 people who have never been in love are now going to be in love. Yichun searched online directly. What is the purpose of falling in love? Dude, are you stupid? Why would you ask someone what to do when you're in a relationship? Of course, it's holding hands, kissing, and then rolling around in bed. Touch it with your hands. Girls are the softest, soft everywhere. Ha! It's obvious this is your first time dating, and you're even searching online. Are you in elementary school? If you are, don't kiss, just hold hands. Yichun, a college student who was mistaken for an elementary school student. Quiche. Yichun turned his head and secretly glanced at Feng Li's lips. They were not the pouty lips seen on the internet, but very sexy lips with a light layer of lipstick. Very soft. Yichun's gaze slowly moved down to Feng Li's chest. He had looked at it many times, but had never touched it. Go to bed again? He suddenly remembered that Feng Li had pressed him down on the bed last time. Yichun's Adam's apple rolled slightly. Feng Li turned his head and immediately looked away. Tomorrow is the weekend. Are you free? How about we go for coffee together tomorrow? Apart from this, Yichun really couldn't think of anything else to do. Who can share his experience? But several of his roommates were also single since birth, except for Liu Peng, who had a girlfriend, but they broke up after dating for less than a month. Yichun didn't expect Feng Li to agree so readily, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Want to go shopping again? He had seen other young couples do this before, although he and Feng Li were not a couple yet. Yichun returned to his room and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep due to excitement. He was going out on a date with Feng Li tomorrow. No, I have to go to bed early, otherwise I will have dark circles under my eyes tomorrow. I have to be in the best condition for my date with Feng Li. Because he was too excited, Yichun fell asleep in the middle of the night. When he woke up early in the morning, his skin was still in good condition. Yichun has fair skin, which is whiter than other boys. He usually wears white sneakers and a white jacket. Clean boys are the most likable. Yichun deliberately chose a milky white thin coat, combed his hair, and used the styling spray to style himself. I have never been so attentive. After Yichun finished everything, he looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and the little boy knocked on the door with his 2 small hands. Dad. As soon as Yichun opened the door, the little guy hugged his legs and looked at his father with a crazy look on his face. Tuanchuan also found that his father was more handsome today. Dad, handsome. Yichun picked up the little baby on the ground. Her clothes were worn crookedly, her skirt was worn inside out, and even her shoes were worn inside out. Tuanchuan didn't care about the clothes. He hugged his father's face and bit it, and even saliva got on his father's face. She quickly wiped the stains off with her little paw, fearing that her father would dislike her. Tuanchuan, why are you wearing your clothes backwards again? Round and round. The clothes are too difficult to wear. Yi-chan first put on little Naibao's clothes, changed her shoes, and then took her to wash her face. Feng came downstairs wearing a smoky gray dress and matching high heels. Her long, slightly curled hair was smooth and supple, and her face was delicately made up with slightly raised eyeliner, giving her a bit of charm. Feng Yin covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, "Ah, sister, why are you dressed so beautifully today? Are you going on a blind date?" Feng Li glanced at her coldly, and Feng Yin immediately shut her mouth. As soon as Yi-chun came out of the bathroom holding Tuan Tuan, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. What nice view. This was the first time Feng Li wore clothes other than black and red, and the makeup on her face was also very beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. Yi-chun, are you stunned? My sister might be going to meet a male friend. Otherwise, how could she dress so beautifully? I have never seen her dressed so beautifully before. Yi-chun touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Actually, the person Feng Li wants to see is me. We're gonna have coffee today. Feng Yan's jaw dropped in shock. She looked at Feng Li and Yi-chun, each one more handsome than the other. Yi-chun had even had his hair done. Drinking coffee? You guys aren't on a date, are you? 88 buy clothes for my wife. Yi-chun muttered quietly. You can understand it this way. The two of us are going out today, and you stay at home with Tuanchuan. When Tuanchuan heard that mom and dad were leaving, she pouted and kissed her dad on the face. Daddy? Tuanchuan wants daddy. Feng Yin took the little kid over and said, What do you want, Dad? Your parents are going out on a date, so just stay home and have dinner with your aunt. I want daddy, I want daddy. Little Tuanchuan stretched out his paws in a baby voice, wanting to find his father. His big black eyes were shining with tears, and he looked very pitiful. Yi-chan felt sorry for Tuanchuan and said to Feng Li, Can you take Tuanchuan with you? Tuanchuan is so well behaved. Family nudda, okay. Tuan Tuan finally returned to his father's arms and laughed happily in a soft and cute voice. I want daddy. Shout to Tuanchuan. Are you a clingy person? Tuanchuan hugged her father even tighter. She only wanted her father. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. After a simple breakfast, Yi-chun and Feng Li got into the car together. There was a little baby in the middle who happily grabbed his parents' hands and wanted to go on a date with them. Feng Yin dissuaded her. Sister, why don't you leave Tuanchuan at home with me? How are you going on a date with a child? She had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. Taking a child on a date? Tuanchuan's little head shook like a rattle, and he lay in his father's arms. I want mommy and daddy. Feng Yin pinched the little kid's ear through the car window and said, Tuan Tuan, get out of here. Annie will take you out to play, okay? Let's go to the amusement park and ride on the merry-go-round. Isn't that your favorite? Don't want? Yi-chan said, Since Tuanchuan wants to go, let her go with you. Tuanchuan is well-behaved and sensible. Tuanchuan nodded. She's the best baby. Then, the family of three went on a date happily. Central Shopping Mall. The little kid happily ran in front with his short legs. What a cute baby. Dad is so young. Yi-chun is already very handsome, and when combined with Feng Li, the two of them walking together are a complete street-rocking presence. Feng Li, I think the skirt over there is very beautiful. How about, go and take a look. I heard that women like to buy clothes. Okowo. Yi-chun held Tuan Tuan, who was running around, and went to the store together. Yi-chun fell in love with the lavender dress on the model at first sight. It was made of the highest quality fabric and was barely worthy of Feng Li. Sir, are you here to buy clothes for your wife? The waiter asked hesitantly. Maybe it was because it was the first time he saw Yi-chun's father so young, or maybe it was because Feng Li next to Yi-chun looked a little older than him. Lady, Yi-chun was confused by these two words and nodded randomly. Yes, I want that purple dress. Yes, sir. Your wife is so beautiful. She looks good in anything. Tuan Tuan poked his little head out from behind his father and said, It looks good. Oh? Feng Li pinched the little guy's face and said, How do you know it will look good on Mommy? Mommy hasn't worn it yet. Beautiful, Mom. Tuanchuan spoke in a baby voice, making the waiters around him laugh. The baby is so cute. The waiter had just taken down the purple dress when suddenly a strange voice rang out. This dress, I want it. Yi-chun turned around and saw several women dressed very sexy walking into the store. They were wearing high-end bags, and they were obviously daughters of wealthy families. Yi-chun said, I saw this dress first. Su Xiangyi walked forward slowly in high heels and glanced at Yi-chun with disdain. He was wearing cheap clothes and looked like a poor man. You? Do you know how much this dress costs? Can you afford it? Yi-chun said coldly. I can afford it no matter how much it costs. Su Xiangyi said coldly. Waiter, tell him how much this dress costs. The waiter explained. This dress is 888,800 in total. It's from a top luxury brand. Su Xiangyi sneered. Did you hear that? Hurry up and give the things to me. Yichin took out his card and swiped it in front of her. I've already paid for it. The clothes are mine. Miss, you should understand the principle of first come, first serve from now on. Su Xiangyi looked unhappy, and the young ladies behind her came over and surrounded Yichun. Handsome boy, you are so rich and handsome. Whose family are you from? Yichin said coldly. I am just an ordinary person. Please move aside. Are you blocking my way? The woman's soft fingers were about to rest on Yichun, but he stopped her. Handsome boy, don't leave so quickly. Let's go to the bar together. Are you buying this for your girlfriend? What does your girlfriend look like? It's not worth buying such expensive clothes for your girlfriend. Feng Li came out from behind Yichun and said, his girlfriend is me. Do you have any objections? Seeing Feng Li, several people unconsciously wanted to retreat. This woman had too strong aura. Dad, Tuanshuan's dad. Tuanshuan hugged her father's legs, staring at the ants who wanted to snatch her father away with her pair of black eyes. A young lady next to Su Xiangyi asked, You already have a child? Yes, my daughter. Yichun picked up Tuanshuan. The father and daughter looked very similar, and no one would believe that they were not biological children. You can tell at a glance that they are his biological child. So, you're not leaving yet? Feng Li raised her eyebrows, looking like the queen. Several women who wanted a deal with Yichun left in shame. Su Xiangyi was so frightened that her legs were shaking, and she was helped away by everyone. This is the president of Feng Group. She had met him once before when her father took her to a high-end cocktail party. She just now actually stole Mr. Feng's clothes. But who was that man? He actually had a child with Mr. Feng. The waiter said politely, Sir, these are your clothes. Please keep them. Yichin picked up the box and handed it to Feng Li. This is for you. This color suits you very well. Thank you. I like it very much. After Feng Li took it, the two left the store. Dad, clothes? Xiao Anshuan raised her head and spoke to her father in a baby voice. Anshuan, do you want some pretty clothes too? Daddy will buy them for you later. Yichin rubbed Anshuan's little head. Anshuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, looking for beautiful clothes in front. Dad bought her beautiful clothes. Passing by a pajama store, a waitress looked at the two of them with a smile. Sir, would you like to buy some pajamas to spice things up? We have all kinds of styles, colors, and designs here, and we guarantee that you will be satisfied. Yichen, they probably haven't reached that stage yet, so there's no need to look at the clothes or anything. But the leg still walked in very honestly. 89, take good care of his future wife. Yichen had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, Feng Li, do you want to buy pajamas? Feng Li didn't answer but asked, which one do you like? Yichun touched his nose embarrassedly and pointed to a pure white silk suspender, low-cut pajamas next to him. I think this one will do. It seems like you've never worn white pajamas before. You can give it a try. Good. Feng Li approached Yichun and raised his eyes slightly. Buy whatever you like. The ones over there are not bad either. Following Feng Li's gaze, I saw a short black pajamas that was transparent in the middle. Are you saving fabric? Yichun only took a glance, not daring to look again, and immediately turned around and said, No, no need. Feng Li, I think that's too bad. The people watching it almost had nose bleeding. I can't imagine what Feng Li would look like wearing that dress. I think it's okay. Yichun nodded randomly, then chose a few more normal pajamas. He is a very normal-minded person. Tuanshuan ran around inside, and then went to the side to play with the little rabbit doll. Feng Li and Yichun continued to choose pajamas, picking out more than a dozen pieces in a row. Feng Li, isn't that a bit too much? No, Yichun pay. Yichun obediently paid for his future wife. When paying the bill, the waiter smiled and said, You two are the youngest couple I've ever seen. I didn't expect you even have a child. The child is so cute. How old is he this year? Tuanshuan stood on tiptoe, stretched out 3 little fingers, and said in a milky voice, 3 years old. Tuanshuan is 3 years old. You're 3 years old now. Baby, you're so good. This is some candy from your auntie. Then, the little dumpling got a huge rabbit lollipop with 2 colorful ears. Thank you, auntie. Little dumpling thanked politely. You're welcome. That's so cute. Yichun paid the money and was left with a huge sum of money. There is no other way. To support his future wife, it seems that he will have to work harder to make money in the future. Otherwise, he won't even be able to support his wife. Dad, Tuanchuan, have some candy. The little girl gave the candy in her hand to her father. It was the first time Yi-chan saw such a big lollipop, bigger than Tuanchuan's face. After unpacking it, he put it in the little guy's hand. Tuanchuan, isn't this lollipop a little big? The little kid nodded and bit off a rabbit ear. Yi-chan, this little guy is not very old, but his teeth are in good condition with newly grown baby teeth. Yi-chan quickly picked up the baby and looked at the little guy's teeth to see if any of them were damaged. Daddy, have some candy. Don't lose the teeth you worked so hard to grow. Tuan's little head shook like a rattle and opened his little mouth. Yeah, more. The little guy continued to eat the lollipop, and soon he had bitten off both ears. Yi-chan was stunned. Xiao Tuanchuan ate such a big lollipop so quickly. Does every baby like to eat candy so much? Suddenly, a little baby rushed out from nowhere, blocked Tuanchuan's way, and pointed at the candy in Tuanchuan's hand. Big candy. I want it. Little Milkball quickly hid the lollipop behind his back, Tuanchuan's candy. The little baby still refused to give in and blocked Tuanchuan's way. A middle-aged man in a suit came from behind and looked like a business tycoon. Daddy, I want candy. When the little baby saw his father coming, he became even more excited and went up to grab the candy from Tuanchuan's hand. Tuanchuan took the lollipop and quickly hid behind his father. The little baby missed it and fell to the ground crying. While crying, he rolled over and over. I want a big lollipop. I want a big lollipop. Yi-chan was speechless. It was the first time he had seen such an unreasonable baby. The middle-aged man pointed at Tuan and said, "This kid is too much. He actually knocked my daughter down. What if she gets hurt?" Yi-chan said coldly, "It's your daughter who wants to make trouble and insist on taking the candy in my daughter's hand. Then you can't allow your daughter to hurt my baby. My baby is still so young. What if he gets hurt?" Yi-chan sneered. "Are your eyes on the back of your head? She fell down by herself. My daughter didn't even touch her. They're indeed a family, from the old to the young. They are all unreasonable." The baby on the ground was still rolling around, crying and saying, "I want candy. Daddy, didn't you say that I'm a little princess and can have whatever I want? Why doesn't she give me candy? Ming Ming, get up first. Daddy will go buy you some candy in a while. Okay." No, I want that, I want that. Daddy, I want that, I want it, I want it." Ming Ming was still rolling on the ground, being unruly and rude, crying and making a fuss, howling loudly. Yi-chan hugged Tuan and left quickly. His little baby Tuanchuan is still the best. Tuanchuan lay on his father's shoulder with a lollipop in his hand, eating while looking at his sister crying behind him. I made a face at her. "Oh?" Yi-chan sighed. "Feng Li, don't you notice that our baby is exceptionally well-behaved?" Before this, he thought every baby was well-behaved. He must have been overthinking it. The girl just now was simply a little shrew, and she would be a willful and capricious little princess when she grew up. Well, Tuanchuan has been very well-behaved since he was little. He never cries or makes a fuss and only hums when he's hungry. Tuan must be here to repay his gratitude. Yi-chan sucked on the little baby's cheek and said, "Tuanchuan must be the best-behaved baby. Tuan, be good." The little milk ball was talking while chewing on a lollipop. "Dad, can you buy me some clothes?" "Good." There are all kinds of little skirts in the children's area, some with lace, which are so cute that they will melt your heart. Every piece of clothing Yi-chan saw he wanted to buy and bring back for his precious daughter to wear. The beautiful little shoes were not even as big as his hands. Yi-chan put the little milk ball on the ground. "Tuanchuan, which one do you like?" The little girl pointed at the styles of little skirts in front, pink and white. Yes, Tuanchuan wants a lot. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Although he is only 2 or 3 years old, he also loves to buy clothes. "Okay, Dad will buy them all for Tuanchuan today." "Dad, great." The little guy danced and jumped around happily. Yi-chan waved his hand and bought 8 pieces directly. Tuanchuan happily put his head against his father's face and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, you are the best." Then she hugged her father's face and kissed him again. Yi-chan smiled foolishly, thinking that he could get a kiss by buying something for his daughter. Passing by a bunch of furry little dolls, the little one was holding a pink teddy bear. The doll was wearing a little skirt, carrying a small school bag, and wearing a hat. "Dad, Tuan wants it." "Purchase." He buys whatever his daughter wants. Mr. Yi is already dizzy. Nani, the future wife, is here again. Feng Li tugged at the corner of Yi-chan's clothes. "Yi-chan, you dote on Tuanchuan so much. What if you spoil her?" Yi-chan said, "My daughter is still my daughter, even if she is spoiled. It doesn't matter. Buy it for her." Dad will buy whatever Tuanchuan wants. Then I bought a bunch of dolls for Tuanchuan. I couldn't carry them all, so I asked someone to send them back home first. Passing by the small accessories area, you'll see all kinds of cute little bow hairpins hanging on it. Phonely, do they look good? Buy a few for Tuanchuan. Can. Yichin picked out a lot of beautiful hairpins for Tuanchuan. Dad, Tuanchuan poked out his little head and grabbed his father's hand. Darling, what's wrong? Dad, Tuanchuan wants to. Little milk bag pointed to a little tiger. Opposite was the children's viewing area with various animals. Yi-chan twitched his lips. Tuan Tuan, that's a tiger. Tigers are scary and can bite people. If you want to keep one, how about we keep a cute cat? Tuanchuan leaned against the window and looked at the tiger. Cat, cat. The little tiger, with a big and strong body, walked slowly to Tuan Tuan's side. He was almost as tall as Tuan Tuan, and the man and the beast looked into each other's eyes. Yichin's legs were hugged by the little kid again, and his big black eyes were watery. Daddy, Tuanchuan wants a cat. I want a cat. Baby, this is not a cat, this is a tiger. He is very fierce. Look how sharp his teeth are. Yichin patiently taught the little guy, but the little guy was not afraid at all. Tuanchuan, don't be afraid, I want a cat. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Yichin really couldn't bear his lovely daughter's pleading any longer, so he asked about it. The tiger could not be sold unless the price was extremely high. To sum it up in one simple sentence, all you need is money. Daddy, I want a cat. Okay, if you want a cat, Daddy will buy it for you. Soon, the person in charge arrived. It was a young woman. She asked, Sir, would you like the little tiger in the children's viewing area? Yichin said, Well, my daughter likes this little tiger. This tiger is a North American Bengal tiger, a noble breed. Although it hasn't grown up yet, it's very valuable. I estimate the price to be this high. The general manager held up 5 fingers. 500,000. Yichan felt that it was barely acceptable. 5 million, sir. Yichingan was left silent. A tiger costs millions, but he doesn't have that much money. Feng Li coughed a few times. When the general manager saw Feng Li, his face was shocked for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Feng Li. My husband really wants this tiger. It shouldn't be that expensive. Did you give me the wrong price? Yes, that's what you said. I guess the price was wrong. I'll check it again. The female manager turned around and left, sweating profusely, to calm herself down first. Was that Mr. Feng she saw just now? He was her immediate superior. Husband? Could it be that Mr. Feng is secretly married? Feng Li, this tiger shouldn't be that expensive, right? 5 million is an outrageous price. It was the first time that Yi Chun saw such an expensive animal. Got. Xiao Tuanchuan pointed at the big tiger and called cat. Baby, that's a tiger, not a cat. Got. Tuanchuan rubbed his father's face softly and continued to act coquettishly. Tuanchuan wants a cat. Okay, Dad will buy a cat for Tuanchuan. Yi Chun and Feng Li sat in the rest area to rest. Xiao Tuanchuan kept looking at the little tiger and talking to it. About 10 minutes later, the person in charge came over. Sir, the price you quoted just now was indeed wrong. This tiger is just an ordinary tiger, for viewing only. It only costs 5,000 yuan. Is that okay with you? After saying that, the general manager glanced at Feng Li. Yichin was surprised and said, 5,000 yuan. The difference between you two is too big. The person in charge bowed again and said politely, Yes, I'm very sorry. It was our mistake to quote the wrong price just now. We are willing to compensate you with this tiger for free. Is that okay with you? Yichan twitched his lips. This is outrageous. He just asked for 5 million, and now he wants to give it to him for free. This good thing finally happened to him, and this tiger didn't look cheap either. Are you sure you don't want money? Yichan asked again. Are you sure you want to give me this tiger for free? Well, it's free for you. Then Yichan got a little Bengal tiger, which was snow white and had green eyes. Cut! Tuan wanted to touch the little tiger through the cage, but was stopped by Yichan. Tuan, you can't touch it. It will bite you. Look how sharp its teeth are. It will bite you, and it will hurt. Little Milk Ball shook his head and spoke seriously to his father. No, cats don't bite Tuan. The little fellow reached out a hand and touched the tiger cub's head. Be good, big cat. It really doesn't bite. Sir, this is a tiger we specially trained. Its personality is similar to that of a cat. It won't bite and has a gentle temper. Yichin asked again, So, you really gave it to me for free without asking for money? How about I give you 5,000 yuan? I always feel that it's not good to take other people's things for free. The waiter next to him said politely, "Sir, that was our mistake just now. We quoted the wrong price, so this is your compensation. Please write down your address, and we will deliver it to your home." Ichin wrote down the address with a confused look on his face. The little tiger was sent home. Just out of the cage, he was afraid of everything unfamiliar and curled up in a corner. Zio Chuanchuan squatted on the ground and touched the tiger's little head. "Good cat," Ichin asked doubtfully. "Feng Li, am I a little too lucky today? Why did I get a little Bengal tiger for free?" Maybe the store had good service and they quoted the wrong price. It's their fault. Feng Li patted Yichen's hand and said, "I bought so many clothes today that I forgot to buy you one. I'll buy you clothes next time." "Good." Tuanchuan likes this tiger very much and even hugs it when he sleeps. "Yichen, Tuanchuan, you can't sleep with a tiger in your arms. Be good and let daddy tell you a story, okay?" "Good." Yichun coaxed the little guy to sleep, then drove the little tiger into the cage and went upstairs to his room to sleep. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a familiar face. The white silk pajamas appear somewhat pure and sensual. The skin underneath is faintly visible, smooth and shiny, with a hint of pink. "Feng Li, why are you here? This is my room, right? I hope I'm in the right place." Yichin stepped out and looked at the door again. It was indeed his room. Why was Feng Li here? 91, what should I do if I make my future wife angry? Feng Li, did you go to the wrong room tonight? This is my room. Yichin pointed to the sign at the door and said, "Did you see it clearly? My room." Feng Li took it for granted. "Well, of course I know it's your room." So, Feng Li moved closer, and the softness of his chest almost touched Yichen's chest. He instinctively took 2 steps back, then staggered and almost fell. Feng Yin chuckled softly. "Didn't you say this pajamas looks good? Let me show you." The woman in front of him had a perfect figure. Her legs were long, white, and slender. Her waist was so thin that it couldn't be grasped. Her belly was completely free of fat. Her chest was round and full. She also had a white swan neck and a beautiful face. Yichen's Adam's apple rolled again. "Good, looks good. I have never seen a woman more beautiful than Feng Li." Yichen's naked gaze was not concealed at all. If he didn't take a second look at such a beautiful woman standing in front of him, he would not be a man. Feng Li held Yichen's hand and said in a charming voice, "Sleep together?" Yichen looked at the woman's face and nodded blankly. "Ah, sleep together, okay." Feng Li took Yichen's hand and sat on the bed. Yichen's heart almost jumped into his throat. How should he get along with his future wife? Can anyone teach him? He is just an innocent male college student. Are you cold dressed like this? If you are, go to bed first. I'll go take a shower first." Yichen wiped his face, his blood boiling. He urgently needed to take a cold shower to calm down and soothe himself. "Yichen." Feng Li couldn't stop him at all. Yichen rushed straight to the bathroom like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. "Feng Li." Yichen stayed in the bathroom for a full 20 minutes before coming out, and when he came out, he didn't see Feng Li. "Feng Li." Yichen called out softly, but no one responded. Could it be that Feng Li went back to his room to sleep? Yichen's face was visibly disappointed. He had been thinking about sleeping with his future wife today and hugging her soft body. Finally, my wife left. Yichen walked out of the room and knocked gently on Feng Li's door. "Feng Li, are you sleeping?" "Asleep." Feng Li's voice was gloomy and seemed a little angry. "You should go to bed early. I'm going back first." Yichen deliberately stayed at the door for a long time, but Feng Li didn't let him in. Is Feng Li really angry? Why is he angry? Yichen scratched his head and returned to the room with a puzzled look on his face. Did he just go take a shower? Unable to hug his soft future wife, Yichun held the pillow in his arms, but the pillow did not feel good at all. Yichun threw the pillow in his hand to the ground in the middle of the night. Yichun, who couldn't hold his future wife, seemed very angry. Yichun got up early in the morning just to see Feng Li earlier. Unfortunately, Feng Li went to the company and had a morning meeting this morning. Feng Yin asked angrily, "Yichun, did you make my sister angry?" "My sister looked unhappy this morning. She went to the company for a meeting early in the morning and didn't even have breakfast." Yichun asked doubtfully, I don't know either. I took a shower last night, and she seemed angry." "Take a bath." "Why are you still taking a bath?" "My sister is so proactive." Feng Yin looked so disappointed in Yichun that she really wanted to pry open his head to see what was inside. "Isn't there any yellow waste?" "Forget it." "Yichun, maybe you deserve to be without a wife." Feng Yin was so angry that she almost fainted. Under normal circumstances, her sister would have already given birth to her second child by this time. But now the two of them have made no progress at all and have not even held hands. Yichin still didn't know what he had done wrong, so he went upstairs to help Toanchuan put on his clothes. The little kid just woke up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, saw his dad, and quickly got up from the bed with his butt sticking out. Dad. Yichin held the little kid in his arms, feeling a little down. The little guy kissed his daddy's face. Dad, great. Yichin shook his head and said, Dad is not great. Dad is not great at all. Dad seems to have made your mother angry. What should I do? Mom is angry. Kishmom. Little Toanchuan spoke to her father in a baby voice. Every time Mom is angry, kiss her and she will no longer be angry. Kiss her. Yichan swallowed. How could he take the initiative to kiss Fengli? The little milk ball nodded seriously. Daddy, kisses Mommy. Mommy won't be angry. Ahem. Okay, Daddy will dress you first. Yichin dressed Tuan Tuan and took the little guy downstairs. Auntie. Feng Yin was looking at the male model's 8-pack abs when she was suddenly startled by the little guy and quickly hid the male model book behind her. Toanchuan is awake. Auntie, look around. Tuan Tuan, you can't look at this. This isn't for you. Go have dinner with your dad. Feng Yin stuffed the little girl into Yichin's arms and said, Eat your meal, Toanchuan. The little guy always disturbs her from looking at handsome guys. Toanchuan hugged his father's face and said in a milky voice, Dad is handsome, but the uncle in the book is not handsome. Feng Yin, yes, your father is the most handsome. Your father is the most handsome man in the world. Toanchuan put his head close to his father's face and said, Dad, you're so handsome. The baby is so young, but he is also a little flower maniac. After Yichan finished his meal, he asked the kitchen to prepare stomach-nourishing porridge and fresh crystal buns, and then put them in an insulated box himself. Feng Li didn't have breakfast. I'll go bring her some. Feng Yin nodded repeatedly. She didn't expect that this person would suddenly come to his senses. Toanchuan had just finished feeding the little tiger. When he heard that his father was leaving, he quickly followed him. The little baby just wanted to follow his father. Yichin heard footsteps behind him and turned around. Xiao Toanchuan quickly hid behind a stone pillar and covered her eyes, thinking that her father could not see her. Yichin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Toanchuan, why are you following Daddy? Daddy is bringing Mommy food. Why don't you stay home and play with the little tiger? Toanchuan moved her eyes, wondering how her father had discovered her. Toanchuan, look at your mother. Little Milk Bag walked to his father with his short legs and held one of his father's fingers. Okay, Dad will take you with him. Yichan bent down, picked up Xiao Toanchuan with one hand, and held the incubator with the other. Let's go see Mom together. At this moment, Feng Li was looking at documents in the office. Boss Feng, Boss Xiao Yi is here. Outside the door, the assistant's voice sounded. Feng Li said lightly, Come in. The door opened, and Yimo was dressed in a suit and tie, with his hair neatly combed. He wasn't handsome, but only average. Yimo was very excited when he saw Feng Li for the first time. Feng Li didn't even look at him, not even raising his eyes. Go ahead, you only have 5 minutes. Convince me, and I'll cooperate with your company. 92 Mr. Feng, don't love me too much. Yimo was too nervous, and he was not well prepared for this project. He spoke in fragments without any focus, and was asked to leave after 2 minutes. Boss Feng, please give me another chance. Feng Li said impatiently, You don't have a chance anymore, Assistant Liu. Please get him out. Yes, Mr. Feng. Then, Yimo was invited out. Since the project was not concluded, his impression in President Feng's mind must have plummeted. Boss Feng has something else to tell you. It's about Yichan. Hearing this, Feng Li raised his head calmly and said, Let him in. After Yimo came in, the assistant closed the door. There were only 2 people in the room, and he could vaguely feel the powerful aura of the woman in front of him. Yichin didn't know what kind of luck he had that he could actually get close to Feng Li. Today, Yichin's true colors will be exposed. Feng Li raised his eyelids and said in a cold voice, Tell me, what's the matter with Yichan? Boss Feng, you might not know this yet, but Yichan has a daughter named Toanchuan. She looks like she's 2 or 3 years old. She's probably his daughter with Song Wanning, the school beauty from Imperial University. Yichan and Song Wanning are very close. They often go shopping together, eat together, and take care of the children together. Don't be fooled by him. He must be after your money. As Yi Mo spoke, he paid attention to the changes on Feng Li's face. She was indeed angry. Will President Feng just kick Yichan out and make him sleep on the street or under a bridge? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Feng Li asked, is that all you want to say? Is there anything else? Yi Mo continued to exaggerate. Yi Chun is very fickle and has been dating several women. He even has an illicit relationship with his mentor. I heard he has a beautiful colleague who used to be his senior schoolmate and the school beauty. Feng Li's cold gaze fell on Yi Mo, Yi Mo said angrily, so, Mr. Feng, don't be fooled by him. He's just a poor loser. He came from the slums and loves money the most. He's greedy and willing to do anything for it. Feng Li raised his hand, expressionless. Well, you can go out now. Yi Mo was asked to come out again, but he firmly believed that he had persuaded President Feng, and Yi Chen's good days were about to end. When I came out, I happened to bump into Yi Chen getting out of the car, holding an incubator in one hand and holding a 2- or 3-year-old baby in the other. Xiao Tuanchuan spotted the bad guy not far away at a glance and pointed at Yi Mo with a little hand. That bad guy. Be good. Let's ignore him. Yi Chen held the little guy's hand and continued walking. Yi Mo suddenly called him and raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Yi Chen, are you here to deliver food to Mr. Feng? You might have a surprise waiting for you later. Yi Chen stopped and asked calmly, what surprise? Yi Mo smiled proudly. You will know soon. I'm kindly reminding you that your good days are coming to an end. Bad guy. Akasangurabu ichiju yo fushi. The little girl stared at Yi Mo with a pair of black eyes. Little guy, why are you so rude? Is it because your father didn't teach you well? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Yi Mo raised his hand to pinch the little kid's face. Yi Chen held his wrist and used a little force. Yi Mo grimaced in pain. Yi Chen, you let me go. Yi Chen said solemnly, my daughter doesn't need you to teach her. Yi Mo was in great pain and gritted his teeth. Yi Chen, let me go. Yi Chen fiercely shook off Yi Mo's hand, and the latter staggered and sat directly on the ground. Yi Mo stood up awkwardly, dusted himself off, and snorted coldly. Yi Chen, you're so proud now. Isn't it because you're close to President Feng? She's going to kick you out soon. I'm right here, waiting for you to be kicked out. Really? Then just wait here. After saying that, Yi Chen took Tuan Tuan into the company. Yi Mo opened the car door and got in, his face ashen. He was going to wait here until Yi Chen was kicked out. As soon as Yi Chen brought Tuanchuan in, the little guy spoke to the lady at the front desk. Sister, Tuanchuan is looking for Mommy. It's Miss Tuan Tuan and Master Yi. I'll take you to the CEO's office. Yi Chen said politely, thank you. No need to trouble you. I could take Tuanchuan up there. I know where it is. Okay, then please go in. As soon as Yi Chen left with Tuanchuan, several receptionists started talking in low voices. This is Mr. Feng's boyfriend. He's so handsome and young. This guy is most likely the father of our Miss Tuan Tuan, the official wife. I think so too. Miss Tuanchuan looks a lot like him, so they must be his biological child. I don't know when the wedding will be. Maybe we could take a few days off and enjoy Mr. Feng's wedding candy. As a worker, the happiest thing is having a holiday. Yi Chen brought Tuan Tuan to the CEO's office and knocked on the door. Feng Li, are you in there? Feng Li's hands that were tapping on the keyboard suddenly stopped. Yes, come in. Yi Chen opened the door and saw Feng Li sitting at his desk working. There were a bunch of data charts on the computer screen, and he understood a little bit about it. Feng Li raised his eyes. Why are you here? Yi Chen put the insulated box on the table. Feng Li, did you come to the company without eating this morning? I brought you some rice and porridge. Feng Li's expression softened, and he said calmly, what does it have to do with you if I don't eat and come to the company? Why are you bringing me breakfast? Not eating breakfast early in the morning is bad for your stomach. You're still young. Don't get stomach problems at such a young age. Drink this bowl of porridge quickly. It's still hot. Yi Chen personally brought the stomach-nourishing porridge to Feng Li. She actually wanted to refuse it, but she took it unconsciously. Mom, drink porridge. The little kid was lying next to his mother and talking in a baby voice with a lollipop in his mouth. His pair of black eyes were blinking, as bright as the stars in the sky. Feng Li pinched the little guy's face and asked, why did you come here with Daddy? Aren't you going to feed your little tiger at home? Eat your fill, cat, and drink your fill, Mommy. Feng Li reluctantly took a sip of porridge. Actually, she didn't like porridge, but since it was given by Yi Chen, she took a sip. Yi Chen sat next to Feng Li and humbly admitted his mistake. Feng Li, did I make you angry last night? I don't know what I did wrong, but please don't be angry, okay? Feng Li turned his head and asked, are you concerned about me? Yi Chen didn't react for a moment. Feng Li asked again, you just need to tell me if you care about me, so you come and bring me breakfast. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Feng Li said proudly. In that case, then I forgive you. Ye Chen, so you forgive him now? Oh. Mr. Feng, don't love me too much. 93. I accidentally bit Mr. Feng's mouth and broke the skin. Doesn't it mean that kissing is needed to make things better? He hadn't even kissed her yet, but Feng Li had already forgiven him. This was too easy. Yichen asked again, uncertainly. Feng Li, have you really forgiven me? Feng Li's eyes slightly raised, and his tone was actually a bit arrogant. Since you care about me so much, I forgive you. Yichen muttered to himself. Tuanshuan said that you would calm down if I kissed you, but it seems that even a kiss is not necessary. Feng Li frowned slightly. What? What did she hear? Yichen is going to kiss her? Feng Li continued. Yichen, you heard it wrong just now. I didn't forgive you. I was just joking with you. Yichen suddenly raised his head and said in shock. Are you kidding? Feng Li, you haven't forgiven me? No. Feng Li continued to eat on the sofa, eating a bun elegantly, his lips moving slightly. Yichen's throat tightened as he looked at her. He lifted his leg and slowly walked over. Feng Li, what do you want me to do to forgive me? Feng Li continued to eat coldly, still without saying a word. Yichen felt that now he had no choice but to use his trump card. He took a deep breath. First, I picked up the little Tuanshuan on the sofa, took Tuanshuan to the lounge inside, and put the little guy on the carpet. Tuanshuan, you play with the building blocks here first, and Daddy will come over to play with you later. Tuanshuan is the smartest baby. He will definitely be able to build a big house. Round and round, make a big house. The little kid stuck his butt out and lay on the ground playing with building blocks. Yichen left the room. Feng Li finished his meal and sat at his desk to continue working. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Boss Feng, the documents you requested have been sorted out. Feng Li said calmly, send it in. The woman's expression was still cold, as if she was keeping people at a distance. After delivering the documents, the female secretary glanced at Yichen and immediately retreated, fearing to stay inside for even a second longer. Mr. Feng is too cold. Yichen went over to help. Feng Li, let me help you organize the documents. Need not. Feng Li pushed Yichen's arm away, and Yichen suddenly held her hand. The first time he took the initiative, Yichen's ears turned red. Feng Li, please don't be angry, okay? Yichen placed one hand on Feng Li's side and pushed Feng Li directly onto the sofa. Feng Li raised his eyebrows, obviously a little bit unbelievable, or rather a little shocked. Yichen himself didn't know what was wrong, but in a fit of rage he pushed Feng Li against the wall, his soft lips so close. Yichen's throat ticked in it. I really want to kiss you. Feng Li raised his hand and gently stroked Yichen's face. Yichen, what do you want to do? Yichen's voice was hoarse. I just don't want to make you angry. You don't want to make me angry? Yichen's momentum weakened again. Feng Li deliberately said, Impossible. Let me go. No. Yichen got excited again and kissed her directly. He pressed Feng Li's lips hard, pushed him onto the sofa, and kissed him like a mad beast. Feng Li did not resist. Yichen thought he had suppressed Feng Li, so he gnawed and bit him. After an unknown amount of time, he smelled the blood and suddenly woke up. He immediately let go of the woman in his arms. Feng Li's originally cold face became more charming. The corners of her mouth were broken, her hair was messy, and her clothes were torn into a mess and wrinkled by Yichen. Yichen jumped away instantly. I'm sorry. Feng Li, your mouth. Yichen hesitated to speak. He had used too much force just now. What should he do? Would Feng Li be angry again? Feng Li frowned. It hurts a little. Normally it looks like a little puppy, but I didn't expect it to be so fierce when it goes crazy like a little wolf dog, biting and chewing randomly. Feng Li covered his neck, where there were also marks left by Yichen's bites. Yichen straightened Feng Li's clothes and tucked her hair behind her ears. I didn't mean to do that. Does it hurt? How about applying some medicine first? No, we don't have any ointment of this type here. You are really not angry anymore? Yichen asked uncertainly. He had only heard Tuanshuan say that if he kissed Feng Li, she wouldn't be angry anymore, but he didn't know if it was true. Feng Li coughed softly. I'm not angry. I'm really not angry anymore. I didn't expect that what Tuanshuan said was true. Feng Li in front of him did look miserable. His lips were broken by him, and there were marks on his neck. Yichen said guiltily, Feng Li, I'm going to go out for a while and buy you some medicine to apply first, otherwise it will hurt. Feng Li simply tidied up his hair and continued to work, while Yichen left the office, still in a daze. What did he do just now? It seemed like he forcefully kissed Feng Li and made her so miserable. Yichen still felt like he was dreaming and quickened his pace. Emo had been squatting outside for a long time, but still didn't see Yichen come out. How could Yichen stay in there for so long without being kicked out by Fengli? He just didn't believe that Yichen wouldn't come out, so he continued to sit in the car and wait. When others saw Yemo, they all thought he was a lunatic who had been sitting there for more than an hour. Finally, Yichen came out. Yemo got out of the car with a smug smile on his face and blocked Yichen's way. Yichen, you've really been kicked out by President Feng. How does it feel? I think you'll still be so arrogant. Are you planning to sleep on the street tonight? Or under a bridge? Yichan was in a hurry to buy medicine and was too lazy to argue with him or even pay any attention to him. Get out of the way. The deep voice carries an imposing aura that cannot be ignored. Not only did Yemo not move away, he continued to sneer. Yichen, do you think President Feng is still behind you? She has already kicked you out. Yichen said coldly. Yemo, I don't want to waste time talking to you. Get out of my way now. I have something else to do. Yemo chuckled softly. Yichen, you were kicked out by President Feng. Are you furious? What's the important matter? Are you trying to hook up with a rich woman? Who is it? It can't be Chu Yi, right? I've already dumped that woman. If you want, just go for it. Yichen pushed Yemo away and warned him impatiently. Yemo, I really have something important to do. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude. Yemo was pushed and staggered, leaning against the car behind. Yichen, you actually attacked me. Are you really furious? Yemo smiled as if he deserved a beating and followed behind Yichen. Yichen was too lazy to pay attention to this follower and went to the nearest pharmacy. Yemo followed him in. He wanted to see what kind of medicine Yichen wanted to buy. 94, he is Mr. Feng's husband. Boss, give me a box of erythromycin ointment. Okay. The doctor was a middle-aged man. He handed it to Yichen with a smile and said, Young man, this is too intense. Be careful. Yichen blushed and answered hesitantly, Okay. After leaving the pharmacy, Yemo asked in confusion, Yichen, why did you buy this? Do I need to ask you what medicine I want to buy? I buy whatever I want. Yemo, I didn't know you were such a follower. You follow me wherever I go. Then keep following me. Yichen returned and entered phone group. Yemo wanted to follow him in, but was stopped by several young ladies at the front desk. Sir, you can't go in. Yemo pointed at Yichen angrily. He can go in, but I can't. Sir, he's Mr. Feng's man, so of course he can go in. Yemo thought he had misheard. His pupils widened in shock, and he asked again, What did you say? He's Mr. Feng's man? Mr. Feng hasn't kicked him out yet. Several receptionists around looked at Yemo as if he was mentally retarded. Sir, you don't have an appointment. Please get out. Yemo was asked to come out and was so angry that he jumped up and down. Yichen, that's too much. How on earth did he coax Mr. Feng into submission? Yemo felt like a clown and wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Now he must be laughed at to death by Yichen. When Yichen entered the office, Xiao Tuanshuan had already come out and was lying in her mother's arms. She pointed at her mother's mouth, frowned, and said worriedly, Mom, give it a try. But the baby didn't bring any Band-Aids today, so he stuck his little but out to look for one in the drawer next to him. Seeing Dad coming, he quickly ran to his side, grabbed his hand, and said in a baby voice, Daddy, Mommy's mouth hurts. I don't know which bad guy hurt Mom's mouth, and the baby is so angry. Yichen touched the tip of his nose and said, Tuanshuan, Dad has already bought some medicine. Just apply it on Mom. Mom, apply the medicine. The little kid spoke to his mother in a baby voice and pulled his father to his mother's side. Fengli raised his eyelids. Are you back? Yichen felt guilty when he saw Fengli like this. He lowered his head and said, Well, I'm back. Apply this medicine and it will be fine in a few days. Yichen carefully applied the medicine to Fengli, his fingers gently touching her soft lips. He swallowed and asked, Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. After Yichen applied the medicine on Fengli's neck, the tips of his ears turned red. Fengli seemed to want to tease him and deliberately said, Yichen, how do you think I'm going to get home after get off work today? I have to go to a meeting soon. Meeting? Fengli, can you wear a mask during the meeting? Fengli raised his eyes. What do you think? That shouldn't be possible. What should I do? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yichen admitted his mistake humbly. I was chewing too vigorously just now and forgot the consequences. Fengli was not angry. He took out a black ribbon from the closet and tied it around his neck. Yichen, I'm going to a meeting. You stay in the office and watch over Xiao Tuanshuan. Don't let her run around. She loves going out to talk to the employees. Good. Tuanshuan cutely shook his head. Tuanshuan, good boy. Mom knows you're a good boy. Go play building blocks with your dad in the office. When Feng Li left the office, the employees around him looked over. When he entered the conference room, a group of senior executives stared at Feng Li. What's wrong with Mr. Feng today? His lips are so raw. They look like they were bitten. However, no one dared to ask. Everyone was sweating profusely as if they were facing a great enemy, fearing that they would say something wrong and be fired by President Feng. Tuan Tuan took Yi Chen's hand and led them into the lounge, where a huge pink Barbie castle was placed on the carpet. Dad, make a big house for Dad. Yi Chen smiled and said, Thank you, baby Tuanchuan. Is this the house Tuanchuan built for Daddy? Isn't it a little too pink? Dad, big room. Tuanchuan stretched out his two little arms and gestured. Yeah, Dad likes it very much. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Yi Chen took Tuanchuan out for a while and bought some candy for him. People around him looked over. That's him. He's Mr. Feng's husband. The marks on Mr. Feng's mouth must have been caused by him. This is Miss Tuan Tuan's father. When will President Feng announce the good news? He's so handsome, young and handsome like a college student. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing him? Even I am confused when seeing him. Yi Chen felt embarrassed being stared at, so he quickly went into the room with Tuan Tuan in his hand. Daddy, have some candy. Tuanchuan gave his father a cute little strawberry lollipop. Yi Chen opened it and handed it to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, you eat it. Tuanchuan stuffed 2 lollipops in his mouth, and his cheeks were bulging. The door opened, and Feng Li had returned from the meeting. The marks on his mouth were particularly obvious. Feng Li, are you okay? Feng Li said calmly, It's okay. What could possibly happen to me? It's just that the plan wasn't good enough this time, so I gave them all a lecture. After a lecture, very fierce. However, Feng Li was never fierce to him. Yi Chen, what do you want to eat for lunch? Shall we go out to eat? Yi Chen applied medicine to Feng Li again. When the two of them came out with Tuan Tuan, they attracted the attention of many people. Boss Feng's mouth. Oh my God, Boss Feng's husband is so fierce. This is even in the company. Doesn't he restrain himself a little? Maybe the office is more intense. Her husband looks so young and has a lot of energy. President Feng is so lucky. A group of female employees were talking about it. Yi Chen felt embarrassed by what he said, so he hugged Tuan Tuan and walked quickly holding Feng Li's hand. Husband? He is not Feng Li's husband yet. He can only be said to be Feng Li's future husband. You are responsible for what you do. Feng Li stopped and said, Now everyone in the company knows that you are my husband. What do you think we should do? Otherwise, let's go get the marriage certificate now. I'm not ready yet. Why don't you wait a little longer? I will take responsibility. I will definitely take responsibility. Yi Chen said seriously. He is a responsible and good man. How could he kiss someone and deny it? Yi Mo continued to squat in the car, and then he saw Yi Chen and Feng Li coming out together, each holding a little bastard in their arms. Yi Mo was so angry that he lost his mind. He opened the car door and rushed forward in a rage. Boss Feng, why are you still with Yi Chen? He's been dating 3 women, no, 4, and he's even got a little bastard in his arms. Tuanchuan pouted in grievance. Bad guy. It's this bad guy again, the worst, bullying dad. Yi Chen said impatiently. Yi Mo, are you a paparazzi? You've been squatting in the car waiting for me. I just want to tell Mr. Feng not to be fooled by you. Yi Mo pointed at Tuan Tuan and said, Boss Feng, the one Yi Chen is holding in his arms is his and Song Wanning's daughter. She's a bastard. After he finished speaking, Feng Li's face became visibly gloomy. 95 mother and daughter competing for love. Yi Chen looked at Yi Mo with sympathy. He actually said that Feng Li's daughter was a bastard. Yi Mo should be completely finished this time. Sure enough, Feng Li's voice was as cold as ice. Security, kick him out and don't let him into the phone group again. Yes, Mr. Feng. Then, Yi Mo was grabbed by the arms by several bodyguards with a confused look on his face. He argued, Boss Feng, you have to believe what I say. Everything I say is true. That's a bastard. Tuanchuan glared at Yi Mo fiercely, rubbing his eyes in grievance. Daddy, Tuanchuan is a good baby. Yi Chen rubbed the little guy's head and said, Well, Tuanchuan is a good baby. Daddy knows Tuanchuan is a good baby. Don't cry. Bastard. Yi Chen, she is the bastard of you and Song Wanning. Mr. Feng, don't be fooled by Yi Chen. He is only after your money. He will do anything for money. Yi Chen rushed forward, grabbed Yi Mo's collar, and said viciously, Yi Mo, if you keep talking nonsense, I promise to make your mouth speechless. Yi Mo's eyes were bloodshot. Yi Chen, what tricks did you use to coax Mr. Feng? You are really capable. Yi Chen whispered, You may not know yet. Feng said he likes me and wants to marry me. Yi Mo gnashed his teeth in anger. Yi-chun, don't fool me. How is it possible? You're just a toy of Feng. She will kick you out when she's had enough fun with you. You really think you can marry her? Dream on. Forget it if you don't believe me. Goodbye. I'm going to have dinner with President Feng. Yi-chan let go of Yi Mo, and Yi Mo was directly driven out of the Feng group by the bodyguards. He hit on the ground in embarrassment, and people around him pointed and talked. He was dressed nicely, so why was he kicked out? Could he be a deadbeat? Perhaps clothes make the man. Even a beggar can become a white-collar worker if he dresses up. You actually dared to run to Feng's group and act wildly, without even considering your own weight. You must have been chased out by the bodyguards. Yemo's face turned pale when he heard the discussions around him. Beggar? But he is the high and mighty eldest son of a Yi family. It was all Yi Chen's fault for making him lose face. He would definitely avenge this humiliation. When Yi Chan was forced to sleep on the street, he would take a video and let everyone know. Yi Mo has gone crazy. He must trample Yi Chan hard under his feet. At this moment, Yi Chan and his family of 3 came to the Chinese restaurant and had a happy meal. Yi Chan said, Feng Li, don't listen to Yi Mo's nonsense. He's a little off-kilter. When we were in school, he was so obsessed with surpassing me that he even starved himself to the point of getting a stomachache. It's indeed a bit abnormal. He said he had a project to report this morning. It turns out that I overestimated his talent and sent him back in 2 minutes. So, he was waiting for you downstairs all morning. Feng Li turned his head and asked, That should be it. Yi Chan touched his nose awkwardly. If someone didn't know better, they would think he was a paparazzi taking pictures. This EMO is really crazy. Feng Li held his forehead helplessly. He was squatting downstairs all morning, so he was there when you went to buy medicine. Yes. Yi Chan hesitated and almost bit his tongue. Dad, is Tuanchuan eating? Oh. Little milk bag couldn't hold it in any longer. His saliva was almost dripping, and the food was almost served. There were 12 dishes in total, plus a dessert and a soup. Yi Chan put a small bag on Zai Chuanzi and fed her himself. Feng Li, the wound on your mouth hasn't healed yet, so I ordered some light meals. It's okay. It's just a minor injury, and we'll be fine tomorrow. Feng Li was also dignified and elegant when she ate. Yi Chan unconsciously took a sneak peek at her, then continued to feed Tuanchuan. Zio Chuanchuan suddenly grabbed her father's clothes. Dad face! Yi Chan lowered his head and realized that he had put the food on Tuanchuan's face. I quickly picked up a napkin and wiped the baby's face. I'm sorry. Dad didn't see it just now. Tuanchuan murmured softly. Daddy looks at Mommy, not Tuanchuan. __. Yi Chan. I really want to shut this little girl's mouth. How does she know everything? She just took a sneak peek at Feng Li. Tuanchuan, be good and eat to grow taller. Yi Chan continued to feed Xiao Tuanchuan. Feng Li couldn't help but say, Yi Chan, Tuanchuan can actually eat by herself. You don't have to feed her. It's okay. Tuanchuan is still young and hasn't even turned 3 yet. When is Tuanchuan's birthday? Feng Li replied, May 27th. Tuanchuan's birthday is in half a month. Yi Chan held the baby's little hand. What birthday gift does Tuanchuan want? Little Tuan grabbed his father's clothes with one hand and answered in a baby voice, Tuan wants daddy. Epushiron. Yohu aksangurabu. She just wants her father to be with her, and she is a good girl with her father. Yi Chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Dumpling seemed to always stick to him. Could it be that he looked a lot like Little Dumpling's father? Is he that old? He is only 22 years old this year. How could he have a 3-year-old daughter? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The possibility is almost 0. Tuan, besides Dad, what other birthday present do you want? Daddy will buy you a cake, okay? I want a big cake. The baby gestured to his father in a baby voice, using his 2 little hands to gesture a big cake. Okay, Dad will prepare it for you in advance. At this time, Feng Li put down his chopsticks. Yi Chan asked softly, Feng Li, what's wrong? Feng Li turned his head to the side. My hand hurts. I can't eat. Your hands hurt? Maybe you're typing too hard at work? Try using a spoon. Yi Chan considerately brought a spoon to Feng Li and picked up some dishes for him himself. Only then was Feng Li satisfied. Yi Chan. Why do I feel like Feng Li did it on purpose? Feng Li. Yi Chan, come here and peel the shrimp for me. Good. Yi Chan put Tuan on the seat, sat next to Feng Li, and peeled shrimp for him personally. As soon as one was peeled, the little kid climbed down from the chair, ran to his father, and grabbed his arm. Dad, eat it all up. Oh? The baby opened her big black eyes and looked at her father. Yi-chun was reluctant to refuse. Then, Yi-chun peeled the skin for both mother and daughter together and was very busy. Feng Li, you should eat more. I see that you have lost weight recently. Are you too tired from work? You should take care of your health, even if you're tired from work. There is nothing I can do to help you. Yi-chen, you spit it. No, the shrimp you peeled are delicious. Family sudanli smilat. Yi-chen was stunned. He put the shrimp in his hand into the woman's mouth and accidentally touched her soft lips. 96 Brother Yi-chun, come and save me. Yi-chun brought Tuan back to the office. The little guy was drawing on the sofa, while Yi-chun was attentively organizing the documents for Feng Li. Feng Li suddenly asked, why don't you come to my place and be my secretary? Yi-chun scratched his head. Me? I'm planning to open a studio and am discussing the registration. Okay, how can I help you? No, the studio is simpler. I can do it myself. Yi-chun continued to organize the documents. After a while, he picked up the ointment on the table and applied it to Feng Li again. Feng Li raised his eyes and said, untie the ribbon around my neck. Oh, okay. Yi-chun carefully untied the ribbon around the woman's neck. Why did it feel like he was taking off his clothes? The jade-white skin was covered with dense red marks, which looked like they were caused by bites. Yi-chun's throat tightened, and he looked away. He dipped his warm fingertips in the ointment and rubbed it on Feng Li's neck, which felt smooth and soft. Yi-chun applied the cream bit by bit, carefully, and only took his hand away reluctantly after applying it for a full 5 minutes. Feng Li, I'm going to take Tuan back first. Feng Li raised his head and asked, huh? Aren't you going to stay here and apply the medicine to me? You've only applied it 3 times. You're the one who caused these marks, so you have to take responsibility. Yi-chun said, okay, then I will stay and continue to apply the medicine to you, apply it every 2 hours, and will be relieved tomorrow. Feng Li continued to work, while Yi-chun sat aside and wrote lyrics. He is planning to release an album this time. Although he doesn't know how it will turn out, he will definitely try his best to do his best. The two of them sat at the desk together working. Xiao Tuan lay on the table and drew. After drawing for a while, he picked up the small drawing board and ran to his father with his short legs. Dad, Tuan is drawing. The little girl held up her small drawing board to show her father the painting she had drawn. Yi-chun turned around and said, it looks good. So good-looking, baby. How come Tuan draws so beautifully? The little girl giggled and showed her mother the picture she had drawn. Feng Li pinched the little girl's face and said, it's beautiful. Tuan has a talent for painting. Tuan happily held the small drawing board and continued to draw. When she returned home in the evening, Feng Yin saw the wound on Feng Li's mouth and cast an admiring look at Yi-chun. Not bad. He even bit her sister's mouth and broke the skin. How intense was that? Did she miss something? Feng Yin nudged Yi-chun with her elbow and whispered, not bad. You caused a wound on my sister's mouth, right? Yi-chun coughed a few times. Didn't you go to deliver food to my sister? How did you get her like this? I don't know either. Yi-chun's ears turned red again. Could you please stop asking? He didn't know why he was so possessed that he ended up hurting Feng Li. It's my first time doing it with my family, and I have no experience, so I won't do it the same next time. Next time? How could there be a next time? He has made Feng Li like this. Feng Li will definitely not let him kiss her again. Yi-chun was so regretful. After Feng Li untied the ribbon around her neck, Feng Yin took a breath. Yi-chun is really amazing this time. He actually chewed her sister into this state. He is definitely the first person in history. Her sister would just kick other men away. When she met Yi-chun, she immediately became a weak little wife. Can she kiss him casually? Feng Yin poked Yi-chun again. Did you do this? Yi-chun nodded awkwardly. Oh my god, Yi-chun, you finally got it. Stop talking. Yi-chun's head was almost hanging to the ground. Mom, stick it on. The little girl thoughtfully found a lot of Band-Aids for her mother and put them on her neck. Good boy, Mommy can't put these on. Daddy will apply the medicine for Mommy later. Yi-chun took the little baby down from Feng Li's arms and gently removed the Band-Aid on Feng Li's neck. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Feng Li has never been the kind of person who would express pain. Yi-chun still felt a little distressed. Next time when kissing, he must hold back his teeth. When Feng Li went upstairs, he specifically instructed, Yi-chun, come to my room tonight to apply medicine on me. Don't forget. Good. Yi-chun was accompanying Tuan in drawing when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was a message from Chu Yi. Chu Yi. Yi-chun, I'm at the night bar right now. Please come pick me up quickly. I'm being bullied by several boys. They're blocking my way. Yi-chun replied indifferently. Chu E, for this kind of thing, you should talk to your boyfriend, not me. Brother Yi Chun, you really don't care about me anymore. You used to carry me on your back every day. Why don't you care about me? You said you were my brother, and you would always protect me. Brother Yi Chun, please come and save me. The voice message sent by Chu E was filled with tears. But Yi Chun was extremely disappointed with Chu E. For the sake of their childhood, Yi Chun still called the Chu family. When Chu E's father received the call, he drove to the night bar immediately. Yi Chun said, Uncle Chu, I'm going to hang up the phone first. Father Chu said, Wait, Xiao Chun, Uncle knows you are a good child. I just spoiled E and made her too willful. She is actually not a bad person. I only have this one daughter. If you marry E in the future, the entire Chu group will be yours. Xiao Chun, you and E grew up together. When she was little, you carried her on your back every day. All these uncles saw it. Yemo is not good enough. He only cares about our Chu group. I have advised E many times, but she just won't listen. Yi-chan said politely, Uncle Chu, E has her own choice, and I already have a girlfriend. I appreciate your kindness. Father Chu continued, Xiao Chun, Uncle knows you haven't had a girlfriend for so many years. It's all because of E. Don't lie to Uncle. Uncle apologizes to you on E's behalf. Thank you for what happened tonight. Yi-chan said helplessly, Uncle Chu, I really have always regarded as my sister. You really misunderstood. Xiao Chun, I'm going to hang up first. You should think about it carefully. As long as you marry I will give you the position of general manager of Chu Group. Okay, unsoju. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chun remembered that he had to go up and apply medicine to Feng Li and touch Xiao Tuanchuan's head. Tuanchuan, just stay here and draw first. Daddy will go upstairs to apply medicine on Mommy. He'll come down to accompany you in a while. Okay? Good. Tuanchuan nodded and continued to paint with the small paintbrush in her chubby little hands. Yi Chun went upstairs and knocked on Feng Li's door. Feng Li, let me apply the medicine on you. Are you asleep already? Gomein. Yi Chun opened the door and saw Feng Li half leaning on the bed, her long black hair loose with a few strands falling on her chest. Her fair skin was faintly visible through her black pajamas. Come over. Feng Li hooked his finger at Yi Chun. 97, don't get someone pregnant before you get married. Yi Chun walked over obediently and sat beside the bed, holding the ointment in his hand. When I was in close contact with Feng Li, I could always smell a faint fragrance on her body, like body odor, which was very pleasant. Feng Li, let me apply the medicine on you. Feng Li half leaned on the bed, raised his eyes lazily, hooked his fingers around Yi Chen's collar, and whispered in Yi Chen's ear, apply it well tonight. Yi Chen felt an itch in his ears. At such a close distance, he could clearly see the pores on her face and her tempting red lips. The color is very red, like lipstick, but this is Feng Li's original lip color. The lip shape is beautiful and the lip petals are plump. When people see it, they want to kiss her. Good. Yi Chen's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he opened the ointment in a panic. His fingers gently touched Feng Li's slender swan neck, and then slowly moved down to her slightly heaving chest. The silk pajamas could not cover it at all, and it was dazzlingly bright. When Yi Chen was painting, he accidentally touched it again. He immediately withdrew his hand. Feng Li, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Feng Li said calmly, It's okay, go on. Yi Chen continued to apply the medicine. His fingers unconsciously moved downwards, his eyes fixed on the round mass, unable to move his eyes away. This is a normal man's reaction, so you can't blame him, right? Brothers, you can testify for him. Yi Chen applied the medicine once for a full 10 minutes and had no intention of stopping. Feng Li, your neck is more seriously injured. I'll apply it again, so it can heal faster tomorrow. Yi Chen continued to make excuses. Feng Li looked at Yi Chen quietly and nodded. Yeah, we have to see how long he can endure. Maybe Yi Chen was a ninja turtle in his previous life. Yi Chen always felt a chill on his back. Was someone saying bad things about him? The movement of his hands continued, applying the lotion to Feng Li's entire neck, and finally to his lips, his slender fingers moving around Feng Li's lips. The soft lips were tinged with pink. Yi Chen's throat tightened, and his fingers accidentally placed in Feng Li's mouth. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. Yi Chen immediately withdrew his hand, stood up and said, Feng Li, it's done. I was careless just now. I'm leaving now. You should get some sleep. Yi Chen turned around and was about to leave when Feng Li grabbed the corner of his clothes. Yi Chen stopped and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Feng Li said softly. I've been too tired from work recently, and my arms and hands are a little sore. Can you give me a massage? How could Yichen possibly refuse Feng Li? Feng Li's tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly with him. Yichun felt light and floating, as if he was about to fly into the sky. It's impossible to refuse Mr. Feng's coquettish behavior. Okay, I'll give you a pinch. You must be too tired recently. Don't be so tired in the future. You will never make enough money. Yichen sat next to Feng Li and held her wrist. The woman's wrist was very white and slender, with standard cold white skin. Her fingers, as white as jade, had manicures on them, making them look even more slender. Yichun pinched Feng Li's hand, and it was surprisingly soft. He pinched Feng Li's arm again and rubbed it gently. Is this strength okay? Feng Li closed her eyes. Yichun pinched her face while admiring it. He accidentally used a little too much force, and the woman let out a light moan. It's too heavy. Okay, I'll be gentle. Yichun continued to massage Feng Li's arm, this time using very light force, holding her hand and kneading it gently. Wow, it looks like there's a fierce battle going on in there. Feng Yin was lying on the door, muttering to herself. There was a little baby beside her, with its little ears also resting on the door, listening to the movement inside. However, the baby didn't understand anything and only heard his mother's voice. It's so exciting. It seems my sister doesn't have to go to work tomorrow. I'd better be a kind person and lock the door again. Feng Yin smiled wickedly. Shout to Anchuan. Maybe you'll have a brother or sister tomorrow. Are you happy? Anchuan frowned and shook his head, indicating that he didn't want a younger brother or sister, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Feng Yin quickly picked up the little baby and said, Feng Tang Tang, be a good boy and don't disturb your parents. The little guy kicked his short legs and was about to speak. Feng Yin quickly locked the door and was about to leave. Yichen heard the noise outside and asked casually, Feng Yin, are you outside? Feng Yin smiled frivolously. Yichen's sister, you guys continue. I'll take Tuanchuan away first and lock the door for you. Have fun. I wish you all have fun and have fun. What? Feng Yin, why did you lock the door again? Open it quickly. I have to go back tonight. Yichen knocked on the door gently, but unfortunately, Feng Yin ignored him. Why go back? Isn't it good to be in my sister's room? I'll take Tuanchuan with me and leave first. I'll put Tuanchuan to sleep tonight, and you guys can have fun. Feng Yin hugged Tuanchuan and gave him a kiss. Little Tuanchuan pushed Feng Yin and said, I want Daddy. Little Tuanchuan, why do you want a daddy? Daddy and Mommy are making brothers and sisters for you. Xiao Tuanchuan wanted to find her father, but her aunt carried her away. She was so angry that she almost cried. Yichun continued to shout loudly without giving up. Feng Yin, open the door for me. There was no response from outside. It was obvious that Feng Yin had left. Yichun turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. Feng Yin locked the door again. How about I sleep on the sofa tonight? Bed. Feng Li moved his body to the side, leaving half of the bed empty for Yichun. You'll get a stiff neck if you sleep on the sofa, and the floor is too cold. Sleep on the bed. I won't do anything to you. No, Feng Li, I'm afraid of what I might do. Yichen muttered softly. After all, he was a normal man, and Feng Li was so beautiful. Sleeping in the same bed, what if something happens? It's so bad to get someone pregnant before you even get married. Feng Li chuckled. You? What will you do to me? Yichun felt that his dignity was being insulted. He was a man. I would do something stupid. No, just lie here and sleep. Feng Li said lightly. She knew Yichun very well and knew that he would never do anything to her. Okay, I'll sleep next to you. Yichun lay down beside Feng Li with his clothes on. A faint fragrance came to his face, which was even stronger than before. It turned out to be Feng Li's body fragrance. 98 Mr. Feng got kissed so hard that his penis became swollen. The more Yichun smelled it, the more excited he became. Finally, he couldn't help but want to get closer to Feng Li and moved his body gently. Feng Li faced Yichun with his eyes closed and his hands on his face. His skin was almost white and glowing. Yichun couldn't help but poke him gently with his hand. He only dared to touch Feng Li when he was asleep. So beautiful. Yichun touched Feng Li's face again. It was smooth, delicate, and elastic. He really wanted to give a kiss, but he still held back. How could he kiss someone secretly? That's not gentlemanly at all. Yichun warned himself righteously in his heart, but it was okay to do it once in a while, but this time, he would not be a gentleman. After successfully convincing himself, Yichun slowly approached Feng Li. He felt his breathing became heavier. The first time he kissed Feng Li secretly, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. The lips finally touched Feng Li's face, which was cool and smooth. After the kiss, Yi Chen was still not satisfied and stared at the woman's lips, which were plump and lightly pink. A kiss is a kiss is a kiss twice, so I might as well not be a gentleman tonight. Yi Chen slowly approached and finally touched Feng Li's lips, kissing him lightly, very gently this time. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of water was heard. Yi Chen came back to his senses and quickly retracted his tongue. Fortunately, Feng Li didn't wake up, otherwise, he wouldn't know what explanation he wanted. No, that's how you quibble. How could he do such a thing to Feng Li? It's done. It doesn't matter anymore. Yi Chen was even bolder and put his hand directly on Feng Li's waist. He hugged his soft future wife to sleep. This feeling was quite good. Dad! Xiao Tuanchuan went to knock on her mother's room door early in the morning. She doesn't want a younger brother or sister. If she has one, her father will definitely not love her anymore. Yi Chen was woken up by Tuan Tuan. He opened his eyes and found that his hands were still holding Feng Li, so he immediately took them back. Yi Chen quietly got out of bed, walked to the door, and knocked gently. Tuan Tuan, go ask your aunt to open mom's door. Dato no andarain, chuan chuan koru do softori. Yi Chen whispered, baby, daddy is inside. Go find your aunt and open the door, then you could see daddy. Good. Tuanchuan walked downstairs with his short legs to find his aunt, took her hand, and led her upstairs, pointing at the door with his little hand. Andy, open the door, I want daddy. Feng Yin looked Tuanchuan up and down. Tuanchuan, why did you wake up so early today? What are you wearing? You're not even wearing shoes. Are you here to look for your dad? The little kid nodded. His hair was messy like a chicken coop. Poor baby. He had no father to take care of him. Underscore. Yi Chen urged. Feng Yin, open the door quickly. I want to go out. Feng Yin chuckled. Yi Chen, you're so strong. It's been a whole night, and you can still wake up so early. Where's my sister? Is she still sleeping? Yi Chen turned around and saw Feng Li had already gotten up. Her hair was messy, and she looked a bit lazy, but the most eye-catching thing was her red lips, which seemed swollen. It's swollen from being sucked. Yi Chen felt very guilty. He didn't know how long they kissed last night. He even forgot. He didn't expect it to be so serious. How could Feng Li go out of work today? Feng Li, are you okay? Does your mouth hurt? It hurts a bit. Did someone bite me last night? Feng Li raised his eyebrows meaningfully, his dark eyes staring at Yi Chen quietly. Yi Chen felt so guilty that he broke out in a cold sweat. No, I don't know. I don't know either. I slept very soundly last night. Maybe you dreamed of something delicious, so you bit your lip. Feng Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Really? Yes, it must be like this. Yi Chen smiled, but he was actually about to cry in his heart. After Feng Yin opened the door, she saw Feng Li's mouth and her jaw almost dropped in shock. She pointed at Yi Chen and said, are so successful. Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly. It's not me. He really just kissed her for a while, that's all. Who knew it was so serious? Are all girls' lips so fragile? Dad. There was a small pendant on Yi Chen's leg. The little guy had tears in his eyes, his clothes were worn crookedly, and he was not wearing shoes. He looked very pitiful. Yi Chen quickly picked up his baby and said, Baby, why are you here? You don't even have shoes on. Why don't you have shoes on? Yi Chen pinched the little girl's feet, which were cold, so he immediately warmed them with his hands. Tuanchuan shook his head and spoke to his father seriously. Dad, Tuanchuan doesn't want sister. Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad knows Tuanchuan doesn't want a sister. There is no sister, only Tuanchuan. Round and round, Zio Tuanchuan hugged her father's neck and kissed his face. Mom, it hurts. The little boy pointed at his mother's mouth again, saw the wound on her mouth, frowned, and wanted to get medicine for her. Yi Chen put the shoeless little Tuanchuan on the bed and put on the little guy's little shoes. Tuanchuan, you can't go out barefoot anymore. You'll catch a cold. Tuanchuan bi. Well, be good. Yi Chen carried the little baby out of the room, and Feng Li came out with him. All the maids in the room covered their mouths. This is too intense. Why did Mr. Feng's mouth become like this? It just so happens that Feng Li has a press conference today. Yi Chen personally applied the medicine to Feng Li and said hesitantly, Feng Li, why don't you go to the press conference today? Let's postpone it until tomorrow. Feng Li said calmly, No, the media is ready and can't be postponed. Yi Chen asked, Okay, are you really okay like this? Fine. Feng Li changed her clothes into a black miniskirt with a jacket and 10-centimeter high heels, but she still looked like someone who kept people at a distance. Her lips were a little covered by the lipstick, but you could still see that they were swollen from being rubbed. Yi Chun, the instigator, felt very guilty and regretted his actions. Why couldn't he help it? Yi Chun said solemnly, Feng Li, I will go with you. You? Okay, let's go. Feng Li took Yi Chun into the car, while the little kid stayed at home and drew obediently. She's a good baby. Phone Group's second press conference attracted more people. I heard that a brand was going to pre-sell new products. The media had been squatting at the door since early morning, waiting to take pictures of Feng Li. A few minutes later, an extended version of the Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the venue. The door opened, and a pair of 10-centimeter high heels came into view. Boss Feng is here. Take pictures quickly. Boss Feng, you are so beautiful. Here I come. I came here first. All the media rushed forward and blocked Feng Li. Then, I was shocked to find that Mr. Feng's mouth seemed swollen. What's going on? Who on earth defiled the goddess in their minds? A hot search instantly rushed to the top of the hot search list. Hashtag Mr. Feng's lips were swollen from being kissed. Hashtag Mr. Feng hides his boyfriend. Hashtag the lonely goddess was defiled. Who? Who is it? Get out of here right now. Who has defiled my goddess? 99, she loves it so much. Mr. Feng expresses his love. Which big brother is this? Come out and talk to me. You've defiled the cool goddess in my heart. Ah, my goddess. Who is this? Get out of here right now. I can't accept this news. I can't accept it. Who on earth kissed my cold goddess's mouth so hard that it became swollen? This is too outrageous. What does it feel like to kiss Mr. Feng's swollen lips? Can this brother share some information? I really want to know. Ichin looked at the message on his phone and twitched his lips. Just like that, I felt light and airy, as if I was flying into the sky. He is the man in the legend. But now he only dares to hide in the car and dares not go out. Oh my god, Shun, have you seen the news online? It seems that the Chable goddess has a boyfriend. Her lips are swollen from kissing. It's pretty miserable. Yeah, who is she? She's so awesome. She even managed to kiss President Feng. She's the most powerful tycoon in the capital. I really want to know. Feng Li is my goddess, and now she's been defiled. I want to die. Even the dormitory group exploded, and Lu Hao rolled and rolled on the bed. Yi Chan was speechless. He just sucked it accidentally and took a little too long, and the result was like this. Now everyone in the country knows that Feng Li's mouth was swollen from being kissed. Yi Chen replied, is it possible that he is a particularly handsome person? How is that possible? No matter how handsome he is, can he be as handsome as me? Lu Hao replied narcissistically, go who you? Forget about you. Chen Erish okay. Only Chen Er can confuse President Feng. Yemo naturally also saw the message. He was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces and scaring Grandma Yi who was sleeping. Xiaomo, why are you losing your temper again? Didn't Grandma say that you can't lose your temper? It's not good for your health. Anger is harmful to your health. Yi-Mo snorted coldly. If he wanted to take care of you, take care of Yi-Chun. Do you know what he did? He became the female CEO's lover. Grandma Yi said calmly, impossible. I know Xiaochun's character best. He would never do such a thing. He is a hard-working and motivated child. Good boy. Yi-Chun will do anything for money. Do you think he's really a good person? Yi-Mo picked up the phone. Although the screen was broken, it was still usable. He commented below using his secondary account. It's Yi-Chun, just a mistress that Mr. Feng keeps. By the way, I also had Ed Yi-Chun's Weibo. But no one believed it at all, and Feng Li's army was still questioning. When returning from the press conference, Feng Li was surrounded by many media. Boss Feng, do you really have a boyfriend? Which CEO is your boyfriend? I heard that the young master of the Fu family, the young master of the Gu family, and the young master of the Li family are all your candidates. Which one is it? Can you tell me a little bit? Feng Li faced the media with a calm face and said, I do have a boyfriend. He's not one of those wealthy young men. He's a very nice guy, very young, a recent college graduate. What? A male college student who just graduated. They thought that Mr. Feng liked successful people, but they didn't expect that Mr. Feng liked young and handsome guys. Yi-Chen heard Feng Li's voice in the car, and his pupils suddenly constricted. What did Feng Li just say? Her boyfriend is a recent college graduate. Isn't he the one you're talking about? Was he recognized by Feng Li? My heart feels sweet, light, and a bit unreal. His girlfriend and future wife is the #1 female tycoon in the capital. Mr. Feng, What is it about your boyfriend that you like? Is it his face? Is he very handsome? A female reporter asked curiously. Feng looked at the female reporter next to him, his voice still cold. No, I like you because I like you. Do I need any other reason? She liked it at first sight, so she took it home. Is there any problem with that? Feng has always been a very free-spirited person. Over the years, she has never met a man who makes her heart beat. Except that night. It was raining when she came out of the hotel after finishing her business. The young boy sat by the flower bed, using his clothes to shield himself from the rain. He looked a little disheveled and a little pitiful. His eyes were dark and revealed a bit of sadness. Her heart suddenly moved, so she brought him home. Feng continued, I don't need any reason to like someone. The media around were all stunned. He was worthy of being President Feng. He just did whatever he wanted and liked whoever he wanted. Another media outlet raised the question, Mr. Feng, your boyfriend, Shuai, just graduated from college. Do you think he's too young and immature? Although he is sometimes childish, I just like his childishness. After saying that, Feng deliberately glanced at the car next to him. Yichen was inside, and his eyes met Feng's. Although it was an opaque glass window, it seemed as if the two people were really looking at each other. Yichen felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Feng Li. Did Feng confess to him just now? Yichen covered his head and his ears turned red again. Why does Feng like him and like his childishness? Is he childish? Probably not, except that I secretly kissed Feng last night, but Feng didn't know because he was asleep. Yichen, who was suddenly confessed to by President Feng, blushed a little, lowered his head, and dared not see anyone. This scene was clearly broadcast live on the internet, and Feng Li's words directly broke the hearts of countless men. I love President Feng so much, I'm crying. Seeing my dream girl confess her love to someone else, a college boy who is so much younger than me, makes me angry. The hatred for stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Male college student, come out here. Who on earth is this? And what has earned him the ability to deserve President Feng's love for her? Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who is it? Who is it? I'm so jealous that my eyes turn red. The hatred for stealing my wife is unforgivable. Don't let me know who it is, or I will make him wish he were dead. Yichen has now become the public enemy of the entire internet. The reason is that President Feng loves him too much, so he is regarded as the public enemy of the nation. Mr. Feng, you love your boyfriend very much. What about him? Does he love you? Another media raised the question. I finally got hold of this news that has caused a sensation in the capital, so of course I have to make good use of it. Feng hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know. Huh? You don't know? Is there anyone who doesn't like President Feng? President Feng is the dream goddess of thousands of otakus. Is there really anyone who doesn't like her? Hearing this, Yichen raised his head. 100 life winner, got Mr. Feng as his wife right after graduating from university. Of course he likes her. He also likes Feng Li. How can I not like her? She is so nice. But his current status is not worthy of Feng Li. He has to work hard in the future. Frog fun. There are still people who don't like Mr. Feng. I like him. Let me take him away quickly. Do male college students dislike my sister's type? Is it because they dislike Mr. Feng? Yichen really wanted to reply below. Of course he likes it. He likes the older sister type like Feng Li. No, he just likes Feng Li. No matter how beautiful other sisters are, he doesn't like them. The media continue to ask, Mr. Feng, is it possible that your boyfriend has always treated you like an ATM and doesn't love you at all? Feng Li said proudly, No, my boyfriend can earn his own money and has never asked me for money. He even bought my clothes. Love you. Now that you've reached the stage of buying clothes, it seems like good things are not far off. Mr. Feng, I wish you and your boyfriend a happy marriage soon. Feng Li showed a sincere smile. Thank you. President Feng laughed. It turns out President Feng can laugh too. I'm so envious of her boyfriend. He just graduated from college and is such a winner in life. Marrying Feng Li. Fuck, what a winner in life. He married Ms. Feng right after graduating from college. I'm almost 30 and still don't have a girlfriend. When you get a girlfriend, please send me one too. I also want a woman like Feng Zong who can make money and treats her boyfriend well. Thank you. The person above is still dreaming. My requirements are very low. Any woman is fine. Yichen laughed out loud as he read the comments. These people were talented and could really say anything. At this moment, Yimo was so angry that he had lost his mind. He always felt that the little boyfriend Feng Li was talking about was Yichen. Yichen is about to graduate and is a male college student. He is the boyfriend Feng mentioned. Not a lover, but a boyfriend. Yi Mo overturned everything on the table. Mother Yi said distressfully, Xiao Mo, have you told me who offended you? I will avenge you. Yi Mo gnashed his teeth in anger. Who else could it be? Of course it's Yi Chun. Yi Chen? Didn't he come back? Did he create trouble for you again? Yes, Yi Chen stole my future girlfriend. Why'd he do that? He is a man from the slums. Why did he stole my future girlfriend? Yi Mo said with jealous eyes. How dare Yi Chun? Xiao Mo, isn't your girlfriend Yi? Yi Mo, stop talking. What's the use of a girlfriend like Chu Yi who only knows how to cry? What he wants is a girlfriend like Feng Li. Grandma Yi dissuaded him. Xiao Mo, I've also seen Xiao Chen's girlfriend. She's very beautiful. How could he possibly steal your girlfriend? Yi Mo gritted his teeth and asked, Who is Yi Chen's girlfriend? Do you know her name? What girlfriend did he bring home last time? Grandma Yi smiled and replied, Lily, yes, that's Lily. She's very beautiful with long hair. She wears all black and looks tall and aloof, but she's a very nice person. Emo's eyes widened suddenly. What did you say? Yi Chen's girlfriend is called Lily, and she went back to his hometown with him. Well, that was a month ago. They even stayed at home for a day. They had a very good relationship. How could they possibly steal your girlfriend? Yi Mo shook his head in disbelief. How could it be possible? Could it be that the two of them had been together a month ago? President Feng actually followed Yi Chun to a place like that in the countryside? Yi Mo collapsed upon hearing the news and sat down on the sofa with his whole body limp. He had been fighting for so many years, and every time he had trampled Yi Chun under his feet, except this time. Yi Chun actually climbed up to Feng Li. What did Feng Li like about him? That poor loser was good for nothing except his pretty face. Wouldn't it mean that he will never be as good as Yi Chun? Is there any woman in the world who is better than Feng Li? Yi Mo was so angry that his eyes went dark, and he collapsed directly on the sofa, almost fainting from anger. Xiao Mo, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom, what's wrong with you? Ye's mother's hands were shaking, and she immediately asked Ye's father to call an ambulance. The Yi family was in chaos, and Yi Mo was put into the ambulance. Grandma Yi was alone at home, shaking her head and sighing. Anger is bad for your health. Why do you have to be angry? Now look what happened. I've gotten myself into the hospital. If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. Grandma Yi kept muttering to herself as she continued to sit outside in the yard basking in the sun. The car door opened. Feng Li got in the car and sat next to Yi Chun. Why don't you get off? Yi Chun put down his phone and stammered. I'm afraid that if I go down there, I'll ruin your reputation. Why did you say that in front of the media? What did you say? Feng Li raised the corner of his lips and asked, Did you hear it? Yi Chun scratched his head embarrassedly. Yeah, I heard a little. Feng Li turned around and asked, What did you hear? You said, I'm your boyfriend. Family nuda? Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose. These people on the internet are saying that I stole their goddess. Feng Li turned his head, so? Yi Chun vowed, I will work hard. You don't need to work so hard. You just need to stay by my side. Feng Li chuckled and held Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen felt that he was very lucky. After being kicked out of home, he met Feng Li, and Feng Li was so nice to him. Feng Li must have been sent by God to save him. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. When the video was connected, it showed a chubby little face dyed with colorful paints, looking silly and cute. Dad, baby, what's wrong? Dad, Tuan is drawing. Little Milk Ball held up the picture he drew and showed it to his father on the screen. Although the baby is still young, he has already learned to make video calls to his father. The painting is really good. Dad and Mom will be back soon. Can you wait for another 20 minutes? Okay, Tuan will wait, Mom and Dad. Tuan raised his little hand to wipe his face, which became even more splotchy and stained with blue paint. He then continued painting with a small paintbrush. Yi Chen's heart was melted by the cuteness, and he really wanted to see his precious daughter as soon as possible. He is so lucky to have such a good future wife like Feng Li and such a well-behaved daughter like Tuan. Feng Li's confession in front of the media directly topped the hot lists of major platforms. Hashtag she loves it so much. Feng Li expresses his love deeply. Hashtag Mr. Feng is in true love. Hashtag Mr. Feng, don't love me too much. Oh my God, Mr. Feng is so in love. Such a heartfelt confession made me cry. I'm so envious. My eyes are already watering with envy. The entire internet is searching for that male college student. Please stick your head out and let us scold him for a few minutes, okay? She's so cute, okay? Boss phone, seriously, I'm crying my eyes out. Yi-chun has become the envy of the entire internet. I wish all the brothers who click on the little stars have a wife like Ms. Phone. There's a new article about the same thing next door. 101 Mr. Phone, who has a strong wife feeling. Yi-chun opened the car door and just got out of the car, and there was a small pendant on his leg. The little guy hugged his father's legs with his two little arms, and his soft little face was covered with paint. The original color could not be seen at all. He looked like a little cat. Dad, Yi-chun laughed out loud and picked up the little guy. My dear, how did you mess up your face like this? After Fengli got off the car, he saw his daughter in this state. His eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. He pinched the little guy's face with disgust. Feng Tuanchuan, did you fall into paint? Tuanchuan shook his head and lay in his father's arms with a wronged look, hugging his father's neck with his two little hands. The baby who is rejected by his mother is so pitiful. Feng Li, Tuanchuan likes to draw. It's her hobby. I'll take her to wash up later. Our Tuanchuan is still a clean baby after washing up. Yi-chun gently rubbed the little baby's head and coaxed the little guy into calmness in a short while. Dad, Tuan draws. Tuanchuan pointed to the living room with her little hand, asking her parents to come and see the painting she had drawn. Good. After entering, the living room was filled with all kinds of paints on the floor, on the sofa, and on the table. Yi-chun twitched his lips. Tuanchuan, why did you get paint all over the place? Dad, Tuanchuan. The little kid hung his head, silently pointed at his fingers, and said in a milky voice, Tuanchuan, I don't know. After all, the baby is too young, and he forgot everything while drawing, making the living room a mess. Yi-chun rubbed Tuanchuan's fluffy little head and said, Then Tuanchuan should be more careful when drawing next time. Good. Tuanchuan nodded and secretly kissed his father on the face. She thought her father disliked her because she was a dirty baby. At this moment, Feng Yin, who was used as a background board, suddenly stood up, which scared Yi-chun. It turns out he is still a person. Yi-chun, you don't know how much your daughter has gone too far. Look, I'm covered in paint. I'm going to take a shower. Please ask the servants to clean up here first. Feng Yin was very angry, but she couldn't bear to hit shout Tuanchuan, so she could only endure it. Feng Li could hardly bear it any longer. He had severe mysophobia and had to take several baths if he was even a little bit dirty. But at this moment, the sofa was covered with paint. Yi-chan said considerately, Feng Li, go upstairs and take a shower and change clothes first. I'll ask the servants to clean up here. Well, I'll leave Tuanchuan to you too. Wash her clean. Look how dirty she is. Feng Li pointed at the dirty little Tuanchuan, who quickly wiped his face, only to find it got dirtier the more he wiped. Yi-chan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tuanchuan, Daddy will take you to wash. No need to wipe it. Tuanchuan pointed to the drawing board not far away. Dad, Tuanchuan draws. Only then did Yi-chan see the painting drawn by Tuanchuan. It was a landscape painting with flowers, grass, and trees, and the colors were beautiful and bright. It didn't look like something a 2- or 3-year-old could draw. Yi-chan was shocked. Tuanchuan, where did you see this scenery? Outside. Xiao Tuanchuan pointed to the back garden outside. Feng Li and Yi-chan went to the garden at the back together. The scenery in the right corner was exactly the same as what Tuanchuan had painted. Yi-chan stared at Feng Li with his pupils widened in shock. Feng Li, Tuan is truly a genius. He has a photographic memory and can even draw it. Feng Li nodded and said, Tuanchuan's memory is indeed very good, better than other babies, but he didn't like to talk before. The little girl didn't know what shocking thing she had done. She looked from her father to her mother with her big, innocent eyes. Tuanchuan bang bang. Yeah, Tuanchuan is the best baby. Yi-chan kissed the baby's colorful little face, and it tasted a little salty. What kind of luck did he have? He actually had such a talented daughter. Yi-chan took Tuanchuan to take a bath, washed the baby clean, and put on little clothes. Zat, Tuan bye-bye. The little milky-smelling baby hugged her father's face and kissed him again. She is now a clean baby. Yeah, it's clean. Our Tuanchuan baby is the cleanest. When Yi-chan came down carrying Tuan, the servants had already cleaned the living room. Feng Li was half leaning on the sofa, wearing a casual milky white pajamas, looking very much like a wife. Yi-chan swallow it hard, Feng Li. Feng Li turned around. Her facial features were three-dimensional and delicate. Her skin was as white as jade, but the most eye-catching thing was her slightly swollen lips. Is it clean? Yi-chan nodded, placed Tuan next to Feng Li, and asked in a low voice, Does your mouth still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. That bug bite was really bad yesterday. Feng Li raised his eyebrow and deliberately glanced at Yi Chun, causing Yi Chun to break out in a cold sweat out of guilt. Insect? Did Feng Li think that the swelling was caused by insects? Yi Chun opened his mouth. Really? Does it hurt? Mom, it hurts. The little kid was considerate and wanted to apply medicine to his mother, turning over and over to look for it. Yi Chun picked up the medicine he bought last time and whispered, Feng Li, let me apply some medicine on you first. This medicine can reduce the swelling. Yi Chun's hands were stained with ointment, and he gently applied it to the woman's soft lips. They were cool and smooth, and Yi Chun couldn't help but gently pinch them. Feng Li frowned slightly, and Yi Chun immediately withdrew his hand. Sorry, I was careless just now. Feng Li looked doting and said, It's okay, continue. Yi Chun continued to apply the medicine, this time very properly, and carefully applied the medicine to Feng Li. Feng Yin came out after changing her clothes and asked out of the blue, Sister, are you and Yi Chun in a relationship? The person you confessed your love to in front of the media must be Yi Chun, right? Yi Chun pursed his lips, feeling a little shy. Feng Li answered generously, Yes, it's him. Feng Yin laughed frivolously. Now the whole internet is guessing who that recent graduate you like is. You even posted it. A month ago, you attended a lecture at Imperial University and said that the boyfriend you like is at Imperial University, and he's from this year's class. Hearing this, Yi Chun sat up abruptly. Are these netizens really that capable of digging up information? They can even dig up this much? Feng Yin, who do they guess? Feng Yin said, Some people have guessed Yi Mo's identity. They all say he is the eldest son of the Yi family, the most distinguished and good-looking person of this generation. Yi Mo. Yi Chun said coldly, How could he? Yi Mo is not worthy of Feng Li at all. He is not even worthy of a hair of Feng Li. 102, I really want to eat. It's someone else's guess. I don't know either. Why are you so excited? You're not going to get the marriage certificate for my sister, and you don't like her. Feng Yin said deliberately. No, of course he likes her, but his current status is not worthy of Feng Li. Feng Li said calmly, Feng Yin, please stop talking. Sister, you are too protective of your son. I just said one word to Yi Chun, and you are reluctant to let him go. Your boyfriend is really a treasure. Feng Yin muttered softly. Yi Chun opened his phone, and sure enough, many people guessed that it was Yi Mo. Feng Zong, Ye Xiao Xiao Ye. Hashtag Mr. Feng's boyfriend Yi Mo. Is it really Yi Mo? But Yi Mo is not our school's most handsome boy. Our school's most handsome boy is Yi Chun. Yi Chun is more handsome than Yi Mo. Yes, Yi Chun is the most handsome. How could Mr. Feng like Yi Mo? He has changed many girlfriends. Is it really Yi Mo? Isn't his girlfriend Chu Yi? And he's also having a hot affair with a female celebrity. The comments section is full of negative information about Yi Mo, and there is no way fans can make up for it. At this moment, the ward. Ye's mother stood by the bed, tears in her eyes, holding Yi Mo's hand tightly. Xiao Mo, wake up. There's news about you online, saying that you like Mr. Feng and that you two are boyfriend and girlfriend. Yi Mo, who was still in the hospital bed, opened his eyes excitedly when he heard the news. Mom, what did you just say? You said Mr. Feng and I were boyfriend and girlfriend. Where did you hear that news? Where did you see it? Look online. Xiao Mo mom knows you like Mr. Feng. Don't worry. Your dad will definitely create opportunities for you to get to know Mr. Feng. Don't be angry. You scared mom to death. Ye's mother put the phone in front of Yi Mo. It was full of hot searches about him and Mr. Feng. Others were saying that he was Mr. Feng's boyfriend. When Yi Mo saw this news, a smile finally appeared on his face. It's Mr. Feng. Everyone thinks I'm Mr. Feng's boyfriend. Ye's mother tried to dissuade him. Xiao Mo, don't be angry. Maybe they all think you and Mr. Feng are a good match. Your father will definitely find a way. Yi Chun, a man from the slums, is not worthy of Mr. Feng at all. Father Yi sighed. That was not another woman. That was President Feng. Feng Li, who was not someone he could touch. But for Yi Mo, he could only nod and agree. Look, your dad has promised you that he will let you meet Mr. Feng, so you need to take good care of yourself now. Yi Mo smiled and nodded. He felt like he could run 2 miles now. Then he continued to browse on his phone, looking at the comments and grinning foolishly. Yi Chun clenched his fists and said, Feng Li, they said it was Yi Mo. They said Yi Mo is your boyfriend. Although it was just talk, he still felt very unhappy in his heart, because this was his future wife. Feng Li seemed to see through Yi Chun's thoughts and whispered, Let me clarify. Feng Li picked up his phone and sent a message. Everyone, please don't make random guesses. My boyfriend is not EMO. He is an ordinary person. It's not Mr. Xiaoyi. I thought it was Mr. Xiaoyi. Who is it? Is it just an ordinary male college student? Yi Chun, the school hunk from the imperial capital, looks quite handsome to me. He might catch Mr. Fang's eye. Yi Chun is indeed handsome, but isn't his girlfriend Song Wanting? They're both very famous on the forum. EMO had just gotten a little better when he saw this news. He was so angry that his eyes went dark and he fainted again. Ye's parents were so anxious that they went to call a doctor and were extremely busy. Yi Chun was browsing his phone when Grandma Yi called. Xiao Chun, where are you? Grandma is so bored at home alone. The old lady sat in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. All the members of the Yi family went to the hospital, leaving only a few servants. Yi Chun asked, Grandma, why are you home alone? Where are the people from the Yi family? Alas, Xiao Mo has a very bad temper. When he heard that you had a girlfriend, he fainted out of anger and was sent to the hospital. He hasn't woken up yet. After hearing this, Yi Chun was speechless. Yi Mo got so angry that he ended up in the hospital. That's right, Yi Mo has always been better than him in every aspect. When he was taking exams in the past, Yi's parents also asked him to score lower for fear that Yi Mo would be unhappy. Grandma, Xiao Chuanchuan climbed into his father's arms and talked to his grandmother. It's Xiao Chuanchuan, you're so good. Come and see Grandma when you have time. Good. Chuanchuan was holding the phone and talking to his grandma. I didn't know what he said, but he made his grandma laugh out loud. Xiao Chun, is Lily here too? You must love and take good care of Lily. She's a good girl. Yi Chun said awkwardly. Okay, Grandma, I understand. It was Feng Li who took care of him. He is 4 years younger than Feng Li. That's good. Grandma is relieved. I hope you two are doing well. Grandma Yi talked for a while before hanging up the phone. Feng Li raised his hand and gently stroked Yi Chun's handsome face. I've already explained it. Why are you still angry? Yi Chun shook his head. I'm not angry. Feng Li did not expose Yi Chun. He straightened his collar and his slender fingers moved back and forth on Yi Chun's chest. Not angry? What if I want to explain myself? She didn't want to appear with any man's name except Yi Chun. Yi Chun's atoms apple rolled slightly. Feng Li only needed a look to make him lose his composure. Mo was so angry that he was admitted to the hospital. He might have heard what you said. He's in the hospital, so what? Do you still care about it? Feng Li pushed Yi Chun onto the sofa and raised his eyes. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. I only care about you. The blunt words made Yi Chun's ears red again. He raised his eyelids and saw his lips that were swollen from being kissed by him. Further down, the white swan neck was covered with red marks left by his nibbling. All the marks on Feng Li's body were caused by him. Yi Chun lowered his eyelids guiltily, and a round, white ball appeared in front of him, emitting an attractive luster. He swallowed. I want to eat. Feng Li lifted Yi Chun's chin and said meaningfully, What are you looking at? Nothing, nothing. Feng Li was wearing a pair of casual pajamas today with a large neckline, and especially in this action, everything could be seen at a glance. White, soft, and round, with a hint of pink. Yi Chun didn't intend to look at it, but he took a quick glance and quickly turned his head away. That's right, I really want to eat it. He is a man. It's okay for him to want to eat. Yi Chun was making excuses for himself again. Feng Li asked in a low voice, What do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat. Yi Chun glanced at the woman's plump chest, hesitated to speak, and then changed the subject. I want to eat meat tonight. Feng Li asked doubtfully, Meat? There's meat every night. What kind of meat do you want to eat? Yi Chun said casually, Anything is fine. Okay, I'll let the kitchen do it. Feng Li went to the kitchen himself. Yi Chun raised his head and looked at Feng Li's back. Actually, what he wanted to eat was... Will Feng Li still sleep with him tonight? Yi Chun pursed his lips, having already decided what to eat tonight. Oh, you made it. Come and eat. Brothers who want to see this, please click on the little stars. 103, the tycoon boss, insisted on forcing him to get the marriage certificate. Mom and Dad, let's sleep together, take a nap. Tuan Tuan spoke softly in a baby voice, and Grandma Yi on the other side stood up from her chair excitedly. Tuanchuan, are your parents sleeping together now? In the same room? Tuanchuan nodded and continued to talk to her great-grandmother. Mom and Dad, kiss. The little boy was talking when his mouth was suddenly blocked by his father. Yi Chun really wanted to shut this little guy's mouth and tell him everything. Tuanchuan, why aren't you talking? What are you kissing? Tell Grandma a little more quickly. Grandma Yi continued to gossip. Yi Chun said helplessly, Grandma, don't listen to Tuan Tuan's nonsense. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Chun Chun, you and Lily are sleeping in the same room now. Where are you going to have your wedding? Grandma will help you arrange it. My poor Chin Chun has no parents to take care of him, but he has Grandma. If Lily doesn't mind, we can hold the wedding in the countryside. Grandma, it's still too early to hold the wedding. You're too anxious. I haven't graduated yet. I will graduate in another month. Who gets married right after graduating from college? Okay, Grandma won't rush you. Lily is a good child. You must hold on to her and don't let anyone else snatch her away. Yichin said, I understand, Grandma, don't worry. But how could he let someone else take his future wife away? It was simply impossible. After Yi Chun hung up the phone, he found that Feng Li had returned and was sitting next to him. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Feng Li, don't listen to my grandma's nonsense. Feng Li Gente struck it Yi Chen's face. I think it's great. You'll graduate in another month, and then we'll get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding. So soon, or wait another year. I want to start a company. Yichen always felt that things were moving too fast, and it was a little unreal. He and Feng Li had only known each other for less than 2 months, and they were going to get married? Feng Li's eyes darkened. I can't start a company after getting married. No, I want to start a business. My current status is not worthy of you. Feng Li said, get the certificate first. Yichen nodded and agreed. The chaebol boss insisted on forcing him to get the marriage certificate, and he had no choice. Tomorrow is Tuanshuan's birthday. I plan to make a cake for him at home. Yichen said, I can help, but I have never made a cake. Feng Li patted Yichen's shoulder and said, making a cake is quite simple. Just give me a hand. Good. Yichen held Tuanshuan's little hand and said, tomorrow is our birthday. Our Tuanshuan will be 3 years old tomorrow. Tuan Tuan Gao Gao. The little guy is standing on his father's lap. Tuanshuan has grown taller this year. Well, Tuan Tuan has grown taller. Yichen said lovingly. It's just a pity that he hasn't seen the 1-year-old little Tuanshuan yet. When eating, Feng Li could only eat light food. Feng Yin ate the crayfish with gusto and said, Sister, you are so pitiful. You can't eat anything and can only drink some light porridge. It doesn't matter. Feng Li continued to drink the soup with a spoon. Yichen secretly swore that he would be more careful in the future and would not hurt Feng Li again. After all, it was his first time kissing a woman, and Yichen had no experience, so he just started biting her. Please be considerate of Shun. Tuanshuan is not picky about food at all. She eats whatever her father gives her. It may be that this is only for Yichen. She won't accept anyone else feeding her. After dinner, Yichen sat beside Feng Li and applied medicine. The wound on Feng Li's mouth has healed a lot and doesn't look so swollen anymore. Feng Li suddenly held Yichen's hand and said, you don't need to apply the medicine tomorrow. It won't hurt anymore. Come to my room tonight and sleep with me. Let's cultivate our relationship so that you won't regret it in a month. Good. Yichen put down the cotton swab and followed Feng Li back to the room. A little guy followed behind him like a little tail. Dad, go to sleep. Take a nap. The little kid rubbed his eyes and looked very sleepy. Okay, Daddy will take you to bed. Feng Li, I'm going to coax Tuanshuan to sleep first. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Yichen put Xiao Tuanshuan on the bed as quickly as possible. Tuanshuan, go to sleep quickly. Yichen quickly patted the baby to sleep, then immediately left the room and came to Feng Li's door. Feng Li, I'm back. No one responded. Feng Li. Yichen knocked on the door again, but still no one responded. He pushed open the door and entered the room. This is his future wife's room, so it should be fine. Feng Li, aren't you in the room? Yichen was about to go out when Feng Li's voice rang out from the bathroom. Yichen, take out a pair of pajamas from my closet. Ah! Yichen was stunned for 2 seconds. Feng Li, are you taking a shower? Well, I forgot to take my pajamas. There's one in the white cabinet next to the sofa. Please help me get one. A woman's clear voice rang out, and Yichen came back to his senses. He walked to the cabinet and opened it. There were pajamas of various styles, only in black and white. Feng Li, which one do you want and what color? Feng Li said calmly, any color is fine, as long as you like it. He likes it. Yichen decisively picked up a black ultra-short suspender silk pajamas, which was short and transparent. It will definitely look good on Feng Li. After a while, Yichen put the piece back, feeling that it was not suitable. Then, I just found a normal pair of pajamas. Yichen stood at the bathroom door and could vaguely see Feng Li's outline. Feng Li, your pajamas. The door opened a crack, and Feng Li took the clothes. Through the gap, Yi-chan could clearly see the woman's jade-white skin and the vague roundness of her chest. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. Still, I really want to eat it. After about 2 minutes, Feng Li came out. Her curvy figure was wrapped in a black silk long skirt, which was very tempting and more seductive than without any clothes. Like this type. Yi-chan then noticed that this was not a normal pair of pajamas. There was no fabric at the back, and the neckline was very large, revealing half of her roundness. No, I didn't see the back. I thought the front was okay. Yi-chun continued to quibble. Did I blame you wrongly? Feng Li slowly approached, and with his slender fingers, he untied the tie around Yi-chan's neck. Go take a shower. Good. Do you need my help? Feng Li raised the corners of his eyes and smiled seductively. Yi-chan hesitated. No need. After saying that, he ran away and locked himself in the bathroom. Yi-chun, you have been in the bathroom for 20 minutes. Come out quickly. Your pajamas are ready for you. Feng Li said at the door. Yi-chan opened the door a crack, stretched out his arm, and brought in the pajamas. Thank you. He came in too hastily just now and forgot to take his pajamas with him. It was so embarrassing. He seemed to need Feng Li's help with everything. Will Feng Li think he is useless? Yi-chan came out of the bathroom. His wet hair was dripping with water, and there was suddenly a towel on his head. Come here, I'll blow-dry your hair. Feng Li took the hairdryer and pressed Yi-chan onto the sofa. 100 for it's swollen again. Thanks. Yi-chan sat obediently on the sofa and let Feng Li blow his hair. No one has ever been so nice to him and blow-dried his hair. Feng Li was very close to him. He had just finished taking a shower and was emitting a fresh fragrance. Yi-chan was distracted and his mind was full of random thoughts. Have your hair dried. Go to bed. What are you thinking about? I didn't hear you when I was talking to you. Feng Li put away the hairdryer and said lightly, Nothing. After saying that, Yi-chan stood up guiltily and quickly lay down on the bed. Feng Li sat in front of the dressing table and applied a layer of lotion, then went to bed and lay next to Yi-chan. Yi-chan lay there with his eyes closed, motionless. Asleep? Feng Li covered Yi-chan with a quilt and seemed to be talking to himself. You'll fall asleep in a short while. Raising his hand, he pinched Yi-chan's face and said, You went to bed just in time. It looks like tonight will be another quiet night. Feng Li seemed to have gotten used to it and closed his eyes. Yi-chan is still young. She can wait a little longer. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After an unknown amount of time, Yi-chan slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a breathtakingly beautiful face. The woman was lying on her side on the bed, facing him. She had a well-proportioned figure, a slender waist, and long, white legs that could not be covered even by her pajamas. Yi-chan's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his fingers gently pulled Feng Li's belt open. A piece of white snow fell in front of his eyes, so white that it was dazzling. Yi-chan couldn't wait to pounce on her, holding the woman's slender waist with his big hands, and had completely lost his mind. So soft, fragrant, suddenly, family ummat shufli. Yi-chan stopped immediately. Could it be that Feng Li woke up? No way. How was he going to explain it? Yi-chan was ready to die. He raised his head and saw that the woman beside him was not awake, but was just frowning slightly. I was so scared that I thought Feng Li had woken up. Yi-chan continued to fight on Feng Li's chest all night long. I can't stop loving it. After all, it was his first time experiencing this, so Yi-chan took a little too long. The second day, when Yi-chan opened his eyes, he found that Feng Li was not wearing her clothes yet. He tiptoed to put her clothes on and tied the belt. Fortunately, Feng Li was sleeping soundly and didn't notice him at all. Yi-chan quietly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and left the room. The next moment, Feng Li opened her eyes. She lowered her eyes and looked at her chest, her brows slightly furrowed. It seems that I won't be able to wear clothes today. It's swollen again. The instigator, Yi-chan, was completely unaware of this. He was dressing his obedient daughter, humming a song, and seemed to be in a good mood. Daddy, Tuanshuan is wearing a beautiful dress. Little Milk Bag pointed at the most gorgeous pink dress with little pink wings on it. Feng Li bought it specially for his daughter's birthday. Okay, Dad will put it on for you. Yi-chan carefully dressed Tuanshuan, put on socks, changed into small shoes, and then put on the crown. Today, Zio Tuanshuan is the most beautiful little birthday girl. Mother, Tuanshuan walked with her short legs to find her mother and show her her beautiful clothes. The little girl knocked on the door gently. Mom. Tuanshuan, Mom hasn't gotten up yet. Can we wait for her for a while? As soon as Yi-chan finished speaking, the door was opened. Feng Li was still wearing a cream-colored casual pajamas. The fabric looked very soft. Yi-chan asked in surprise, Fengli, why are you wearing pajamas? Fengli glared at him and said nothing. Yichen was stared at with confusion. Does it have anything to do with him? He secretly ate for a while yesterday. Mom, Tuanchuan is so beautiful. The little baby jumped into his mother's arms. Fengli picked up Tuanchuan and said, Tuanchuan looks so pretty today. Mommy will make you a cake, okay? Good. Tuanchuan was dancing with joy, and he didn't know where he touched. Fengli suddenly frowned and stuffed the little guy into Yichen's arms. Fengli, what's wrong with you? Fine. Fengli entered the room, holding his chest. Yichen just froze in place. Is it because of him again? He didn't bite either. Yichen took Tuan downstairs. Today is Tuanchuan's 3rd birthday. Tuanchuan wants to eat an egg. There were several eggs on the plate. Xiao Tuanchuan took one and quickly gave it to his father. Daddy, eat this egg. Okay, Daddy will peel it for you. Yichen peeled the egg patiently and fed it to the little guy bit by bit. When eating the egg yolk, Xiao Tuanchuan shook his head. Babies hate egg yolks the most. Yichen peeled another egg and handed it to Fengli. He opened the door and saw Fengli with his back to him, applying medicine. Fengli, what's wrong with you? Yichen asked anxiously. Fine. Fengli put his clothes in order and said meaningfully, I was bitten last night. Bitten? A mosquito bite again? Where did it bite? Fengli glared at Yichen, took the egg from his hand, and took a big bite. Don't you know how to restrain yourself and not sleep all night? I'm not a child. I like to eat so much. Yichen looked puzzled. Fengli, are you feeling unwell? Why don't we go to the hospital? No. Fengli sat on the sofa processing documents and held a small morning meeting. The company's senior executives looked at each other in surprise. Why is Mr. Feng different today? She was also wearing casual pajamas and looked like a wife. Their CEO, Feng, is a strong woman, no less capable than any man. Why did she change her style today? No one dared to ask more questions and continued to report their work as usual. Yichen peeled another egg and handed it to Fengli attentively. Fengli, have another one, it's hot. After all, he had done something wrong. So Yichen was very attentive early in the morning, serving tea and water to Fengli. Fengli took it and took a bite elegantly. Egg. Mr. Feng is actually eating eggs. Who is that person next to him? Could it be Mr. Feng's legendary boyfriend? He sounds quite young. As expected, everyone likes young and handsome guys. Fengli held a simple morning meeting and closed the computer. Fengli, century egg, and lean meat porridge. The temperature is just right. Yichen placed the bowl in Fengli's hand and said, drink quickly. Feng Yin nudged Yichen with her elbow and asked, Yichen, what did you do last night? Why does my sister look so unwell? I didn't do anything. You just ate for a while. I don't believe it. Why is my sister wearing pajamas today? What did you do to my sister? Feng Yin continued to question. I don't. Yichen hit beside Fengli. Fengli said calmly, I'm fine. Feng Yin, please don't make things difficult for him. My wife is so nice. I wish all my brothers have such a good wife. 105 he can't. He could do it 10 times. Sister, you are too protective. I just want to ask what he did. Feng Yin was jealous. Now her sister treats Yichen better than her. Fengli said, Yichen did nothing. Sister, you must not love me anymore. The person you love most now is Yichen. Feng Yin squatted on the ground, drawing circles silently. Xiao Tuanchuan ran to his aunt on his short legs and patted her on the head. Aunt, don't be angry. Our Tuan is the best. He knows how to comfort Auntie. Before Feng Yin could hold the little guy, he had already run to his father's arms, pressed his face against his father's, and said, Dad? Feng Yin. It seems like he just patted her while looking for his father. Not alive anymore. There is no place for her in this house now. Feng Yin stamped her feet in anger. I'm leaving here. I'm running away from home. Feng Tuanchuan, you won't have an aunt anymore. Tuan quickly climbed down from her father's arms. Do you think she was going to stop Feng Yin? No, not at all. Little Milk Ball went into the room and pushed a suitcase, which was bigger than her, and pushed it to her aunt with difficulty. Then he stretched out a little finger and pointed outside. Auntie, let's go. Feng Yin was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. Yichen quickly picked up Tuan, fearing that Feng Yin would throw him out in the next second. Sister, look how much Xiao Tuanchuan has gone too far. Now she's trying to get me to leave, but I won't leave. Feng Yin collapsed on the sofa and didn't move. Fengli glanced at Feng Yin. Tuanchuan's birthday is today. Are you going to be angry with Tuanchuan? She is the little birthday girl today. Tuanchuan lay in his father's arms, nodded adorably, and said in a baby voice, Little, Birthday star. Tuanchuan is the little birthday star. Feng Yin snorted lightly. Humph. Considering that you're the birthday girl today, I will forgive you this time. The little boy climbed down from his father's arms and crawled to his aunt, acting cute and coquettish. Aunt, don't act like a spoiled child with me. You just asked your aunt to leave here. Little Tuanchuan, you are really getting worse and worse. Tuanchuan shook her head and picked up the egg on the table to give to her aunt. She peeled it for a long time, but it still didn't taste good, so she bit it in anger. Feng Yin took the egg from Tuanchuan's hand, peeled it, and put a piece in her mouth. Eat, little birthday boy. The little milk ball took a bite and gave the egg yolk to her aunt. Her aunt was coaxed again. Her aunt was really easy to coax. Yichin pinched the baby's little face and said, Tuanchuan, Mommy made a cake for you today. Mom, you're the best. The cute little kid went to distribute the eggs and also distributed eggs to the maids. Today is Tuanchuan's birthday. Let's eat eggs together. Feng Yin asked quietly. Yichun, tell me honestly, what did you do to my sister? Yichun had an innocent look on his face. Really, we are both innocent. Really? You two sleep together every day, innocently. Nothing happens. Yichun nodded, and he secretly kissed Feng Li and took a bite. Feng Yin asked doubtfully, Yichun, you can't do it? You look strong and you work out every day, so why can't you do it? Yichun, he can't do it. How is that possible? He is a gentleman. How can a gentleman take advantage of others in distress? Yichun explained, No, Feng Li and I haven't gotten married yet. We're still getting along. Feng Yin, don't think too much. I'm Fina. Not to mention 7 times, even 10 times is no problem at all. Yichun is still very confident in his physical strength. Feng Li was making cakes in the kitchen, and Yichun was helping him. After a while, Feng Li whipped the cream and put a spoonful of it near Yichun's mouth. How about giving me a taste? Yichun took a bite, and it was sweet and greasy, but the taste was quite good. Tasty. Feng Li took out the baked bread, cut it into circles with a knife, put fruit in the middle layer, spread a layer of cream on the outside, and placed a dozen small strawberries that Tuanchuan liked to eat on top. Yichun felt that Feng Li was really amazing and could do anything. He was able to make such a good cake even on his first try. I wonder if there is anything Feng Li can't make. Feng Li, you are amazing. You can make cakes so well. They're no different from those sold outside. Feng Li raised his eyelids and said, It's Tuanchuan's birthday. As a father, you should also contribute a little and write a word on it. Yichun personally wrote a line of words. Happy 3rd birthday, Tuanchuan. He can't do anything, but his handwriting is pretty good. Feng Li praised. Well written. Yichun scratched his head and said, I can't really help much. I can only write a word. It's well written. Take the cake out. Good. Yichun came out with a 10-inch cake. Tuanchuan, Mommy has made the cake. Come quickly. Tuan happily ran to his father holding the baby. Dad, big cake. Well, this is what Dad wrote. Do you like it? Like. Tuanchuan laughed out loud with joy. The cakes her parents made for her were the best. The little guy secretly stretched out a little finger and tasted the cream. Feng Yin was surprised and said, Sister, you are so amazing. You can even make a cake. What else can't you do? Feng Li said calmly, It's pretty simple to learn on the spot. Mom, that's great. The little ball of milk hugged his mother's legs and was so happy. Feng Li looked at Yichun and said, Is Grandma at home? How about bringing her over as well? Yichun nodded and said, Okay, I'll go pick up Grandma now. She can still catch up in time for lunch. Yimo got so angry that he ended up in the hospital. Grandma is home alone. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. Did you get so angry that you ended up in the hospital? Yichun explained, Well, Yimo is a bit narrow-minded. In the past, when I scored 1 point higher than him on the test, he went crazy and refused to eat. He probably knew about our relationship, so he got so angry that he ended up in the hospital. Feng Yin laughed out loud. You better not get so angry that he dies. People like him are just too jealous and can't stand seeing others better than him. Well, I'll go pick up Grandma first. Yichun took Tuan into the car. At this time, Yichun's cell phone rang. It was Ye's mother calling, and Yichun answered the call. It's Xiaoqun, right? I'm your mother. A gentle female voice came from the microphone, and Yichun almost thought he had heard it wrong. His adoptive mother had never spoken to him in such a gentle tone. Yichun said indifferently, Is there anything wrong, Madam Yi? Mrs. Yi whispered, Xiaoqun, Xiao Mo is in the hospital now. Can you come over? Xiao Mo said, You're Mr. Feng's boyfriend. Is this true? 106 Feng, Li can only be his wife. Yichun said calmly, This matter has nothing to do with you, and I don't have time to go to the hospital. If there's nothing else, I will hang up first. Wait, Xiao-chun, don't hang up yet. Mom has something to tell you. Mrs. Yi hesitated to speak. What's the matter, Madam Yi? Please tell me. I have something important to do. Madam Yi said, Xiao-chun, can you get Mr. Feng to Xiao and Mo? He's so angry that he's been hospitalized. The doctor said his life is in danger. After she finished speaking, Madam Yi sobbed softly and said, you also know that Xiao and Mo has suffered a lot in the past. Xiao-chun, please agree to this one condition of your mother. This is my only condition. Yichun was so angry that he laughed. It turned out to be all for Yi and Mo. Mrs. Yi, I think you misunderstood. Even if President Feng is my girlfriend, so what? The decision is in her hands. Even if Yi and Mo kneels in front of her, she won't even look at him. Madam Yi sobbed, no, our Xiao and Mo is so outstanding. Mr. Feng will definitely see it. Mom, please, give Mr. Feng to Xiao and Mo, otherwise he will really die. You can find another girlfriend if you lose her, but Xiao and Mo is your only brother, and he will die. Yichun said coldly, what does his life or death have to do with me? Madam Yi was furious. Yichun, he is your brother. How can you say such words? Do you have any heart? You must give President Feng to Xiao and Mo this time. Yichun hung up the phone directly. He had never fought for what Yi and Mo wanted before. But this time, Feng Li, he will definitely not give in. Feng Li can only be his wife. Mom, what's going on? Did Yichun agree? Yi and Mo was lying on the bed. His face was pale, and his lips were bloodless, as if he was terminally ill. Mrs. Ye's expression changed slightly. Xiao and Mo, don't worry. Mom will definitely make Yichun agree. Mom will help you get whatever you want. Please don't be so angry, okay? Yi and Mo excitedly sat up from the hospital bed, his eyes sparkling. Really? Yichun really agreed to give President Feng to me. Well, Xiao and Mo, you should take good care of yourself now. When you go back, Mom will ask Yichun to give Feng Li to you. After all, Yichun was raised by me, and I am his nominal mother. How dare he disagree? Mrs. Yi said with a gloomy face. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. I'll take good care of myself. Yi and Mo had a smile on his face. Feng Li will soon be his girlfriend. Feng Li. Yi and Mo dreamed of Feng Li, his girlfriend. Grandma Yi was basking in the sun in a rocking chair when a whistle suddenly sounded outside, and then a little kid ran over. Grandma. The baby's soft voice sounded. Grandma Yi thought she had heard wrongly. Was she hallucinating? Why did she hear Toanchuan's voice? Grandma. The little kid ran to his grandmother and grabbed her hand with his two paws. Grandma. Epushiron. Zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu. Zu. Only then did Grandma Yi see clearly that it was really Zio Toanchuan who came. Toanchuan, why are you here? Grandma Yi sat up and held the little guy in her arms. Toanchuan, are you here to see Grandma? Yichun got out of the car and said, Grandma, today is Toanchuan's birthday. Feng Li asked you to celebrate Toanchuan's birthday together. The cake has been prepared and is waiting for you. It's Toanchuan's birthday. Okay, celebrate Toanchuan's birthday. Grandma Yi carried Toanchuan into the car. The car stopped at the manor. It was the first time that Grandma Yi saw such a large manor. It looked like an amusement park. Chun-chun, is this Lily's home? Why is it so big? Well, Feng Li's house is indeed quite big. It's good for you to live here, and you can take care of Lily. Grandma Yi became more and more satisfied as she looked at it. Yichun muttered quietly, actually, it was Feng Li who took care of me. Grandma Yi was a little hard of hearing and didn't hear anything. Toanchuan led her hand and led her to the living room. Toanchuan said in a baby voice, Grandma, eat some cake. Grandma, you're here. Feng Li helped Grandma Yi sit on the sofa. Grandma Yi was very satisfied with Feng Li and said with a smile, Lily, your house is really big. Grandma, why don't you stay today? Yichun has always wanted you to come. Feng Li gunanjit Atyachan. Yichun lowered his head and stopped talking. He really wanted to live with his grandmother, but this was not his house. When he made some more money, he wanted to buy a house nearby for his grandmother so that he could take care of her. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Okay, then I'll stay here for 2 days and I can also visit our group. Little Milk Ball gave the eggs that he had cooked that morning to his grandmother and said, Grandma, eat your eggs. Thank you, Toanchuan. Our Toanchuan is the birthday boy today. Tuan Tuan laughed and jumped for joy. Little birthday boy. Oh? It immediately made everyone around laugh. Feng Yin said, Grandma, I'm Feng Yin, Feng Li's younger sister. Xiaoyan, you are so beautiful. Feng Yin felt embarrassed by the compliment. Grandma, Is what you said true? Of course it's true. You are as beautiful as Lily. Grandma Yi couldn't stop smiling. Tuanchuan took advantage of everyone's inattention and secretly ate the cake again. He took a big bite and got it all over his face. Tuanchuan, are you eating cake secretly? The little girl shook her head and refused to admit it. Then, Yichen wiped a piece of cake from the little guy's mouth. What's this? Zio Tuanchuan smiled, trying to get away with it. Yichun was amused and pinched the baby's little face. The whole family eats cake together. Yichun felt that today was his happiest moment, with his grandma, Feng Li, and Tuanchuan. So sweet. Is this the cake Lily made? Feng Li nodded and said, yeah. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Chun, you are so lucky to have such a beautiful and capable daughter-in-law. Yichun touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly. He didn't know how such a good thing happened to him. It's like pie in the sky. At this time, Feng Li frowned, stood up, and went upstairs. Yichun put down the chopsticks in his hand and followed immediately. He always felt that something was wrong with Feng Li today, but she didn't say where she was feeling unwell. Could she be sick? Feng Li entered the room, lifted up her pajamas, picked up the ointment Yichun bought, and applied it gently. Yichun pushed open the door and said anxiously, Feng Li, are you sick? Why don't we go to the hospital to check it out? Then, Yichun saw Feng Li applying the cream on his chest. So he did it. He didn't try that hard. Feng Li put down the clothes and said, it's okay. No need to go to the hospital. Just apply some medicine. But, are you in pain? Yichun touched his ear. Why did he feel so much pain? If he had known, he would have used less force last night. But Feng Li was so fragrant and soft. How could he resist? He accidentally made her swollen. Yichun, QQ, I didn't mean it. 107, write a love song for Feng Li. Feng Li raised his eyelids, his eyes darkened a bit. Do you still want to apply medicine to me? Apply the medicine. Yichun's face turned red first, and he shook his head. How could he pain in a place like that? Feng Li slowly walked forward and forced Yichun into a corner. Do you know who did this? I don't know. Yichun denied it seriously and almost bit his tongue. Lying is wrong. Brothers, please don't lie. He just had no choice. Feng Li lowered his eyelids and gently circled Yichun's chest with his fingers. His voice was lazy. Why do I feel like it was chewed out by someone? Yichun broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty. Really? That shouldn't be the case. Are you getting a sore throat? Something you ate made you sore. Feng Li pointed his chest. Heat? Can heat occur in this place? Yichun nodded. That's possible. If you're okay, I'll go downstairs to accompany Grandma first. Feng Li, you should also go downstairs to eat. After saying that, Yichun fled without looking back. Did Feng Li discover something? Feng Li closed his eyes. He was ruthless in his attack, and I don't know where he'll strike next time. There is no way. I can only spoil her because she likes it. Grandma Yi smiled and asked, Chun, what were you doing just now? Why is your face so red? Yichun patted his face and said, Grandma, I'm fine. It might be because the weather is too hot. The temperature has risen recently. Where's Lily? Why hasn't she come down yet? Yichun felt guilty. Feng Li has something to do. He'll be down soon. After saying that, Feng Li went down the stairs. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Lily, come and eat. You are so thin. You should eat more in the future. Is it because Chun can't take care of you? He is still a child himself. He'll be fine in the future. Feng Li sat next to Yichun and said, it's okay. We have servants at home, and Yichun still has to go to school. Is Chun about to graduate? He puts marriage on the agenda after graduation. The child is already this big. Grandma Yi held Tuanchuan in her arms and fed him. Tuanchuan, eat more. It will look good if you are plump and white. Tuanchuan eats too much. The little ball of milk opened its big mouth and continued to eat. Afternoon, Yichun received a call from the company. Yichun, how is the preparation for your second song going? You should strike while the iron is hot and release the album as soon as it's ready. Vice President Liu, we're already preparing it and it will be released in a month at most. This was Yichun's first album release. He was very cautious and revised the lyrics several times, but he was still not satisfied with them. They're still finalizing them. But I haven't had time to write lyrics lately. My mind is full of Feng Li. Feng Li. Is he possessed by a demon? My mind was full of Feng Li. I wanted to kiss her, hug her, and sleep with her. I really want to write a love song for Feng Li. Love song. Yichun suddenly had an idea. Vice President Liu, can I decide the content of this album myself? Mr. Liu smiled flatteringly. Yes, Yichun, Your last song received a very good response. You can do whatever you want, and the company will help you promote it. Yichen asked, can I write a love song? Of course, love songs are also in line with the current market. Many girls like sweet little love songs. Okay, then I'll continue preparing. Yichen hung up the phone and glanced at Feng Li, who was working in front of the computer. This time, he wants to write a love song specifically for Feng Li. Feng Li raised his head, and Yichun was so scared that he quickly withdrew his gaze and sat on the sofa on the other side with a pen in his hand. Looking at Feng Li's face, Yichen's inspiration came like a spring, and he wrote several sentences, all about Feng Li's appearance. Tuanshuan and Grandma Yi played building blocks together. Grandma Yi had never seen such things before, so little Tuanshuan built a big house for her. At this moment, the cell phone on the table rang. Yichen answered the phone. Uncle Chu, what's wrong? Xiaochun, can you come home for a while? I can't take care of Yi. She locked herself in her room and refused to come out no matter what. She just wants to see you. Yichen asked doubtfully. Chu Yi, why did she want to see me? Isn't her boyfriend Emo? Yi has broken up with Emo. Emo is too playboy and not suitable for Yi. Yi regrets it now. Can you come to her house to see her? Father Chu continued. Uncle has also watched you grow up. Xiaochun, why don't you come over and try to persuade Yi? Yichen said, okay, I will go if I am free in the next 2 days. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yi asked, Dad, what did Brother Yichen say? Will he come? I'm going to change my clothes first. He likes me to wear white. Father Chu sighed. I don't know when Xiaochun will come. What's the point of regretting it now? Yichen is so good to you, but you don't know how to cherish it. Now you regret it. I don't know either. I don't care. I just want to marry Brother Yichun. Brother Yichun treats me the best. Chu Yi went to the cloakroom to change clothes. Father Chu sighed. He only had this precious daughter. What else could he do? Yichen had just put down the phone when Grandma Yi asked, Chen, I just heard you mention Yi. What happened to Yi? Uncle Chu wants me to go to the Chu family and see Chu Yi. Chu Yi insists on seeing me. She won't eat if she can't see me. As soon as Yichen finished speaking, Feng Li raised his head and asked, so, you're going to the Chu family tonight? Before Yichun could answer, a small pendant appeared on his leg. The little milk ball held his father's legs with his 2 small hands. Dad, I'm not going. Tuanshuan Dad. Yichun picked up the little baby, held him high, and turned him around twice. Be good, Tuanshuan. Daddy won't go. Today is Tuanshuan's birthday. Can Daddy stay at home with Tuanshuan? Good. The little girl hugged her dad and gave him a kiss. Dad is the best. Yichen deliberately walked to Feng Li and said, I won't go tonight. I'll go tomorrow morning. It's not nice to go to someone else's house at night. Besides, I already have a girlfriend now. Feng Li raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a smile at the corners of his eyes. That's good to know. Don't talk to other women in the future. Otherwise, do you know what the consequences will be? The low tone carried a hint of danger. I know. I won't talk to other women anymore. I promise. Yichen raised 3 fingers and promised solemnly. Chu Yi waited at home for a long time, but Yichen didn't show up, so she sat on the sofa and continued waiting. She just didn't believe that Yichen wouldn't come. Yichen doted on her the most and carried her on his back every day when she was a child. And since she has this thing, she doesn't believe that Yichen won't stay. Chu Yi held a pill in her hand and put it in the cup of water, and it melted instantly. Yichen will be hers soon. Song wanting is nothing. Don't even think about competing with her for Brother Yichun. This medicine is very strong. I don't believe Yichen won't take the bait. 108 Sleeping with my sweet and soft wife. Yichen finished writing the last line of the lyrics and stretched. Finally, it's done. He spent an entire night creating a love song. And it turns out that love songs are more suitable for him. Feng Li brought a cup of hot milk and placed it in Yichen's hand. I drank it. Thanks. Yichen drank the hot milk and felt sweet in his heart. Feng Li read a line of lyrics and frowned slightly. Your smile is as beautiful as a flower. Yichen quickly put away the lyrics. This was a surprise for Feng Li, and he couldn't let her know in advance. Feng Li, it's getting late. Let's go get some rest. Where's Tuan Tuan? Feng Li said. Tuanshuan is building a little house for Grandma. Grandma likes Tuanshuan very much and keeps holding him. Old people all like babies. Tuan Tuan and I look so much alike, we can obviously be biological children. After Yi Chan finished speaking, he felt something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Feng Li said jokingly, it's okay. Tuanshuan does look a lot like you. Maybe she is really your biological daughter. Yichen was slightly stunned and stood there in a daze. How is that possible? He's only 22. How could he possibly have a 3-year-old baby? So, he slept with Fong Li when he was 18? Dream on, there are all kinds of things in dreams. When he was 18, he was still worried about his college tuition and worked odd jobs in a big hotel to earn money. When Grandma Yi heard that 2 people were sleeping in the same room, she couldn't stop laughing. Chun Shun and Lily sleep in the same room. They have such a good relationship. I'll coax Tuanchuan to sleep. You two should go to sleep quickly and don't delay your work. Yichin scratched his head. Grandma, what business are you talking about? I'd better let Tuanchuan sleep. You go to sleep now? Fong Li has someone clean up a guest room for you. It's very clean. Grandma Yi looked at Yi Chun with dismay. Chun Shun, you and Lily go to sleep quickly. I'll take care of Tuanchuan. Then, Yi Chun and Fong Li were pushed into the room by Grandma Yi. Yi Chun was a little embarrassed. Fong Li, my grandma is a little anxious and wants us to go to bed early. You go take a shower and I'll do it later. Fong Li took Yi Chun to the wardrobe and asked, which one do you like? Yi Chun asked uncertainly. Are you asking me? Fong Li raised his eyelids. What else? This time, Yi Chun followed his heart and chose the pajamas he liked last night. A black ultra-short suspender, semi-transparent pajamas. This is something every man likes. Is this okay? Fong Li picked up her pajamas and went to the bathroom, while Yi Chun sat on the sofa, waiting anxiously. Brother Yi Chun, why haven't you come yet? Chu Yi was waiting anxiously at home, so she put 3 pills to help with the mood. As long as Yi Chun went there, he would definitely not come back. Chu Yi, didn't I tell you that I have a girlfriend now? My girlfriend is very beautiful, and I love her very much. You and Yi Mo are doing well. Brother Yi Chun, I have broken up with Yi Mo, don't get me wrong. I have nothing to do with him now. Oh, I see. I hope you find a better boyfriend. I'm busy, so I won't talk to you anymore. Yi Chun had no mood to care about Chu Yi. Now all he had in his heart and eyes was Fong Li. The door opened, and the woman was wearing a super short black silk suspender pajamas, revealing a pair of long legs that were more than 1 meter long, white and slender, with a waist that could not be grasped, and a softball that was about to come out, which was partially covered by her long hair, making it vague and hazy. Yi Chun touched his nose and wiped away the blood. This is so beautiful. Fong Li raised the corner of his eye, like. Yi Chun lowered his eyes embarrassedly and nodded after a while. He's a normal man, of course he likes it. Which man doesn't like a woman with fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and a hot body? Fong Li came closer again, and a faint body fragrance emanated from her body. Yi Chun was dizzy from the smell, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. The soft lips were shining with water, and they slowly moved closer. Yi Chun swallowed his saliva, wanted to kiss him so much. Just when Yi Chun thought Fong Li was going to kiss him, Fong Li suddenly stopped. Go take a shower. Yi Chun felt his whole body was smoking, so he rushed to the bathroom, took a good cold shower, and then comforted his little brother. Stop it, not today. We have to wait until the wedding day. After coming out, Fong Li blew his hair, as usual, and Yi Chun felt that he was about to fall in love with this feeling. What would he do if Fong Li was not by his side? Fong Li had just put away the hairdryer when someone suddenly hugged his waist. Yi Chun rubbed her flat belly in a dependent manner. Fong Li, why are you so nice to me? Stop making trouble. It's time to go to bed. I'll go apply the medicine first. Fong Li turned his back to Yi Chun, lifted up his clothes, and applied medicine on his chest. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and he seemed to be in pain. Yi Chun whispered, Fong Li, how about I help you apply it? I'll close my eyes. After all, it was his doing. Okowo. Unexpectedly, Fong Li agreed so readily. Yi Chun took the ointment from Fong Li's hand with a confused look on his face. Applying medicine, especially on that kind of place, can it really work? Yi Chun closed his eyes and came to Fong Li. He didn't know where to put his fingers. He accidentally touched a softball and quickly pulled him back. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I couldn't see. Yi Chun continued to grope and search Fong Li everywhere, but couldn't find the place. Finally, Fong Li grabbed his hand and placed it there. Apply it. Yi Chun applied the medicine gently for a while and even made his ears red. It's the first time, please don't laugh at me. After applying the medicine, Fong Li put down his clothes. Yi Chun finally opened his eyes, and the touch on his hand was still there. He secretly glanced at Fong Li's plump breasts, and his ears turned even redder. Go to bed. It's late, and you have to go to work tomorrow. Fong Li lay on her side on the bed. Yi Chun lay beside her, with half an arm's length between them. Yi Chun decided to sleep well tonight and never touch Fong Li. Absolutely not. But after a long time, Yi-chun still couldn't fall asleep and kept smelling the body fragrance emanating from the woman. Yi-chun couldn't help it and opened his eyes. Under the light, the woman's skin was as lustrous as mutton fat jade, and her face was cold and noble, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, seemingly out of reach. Such a beautiful woman just lay beside him obediently. Yi-chun raised his hand and gently stroked the woman's face. So beautiful. This time, he just touched it and thought it should be okay. The slender fingers slowly moved down, paused on Feng Li Xuan's neck, then slowly moved down, drawing a line across the full curve, and then to the flat belly. You can't tell at all that she is someone who has given birth to a child. Finally, Yi-chun hugged the woman's waist and held her in his arms. It feels so good to sleep with my sweet and soft wife in my arms. Brothers, go to sleep with your wives in your arms. Good night. 109. Have more children with Feng Li. Yi-chun opened his eyes and found that there was no one around him, but the soft touch on his hand was still there. If he could sleep with Feng Li in his arms every day, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Yi-chun smiled foolishly twice, and the door suddenly opened. Feng Li was standing at the door, wearing high heels, black stockings, and a short dress, simple and high-end. Get up and eat. Yi-chun subconsciously touched his messy hair and said, I'll get up right away. He accidentally overslept, and his future wife called him to eat. Yi-chun quickly changed into a gray and white casual jacket and white shoes, still looking like an energetic male college student. Yi-chun combed his hair carefully, then washed his face and brushed his teeth. He looked at himself in the mirror for a few minutes. He thought he looked pretty good today, as his skin was quite fair. Ever since he started dating Feng Li, Yi-chun has paid much attention to his appearance. He changes clothes, washes his hair, takes a bath, and washes his face every day. As soon as Yi-chun came downstairs, Grandma Yi leaned over to his ear and asked gossipingly, Chun-chun, how are you and Lily getting along? Do you want to have another child? You're still young now. If you have more children, I can help you take care of them. Yi-chun was confused when asked. He didn't know anything about having children. Besides, they already have a baby named Tuanchuan, and he doesn't want to have another baby. Grandma, don't you already have little Tuanchuan? Grandma Yi tried to dissuade her, saying, Tuanchuan is so lonely with just one child. Why don't you have 2 or 3 more children to keep her company? It will be so much more lively with more children. Old people all like children. However, Yi-chun did not agree to this matter. He didn't know what Feng Li was thinking, and it was still early. He and Feng Li haven't gotten their marriage certificate yet and are still in a relationship, so he doesn't want to think too much about it. He is already very content with having Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is so well-behaved. She's like his biological daughter. When he turned around, Feng Li was beside him. Yi-chun scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how much Feng Li had heard just now. I heard that women don't like having children, so he won't force Feng Li. Yi-chun immediately changed the subject. Grandma, I'll go dress Tuanchuan first. Tuanchuan doesn't know how to dress. Okay, go ahead. Feng Li helped Grandma Yi sit back on the sofa. The more Grandma Yi looked at Feng Li, the more satisfied she became. Her Chun-chun is so successful. He has a daughter and a beautiful wife at such a young age. His peers can't even find a girlfriend. Yi-chun opened the door and saw the little girl putting on her clothes, and she put her clothes on backwards, and her socks were also on backwards. Dad, when the little guy saw his father coming, he quickly got up from the bed. Good boy. Didn't Daddy tell you to wait for him to dress you? You always put your clothes on backwards. Yi-chun put on the little kid's clothes again. The little guy was soft all over, his skin was white and tender, and his little face was pink and tender like a piece of white dough. Yi-chun couldn't help but take a sip, put on the baby's little shoes, and carried Tuanchuan downstairs. While eating, Yi-chun whispered in Feng Li's ear, Does it still hurt? Do you need me to apply medicine for you? Feng Li said, It doesn't hurt too much. At least I can wear clothes today. Last night, he finally calmed down. Yi-chun said intentionally or unintentionally, Are you going to work today? I have to go to the Chu family this morning to see Uncle Chu. After finishing the meal, Yi-chun was about to leave when Feng Li grabbed his arm and said, Wait, what's wrong? Feng Li raised his hand to help Yi-chun straighten his collar. Your clothes are not put on properly. Yi-chun scratched his head and said, I forgot to sort out just now. Grandma Yi looked at the two people so affectionate and smiled. Chun-chun and Lily have such a good relationship. Besides, Lily is a few years older than Chun-chun and can take care of him. They're so lucky. Yi-chun had just reached the door when Feng Li called him again and stuffed a little ball into his arms. Take Tuan Tuan with you. Tuan Tuan is the one who sticks with you the most. The little girl hugged her father's neck tightly with her little arms, rubbed his face gently, and kissed him, for fear that her father would leave her. Dad, how could Yi-chun refuse such a lovely daughter? Okay, take Tuanchuan with you. It's because his daughter is such a clingy person. Yi-chun carried Tuanchuan into the car, put her in the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Mom, Grandma, goodbye. Little milk bag was lying in front of the car window, waving his little hands. What? Fengli gave the little guy a look, and the little guy nodded immediately. She will definitely keep an eye on her father and won't let anyone else get close to him. Dad is her dad only. Dad, I've been waiting for brother Yi-chun all night. Why hasn't he come yet? Chu-yi raised her head. She had serious dark circles under her eyes. She had been sitting on the sofa, waiting for a whole night. She thought brother Yi-chun would definitely come, but she didn't expect him to be so cruel. Father Chu said helplessly, "Aren't you the one who knows best why he didn't come? Yi-chun is so good to you, and you are actually together with Yi-mo? Who made Yi-chun a fake young master? He is just an ordinary person. How can an ordinary person be worthy of me?" Chu-yi muttered in a low voice. Father Chu asked coldly, "What now? Why are you looking for Yi-chun?" "I regret it. Yi-chun was so good to me, but I didn't see it before. Yi-mo is too much. He is just a playboy." Chu-yi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The most blind thing she had done in her life was to find Yi-mo as her boyfriend. Sometimes missed is missed. Have a good talk with Xiaochen. If he really has a girlfriend, you. Chu-yi blocked her ears and said, "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I want Yi-chun. I want brother Yi-chun. Yi-chun is the best person to her, 1,000 times better than Yi-mo. Miss, Master Yi-chun is here." A maid came hurriedly to report. Chu-yi touched her hair nervously. "Dad, how about this dress?" Father Chu said calmly, "If he likes you, he'll like you even if you're wearing a sackcloth bag. If he doesn't like you, he won't like you even if you're wearing the most beautiful clothes." Chu-yi stamped her feet in anger. "Dad, you are so mean. Brother Yi-chun must like me." Yi-chun heard these words as soon as he came in. Who gave Chu-yi the confidence? He had never liked Chu-yi before. He just treated her as a sister. After all, every boy wants to be a brother, and he didn't have a younger sister at the time, so he took care of Chu-yi as if she were his younger sister. Chu-yi looked at the man in front of her, and her heart beat faster. Why didn't I realize Yi-chun was so handsome before? He is much more handsome than Yi-mo. Brother Yi-chun, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. It turns out you still have me in your heart. Chu-yi spoke in a strangled voice, pulling Yi-chun's sleeve. Brother Yi-chun, please sit down. You've been to our house before, so don't be shy. At this moment, Tuanchuan half of his head popped out from behind his father and took Chu-yi's hand away, looking very fierce. Tuanchuan dad, no one is allowed to touch her father. 110 Fengli, I'm so hot. Chu-yi looked at the little baby on the ground in shock. Yi-chun, is this really your daughter? Yi-chun bent down and picked up Tuanchuan with one hand. My daughter, Tuanchuan, just celebrated her 3rd birthday. Chu-yi's eyes widened as she stepped back in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. You didn't even know Song Wanting when you were 18. How could you have such a big daughter? Is she your sister? Or your distant relatives? Yi-chun raised his eyes and said, Who said it was Song Wanting? Song Wanting and I are just ordinary classmates. My girlfriend is someone else. How could you have a girlfriend? No way. You've been waiting for me for so many years. Chu-yi said to herself. Yi-chun whispered, Sorry, you're overthinking it. I've never waited for you. I just haven't met someone I like. Now, he encountered it. Although it's a little late, it's not too late. Some people just meet it late. Chu-yi's defense was broken, and she rushed to Yi-chun with red eyes. No, brother Yi-chun, you must be lying to me, right? Before, when I didn't want to walk, you carried me on your back and left all the food for me. How could you not like me? Xiao Tuanchuan didn't know why her sister was crying so miserably, so she quickly hugged her father tightly, fearing that her father would be taken away by her crying sister. No andarain. Father Chu said, Stop talking and go back to your room first. Chu-yi ran back to the room, crying. Xiao Chun, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I've spoiled but she's not a bad girl. She's just a little spoiled and willful. Yi-chun said, Uncle Chu, it's okay. I have always regarded as my sister. I don't blame her. That's good. You've taken good care of before. Father Chu's eyes fell on the little girl and asked, Is this your daughter? Yes, my daughter Tuanchuan. Little Tuanchuan said in a baby voice, Tuanchuan. She is Tuan Tuan. It was the first time that Mr. Chu saw such a cute little guy. and he took Tuanchuan into his arms. Xiao Chun even has a daughter. Such a cute daughter. She looks so much like Yi Chun, you can tell at first glance that she is his biological daughter. Chu Yi just came out and saw that her father was actually holding this little bastard. She was so angry that her face turned blue and purple. Dad, why are you holding her? Father Chu's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, Yi Chun already has a girlfriend and even a daughter. It would be unreasonable for you to make trouble again. Although he also wanted Yi Chun to be his son-in-law, he and Yi were not destined to be together after all. Chu Yi deliberately handed the water on the table to Yi Chun. Brother Yi Chun, you must be thirsty after walking such a long way. Have a glass of water first. Yi Chun took it and drank it all in one gulp. Chu Yi smiled and asked, Brother Yi Chun, how does it taste? Well enough. Yi Chun put down the cup and didn't notice anything unusual. Father Chu was teasing little Tuanchuan and gave Tuanchuan a big red envelope. The little girl happily hugged the big red envelope and said, Thank you, Grandpa. So good, Yi Chun said earnestly. I believe that with your conditions, you will definitely find a better boyfriend. No, I don't like anyone else. Yi Chun said helplessly. I only treat you as my sister. You should eat well in the future and don't go on a hunger strike. You will graduate soon and have to defend your thesis. You need to prepare well. Not that perfun. Why hasn't Yi Chin's expression changed? Is it expired? It can't be that it's been too long and the medicine has expired. She put in 3 pills. Yi Chin was about to leave, but Chu Yi immediately grabbed his arm and said, Brother Yi Chun, why don't you stay for lunch? No need. I'm going back first. Tuanchuan, say goodbye to Grandpa Chu. The little kid held a big red envelope in his arms, raised a paw and waved, saying in a sweet little voice, Grandpa, goodbye. Goodbye. Come visit Grandpa again in the future. Good. Chu Yi watched Yi Chun about to leave. What to do? Why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? Chu Yi stopped Yi Chun again and stammered, Brother Yi Chun, my paper still needs to be revised. Can you help me take a look? Can. Yi Chun got out of the car holding Tuan Tuan, and Chu Yi deliberately found the first edition of the paper to show Yi Chun. This is where the most mistakes are made, and it will definitely delay time. When the medicine takes effect, Brother Yi Chun will be hers. Father Chu seemed to have noticed something was going on. He called Chu Yi out and asked, what do you want to do? Dad, don't worry about this. Of course, she wanted to get Brother Yi Chun, and Brother Yi Chun would definitely treat her as well as before. Father Chu tried to dissuade him earnestly. What do you want to do? Yi Chun already has a daughter. Nothing. Brother Yi Chun will be mine soon. Are you trying to destroy other people's feelings? Is that what your father taught you? Chu Yi turned her head to the side and said willfully, I just want Brother Yi Chun. He is mine. Father Chu couldn't get the answer, so he could only take things one step at a time. He didn't know what he was thinking. Yi Chun was seriously revising his paper. Xiao Tuanchuan took out a lollipop from her bag and ate it. She sat next to her father and waited for him obediently. Chu Yi thoughtfully cut a plate of fruit and said, Brother Yi Chun, eat some fruit first. No. Tuan Tuan lay on the table. Oh? Chu Yi smiled and said, Tuan Tuan, eat some fruit. Which one do you like? Thank you, sister. So cute. It was the first time Chu Yi saw such a cute baby, and she really wanted to touch it. After a moment, Chu Yi's expression changed again. What's so cute about him? He's just a little bastard. Tuanchuan picked the biggest strawberry for his father to eat. Daddy, eat big strawberry. Thank you, Tuanchuan. Yichen ate astrambi. It was so sweet that it went all the way to his heart. Then, Yi Chun finished revising the paper as quickly as possible. Chu Yi, the paper has been revised. I'm going to take Tuanchuan back first. Cheui fronet in confusion. The medicine hasn't taken effect yet. It's in almost 2 hours. In the end, Chu Yi could only watch Yi Chun leave. She was unwilling to give up. She was almost there, just a little bit, and Brother Yi Chun would be hers. Why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? After Yi Chun returned home, he felt feverish. What's going on? The weather today is not too hot. Yi Chun didn't care and continued to change the lyrics. Until the evening, Yi Chun's body was still hot. After Feng Li came back, he felt his body was even hotter. Feng Li noticed something unusual, walked quickly to Yi Chun, and gently pressed his forehead against his. Worried, he asked, Yi Chun, are you sick? Why are you so hot? Confused face, Chu Yi's great assist. 111 boys should protect themselves outside. Yichen looked up with a confused look on his face. I don't know, maybe I caught a cold today, but it's not cold today. He stayed at Uncle Chu's house for a while, drank a cup of tea, and did nothing after coming back. When Xiao Tuanshuan heard that his father had a cold, he walked with his short legs to the drawer to get the medicine, and quickly handed it to his father with a frown. Dad, take your medicine. The little kid rubbed his father's face and said he had a cold and needed to take medicine. His father would be fine after taking the medicine. Good boy, Daddy is fine. Yichen took the little baby down from his arms, fearing that his illness would be transmitted to Tuanshuan. Feng Li poured Yichen a cup of warm water, opened the medicine himself, took 2 capsules, and put them in his mouth. Have eaten? Yichen drank the water obediently and swallowed the medicine. Tuanshuan touched his father's face with a paw and said with a worried look, Dad, it's hot. It's okay, Tuanshuan. Daddy will be fine soon. Stay away from him for now. He might infect you with the disease. Tuan Tuan shook his head. I'm not afraid. Tuan Tuan is not afraid. Feng Li bent down and pressed his fair forehead against Yi Chen's forehead. The tips of their noses touched each other. Yi Chen felt itchy and couldn't help but touch it, which happened to touch Feng Li's lips. Soft and slippery. Yi Chen felt his body getting hotter, and he really wanted a kiss. I just took the medicine. Go lie down on the bed and rest. Good. Yi Chen stood up and returned to the room in a daze. He lay on Feng Li's bed, pulling at the buttons on his body and taking off his clothes. Tuanshuan raised his head and said to his mother, Dad, feels bad. Feng Li rubbed the baby's head and said, Your father is sick. You have to behave yourself today. Don't bother your father. Go play games. Xiao Tuanshuan doesn't want to play games, but continues to draw. She draws for her father, and her father will be happy. After a while, he went to peel oranges for his father, picked the biggest strawberry, and climbed up the stairs with his short legs. Dad! Yichen seemed to hear the baby's voice in a daze. He opened his eyes with difficulty. Tuanshuan, why are you here? Dad, eat some fruit. Then, a sweet orange was stuffed into Yi Chen's mouth, and his face was full of happiness. Thank you, Tuanshuan. You can go down and play first. Daddy, eat the big strawberry. After feeding his father and eating the fruit, Tuanshuan went downstairs and waited for his father obediently. Grandma, Yi said worriedly, Lily, Chun-Chun has caught a cold. Why don't we go to the hospital? Chun-Chun has a weak constitution. It's because he got caught in the rain when he was a child. Feng Li said, Don't worry, Grandma. I'll go see him. If his fever hasn't subsided, I'll take him to the hospital. Good. Feng Li went upstairs and opened the door. There was a bulge on the bed, and Yi Chen covered himself tightly. Yi Chen, are you still hot? Hot. He was so hot he was about to explode. I didn't feel this way when I had a cold or fever before. Why is it different this time? Feng Li lifted the quilt and saw the person inside was naked, with skin of an abnormal color. Feng Li noticed something was wrong with Yi Chen. This was not just an ordinary cold. Yi Chen, what did you eat when you went out today? Yi Chen shook his head. No, I didn't eat anything. I just drank a glass of water. Feng Li's eyes darkened. Water? Who gave it to you? It was Chu. She gave it to me. I see. Feng Li wiped the sweat off Yi Chen's head and lifted the quilt. Yi Chen, go take a cold shower now. Good. Yi Chen struggled to get up from the bed, his head dizzy. Feng Li helped him into the bathroom and turned on the water for him. Do you still need my help? Yi Chen's face turned even redder, and he immediately shook his head. No, I can do it myself. So embarrassing. Feng Li came out of the bathroom, and Yi Chen washed his face thoroughly with cold water. What's wrong with him? Why is it so strange? When I see Feng Li, I want to hug her, kiss her, and even push her down. Yi Chen patted his face to sober himself up. After showering for a full 20 minutes, the heat in my body subsided a little. Yi Chen simply put on his clothes and came out. Feng Li raised his head and asked, Is it okay? Well, I don't know what's going on. Yi Chen scratched his head and looked at Feng Li in confusion. Feng Li replied, Maybe there's something wrong with the glass of water Chu Yi gave you. Water? What's wrong with water? What on earth does Chu Yi want to do? Feng Li slowly approached and said in a deep voice, There might be medicine in it. Maybe they want you to stay. Let me stay. Chu Yi put medicine in the water. That kind of medicine. Yi Chen suddenly realized, and his body began to heat up again. Why hasn't the effect of this medicine worn off yet? Chu Yi actually drugged him. Fortunately, he left early. Otherwise, Chu Yi would have succeeded and his innocence would have been ruined. Go down to dinner. Grandma's worried about you. Feng Li took Yi Chen downstairs and reminded him, In the future, when you go to other people's homes, especially girls' homes, you can't eat casually. You must protect yourself when you are outside. Yichin nodded in agreement. I understand. I didn't expect Chu-yi to be so bold, and Uncle Chu is still next to her. Uncle Chu is a very good person, so he definitely doesn't know about this. It must be Chu-yi who acted on her own, but I treat her as my sister, and I don't like her. Feng turned around, his eyes darkening. If anything happens between you and her, whether you like her or not, you will be responsible. Yichin shook his head repeatedly. No, nothing will happen between me and her. He wants to remain a virgin for Feng Li. When Grandma Yi saw the two of them coming down, she asked anxiously, is Chun Chun still feeling unwell? Why don't you let Lily go to the hospital with you and have a good look? The hospital will be closed in the evening. Grandma, I'm fine. I had a little fever just now, but I'm fine now. Yichin still felt a little hot, but not as strong as before. It shouldn't be a big deal. Dad, Xiao Tuanshuan grabbed her father's fingers and said, Daddy, it hurts. Ichiju nyohue aksangurabu. Yichin picked up the little boy and held him high up. Tuanshuan, Daddy is fine. Daddy has recovered. Dad, it's not uncomfortable. The little baby kissed his father's face again, and his father no longer felt uncomfortable, and the baby was also very happy. Grandma Yi smiled and said, I'm glad you're okay. I'm relieved that you have Lily taking care of me. I'll be going back in a couple of days. I'm not feeling well staying here. I don't know if my cattle, sheep, pigs, hens, and rabbits have enough to eat. I'll ask your neighbor, Grandma Li, to help feed them for a few days. Yichin said, Grandma, don't you stay here for a few more days? I can't stay here anymore. Grandma's going back. You can go back and visit her when you have time. Yichin knew that he couldn't persuade his grandmother. What she liked most was the countryside environment, where she had many friends and they could talk together. Yi-chun, are you feeling uncomfortable? Chu-yi suddenly sent a message. Yi-chun gritted his teeth in anger. She actually had the nerve to ask, making him lose face in front of Feng Li, and her body is still hot. 112's wife smells so good. Chu-yi, I didn't expect you to drug me. I didn't do anything, Brother Yi-chun. I didn't do anything. Chu-yi ziplit guti. Could it be that the effect of the medicine has only just begun, and it has already been 8 or 9 hours? It turned out that her medicine was not expired. It was just too late. Chu-yi, I really misjudged you. Brother Yi-chun, don't be angry. I was wrong. It's not okay if I was wrong. I won't do this again. I just like you too much. Like me? If you like me, then drug me. I almost lost my innocence, but luckily I came back early. Aren't you okay, Brother Yi-chun? How did you solve it? Yi-chun was speechless. I took a 20-minute cold shower. The message was withdrawn just 1 second after it was sent. Yi-chun changed his words. Of course it was my girlfriend, my future wife, who helped me solve it. What? Chu-yi stomped her feet in anger. She had given Yi-chun's girlfriend the drug, but she didn't expect that it would end up being used by Yi-chun's girlfriend. Chu-yi was almost mad to death. That's 3 of them. Will Yi-chun's girlfriend be so comfortable? Who is your girlfriend? Is she as pretty as me? I'm a noble lady, so how can I not compare to her? My girlfriend can turn you into ashes in seconds. Chu-yi, I hope you can find a handsome boyfriend soon. Yi-chun put his phone in his pocket. Daddy, Tuanshuan's milky voice sounded as she picked up some food for her father. The baby didn't know how to use chopsticks, so he used a spoon to pick up food for his father and made a big bowl for Yi-chun. Yi-chun was so moved that he burst into tears. His daughter was indeed the most caring one, fearing that he would not have enough to eat. Thank you, my dear Tuanshuan. You are really Daddy's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Yi-chun kissed the baby's little face and continued eating. The feeling of heat in the body did not disappear, but was only temporarily suppressed. Yi-chun felt the temperature of his body gradually rising. Is it because the dosage is too much? After Yi-chun finished his meal, he took a shower and finally suppressed the heat. I listened to a few songs, looked for inspiration, and checked the group messages. Chinner, when will your company open? I'm graduating soon. Yi-chun replied, Soon. I'm still raising money. Once my album is released, maybe we'll have enough money and be able to start a company. Okay, Chinner, hurry up. My mom is going to beat me to death before I even start looking for a job. Me too, but I don't want to work for others. I only want to work for you. Chinner, you are my brother. You will definitely not cheat us. Yi-chun continued to reply, I will definitely register the company before you graduate. However, he didn't quite understand these things, so he still had to ask Feng Li. Yi-chun walked over to Feng Li and said, Feng Li, I want to register a company. Feng Li was watching the stock market and looked up and asked, "Want to register a small company? I can help you." Yi Chun touched the tip of his nose and said, "Well, thank you. How much money do you need? I'll give it to you when the time comes." Feng Li's eyes fell on Yi Chun. "No need, just consider my investment. I believe you won't let me lose money." "No, you'll make good money for Feng Li. It's great to have a big boss wife. You don't have to worry about anything." Yi Chun lay on the table and watched Feng Li typing. She was very serious when she worked. Feng Li turned around and asked, "What are you looking at?" Yi Chun was caught peeking and hesitantly explained, "Nothing, nothing, I'll go and get Tuanchuan to sleep first." Yi Chun carried Tuan Tuan upstairs. The little guy was still playing with building blocks when his father brought him up with 2 small building blocks in his hands, looking confused. "Tuanchuan, you can play with building blocks tomorrow. It's time for you to go to bed. Going to bed early and getting up early is the way to be a good child. Only in this way can you grow taller." Tuanchuan nodded obediently. Whatever Dad said is right. After coaxing Tuanchuan to sleep, Yi Chun lay on the bed, as usual. Feng Li sat in front of the mirror and applied body lotion. Her skin was already very smooth, and after applying the lotion, her whole body seemed to be glowing with water. The white thighs and slender waist made Yi Chun drool at every look. "It's so hot. Didn't I just take a shower? Why is it still so hot?" Yi Chun shifted his gaze and looked towards the ceiling. Feng Li finally finished applying the body lotion, and after taking care of her skin, she laid down next to Yi Chun. Her body exuded a faint fragrance, very light and very pleasant. "Go to sleep, good night." Feng Li closed her eyes facing Yi Chun, her soft body about to burst out, and her white thighs pressed against Yi Chun. "Good night." After saying that, Yi Chun tugged at the buttons of his pajamas and unbuttoned the upper body of his pajamas. Why is it still so hot? About half an hour later, Yi Chun felt like his body was about to explode. He gently touched Feng Li's face, her soft lips. The waist was so soft that it could not be grasped with one hand, so Yi Chun pinched it gently. Feng Li hadn't woken up yet, so Yi Chun became even bolder. He held her face with both hands and kissed her impatiently. Feng Li frowned slightly, showing signs of waking up, but unfortunately, Yi Chun could no longer see it. He hugged Feng Li and continued to kiss her, slowly moving downwards to her fair neck and heaving chest. Further down, flat belly, there was a hint of scarlet at the corners of Yi Chun's eyes, and his rationality gradually disappeared. He grabbed the woman's waist with his big hands and tore off her pajamas. The black suspender pajamas fell to the ground and were torn to pieces by the out-of-control Yi Chun. Feng Li finally opened his eyes, his dark pupils slightly narrowed. "Yi Chun, do you know what you are doing?" Yi Chun was confused for a moment. He shook his head and continued to pull off Feng Li's last piece of clothes. He didn't know what he was doing anymore. He just wanted to kiss her. Kiss her. Feng Li suddenly held Yi Chun's hand and asked, "Yi Chun, do you know who I am?" "She is Feng Li, his wife. His wife is so beautiful." Yi Chun hugged the woman's waist and continued to nibble on her like a big dog. "His wife is all his." Feng Li's eyes flickered slightly. She let go of Yi Chun's hand, held his face, and said, "Yes, I am Feng Li, your future wife, remember." Yi Chun nodded and kissed the person in his arms eagerly. She smelled so good, his wife smelled so good. The black underwear fell to the ground and was torn. It really seems like he is in a hurry. Feng Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi Chun usually looked very serious and a gentleman, so why was he so anxious at this time? "Yi Chun." Before Feng Li could say anything, Yi Chun turned him over and laid him down. "Delicious. Fragrant. More, please." "Sentreza Buria family." "Yi Chun, what are you doing?" Feng Li wanted to resist, but unfortunately, Yi Chun was too strong. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes flashed with water, and her black butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly. "Yi Chun, wife, you're so beautiful." Yi Chun was fascinated by the sight. He pinched Feng Li's pointed chin and kissed her fiercely. "So beautiful. Why is his wife so beautiful? She must be the most beautiful woman in the world." Feng Li was suppressed and couldn't make any sound. His breath was completely taken away by Yi Chun, and his hand repressed on his head. Where does this guy get so much strength? He seems to be a well-behaved person usually, but is he so bad in private? After a while, Yi Chun reluctantly let go of Feng Li's chin and kissed her swan neck again. Her back was smooth and delicate, with flowing lines as smooth and delicate as milk. Yichen's eyes turned red when he saw this, and he tightly grasped Feng Li's soft waist with his big hands. Feng Li's brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of red appeared at the corners of her usually cold eyes. Yichen? Yichen lost all his rationality when he heard this. My wife calls his name. It sounds so nice. It seems to be raining outside. The strong wind and rain hit the window, making a loud noise, and even the table shook. The crackling sound of thunder filled the night sky. Yichen lowered his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes dark, and he grabbed Feng Li's two slender arms tightly. Feng Li lay powerlessly on the pillow, letting Yichen do whatever he wanted. The heavy rain outside has been going on all night and hasn't stopped yet. It was bright daylight. The two people in the room did not move for a long time. The little boy had been waiting for his father for a long time. He lay on his back, sucking his fingers and peeling the lollipop on the bedside. Why hasn't Dad come yet? What is Dad doing? The little kid got up from the bed with a frown on his face, crawled to the floor in his pajamas, put on two little slippers, and ran out with his short legs. A humming sound was heard, and the little kid lay on the corridor looking around, his big black eyes full of confusion. Where are Mom and Dad? Feng Yin had just gotten up and was about to have breakfast when Tuanshuan grabbed her hand. The little guy asked in a baby voice, Annie, Mom and Dad are missing. Your parents are missing. Are they still awake? Could it be? Feng Yin smiled wickedly and picked Tuan up. Maybe your parents are going to make a brother or sister for you. Don't disturb them. I will take you to change your clothes. Don't want. Tuanshuan shook his head and wanted to go downstairs to find his father. Good boy. Don't disturb your parents' good time. Your aunt will take you to dinner today, along with your great-grandmother. Grandma Yi smiled and took Tuanshuan into her arms. Tuanshuan, let me take you to dinner, okay? Shunshin has made great progress and hasn't gotten up yet. Then, the little baby was held by his grandmother to eat, but the baby still wanted to find his father. At this moment, Yi-chan was sleeping soundly. He held his wife in his arms with his big hands, rubbed her chest, and buried his whole face in them. Smells so good, wife. He had a dream in which he did something bad. He bullied Feng Li until she cried. In his dream, Feng Li was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. He really liked her. Yichen hugged his soft wife in his arms and kissed her again. No, why does it feel so human? Shouldn't he be hugging a blanket? Yichen suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him almost made his nose bleed. Feng Li was naked, lying beside him, and his hands were on Feng Li's waist, with his face buried in her arms. Yichen looked at the softball, so close to him, and swallowed. He made the 5 fingerprints above. No way. So what did he do last night? Why didn't he have any recollection of it? There were all kinds of marks on Feng Li's fair skin, and there was almost no intact place, which was horrifying to look at. Did he really make it? I want to give myself a big slap in the face. Bah, beast. He actually turned the cold and beautiful lady into this state. Yichen pinched his thigh hard. It hurt so much. It really hurt. So, he really slept with Feng Li last night? Are all the marks on it left by him? Yichen touched the tip of his nose, then put on his pants as quickly as possible and ran away. He was afraid that Feng Li would get up and kill him. After Yichen came out, Feng Yin stood at the door and asked, Yichen, what happened last night? Yichen shook his head repeatedly with a guilty conscience. No, nothing. I didn't do anything. I didn't bully Feng Li. Really, Feng Yin, believe me, I really didn't do anything. Feng Yin sneered. Really? You look guilty. Plus, my sister didn't get up today. She had a morning meeting at the company. Even if she was sick or had a cold, she would get up to attend the morning meeting, but she was absent today. Maybe Feng Li slept too late yesterday. Yes, she was applying a facial mask and slept very late yesterday. Yichen explained hesitantly, don't think too much. Yichen took a step forward and was about to run, but Feng Yin grabbed him by the back of his collar. Yichen, tell me the truth. Did you bully my sister? After bullying her, you still want to deny it? Where do you want to run away? I was wrong, but I really didn't know what happened yesterday. Yichen lowered his head and admitted his mistake humbly. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to my sister. Feng Yin brought the person to the room, which was a mess. Feng Li and Yichen's clothes were lying on the floor, intertwined. Feng Li was lying on the bed, with the quilt covering most of his body, revealing one white arm covered with kiss marks. It was the first time Feng Yin saw her sister in such a miserable state. She frowned and asked, Yichen, did you do this? It's me, but I really don't remember. I don't know what happened yesterday. Okay, I was wrong. Yichen continued to admit his mistakes. If Feng Li wakes up, She can kill me or rob me as she pleases. After all, he really did something wrong. You've already made my sister like this. Don't you want to take responsibility? You're already 22 years old and can get a marriage certificate. Hurry up and get one for me. Yichin suddenly raised his head, his pupils widening in shock. Get the certificate now. He's not ready yet. Feng Yin said coldly. Yichun, don't you want to take responsibility? No, it's just a little too sudden. I'm not ready yet. He still hasn't remembered what happened last night. He really goes too far. Feng Li was bullied so badly that he couldn't get out of bed. Feng Yin was furious and grabbed Yi Chen's collar. So you just don't want to take responsibility and don't want to get married with my sister. Feng Yin, don't force him. Feng Li slowly opened his eyes and his voice was weak. 114 Yi Chen was spoiled by her sister. Vingli, Ivreavik. Yi Chen stood by the bed with his head down, looking like a poor little guy who had done something wrong. Feng Yin stomped her feet in anger. It was clearly his doing, yet he was pretending to be innocent. Yi Chen was spoiled by her sister. Feng Yin said angrily, Sister, Yi Chen did this, and he doesn't even want to take responsibility. Yi Chen said, I can take responsibility. Feng Li, you can't hit me. Feng Li raised her eyelids. The charm at the corners of her eyes had not yet faded, and Yi Chen felt dry in the mouth again. Yi Chen, come here. Yi Chen obediently stretched his head forward, ready to be beaten. Feng Li raised his slender arm and gently tidied up the messy hair on Yi Chen's forehead with his fingers. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Ah! Yi Chen was confused, then shook his head in confusion, not uncomfortable. How could he feel uncomfortable? He felt refreshed and had never felt so good before. Sister, why do you still care about him? He's not feeling well at all. I think he's fine and in high spirits. Feng Yin crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Yi Chen's face was filled with guilt. Feng Li, how are you? I'm sorry, I don't know what happened last night. It's okay. I have a morning meeting this morning. What time is it now? Feng Li forced himself to sit up, and Yi Chen immediately hugged him and said, It's already past 11 o'clock. Aren't you too late for the meeting? Well, it's too late. Family nudda. Yi Chen felt even more guilty, scratching his head, at a loss. Feng Li, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Otherwise, you should just beat me up. If Feng Li beat him up, he might feel better. Why did you hit me? Feng Li raised his hand and pinched Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen lowered his eyes and muttered softly, Because I did something wrong. What did you do wrong? I was willing to do it last night. You didn't force me. A cold voice sounded, and Yi Chen suddenly raised his head with a look of disbelief on his face. Feng Li said she did it voluntarily? You must have heard correctly just now. You really don't blame me? Feng Li frowned slightly. It's not strange, it just hurts a little. Yi Chen said anxiously, Where does it hurt? I'll apply some medicine on you. The medicine I bought last time is not finished yet. Okowo. Feng Li smiled, held Yi Chen's face with his white fingers, and kissed him. How can it be so cute? Yi Chen was stunned by the kiss and sat there for a long time without coming to his senses. Feng Li kissed him again just now. Why did she kiss him? Feng Yin twitched her lips, looking speechless. So, I'm just part of your play, right? I'm leaving now. Feng Yin left the room angrily and closed the door behind them. Her worries were unnecessary. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. Her noble and aloof sister has been completely bewitched by Yi Chen. Alas, her sister used to be indifferent to men and treated men like dirt, but now she has fallen for a male college student. I wish I could give my life to him. It's really unpredictable. Her sister has become a love-brained person. Dad, Tuan Tuan was looking for his father when Feng Yin picked him up again. Tuan Tuan, your parents have something important to do. Looking for Dad. Tuan Chuan pointed at his parents' room and insisted on going to find his father. Tuan Chuan, be good. Let me take you to play with building blocks first, okay? Build a big house for Daddy. He will be very happy to see it. Okay. Tuan Tuan was indeed fooled by his aunt, and he lay on the ground to stack blocks again, while Grandma, Yi watched from the side. In the room, Yi Chen applied medicine to Feng Li very carefully, fearing that he would hurt him. Feng Li was lying on the bed. His fair and smooth skin was covered with dense red marks, even on his thighs. Yi Chen cursed himself in his heart. Are you a beast? How could you do this to your wife? Feng Li, does it hurt? I'll be gentler. The warm fingertips slowly moved across his chest. Yi Chen's ears were red and bleeding, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. Is it because I took 3 pills yesterday, and the effect won't take effect until the evening? So, why don't you let me take a cold shower? Feng Li turned around, his voice slightly hoarse. Taking a cold bath will make you catch a cold. You have a weak constitution. What will you do if you catch a cold? E. I'm fine. I'm in good health. He is going to participate in the ancient martial arts taekwondo. He didn't seem that bad last night. Looking at Feng Li's appearance, he should still be quite strong. Taking too many cold showers is harmful to your body. I did it voluntarily. You didn't force me. Feng Li raised his eyes and stared straight at Yi-chun. It's okay if you don't want to get the marriage certificate now. I can wait. Yi-chun answered decisively. No, I-do. I'm willing to get married with you. I am a responsible man. I will treat you well in the future. Although it was Feng Li who always took care of him. A smile appeared at the corner of Feng Li's cold eyes. Are you willing? Are you really willing? Or are you willing because of what you did? Yi-chun was firm. I agree. My household registration is with my grandmother, not the Yi family. They didn't transfer it to me when they transferred my household registration. I'll go home and get my household registration book. Then I can get married with you. However, I don't have a house, a car, or a company right now. Feng Li comforted him softly. You are just a recent college graduate. You will have it in the future. Really? My new album is about to be released, and I'll have enough money to support you in the future. Although, you might not really care about my little money. Yi-chun scratched his head in embarrassment. This little money of his might mean nothing to Feng Li. Then I'll wait for you. Good. After applying the medicine, Feng Li changed his clothes with the help of Yi-chun. She was wearing a black dress with a black windbreaker on the outside, high heels, and black stockings on her slender legs, except for some kiss marks on her neck. Feng Li, are you still going to the company this afternoon? Why don't you just rest at home and go tomorrow? Feng Li fixed her hair in front of the mirror and said, It's okay. I'll just go to the company this afternoon and come back. Her current condition is indeed not suitable for work. There was a dull pain in my body, and it hurt to walk. Feng Li and Yi-chun went downstairs together. Grandma Yi smiled and said, Lily, Xiaoyan has asked someone to prepare lunch. Let's eat lunch quickly. Okay, Grandma. Then, Grandma Yi called Yi-chun to her side again and asked in a low voice, Chun-chun, how was it last night? Yi-chun was a little embarrassed. Grandma, could you please stop asking? He also forgot. Such an important first time, his first time with Feng Yin, he couldn't remember the details at all. By the way, if he didn't take any measures, would Feng Li get pregnant? 115 kneeling for too long, leg pain. Thinking of this, Yi-chun looked at Feng Li's belly. There can't really be one inside, right? He doesn't want a baby yet. After all, he already has Tuanchuan. The little girl hugged her father's legs and said, Daddy. Yi-chun picked up the little guy and said, Good boy. Did you eat breakfast well today? Who put your clothes on you? Auntie, you are bad. The little kid lay in his father's arms and complained to his father in a wrong tone. Her aunt doesn't let her look for her father? Feng Yin squatted on the ground silently, drawing circles. Feng Tuanchuan was such an ungrateful person. Such an ungrateful person. Annie dressed you. How could she be mean? Annie treats you very well. Tuanchuan, you can't say that anymore. Andy will be sad. Look, Auntie is sad and ignores you. Yi-chun pinched the little girl's chubby face and patiently educated the little guy. Tuanchuan nodded, climbed down from his father's arms, ran to his aunt, and said in a baby voice, Aunt, you are the best. Oh? Feng Yin took Tuantuan's hand away and said, Don't touch me. You just said I was bad, and now you say I'm good. I don't believe you. Tuanchuan leaned over and kissed his aunt on the face, then continued to act coquettishly and cutely. Auntie? Feng Yin couldn't resist Xiao Tuanchuan's coquettishness, so she surrendered immediately and hugged Tuanchuan tightly and couldn't let go. Yi-chun was being attentive to Feng Li, holding chopsticks for her and picking up food for her. His series of movements were very smooth. Grandma Yi saw the mark on Feng Li's neck and smiled kindly. Li, eat more. Their Chun-chun has really made it big. He used to blush when talking to girls and thought he would never find a wife in his life. Unexpectedly, he found such a beautiful and rich wife. Feng Li, eat more. This will nourish your body. Yi-chun put a large bowl of vegetables and peeled shrimp in Feng Li's bowl. She said helplessly, Yi-chun, you eat too. Eat. You must be hungry. Eat more today. Yi-chun didn't know how to take care of his wife, so he could only pick up some food for her. Feng Li was too thin, so he wanted to fatten her up. Little Tuanchuan looked at his empty bowl again, pouted, and grabbed his father's arm with his little hand. Daddy, Tuanchuan, eat. Yi-chun then noticed that there was no food in his little baby's bowl, so he quickly peeled a hairy crab for Tuanchuan and fed it to the baby. Good baby, eat. Tuanchuan was finally happy and accidentally bit his father's hand while eating shrimp. She didn't mean to do that. The shrimps her father peeled were just so delicious. Yichun continued to peel shrimps for the mother and daughter. Although he was busy, he was also very happy. After dinner, Yichun secretly approached Feng Li and pointed at her belly with one finger. Feng Li, last night. Will you get pregnant? Feng Li turned her head. Her face was still breathtakingly beautiful, and her cold eyes stared straight at Yichun. Yichun felt guilty. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what happened to me. Don't worry. I will be responsible after we have the baby. Although he has never had a girlfriend, I heard that the chances of this happening are still too high. What if she gets pregnant? Feng Li raised his eyes and asked, do you want it? No, I already have Tuanshuan. In my eyes, Tuanshuan is my biological daughter. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any. Feng Li got into the luxury car, wearing high heels, and sat in the back seat. Yichun was worried, so he followed her and sat next to her. Feng Li, I'll go with you. It's not convenient for you to walk. Feng Li didn't refuse. She stretched out one of her long and slender legs to cross Yichun's legs. Her voice was full of seduction. I knelt for too long yesterday. It hurts a little. Please give me a massage. Kneel? He did something excessive. He really didn't mean to make such a cold and beautiful woman kneel down. Most importantly, he didn't even remember it. Regret and remorse. Yichun Genti pinchit feng liskunis. Her legs were very long and slender, wrapped in black stockings. Yichun's fingers slowly moved upwards. Yichun immediately withdrew his hand and continued to massage her legs obediently. Don't let his wife look so good. You can't blame him. A smile flickered in the corners of Feng Li's cold eyes, and his fingers touched Yichun's chest. What do you want to do? We're still in the car. I'll give it to you when we get home. No, I'm not. Yichun denied immediately. He just wanted to touch. No, he wanted a kiss. Then Yichun did just that. He pushed Feng Li against the backrest, hugged her soft waist, and kissed her lips forcefully and fiercely. The driver in front did not look away and continued driving. Feng Li's voice was intermittent. Yichun, don't leave any traces. We're almost at the company. Yichun used less strength and kissed the corner of Feng Li's lips gently, very gently. You are mine. Feng Li nodded and said, well, shall we go get the certificate tomorrow? Good. He needs to marry his wife quickly. Feng Li is so outstanding. What if she is snatched away by another man? After getting off the car, Feng Li and Yichun entered the company together. Ms. Feng came with her boyfriend, who is quite handsome. Who wouldn't be confused by such a young and handsome guy? I'm confused too. Isn't he much more handsome than the handsome guys on TV? So handsome, he's a perfect match for President Feng. I heard that Miss Tuanshuan is his biological daughter. Then he and Mr. Feng have been together for a long time. Everyone around was stunned. Yichun looked no more than 20 years old, yet his daughter was already 3 years old. Can you believe it? Yichun helped Feng Li get on the elevator and open the office door. Inside sat a young man in a suit and tie with a handsome face. He stood up and said gently, Boss Feng. Feng Li frowned slightly. It's you, Yichi? Yichi smiled and said, I didn't expect that Mr. Feng still remembered me. It's my honor. Feng Li said coldly. What are you doing here? I'm free recently and want to have dinner with Mr. Feng. I wonder when Mr. Feng will be free. Feng Li hugged Yichun's arm and said in a cold voice, I'm busy. Please go back. Only then did Yichi notice Yichun, who was just as handsome as him, and even more handsome than him. But so what? After all, he is just an ordinary person without a family background, which cannot be compared with his noble background. Yichun, Mr. Feng's lover. Feng Li introduced him solemnly. He is my fiancé. Yijisukofud, fianja. How can an ordinary person be worthy of such an outstanding person like President Feng? Feng Li curled the corners of his lips coldly. I like him, even if he is just an ordinary person. As for you, a fake young master of the Yi family, are you sure you are worthy of me? Yichi's expression changed instantly. He was a child adopted by the Yi family in order to make up for the pain of Mrs. Ye's death. He was somewhat similar to the real eldest master of the Yi family. 116 being kissed by Feng Li, the whole person became stunned. But so what? The real eldest master of the Yi family is missing. Maybe he's been dead for more than 10 years. Everything in the Yi family belongs to him. Yichi said calmly. Boss Feng is right. I'm the adopted young master of the Yi family. So naturally, I cannot be compared with the real young master of the Yi family. Is this Yi Chun the one that President Feng recommended to participate in the ancient martial arts competition? Yi Chi looked at the man in front of him with contempt and continued. Boss Feng has made a mistake this time. He has a weak constitution and might have been eliminated in the preliminary round and not been able to get in. Yi Chen lifted his long legs and slowly approached. He was taller than Yi Chi. Yi Chi actually felt a sense of oppression. An ordinary person actually gave him a sense of oppression, even though he was a genius from an ancient martial arts family. Yi Chen smiled calmly. Really? Young Master Yi, do you want to compete with me? You want to compete with me, are you sure? Yi Chi looked like he had heard a joke, with contempt written all over his face. This kind of person can be defeated with just one finger, let alone a fist. Yi Chi nodded and said, okay. Yi Chi looked at Feng Li. Boss Feng, your fiancé insists on competing with me, and I can't help it. Look, can. Feng Li sat leisurely on the sofa, not worried at all. Yi Chi sneered, then don't blame me for being rude. Yi Chen, you make the first move, and I'll let you three. Yi Chen raised his hand very quickly. Before Yi Chi could react, he was stopped by Yi Chun and fell to the ground in embarrassment. His pupils widened in disbelief. How was it possible? You, how can you be so fast? You are just an ordinary person. Yi Chun withdrew his hand and looked down at Yi Chi lying on the ground. Maybe I'm not an ordinary person. He didn't know why he was so fast. Maybe he had learned it before. He remembered that there was an old man who was always hanging around in front of him and learning various moves from him. He forgot what the old man looked like. He only remembered those moves. Impossible. You are not from an ancient martial arts family. You can't possibly have such a move. I was careless just now. Next time we meet, I won't hold back. Yi Chi stood up in a panic like a clown. He had vowed to defeat him, but in the end, he was slapped in the face. I have never been so embarrassed in my life, especially in front of Feng Li. Goodbye, Master Yi. Don't fall down like you did just now. Yi Chen was making sarcastic remarks behind him, and Yi Chi's face turned ashen, with a cold light flashing in his dark eyes. Yi Chen, that's great. He remembered it and waited for death. Feng Li sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, smiling indulgently. The young master of the Yi family was pissed off by you. Yi Chan snorted coldly. Who told him to hit on my wife? Feng Li asked again. But Yi Chi is a genius in ancient martial arts. How did you defeat him just now? Yi Chen sat next to Feng Li, hugged her soft waist, and pressed his face against hers like a big dog. Have no idea. He was angry at that time. Yi Chi actually wanted to steal his wife. Of course, he couldn't tolerate it. Feng Li could only be his. Then he burst out at a very fast speed in anger. Feng Li Ganti Kisit, Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen shuddered all over, as if he had been electrocuted. His body felt numb, light, and unreal. I'm going to a meeting and will be home soon. You wait here for me. Yi Chen nodded blankly. Okay. Feng Li said helplessly. How can I go to the meeting if you hold me? Yi Chen let go of his hand in a daze and was kissed by Feng Li, and he became dazed. Feng Li chuckled and patted Yi Chen's face. Are you stupid? Yi Chen shook his head. He felt as if his whole body was electrocuted. Feng Li stood up and left the office. His expression changed instantly, but his cold aura remained unchanged. The senior executives were all worried, fearing that their president would call them out. After Feng Li left, Yi Chen rolled around on the sofa. Did Feng Li just kiss him on the cheek? Oh, so happy. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Being happy for a long time after being kissed is useless. Yi Chen sat up and sent a message in the group. Brothers, I'm in love. What? Chinner, you're in love. Who are you dating? It can't be the goddess Song Wanting, right? My heart is breaking. She's my goddess. Chinner is no longer single, but we are still single. When will goddess sign us girlfriends? Chinner, is this really Song Wanting? She's our school's goddess. I didn't expect you to get her. Yi Chen replied. No, Song Wanting and I are just ordinary classmates. My girlfriend is not from our school. What? No. It made me worried for a long time. Hu Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen, no. She is very rich, and you have met her. Very rich? We've met before? Could be our mentor? Yi Chen collapsed. No, that's my mentor. How could I possibly be in a relationship with my mentor? That's not impossible, Chinner. That beautiful teacher is really nice to you. Maybe she likes you. Yi Chen, don't make wild guesses. I've already told you, he's not from our school. Donkey Brother suddenly said, he's very rich. We've met him before. It's just one person, the CEO of Phone Group. How is that possible? Mr. Feng is not someone that ordinary people can meet. Chinner, You're making fun of us again. I don't want to play with you anymore. Goodbye. Then, no one paid any attention to Yi-chan. Yi-chan Sigit. No one believed that Feng Li was his girlfriend. Even if he told others, no one would believe it. If he told his roommates that he slept with Feng Li yesterday, they would definitely say he was dreaming or that he was crazy. I'd better not say it. Feng Li came back from the meeting, her face a little pale. Yi-chan immediately helped her to the sofa and massaged her shoulders and arms considerately. Feng Li, what's wrong with you? Where does it hurt? Feng Li pointed to his chest and said, It hurts a little here. Pain. Maybe he used too much force last night. There were still 5 finger marks this morning. The top part was swollen, and it was very swollen. It made him feel distressed when he saw it. Yi-chan touched the tip of his nose and said, I'm sorry, Feng Li. I will be more careful next time. He will be careful in the future and will not let Feng Li get hurt. He feels bad that his wife is hurt. He is a good man who loves his wife. I don't blame you. Come here and massage my waist. It hurts. Good. Feng Li took off her coat and lay on the sofa. Her figure was curvy and well-proportioned. Yi-chan's throat tightened when he saw her. He grasped her slender waist with both hands. Oh, feeling sorry for your wife. You will definitely forget about it next time. 117 Feng Li. You're my husband. Do you still need a salary? Feng Li turned around and asked, Yi-chan, what are you doing? Of course I'm going to give you a waist massage. Yi-chan's fingers wandered around Feng Li's slender waist, touching her up and down in an irregular manner. He accidentally touched the soft part on her chest and immediately withdrew his hand. Feng Li raised his eyebrows. Yi-chan, are you sure you were massaging my waist? Yi-chan nodded. Yes, you must have been tired yesterday. Let me massage your legs again. Yi-chan continued to massage his wife's legs attentively. His cold and beautiful wife lay there and let him touch. No, massage. This feeling is so good. Feng Li grabbed Yi-chan's hand and said helplessly, You're still in the office. Behave yourself, and we'll talk when we get home. Yi-chan looked innocent. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to massage your legs. Feng Li sat up, half knelt beside Yi-chan, lifted his chin, and kissed him gently. Really? If you keep touching me like this, I'm not sure I can hold back any longer. Yi-chan felt a tingling sensation at the corners of his lips and swallowed hard. You. What do you want to do? This is an office. What do you think? Feng Li spoke in a low voice, and his jade-white fingers gently stroked Yi-chan's chest. The meaning is so obvious. Yi-chan shook his head righteously. No, your body hasn't recovered yet. Wait until your body recovers, and then I will apply some medicine to you at night, especially here. Pointing at Feng Li's chest, Yi-chan's face turned red. He is a pure and innocent male college student. Feng Li gently kissed the corner of Yi-chan's lips, his voice soft. Okay, everything you said is fine. I was kissed again. He is a grown man, but he is kissed by his wife every day. Is this reasonable? Then Yi-chan directly counterattacked, pushed Feng Li onto the sofa, and kissed him fiercely. From the corner of her lips to her neck, he tore open her clothes at the collar, revealing her snow-white chest, and slowly kissed her downwards. His hands were not idle either, wandering over her white back. Yi-chan's potential has been fully stimulated. With his big hands, he lifted up Feng Li's black short skirt, ripped off half of her black silk stockings, and even took off one of her high heels. Feng Li closed her eyes, breathing heavily through her red lips, and her fair arms were wrapped around Yi-chan's neck. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Feng, the documents you requested have been sorted. You have a meeting soon. Yi-chan was startled and immediately let go of Feng Li. He considerately tidied her clothes and put on her black stockings, tidied Feng Li's hair with his fingers, and wiped the lipstick off her lips with a tissue. After completing a series of actions, Yi-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why does it feel like his affair has been discovered? This is obviously his future wife. Feng Li leaned on the sofa, with redness at the corners of her eyes and a bit of coquettishness. When Yi-chan thought about how he had made her like this, his passion surged, and he wanted to press her down. Feng Li, someone's here to deliver some documents to you. Feng Li sat up again and said, Come in. After Assistant Liu came in, Feng Li had already returned to his cold demeanor and said calmly, Put the things on the table. I'll go to the meeting later. Assistant Liu didn't seem to notice anything unusual and said respectfully, Yes, Mr. Feng, if you have any questions about this document, I'll go and revise it. I'll be leaving now and will come back to get the document later. Yi-chan stood beside Feng Li with a guilty conscience. The door was closed again, and Yichin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the sofa and hugged Feng Li's waist. Why would he come at this time? You seem very busy. I won't disturb you. Just work. Feng Li looked at the hand on his waist, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Are you sure you want me to work? Yeah, I'll just hug you. Yichin held the woman's waist with both hands and lay on her arms. Feng Li did not stop Yichun. He seems to have become very clingy since last night. Feng Li turned on the computer. The table and data chart were filled with dense fonts. Yicheng Yanchit Hertipink Kuitli. Feng Li, I think I can understand this data. Why don't you go to bed and I'll help you? You must not have slept well last night. There are data charts and various reports. You don't know what the project is. You tell me, and I'll know. Feng Li patiently explained the project to Yi Chun, including various precautions, investment funds, etc., and Yi Chun understood in one go. Understand. Feng Li, you take a rest. I'll help you correct it. Feng Li asked doubtfully, Do you understand? Yi Chun started to operate the computer, and all the data were correct? Feng Li was stunned for a moment. You understood it after listening to it once? Of course, I didn't lie to you. Go and rest. I'll help you. Yi Chun continued to operate, and Feng Li watched from the side. He was not afraid that he would make a mistake. The worst that could happen was a loss of a few billion. However, why is Yi Chun so talented and a genius in martial arts? So, what kind of magical husband did she find? Yi Chun was looking at the data chart carefully for comparison when Feng Li kissed him again. Yi Chun scratched his head shyly. Why did Feng Li kiss him again? Although he quite likes it. It's okay to kiss a few more times. With Yi Chun's help, all the data was processed quickly. Feng Li came back from the meeting, and the two left the office together. Before leaving, Feng Li thoughtfully straightened Yi Chun's collar and said with a smile, If you didn't like songwriting, I would definitely hire you to be my secretary. Yi Chun smiled and asked, Boss Feng wants me to be his secretary. How much do you pay me per month? Feng Li gently hugged Yi Chun's neck with his arms. Tell me, but you are my husband. Do you still want money? Yi Chun put his big hand around the woman's waist and whispered in her ear, I'm President Feng's husband. Of course I don't need money. But I might need something else. Yi Chun looked at the woman beside him with ill intentions and directly blocked her lips and kissed her for a full 3 minutes. Yi Chun retracted his tongue, a smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Boss Feng, give me this, and I will be willing to help you. You can ask me to do anything, even to die. Feng Li raised her eyebrows. Yi Chun was becoming more and more bold. He didn't even dare to touch her before, but now he dared to hug her and even kiss her. Feng Li panted slightly and raised the corners of his eyes. Okay, I'll give it to you. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Yi Chun's lips. 118 Yi Chun, who is your wife? Stop yelling. After a long time, the two people walked out of the office with red and swollen lips, and the employees around them looked at them. This is too exciting. President Feng actually brought her boyfriend to the office to do that. What do you know? The office is where the excitement comes from. Look at President Feng. He usually looks aloof and noble, but I never thought he would. Keep your voice down. It's because President Feng's boyfriend is so handsome. Even President Feng wouldn't be able to bear such a handsome boyfriend. That handsome guy is really handsome and has a good figure. He has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, which is very good. Boss Feng is so lucky. Yi Chen's ears turned red again as he listened to the conversation around him. He didn't do anything, he just kissed. What's going on in these people's heads? Feng Li held Yi Chen's arm and left the company. The two of them walking together looked like a couple in love, both talented and beautiful, a perfect match. Even passers-by couldn't help but want to take another look at them. After getting in the car, Feng Li suddenly asked, Are you going home tonight? Yi Chen looked innocent. If not home, where else can I go? Feng Li lifted Yi Chen's collar and said meaningfully, The presidential suite on the top floor of the Tianqing Hotel is my exclusive room. How about we go there? Yi Chen could vaguely sense the meaning of Feng Li's words and was about to nod in agreement when his cell phone rang. Note, the cutest baby girl. When the call was connected, a fair and tender little face appeared on the screen, with big black eyes like grapes and delicate and small facial features. Just one look at it can melt people's hearts. Dad. Tuanchuan was so happy when he finally saw his father that a smile appeared on his rosy face. Dad, come home. The baby talks to his father in a baby voice, wanting his father to come home. Tuanchuan baby, Daddy will be back soon. He's in the car now. Please wait for Daddy for 10 minutes, okay? Okay, wait for Daddy to eat. The baby's milky voice sounded again. Well, Mom and Dad will be back soon. Goodbye to Anchuan. After hanging up the phone, Yi-chan turned to look at Feng Li. Tuan Tuan is still waiting for us to eat at home. Feng Li, why don't we go to the hotel another day? Although, he also felt quite regretful. The old house of the Yi family. Mrs. Yi sat on the sofa, holding a photo of a 3-year-old boy in her hand, her eyes moist. Linlin, where on earth had her Linlin gone? She was less than 5 years old when she went missing. Mom, you're thinking about your brother again. He may be doing well now. Don't worry. The second sister walked to Mrs. Yi and comforted her. How could he possibly live well without his biological parents? I know you're worried about Linlin too, and you bring people to look for him every day. The second sister whispered, Mom, there's still no news. There's no news from the eldest sister either. She's gone crazy looking for her. Alas, maybe Linlin and I are not destined to be mother and son. I'm sorry for him. Mrs. Yi sobbed softly. Mom, we can still find him. My dad has been trying hard to find my brother over the years. Don't worry, we will definitely find him. He must be somewhere in this world, waiting for us to find him. Madame Yi held the photo and nodded. Xiaowan, you are right. We will definitely find Linlin. I can't give up yet. Footsteps were heard, and Yichi walked into the living room with a gloomy face. Mom, I want to see Feng Li today, but she actually disagreed with the marriage with the Yi family. Moreover, Feng Li already has a fiancé, an ordinary person, the lowly man you saw last time. Madame Yi said with an unhappy expression. Yi Chi, how can you say that about others? Ordinary people are not lowly people. You can't be superior to others just because you are the young master of the Yi family. Yi Chi immediately walked over to Madame Yi and apologized. Mom, I was just too angry, that's why I said that. Please don't be angry. Madame Ye's expression softened a bit, and she asked again, Have you met Yi Chen? Is he Feng Li's fiancé? She remembered that Yi Chan was a good-looking child, and she liked him very much. Yi Chi said dismissively, Yes, I don't know why Feng Li was so fascinated by Yi Chan that she wanted to marry him. He is just an ordinary person, without any power or influence, except for that face. Madame Yi said calmly, In that case, Yi Chi, you should look for someone else. Feng Li already has a fiancé and cannot marry into the Yi family. Yi Chi frowned. Mom, you want me to give up Feng Li? Only by marrying Feng Li and relying on Feng Li's power can he turn over and become the head of the Yi family. Otherwise, he will always be an adopted son who cannot stand on the stage. Madame Yi nodded and said, Well, Feng Li already has a fiancé. You can't ruin someone's relationship. You can choose someone from the Su family, the Gu family, or the Fu family for marriage. Yi Chi was furious. Mom, I want to seal Li. He doesn't want anyone else except Feng Li, and no one is worthy of him. Yi Chi, but Feng Li already has a fiancé. What are you going to do? Are you going to destroy his relationship? What did your mother teach you? Seeing that Madame Yi was about to get angry, Yi Chi immediately gave in and said, Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Don't worry. I won't ruin other people's feelings. Madame Yi looked relieved. Mom knew it. Yi Chi is a good boy. I think the eldest daughter of the Gu family is good and worthy of you. Okay, Mom, whatever you say is fine. I'll marry whoever you want me to marry. Yi Chi agreed with a smile, lowered his eyes, and saw the photo in Mrs. Ye's hand. His face instantly became gloomy. As expected, she still had to find her biological child. He was just an adopted son and a substitute for Yilin. Yi Chi clenched his fists, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. Only by getting Feng Li can he turn things around, and anyone who stands in his way must die. Yi Chen Feng Li's fianja. If he died, wouldn't Feng Li be left without a fiancé? A cold arc appeared at the corner of Yi Chi's mouth. As soon as Yi Chen got home, Xiao Tuanchuan was already waiting for her father in a pretty little dress. Dad, dear baby, Daddy is back. Yi Chen picked up the little kid and said, You're such a clingy little thing. You can't stand it even if Daddy goes out for a while. Daddy, I want Daddy. Little Dumpling hugged her father's neck tightly. She finally had a father, and she wanted to stick to him so that he would not leave her. Feng Li pinched Tuanchuan's face and said, You ruined Mom's good deeds. What do you think we should do? Little Tuanchuan looked up with a silly look on his face, not knowing what his mother was saying. Feng Li took off his coat and sat on the sofa. Yi Chun put Xiao Tuanchuan down and quickly went to coax and kiss his wife, holding Feng Li's soft hand. Feng Li, I'll accompany you to the hotel tomorrow. You can do whatever you want. I'll be with you. Feng Li's heart was moved, and he said proudly, You said it. Don't regret it later. Yichin shook his head. No regrets. My wife is not angry anymore. Fengli was caught off guard by these two words. Who said you were my wife? Don't yell at me. Actually, I am very happy. Chinner finally made it. Quick, throw her down. 119, he feels sorry for his wife. Of course it's you. I'm not angry anymore. Yichin held Feng Li's hand, interlocking their fingers. The two were talking sweetly and expressing their love for each other when suddenly, a little head popped out. Little Tuanshuan clung to his father's arm with his two little paws and laid his little head on his father's arm, calling out in a baby voice, Daddy. Oh? Yichin picked up Tuan Tuan and whispered to him, My dear, kiss your mother and she will stop being angry. The little ball of milk climbed into his mother's arms obediently, held his mother's face with both hands, and kissed his mother's face with milk. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Mom, don't be angry old. The little kid frowned and reasoned with his mother in a baby voice. Being angry will make Mom old. When Fengli saw such a lovely daughter, he no longer felt angry and hugged Tuanshuan in his arms. Mom isn't angry. Is Tuanshuan waiting for Mom and Dad to eat? Tuan Tuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice and said, Eat, Mom and Dad are hungry. Grandma Yi smiled and said, If you don't come back, Tuanshuan won't eat and insists on waiting for Mom and Dad. Yichan sucked on the baby's cheek and said, Tuanshuan will wait for Mom and Dad again. Are you hungry? Tuanshuan's stomach started to growl again, and the little guy quickly covered his stomach. I'm hungry. My stomach is growling. Yichan held the little baby in his arms and fed him personally, raising his little baby to be plump and white, and also raising his wife to be plump and white. Yichan considerately picked up some food for Feng Li and almost fed it into her mouth himself. Feng Yin was so embarrassed that she felt like she was just a light bulb here, and a super bright one at that. Grandma Yi looked relieved. Chin Chan and Lily have such a good relationship. Grandma can go back without any worries. Yichin asked, Grandma, my household registration book is with you, right? I want to get my marriage certificate with Feng Li. Get the certificate. Okay, it's with me. Your dad transferred the household registration, but didn't transfer yours. Grandma will go get it tomorrow. You two should hurry up and get the certificate. Grandma Yi was so anxious that she wanted to send the two of them to the Civil Affairs Bureau right away. Yichin murmured softly, Grandma, why are you so anxious? Of course Grandma is worried. You're alone in the capital with no one to rely on. It's so hard to have a wife like Lily. Grandma is relieved. Grandma Yi knew that the people in the Yi family were unreliable and did not consider Yi-chun as a family member at all. She was so old, and if she got sick and passed away one day, Chun-chun would be alone. With a wife and children, he has someone to accompany him. Grandma, don't worry. I'll take you back in a few days and get the household registration book out. Okay, all good. Tuanshuan was fed so full by her father that even her little skirt was puffed up, and she quickly covered her belly. I ate too much. I wonder if my father will dislike her for being fat. Underscore. Yi-chan touched the little guy's round belly and laughed. Feng Li, look at Tuanshuan's belly. It's so round. She covered her face and refused to show it to her father. Dad, Tuan Tuan is not fat. Baby, Daddy doesn't mind you being fat. It's better to eat a little and gain weight. Being fatter is more cute. Yichin rubbed the little guy's head and said, Dad likes our Tuanshuan no matter what he is like. Tuanshuan was finally happy and took a bite of his father's face. When she went to bed, Tuanshuan held onto one of her father's fingers reluctantly, fearing that her father would leave her. She finally found her father. Yichan took the little guy's hand away, quietly left the room, and pushed open the door of Feng Li's room. Feng Li was lying on her side on the bed in a black super short pajamas, supporting her forehead with one hand, her messy hair falling on her face, the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, making her look like a fox with a bit of charm. I'm back. What took you so long? Tuanshuan slept late today. Yichin took a few steps closer and saw Feng Li's slender legs were dazzlingly white, with some blue and purple marks from his pinching. Yichin, please help me apply the medicine. My body hurts so much. Feng Li's tone was a bit coquettish. She lifted up her pajamas. The finger marks on her chest hadn't faded yet, and there were bite marks on them. Her flat belly was covered with kiss marks. Yichin just took a look, and his throat felt dry. He immediately squatted down, took out a tube of white ointment from the drawer, and opened the bottle cap. While applying the medicine, Yichin took a special look. It's still swollen there. Yichin applied the medicine very gently, covering Feng Li's entire body, and said seriously, Feng Li, Your body may not be able to bear it. How about we go to the hotel in a few days? I will agree to whatever you want to do. Feng lifted her long legs and placed them on Yi Chen's legs, rubbing his lower abdomen. Okay. Yi Chen's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he pinched Feng Li's leg. I'm going to the bathroom. You rest first. Feng Li raised his hand and grabbed Yi Chen's arm, his eyes slightly raised. What are you going to the bathroom for? Let's go take a shower. We need to go to bed soon. We've been sweating today. Yi Chen explained hesitantly, and now he just wanted to take a cold shower. Just one look from Feng Li can make him explode. Shower? But I haven't finished applying the medicine on my body yet. Not here yet. Feng Li took Yi Chen's hand and placed it on his chest. His tone became a little weaker, and a faint gleam of water flashed in his black eyes. Hubby, it hurts. Yi Chen felt something explode in his brain and swallowed. Why does it hurt? I remember I applied medicine just now. Feng Li shook his head. No, if you don't believe me, just look. A soft ball glowed, almost white under the light. Yi Chen felt his head buzzing. He endured the sweat on his head and applied the medicine again. His voice was hoarse. Feng Li, are you okay this time? It still hurts. Feng Li leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder, hugged his neck with two white arms, and whispered in his ear. Why are you going to the bathroom? I could do that too. Yi Chen had never seen such a seductive side of her before, and he wanted to pounce on her right then and there. Such a seductive wife was in his arms, but he could do nothing. No, Feng Li, wait a few days. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Feng Li can't be hurt again. He feels bad for his wife. Feng Li raised his head, his eyes flickering with a light, which was very tempting. Do you feel sorry for me? Yi Chen nodded embarrassedly. The tip of his ear was red and bleeding from Feng Li's teasing. Feng Li said softly, I can use my hands. 120 Yi Chen, you've been taking too long. Yi Chen's body stiffened instantly. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and glance at Feng Li's hand. Her hands were as white as jade, very white and slender. As if he thought of something, Yi Chen's face turned red first. No need. I'll just go to the bathroom and take a cold shower. Wait here for 5 minutes. Feng Li held Yi Chen's arm tightly and said, Cold showers are bad for your health. I can help you. The soft jade hand was placed on Yi Chen's chest, slowly moving down. Yi Chen's face turned red. Or Feng Li. Yi Chen didn't dare to look at Feng Li's face. He should not be bad, much better than the average person. Yi Chen seemed particularly excited tonight. Feng Li was busy until midnight before he finished taking care of him. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep after a while. Yi Chen kissed her lips gently. Thank you. Feng Li, go to sleep. He held Feng Li's hand and looked at her for a long time. His face was still flushed when he thought of the scenes just now. He hugged Feng Li and closed his eyes. It's great to have a wife. The second day, Feng Li opened his eyes, his fingers still a little sore, but Yi Chen beside him was gone. Feng Li changed his clothes and came down, then asked the maid next to him, Where is Yi Chen? The maid replied respectfully, Boss Feng, young master Yi Chen went to the company early this morning and didn't even have breakfast. I heard that he had something important to do. You haven't even eaten yet. Why are you so anxious? What's so important? Feng Li muttered to himself, picked up his phone, and sent a voice message to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you didn't eat breakfast this morning. Don't forget to buy something from the breakfast shop. Office. Yi Chen sat on the sofa in a daze, looking at the message Feng Li sent him, feeling a little guilty. He actually didn't know how to face Feng Li, so he came out. Yi Chen covered his face in despair. Is his image as a pure and innocent male college student about to collapse? After a while, Yi Chen replied, Okay, I'm in a meeting at the company. You have to eat breakfast too, don't forget. Then he asked again, Does your hand still hurt? It's okay, it hurts a little. You've been taking too long. Why don't you come back and give me a massage? Yi Chen's face turned even redder. Did he take that long? Not really. Well, I went back in the afternoon. Yi Chen threw his phone aside and continued to compose music in front of the computer, but his mind was full of Feng Li and he couldn't calm down to work. Feng Li. Last night, Feng Li kissed his. Yi Chen lowered his eyes. Should he reciprocate? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The beautiful assistant opened the door and said, Yi Chen, please come out for a moment. A big shot has arrived at the company. Okay, I'll be right out. Yi Chen tidied his clothes, regained his composure, and went out, still a clean, handsome, and sunny male college student. So handsome. Yi Chen is so handsome. It would be a waste of his talent if he didn't become a star. His face can easily kill all the young handsome guys. She doesn't rely on her looks at all. She relies on her talent. Her last song became an instant hit. People like Yi Chun are the ones who can make a living with their looks, but they insist on relying on their talent. He's really handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A beautiful female artist stood in front of Yi Chun. She looked to be in her early 20s, tall, and with a hot body. But compared to Feng Li, he is not good enough. In Yi Chun's eyes, his wife is the most beautiful. Young man, you're also from the company, right? Can I add you on WeChat? Yi Chun said calmly, sorry, I already have a wife. My wife will be jealous if she knows I added someone else's WeChat. She loves jealousy. What? Wife? You look no more than 20 years old, and you're already married. How could you possibly get married so young? Yi Chun said seriously, well, my daughter is 3 years old. The crowd around them dispersed, heartbroken. She looks quite young. How could she be married and even have a daughter? Alas, as expected, the handsome ones have already been picked up. I don't have a chance. Yi Chun opened the office door and saw a familiar face. It's you. Yi Chi sat in the middle, and the company's senior executives flattered him one after another, and the flattery was deafening. Seeing Yi Chun coming, Vice President Liu immediately said, Yi Chun, you are finally here. Come and meet Mr. Yi. Yi Chun had no good feelings towards this man and even wanted to steal his wife. Yi Chun nodded and said lightly. Vice President Liu said unhappily, Yi Chun, what's your attitude? This is President Yi Chi, the only heir to the Yi Group and the major shareholder of our company. So what is he here for? Of course, I came to inspect the overall situation of the company. Yi Chi stood up and cast a cold gaze on Yi Chun. Vice President Liu, your employees seem very rude. Don't be angry, Mr. Xiaoya. I'll ask him to apologize to you right away. Vice President Liu said coldly. Yi Chun, why don't you apologize to President Xiao Yi quickly? You recently released a song. Are you getting carried away? You don't think you're the chairman, do you? Yi Chun crossed his arms over his chest. Apologize? I didn't do anything wrong just now. Why should I apologize? Yi Chun, you don't go too far. I think you're really getting carried away. Don't forget, you signed a 6-month contract with the company, and there are still 4 months left. The penalty for breach of contract is over 10 million. I haven't breached the contract, nor have I terminated the contract with the company. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yi Chun turned and left the room. Vice President Liu's face turned pale with anger, but he couldn't lose his temper, so he apologized repeatedly. Boss Yi, please be magnanimous. Don't bother with him. He's just a small employee under me. He got a hit song, so he might be a little carried away. He doesn't know who you are. As Yi Chun was about to leave the company, Yi Chi called him from behind and said coldly, Yi Chun, you don't really think that just because you have a popular song, you could be compared with me. Yi Chun turned his head, raised the corner of his lips, and sneered. You are just the adopted son of the Yi family. Do you think you can compare with the real young master of the Yi family? You're just an imposter. How dare you be so arrogant? Yi Chi was hit in the sore spot by Yi Chun again. What he hated most in his life was being told that he was an adopted son. Yi Chun, say one more word. Yi Chun was calm and composed. You are the adopted son of the Yi family, an imposter. Do you still want to fight me? Have you forgotten how you lost last time? Yi Chi, you are the heir of an ancient martial arts family, but you were defeated by me in one move. If I were you, I would have smashed my head against the wall and died. Yi Chi's face turned pale and red from holding it in, and he raised his hand to pinch Yi Chun's neck very quickly. Yi Chun dodged sideways, and a golden pendant on his neck fell to the ground. Yi Chi's pupils suddenly tightened, and he stared at the pendant on the ground. If you remember correctly, his 3 sisters also had this pendant. Oh, the image of the innocent male college student is no longer safe. 121 Yi Chun is definitely not the young master of the Yi family. Yi Chun immediately picked up the pendant and hung it around his neck again. This was the only memory left by his parents. Although it doesn't look worth much, it is very special to him. After a long time, Yi Chi finally came back to his senses. He stared at Yi Chun intently and asked, Where did you get that pendant just now? Xiao Yi actually cares about my pendant. It's my thing. You don't care where it came from. It's naturally not yours. Yi Chun was too lazy to talk to the self-righteous young Master Yi, and was about to leave when Yi Chi grabbed his arm. Yi Chi gritted his teeth again and asked, Yi Chun, where did it come from? Did you pick it up? How could you possibly have this pendant? It must have been picked up by Yi Chun. How could he be the real young master of the Yi family? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is just a lowly worker. Yi-Chen took Yi-Chi's hand away and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you. Let me go." Yi-Chi let go of Yi-Chun, his face ferocious. "Yi-Chun, how dare you be so arrogant? Don't forget that you are just an ordinary employee of the company, and I am the major shareholder here. You're a shareholder, so everyone should lick you." Yi-Chen raised his eyebrows in disdain. "You are nothing to me." Yi-Chen. Yi-Chi clenched his fists, anger rising. "Don't think you're so powerful just because you narrowly defeated me last time. See you at the martial arts meet. Goodbye then." Yi-Chen got into the car and took off the gold pendant from his neck. When Yi-Chi saw it just now, he seemed very excited. Could it be that Yi-Chi recognized this pendant? However, Yi-Chi has a grudge against him and probably won't tell him the truth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi-Chi kept muttering to himself all the way. He didn't believe that Yi-Chan was the real young master of the Yi family. It was impossible. After returning home, Yi-Chi secretly went to his second sister's room. There was a golden pendant on the table, which looked exactly the same as the one he had just seen. Yi-Chi held the pendant and looked at it for a long time. Maybe Yi-Chen picked it up. Yi-Chun is of low status. How could he be the real young master of the Yi family? It is absolutely impossible. He simply couldn't accept the news. Just in case, Yi-Chi made a phone call. 8 million. I want to disappear from this world forever. Yi-Chen returned home very early. Xiao Tuanshuan hadn't seen her father all morning. When she finally saw her father coming back, she pouted in grievance. He quickly ran to his father with his short legs, raised his head, and looked at his father with his big, watery eyes. "Dad?" Yi-Chen quickly picked up the little ball of milk on the ground and said, "Baby, Daddy has something to do this morning. Did you have a good breakfast?" Eat, be good." The little kid hugged his father's neck, lay on his father's shoulder, and kissed his father's face with his milky voice, which almost melted Yi-Chun. Why is his precious daughter so cute? He must have saved the galaxy in his previous life, so he has such a lovely daughter. Yi-Chun sat on the sofa, holding his lovely daughter, combed the baby's hair, and braided 2 small braids. The little kid was so happy that he ran to the mirror, looked around, touched his head, and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, Tuanshuan is beautiful." Well, our Tuanshuan is the most beautiful little princess. Yi-Chun and Tuan played with small toys together. After a while, Yi-Chun asked the maid who was cleaning nearby, "Where is my grandma?" "Master Yi." Madam Yi said she wanted to go back to the Yi family, and President Feng asked the driver to take her back. "Grandma's back." As soon as Yi-Chun finished speaking, his cell phone rang. It was a call from the Yi family. For Grandma Ye's sake, Yi-Chun answered the phone. Mother Ye's tone was very gentle. "Yi-Chun, can you come back for a while? Your brother is sick and in the hospital. He just came back. Come back and see him." Yi-Chun's expression was cold. "Me? Why should I go back? He's sick and in the hospital. What does that have to do with me?" "Yi-Chun, she's your brother after all, so just come back. Your grandmother is here, and your last name is Yi too. We raised you, and you don't even listen to your mother." "Okay, I'll go back." He wanted to see what the Yi family wanted him to do, and it would not be impossible for him to go back and see Yi Mo's miserable condition. "Okay, Yi-Chun, Mom knew you were an obedient child. Come back quickly and live at home from now on." Yi-Chun hung up the phone. Mrs. Yi didn't know what she wanted from him, so she spoke so gently. He was used to it. "Tuanshuan, Daddy is going out for a while. Can you play with toys at home?" Yi-Chun gently rubbed Tuanshuan's little head. "Dad, Tuanshuan wants Dad." "Epushiron. When the little kid heard that his father was leaving, he hugged his father's neck tightly with his arms and rubbed his father's face gently. Yi-Chan was reluctant to leave his daughter at home, so he carried her directly into the car and said, "Daddy will take you there." Tuanshuan happily kissed his father and said in a milky voice, "Daddy, I like you." She loves her dad the most. Yi-Chan was filled with happiness after being kissed by his daughter. He fastened the seatbelt for the little one and said, "Daddy is taking you for a ride today." Tuanshuan moved his little feet happily and was fixed on the seat. Yi-Chan's right eyelid kept twitching, and he had a bad feeling, so he drove very slowly. Tuanshuan was eating candy. He took out a small candy from his pocket, peeled one, and put it in his mouth, and also gave one to his father. "Daddy, sugar sweet." Yi-Chan's face was filled with happiness. "Thank you, my baby." The little guy continued to eat the candy, and then he started to gnaw on a lollipop. His mouth was not idle. There was a small bottle of milk hanging around his neck. He drank a few sips of milk and talked to his father. Yi-Chen chuckled softly. He never knew that his little Tuanshuan was such a chatterbox. "Daddy, big car." The little guy pointed at the big trucks outside and looked at all kinds of things that looked new and interesting, moving his little hands excitedly. Well, Toanchuan, do you want to ride in a big car? When Daddy learns how to drive, he will take you for a ride. Seat. Toanchuan clapped his hands happily and started drinking from the bottle. There were a lot of cars on the road, so Yichin drove very slowly. When he turned a corner, he was caught off guard, and a big truck suddenly crashed towards him. Yichin's pupils suddenly tightened, and he slammed the steering wheel with both hands, causing the car to crash into a flower bed at the side. 122. What to do if your wife cares too much about him. Fortunately, the car crashed into the flower bed next to it, and there was a slight scratch on the front of the car. Yichin breathed a sigh of relief and glanced nervously at Xiao Tuanchuan beside him. The little guy must have been scared, and his lollipop fell to the ground. Tuan Tuan, did you encounter any? Show it to Daddy. Yichin took the baby out and checked him carefully. The seatbelt was fastened properly, and he was not hit. Dad, underscore. Tuanchuan was frightened and lay in his father's arms, whimpering softly. Tuanchuan, I don't like big cars. Okay, we won't ride in the big car anymore. Dad doesn't like it either. Yichin opened the car door and found that the big car had already left. Not only him, but several other cars were hit, and one of them was particularly seriously injured. Who is it? If you hit someone, just run. He's probably drunk. There are surveillance cameras. My car was hit so badly. I must make him pay for it. Yichin looked at the front of the car, and it wasn't that obvious. The most important thing was that his baby was not injured. He thought it was just an ordinary traffic accident and didn't take it seriously. He drove to Anshuan to Ye's house. On the other side, the truck that caused the accident slowly stopped by the roadside. How's it going? Is it done? The driver of the car was a middle-aged man. He curled his lips and sneered. It was almost there. You won't be so lucky next time. Hurry up. You only have 3 days. Good. After hanging up the phone, the big truck continued to move forward slowly. Ye's house. Yichin parked the car in the front yard and carried the little guy out of the car. The little guy didn't seem to like it here and lay in his father's arms and shook his head. Dad, let's go. Good boy, we'll be back soon. When Ye's mother saw Yi Chun coming, she said lovingly, Xiao Chun is back, and he brought Tuanchuan with him. Tuanchuan, I'm your grandma. Call me grandma. The little girl ignored her and buried her little head in her father's arms. The smile on Ye's mother's face froze instantly. Is Tuanchuan afraid of strangers? Bring her back more often in the future. Yichin nodded perfunctorily and entered Yimo's room. Yimo was lying on the bed with a pale face, looking extremely weak. When he saw Yi Chun coming, he wanted to stand up excitedly. He didn't want Yi Chun to see his miserable appearance. He is the eldest young master of the Yi family, extremely noble. Xiao Mo, your body hasn't recovered yet. Don't stand up. Lie down first. Your brother is here to see you. Yimo's voice was weak. No need. Let him go. Let him go. Go. Yimo's emotions suddenly became very agitated, and Ye's mother had to ask Yi Chun to leave first, sobbing softly. Xiao Chun, you've seen Xiao Mo's situation now. Can you help Mom? Yi Chun asked calmly. How can I help you? Ye's mother whispered. Can you give your girlfriend to him? Yi Chun similed indifferently. As expected, it was all for Yimo. Mother Yi continued. Feng Li is the person in charge of the phone group. You are not worthy of her at all. There will be no future for the two of you. But Xiao Mo is different. He is the heir to the Yi group. Although he is not as powerful as the phone group, he is much more suitable for you. Grandma Yi said, why should Shunshin give up his girlfriend to him? Are you still reasonable? Mom, I have no way to deal with Xiao Mo's current situation. Please, Yi Chun, I will do anything you ask me to do. Ye's mother cried. Faced with such an unreasonable request, Yi Chun closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Madam Yi, this is not something I can decide. Even if Yi Mo kneels in front of Feng Li, she won't even look at him. Don't you understand this? I can't decide what Feng Li thinks. Madam Yi pressed on, then break up with President Feng. If you break up with her first, Xiao Mo will have a chance. She's just your girlfriend, but Xiao Mo is your brother. Are you going to give up your brother for a woman? Yi Chun sneered. Brother? I'm not worthy of being the elder brother of the young master of the Yi family. What's more, you don't treat me as a family member. In this world, the only people who are truly good to him are Feng Li and his grandmother. How could that be? Have you forgotten that your mother used to buy you clothes and take you to the amusement park? Mrs. Yi racked her brains and could only think of these two. She used to take Yi Mo out to play and never took Yi Chen with her. Yi Chen e posit her majestį. Wing culotis. Emo gave them to me because they were too big for him. As for going to the amusement park, I was the one who secretly followed you. Mrs. Ye's face turned pale and purple, and she continued, Yi-chun, your last name is Yi too, and you grew up in our family. You should give way to your brother. The three sisters of the Yi family also echoed, Yi-chun, don't be so selfish. Do you want to watch Xiao Mo continue like this? Why should I give my girlfriend to him? What does it have to do with me if he gets himself mad like this? Yi-chun left a cold word, hugged Tuan Tuan, and left, taking Grandma Yi with him. Yi-chun, don't go. Stay and have dinner with us tonight. You haven't eaten at home for a long time. Mom will prepare your favorite food for you. Mrs. Yi said enthusiastically, Thank you, but no thanks. Yi-chun got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly left the Yi family villa. Madame Ye's face was as gloomy as water, and she said in a deep voice, You don't know what's good for you. You're selfish and cold. Mom, Yi-chun is too selfish. He doesn't care about Xiaomo's life or death at all. Madame Yu is furious. If that's the case, then let him die. Without him, Xiao Mo won't be sad anymore. Manner. Yi-chun and Tuan Tuan had just sat down when a whistle sounded outside. Yi-chun asked doubtfully, Who's here? There are still several hours before Feng Li gets off work. Yi-chun raised his head, and what caught his eye was a pair of straight long legs wearing high heels and walking very fast. It's Feng Li. Feng Li is back. Why is he back so early today? Yi-chun saw Feng Li's cold and dignified face and lowered his head in embarrassment. He accidentally got it last night. And that mouth, and kissed his ***. Yi-chun didn't dare to look into Feng Li's eyes at all. He held Tuan tightly in his arms. Little Tuan pointed at his mother happily. Dad, Mom, are back. Feng Li walked up to Yi-chun, a rare look of nervousness on his face, and asked softly, Are you hurt? Do you still have the amulet I gave you? No. The front of the car hit the flower bed. Tuan and I are fine. Yi-chun took out the amulet from his pocket. He carries it with him every day. It's the amulet that Feng Li personally asked for him, and he can't bear to throw it away. It turned out that Feng Li came back so early because of him. Suddenly, Feng Li lifted Yi-chun's chin and gently kissed the corner of his lips. Xiao Tuan quickly covered her eyes with her two little hands, leaving a gap between her middle finger and index finger, and took a secret peek. Grandma Ye's face was full of smiles. Yi-chun was at a loss for words after being caught off guard by this kiss. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. Feng Li. And Tuan, Grandma is watching too. Feng Li gently touched Yi-chun's forehead and whispered, Next time if something happens, tell me. I will be worried. Lol. My wife kissed me. 123 Feng Li, stop pinching me. It's breaking me. Yi-chun glanced at Xiao Tuan, then at his grandmother, and his ears turned red. Feng Li, I'm really fine. Maybe it's because I had your amulet with me. I was driving very slowly, and the front of the car hit the edge of the flower bed. Mother. The little boy hugged his mother's legs and spoke to her in a baby voice. Tuan, I don't like big cars. Feng Li picked up the little girl and pinched her little face. Tuan, are you scared? Scared. Tuan lay in his mother's arms, hugging his mother's neck with his two little paws. Tuan was really scared today. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here, and he will protect you. The little ball of milk climbed down from his mother's arms and went to find his father, sitting in his arms with a big mouthful of milk. Feng Li sat next to Yi-chun and asked, Yi-chun, do you think today's car accident was just an accident? He probably hit several cars. I heard others say he was driving under the influence. I didn't see the driver. Feng Li's eyes darkened. It's more than that. I've already asked someone to investigate. Is it because of me? But I don't have any enemies except Yi-chi. Could it be him? Yeji. A cold light flashed in Feng Li's eyes. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Yi-chun gently tugged at the corner of Feng Li's clothes and whispered, It could be an accident. Feng Li, don't worry too much. I'll be fine. Besides, I have your amulet. After finishing this, Feng Li raised his eyebrows and deliberately asked, Well, you were in such a hurry to go to the company for a meeting this morning that you left so early in the morning without even having breakfast? Yi-chun lowered his eyes guiltily and touched the tip of his nose. Yes, I have an important meeting. I'm about to release a new album, so I'm going to the company to check on the progress. In fact, Yi-chun was too ashamed to face Feng Li because he accidentally got it on her face last night. He really was careless, seriously. He swears. Feng Li did not expose him. He asked the kitchen to prepare Yi-chun's favorite dishes and had lunch with Yi-chun at noon. Yi-chun was, of course, extremely happy, and the two of them ate together sweetly, with a small milk bag in between. The preliminary round of the martial arts competition will be held in a week. Yi-chun, you must exercise well recently. Feng Li looked meaningfully at Yi-chun's waist, which was lean and strong, and pinched it secretly. Yi-chun was not willing to be outdone. He raised his big hand and pinched Feng Li's waist. Feng Li was even bolder and directly pinched Yi-chun's. Yi-chun took a deep breath and dared not move. He glanced at his grandmother, who was eating. Fortunately, his grandmother didn't notice anything. As for the little one, he was sitting between his mom and dad, eating happily, completely unaware of what his mom and dad were doing. Yi-chun said weakly, "Feng Li, stop pinching." Feng Li pinched it again, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, and a smile appeared on his face. He silently took Feng Li's hand away and said with a blushing face, "I will exercise every morning and evening from now on." "Tuan Tuan, do you want to run with Daddy?" "Dad, run in circles." Tuan happily touched her father's face. She wanted to run with her father. Grandma Yu was a little hard of hearing and didn't hear clearly just now. She raised her head and asked, "Chun, what competition are you going to participate in?" "Grandma, it's just an ordinary competition. You don't have to worry." "Okay, Grandma, don't worry with Lily here." Grandma Yi said with a smile. "The more I look at this granddaughter-in-law, the more satisfied I am with her. She is beautiful and capable, and most importantly, she is so good to Chun. In the afternoon, Feng Li held 2 meetings in the study and did not go to the company because Feng Yin was there to take care of him. Feng Yin was so busy that she was exhausted. She was looking at documents, signing, and negotiating contracts. She was busy all the time. "Sister, why did you leave so suddenly? Leaving me here alone?" Feng Yin cried into the phone. "Did you go back to see your Yi-chun?" Feng Li nodded. "Why are you asking when you already know it?" Feng Yin cried even harder. "You really did go back to see Yi-chun. Yi-chun is a vixen who has bewitched you so much that he doesn't care about the company anymore. Something happened to Yi-chun today. I've asked someone to investigate. You stay at the company first and come back in the evening." The call was hung up, and Feng Yin stamped her feet in anger. Her sister was now completely obsessed with love. Yi-chun lay beside Feng Li, looking at her face, writing a few lines of lyrics, then erasing them and continuing to write. "Feng Li, I'll give you a surprise in 2 days." Feng Li raised his head. "Surprise? What surprise?" "You'll know soon enough. His first love song is about to be released. It is a love song written for Feng Li. I wonder if she likes it." Feng Li raised his hand and gently stroked Yi-chun's face, pressing his soft lips against the corner of his lips. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Yi-chun stepped back slightly. "Feng Li, this is the study. You still have to work." "Well, what do you think I'm going to do?" Feng Li deliberately blew a breath of hot air into Yi-chun's ear. Yi-chun blushed and his heart beat fast, and he shook his head. No, I'm going out first. You work hard." As soon as Yi-chun stood up, Feng Li grabbed his wrist and asked, "Do you still owe me something?" "Huh? What?" "The kiss just now." Feng Li put his face close to Yi-chun. Yi-chun's Adam's apple rolled slightly. He gently kissed Feng Li's cheek, then turned around and ran away. "I'm leaving first." Why is he still so nervous even after such close contact? Is it too little? If we have intimate contact every night in the future, will you be less nervous? Yi-chun waited anxiously for the evening, hoping that Feng Li's injuries would be almost healed. Suddenly, Song Wanning sent a message. "Yi-chun, are you free tomorrow? Can we go out for dinner? We're about to graduate." Yi-chun replied, "I might not be free tomorrow. I've been a bit busy these past few days." "Okay then, when are you free?" "Maybe I haven't been free recently." He also has to accompany Feng Li and Tuan, so he is also very busy. "Is that so?" "Yi-chun, actually Song Wan Ning hesitated for a long time and didn't say that sentence. "What's wrong?" "It's okay. I just want to have a meal and chat with you. I've been a little troubled lately." "Okay, let's wait a few days, or until graduation." Song Wanning lowered her eyes and waited a moment. Such an important confession must be made in person and cannot be said on the phone. She has decided that on the day of graduation, she will confess her love to Yi-chun. Yi-chun is a very good person, and she doesn't want to miss him. I don't know if Yi-chun will like her. Maybe. 124, how can a man say no? After Feng Yin came back in the evening, she collapsed directly onto the sofa, feeling like her brain was about to go haywire. "Sister, my brain is broken. I processed 6 documents today and signed a lot of names. Are you so busy every day? Aren't you tired? Feng Li was wearing a purple, slim-fitting, slit pajamas, with her legs crossed, sitting lazily and casually on the sofa. Yichen was sitting next to her. They were talking about something, but they looked like a loving couple. I'm used to it. I'm sure you've been tired today. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes so you can replenish your brain later. Thank you, sister. You are the best to me. Feng Yan lay down and rubbed against Feng Li. Shouting Anchuan had crawled to Feng Yan's side at some point and touched her aunt's head with one of her little paws. Aunt, your brain is bad. Feng Yan rolled her eyes, wondering why the little guy was cursing, and pinched Xiao Tuanchuan's little face. Feng Tuan, why are you still cursing? Xiao Tuanchuan pouted in grievance. Auntie, I need to replenish my brain. Feng Yan was almost angry to death. Yichen held Feng Li's hand and said, Feng Li, are you tired from working every day? I can't help you much. How about I be your secretary when I have time? Feng Li raised his eyelids. Being my secretary is a waste of your talent. If you want to join the company, I can give you a position as vice president. Yichen shook his head repeatedly. No, I have never worked in a company. I will be your secretary when I am free. Feng Li raised the corner of his eye and said, You may not be free. I have already registered the company for you. Yichen opened his mouth in shock. What? The company has been registered? So quickly. Feng Li raised his hand and closed Yichen's chin. Well, Xixing Music Media Company Limited can now be found on the internet. If you don't believe me, go and have a look. Yichen opened the software to check the company, and sure enough, it already existed. The company's registered capital was 80 million, and the largest shareholder was Yichen. He has a company. He really has a company. Feng Li continued. I've already had people prepare for the follow-up work, and I've also chosen a location for you. It's in a building next to my company, so you can run the business directly. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Good. Yichen really didn't know much about this. After all, he was a college student who hadn't graduated yet and was only 22 years old this year. Brothers, the company has been registered. Come quickly. Yichen sent a message in the group, and the group exploded. So fast. Chener, you're really efficient. Have you picked a place yet? I'll pack up right away after I've chosen a place. I've been bored in the dorm for a long time. Oh, Chener, you're really my good brother. Where are you? Where are we going to work? Yichen replied, I've chosen a place. It's right over there at the Imperial Capitol building. Oh my God, the rent there is so expensive. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Are you sure we can open a company there? Yichen glanced at Feng Li and said, that should be fine. After all, he has a big boss wife. Chener, you're really awesome. I'll follow you from now on. I'll have meat to eat. Baby Shun, I'll follow you too. I'll pack my things and get ready to go to work. A smile appeared on Yichen's face. It was good that the people in their dormitory could still work together. Feng Li, isn't the rent at the Imperial Capitol building very expensive? I'll pay you back when I release an album and make some money. Feng Li vispirit in Yichen sear. Repai, it's really expensive. You probably can't afford it. How about pay it back with your body tonight? Yichen's throat tightened and he nodded randomly. He has paid so much for his brothers. Yichen seemed to be in a good mood and went to the gym on the first floor to exercise in the evening. He wants to exercise his body well and satisfy Feng Li. Tuan followed his father in. His father was lifting a barbell. Tuan stretched out his two little hands but couldn't lift them. When Dad was doing push-ups, the little kid would climb onto his back, sit on it, and smile happily. Come on, Dad. Feng Li saw this scene as soon as he came in and said helplessly, Tuanchuan, why are you sitting on Daddy? Dad, that's great. Dad is the best. Feng Li, it's okay. I'm working out, and Tuan is just the right person to help me gain weight. Yichen did a dozen more push-ups, but still felt it was too light, so he looked up at Feng Li. She was wearing a short purple pajamas, revealing her straight and slender legs. It was different from her previous style, and Yichen was eager to try. Feng Li, Tuanchuan is too light. Why don't you sit on it too and give me some weight? Me? Me too. Can. Then, the mother and daughter sat on Yichen's back together, and Yichen could actually do push-ups. He doesn't look like a muscular man, but he is so strong. Feng Li's long legs were pressed against Yichen's back. Yichen's breathing became heavier. The veins on his wrists bulged, and sweat dripped down. Dad, great! Tuanchuan was so happy that he almost jumped up. Dad is really the best. He can support her and Mom. Feng Li picked up a tissue and wiped the sweat off Yichen's face. Are you okay? Oh, how can a man say no? Yichen did another 50 push-ups, and Feng Li's clothes were soaked with his sweat. Feng Li pointed behind him and said, You made me wet, and I just finished taking a shower. Yi-chan was at a loss and said, I'm sweating too much. Why don't you go wash again? Feng Li whispered, wash together? Yi-chan was stunned. After a moment, he pursed his lips and nodded. Okay. Tuanchuan heard that we were going to take a bath together, so he also wanted to take a bath with his parents. Mom and Dad, let's take a bath together. Oh? Then, Feng Li handed the milk ball to Feng Yin. Feng Yin, you take care of Tuanchuan first. Yi-chan and I will go take a shower. Feng Yin smiled maliciously. Take a bath? We have to take a bath together, and you won't let Tuanchuan go. She seemed to have discovered something. Feng Li said lightly, it saves trouble. Sister, go ahead. I'll take good care of Tuanchuan and put her to sleep. It doesn't matter how long you play in the bathroom. Yi-chen's face turned red. He and Feng Li were just taking a bath together. Tuan, let's wash together. The little kid stretched out his two little paws, wanting a hug from his dad. What are you washing? Come to my room with me. I'll play games with you, okay? Feng Yin took the little baby away. Bathroom. The air was filled with water droplets. Yi-chen's lower body was wrapped in a bath towel, and his upper body was naked, revealing his 8 abdominal muscles and smooth muscle lines. Feng Li stared at Yi-chen's abdominal muscles without blinking, and his jade-white fingers touched his lower abdomen. Nice waist. Yi-chen's throat felt dry. Feng Li, stop touching me. He's really dying. Feng Li suddenly lifted Yi-chen's hand and placed it on his waist. Help me take it off. Let's take a bath together, 125. What should I do if my husband is too strong? The soft waist was too soft to be grasped. Yi-chen's throat tightened, and his fingers gently pulled open the belt around Feng Li's waist. Her fair skin was as smooth as the finest mutton fat jade, and almost transparent under the light. The snow-white flesh of her chest was about to burst out. Her belly was flat and smooth without any excess fat, and further down was a pair of slender legs. It was the first time Yi-chen saw her so clearly. There was no flaw on her body. She was simply perfect, so perfect that she didn't look like a real person. Feng Li raised the last syllable of his voice and called out, Yi-chen. Yi-chen's mouth was dry after hearing this. Such a cold and beautiful woman stood in front of him. Not to mention that she was the one he loved, his wife. I can't bear it anymore. I've endured it for so long. Last time I took medicine and didn't feel anything, so this time it's a good opportunity to do it again and let him feel it. Yi-chan directly hugged Feng Li's soft waist and kissed her impatiently. His wife everywhere is his. Feng Li was pushed against the wall, with his two white arms wrapped around Yi-chen's neck. Yi-chen kissed eagerly, slowly moving down from the snow-white neck, wanting to kiss Feng Li all over. He had wanted to do this for a long time. The first time he saw Feng Li, he wanted to kiss her and make her cry. He didn't expect that he would actually do it now. Such a cold and beautiful woman was in his arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Yi-chen became even more excited when he thought about it. He tore off Feng Li's last piece of clothing and threw it away. He kissed her chest lightly and pinched her waist with his big hands. Smells so good. So this is what it feels like to have a wife. I really want to hug her and kiss her every day. Feng Li pushed Yi-chen away with both hands and whispered, the new one I bought is broken again. What do you think we should do? I'll buy it for you, honey. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow, okay? Yi-chen was anxious. He didn't care about underwear anymore. He could just buy 100 pieces for his wife. He only has to do one thing. It was the first time Feng Li saw Yi-chen so anxious. His eyes turned red, and he couldn't bear to make him feel uncomfortable. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Yi-chen couldn't wait to turn Feng Li over. He was extremely anxious, but he didn't know how to do it, and he was very angry. Is it that difficult? After all, I was drunk last time and had no idea what happened, but this time it's real. Feng Li chuckled softly, and, in the end, she was the one who took action. Yi-chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly closed his eyes, and felt refreshed all over. It's good to have a wife, especially such a beautiful one who treats him well. He is so lucky. Yi-chen was so excited that he hugged Feng Li's waist from behind with his arms, extremely excited. Dad? The little girl is still waiting for her daddy. She is so sleepy that she can hardly open her eyes, but she is still calling for her daddy to coax her to sleep. Feng Yin told stories to the little one. She had told 10 stories already, but the little guy still hadn't fallen asleep. It was already 11 o'clock. However, those two people really knew how to have fun. They stayed in a bathroom for 3 or 4 hours and didn't come out. Feng Yin shook her head and continued to tell stories to Xiao Tuanshuan. She was almost on the verge of collapse. Tuan Tuan, please go to sleep, okay? I want to go to sleep too. Your parents won't be coming out tonight. Darling, go to sleep, I beg you. Tuanshuan shook his head and said in a milky voice, Daddy, I want Daddy. __. Your dad is busy now and has no time to take care of you. Go to sleep quickly and you will see your dad when you wake up tomorrow. Tuanshuan waited for a while, but couldn't bear it any longer, so he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Feng Yin finally coaxed this little girl to sleep, covered her with a quilt, returned to her room in a daze, and fell asleep. As for the two people in the bathroom, they were still in full swing. Feng Li's whole body was wet, and his usually cold eyes were tinged with charm, and his pupils gradually became dilated. Yichen refused to let her go and carried her from the sink into the bathtub. Yichen, wife, right away. Yichen's stamina was so great that Feng Li couldn't withstand it at all. In the end, he even fainted. After a long time, the sky turned pale. Yichen stopped, grabbed Feng Li's slender, jade-like arms with his two big hands, and raised his head. How come it's daybreak now? Wasn't it night, just now? Only then did Yichen realize that Feng Li had fainted. He quickly picked him up and walked out of the bathroom. Is he going too far? But he hadn't even exerted his full strength yet, so why did he faint? Yichen raised his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 5 o'clock. It was past 5 o'clock in the morning? Remember you went in at 8 o'clock last night? Why did time pass so quickly? It felt like just a moment had passed. Yichen felt that he was okay, but he was reluctant to torment Feng Li anymore. He lay down beside Feng Li, hugged his soft wife, and closed his eyes. Yichen was very excited thinking about sleeping with Feng Li every night in the future. That, after an unknown amount of time, Yichen vaguely heard someone talking in his ear. He opened his eyes and saw Feng Li still sleeping beside him. A blush appeared on his cold face, and his neck was covered with marks left by him. Yichen thought of the scenes of last night, and his face flushed. He didn't expect that he did that kind of thing in a bathroom. Feng Li always responded to his requests. Why is his wife so nice? Yichen kisit feng lis forehat genti. God must have felt sorry for him and gave him a wife. Dad, Tuanshuan wants Dad. The baby's slurping sound was heard, and two little paws patted the door. Daddy eat. The little girl was almost angry and stamped her feet in anger. Only then did Yichen clearly hear that it was Tuan Tuan's voice. He immediately rolled off the bed and put on his clothes. As soon as the door was open, the little boy hugged Yichen's legs and tilted his head back. Daddy, Tuanshuan wants Daddy. Yichen picked up his obedient daughter and said, Tuanshuan, you are not wearing shoes. Didn't Daddy say you should wear shoes? The little boy lay on his father's shoulder and pointed at his mother. Mom, go to sleep. She quickly got down from her father's arms and lay on the bed with her two little paws to look at her mother. Seeing the marks on her mother's neck, Tuanshuan pointed with her little hand and said, Mom, it hurts. Forehead. Yichen felt a little guilty. He didn't use much strength. Stick it on. Mommy, stick it on. The little guy quickly walked with his short legs to the cabinet to find a Band-Aid, and the little milk ball also felt sorry for his mother. Tuan Tuan, let's go put on our clothes and shoes first, okay? We'll come find a Band-Aid for Mom later. Mom, it hurts. The little guy frowned, worried about his mother. Mom is going to sleep. Dad will take you to put on your shoes first. Yichen quickly took the little guy away, fearing that he would disturb Feng Li's sleep. Feng Li didn't sleep all night yesterday. Is his physical strength too good, beyond that of an ordinary person? So Feng Li can't bear it. 126 Feng Li's voice is damaged from shouting? Yichen dressed the little one, put on shoes, and combed her hair into a princess style. Tuanshuan is very beautiful, with elf ears, a face that still has some baby fat, round eyes, and a small and delicate nose. She will definitely be a beautiful girl when she grows up. Yichen stared at Tuanshuan's face for a long time, and felt that she looked more and more like him. Why? Dad, stick with me. The little ball of milk found some Band-Aids, grabbed several of them in his little hands, and walked on his short legs to find his mother. Yichen followed behind Tuan Tuan and picked him up. Tuan Tuan, good boy, let's eat first, and then go find Mommy, okay? Good. Yichen brought Tuan Tuan down, and the food was already prepared. Feng Yin asked, Yichen, where's my sister? It's time for breakfast. Hasn't she gotten up yet? Yichen scratched his head guiltily. No. Feng Li is still sleeping. He went to bed a little late last night. Yeah. Feng Yin picked up her chopsticks and started eating. It seemed that she had to go to the company again today, and her sister couldn't get out of bed at all. Well, let's eat first. I'll ask the kitchen to make her something later. After Yi Chun fed Xiao to Anchuan, he sneaked into the room. Feng Li was still sleeping, and the sunlight shone on her face, making it glow. As soon as Yi Chun sat down, Feng Li opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Yi Chun, Feng Li, what's wrong with your voice? Did you hurt from shouting last night? Feng Li coughed a few times, and Yi Chun immediately took a cup of hot water and fed it to Feng Li, whispering, Feng Li, I'm sorry, I don't know why you fainted. He didn't think it took that much effort. Feng Li whispered, you are so amazing. Yi Chun was praised by his wife and felt very happy. Feng Li also felt that he had good physical strength. Is there anything that could make him more excited than being praised by his wife? Yi Chun lay beside Feng Li and gently held her hand. Feng Li, what do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it for you. My knee hurts a little bit. Can you help me apply some medicine first? Oh, okay. Yi Chun lifted the quilt and found that it was even more excessive than last time. This time, his knees were bruised, and there were kiss marks all over his waist and legs. I'm sorry, I don't know how it turned out like this. Yi Chun felt like he had done something wrong. Was he really that strong? Why is Feng Li always so miserable? Will Feng Li dislike him in the future and not let him touch her? Feng Li raised his hand and pinched Yi Chun's face. It's okay, my knee hurts a little. Please help me apply some medicine. Good. Yi Chun lay on the bed and applied medicine to Feng Li. He was very careful and blew on it attentively. Yi Chun stood up and promised solemnly, Feng Li, I promise I won't do it again next time. I was too excited last night. After all, it's the first time. Who wouldn't be excited? If this happened to you, wouldn't you be excited? Feng Li moved his lips. It's okay. Help me up and put on my clothes. I have something to do today. What's the matter? Why don't you wait until tomorrow? You can lie down for a day first. The company has a new product launch today, and I need to be there. Good. Yi Chun helped Feng Li up and carefully helped her put on her clothes. Feng Li raised the corner of his eyes. Last night, you ruined my new underwear. Yi Chun's ears flushed as she whispered, I'll go buy you some underwear today, and I'll buy you the same ones as compensation. Okowo. Feng Li put on his clothes, a black business suit, paired with black high heels. His face was cold and noble, and he still looked like a cold president. Yi Chun felt extremely excited when he thought of Feng Li's seductive look last night. Such a cold and beautiful woman, at his mercy at night, with marks left on her body. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Under that expensive clothes, there were traces of him everywhere. Yi Chun hugged Feng Li's waist and said, I'll accompany you today. I have a surprise for you. Wait until this afternoon. Okay, I like everything you give me. Feng Li gently kissed the corner of Yi Chun's lips and whispered in his ear, You were amazing last night. Yi Chun felt elated by his wife's praise. He is that powerful, but he is just average. His physical strength may be better than that of ordinary people. As long as my wife is satisfied. Yi Chun's ears were red as he led Feng Li downstairs. Feng Yin was surprised and asked, Sister, are you still going to the company today? I thought you weren't going. Today is the company's new product launch. Go. Sister, your voice is hoarse. Feng Yin covered her mouth in shock. Oh my God, how intense was it last night? Her sister's voice is hoarse. There can't really be a baby. Feng Yin looked at Feng Li's belly. Mom, stick it on. The little guy took a few Band-Aids and put them on his mother's neck, frowning and saying, Mom, it hurts. Feng Li kissed to Anchuan's face and said, Mommy doesn't feel any pain. I won't stick to her anymore, baby. Pain. Yi Chun looked guilty. He would be more careful next time and not hurt Feng Li. Feng Li, have some porridge. Yi Chun specially asked the kitchen to cook some preserved egg and lean meat porridge and fed it to Feng Li himself. However, he was not skilled and got on Feng Li. He is so stupid. Will Feng Li dislike him for being too stupid? Feng Li said softly, It's okay, I'll change into another coat. Good. Yi Chun continued to feed Feng Li porridge, and Xiao Tuanchuan also came over and opened his little mouth. Oh? Dad, drink it. Yi Chun shook his head helplessly. The little girl had just eaten and her belly was round, so he could only give her a sip. Feng Li touched Tuan Tuan's belly and said, Aren't you full? Why do you still need Daddy to feed you? Tuanchuan, drink. The little boy continued to cling to his father, and without knowing when, he had climbed into his father's arms with quite skillful movements. Feng Yin curled her lips. Feng Tuanchuan is such a clingy person. She can't live without her dad. Last night, she waited until after 11 o'clock and still didn't see her dad, so she fell asleep. Dad. Xiao Tuanchuan continued to hold her father's arm and lay in his arms. Yi Chun had his obedient daughter sitting in his arms and he also had to feed his wife, so he was quite busy. Sister, why don't you not go today? How can you go to the press conference like this? I'll go in your place. Feng Li said, I can't miss the press conference. This time we are launching a brand in collaboration with the Yi family. Yi Chi should be there too. Yi Chi, he's going too. Yi Chi suddenly lost his composure. Feng Li, wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Then, Yi Chen went to the cloakroom and changed into his most expensive suit, a black suit with dark patterns and a tie clip. He also asked the hairdresser to do his hair. Yi Chen is already very handsome, and after dressing up like this, he is even more handsome than the stars on TV. Yi Chen, you are Yi Chen? Feng Yin opened her mouth, so wide that an egg could fit in it. Tuanshuan hugged his father's legs with a crazy look on his face and clung to him. Daddy, you're so handsome. Dad is indeed the most handsome dad. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu, zu. Yi Chen walked to Feng Li with Tuan Tuan in his arms, and there was obvious surprise in Feng Li's eyes. Why are you wearing this dress all of a sudden? How can I keep a low profile when meeting my love rival? Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh, every time Yi Chen takes action, they are all scum. 127, she must pamper the person she chooses. Yi Chen said embarrassedly. After all, if I go out with you, what if someone mistakes me for your brother? He is 4 years younger than Feng Li, so he is not her younger brother. He is her husband. And this time, I'm meeting my love rival, so I can't keep a low profile anymore. Feng Li raised the corner of his eyes. Brother? Yi Chen pursed his lips gently and asked, Well, Feng Li, is this dress okay? It was the first time Yi Chen wore this suit, and he walked back and forth beside Feng Li with his long legs, trying to get praise from his wife. Feng Li couldn't take his eyes off Yi Chen at all, looking him up and down. Of course it looks good. This dress suits you very well. It's very handsome. Yi Chen scratched his head embarrassedly after being praised. Is it really that good looking? It's just okay. As long as his wife likes it, that's fine. Feng Yin smiled frivolously and leaned close to Feng Li's ear. Sister, this is the first time you've praised someone for being handsome. My boyfriend, of course he's handsome. After saying that, Feng Li stood up, tiptoed, and gave Yi Chen a kiss on the side of his face. Yi Chen was still completely confused. Did Feng Li just kiss him? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and touched the face that Feng Li had just kissed. It felt pretty good to be kissed by his wife. Tuanshuan was not to be outdone, and he also held his father's face with his 2 little hands and kissed him. Dad? Handsome. Dad is handsome. The infatuated little Tuanshuan kissed her father several times in a row, and her saliva was all over her father's face. She quickly wiped his face. She didn't mean it. She just loved her dad too much. Yi Chen smiled and said, My dear, today Daddy will take you to watch Mommy's press conference, okay? Okay, I like it. Dad. The little baby girl lay softly and whispered in her father's ear, which simply melted Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen's greatest pleasure now is to show his love to his wife and raise a well-behaved daughter. Feng Li went upstairs to change clothes and tied a ribbon around her neck to cover all the kiss marks left by Yi Chen. Yi Chen doesn't look like a muscular man, so why does he have such good physical strength and can't stop all night? It was almost broken. When Feng Li came down, his knees started to hurt again. Yi Chen quickly stepped forward to support him and asked with concern, Feng Li, why don't you not go? Can you push it back? If he had known that Feng Li was going to attend a press conference today, he would never have been so excessive. After all, it was my first time, so I was a little too excited. Feng Li's voice was hoarse. It's okay. I'll just go up and say a few words. Mom, I'm sick. Tuanshuan raised his little head, holding some medicine he had taken out of the drawer and giving it to his mother. The baby thought his mother was sick. Tuan Tuan, Mommy is fine. Yi Chen helped Feng Li get into the car. The little boy climbed up obediently by himself and sat between his father and mother, acting like a good baby. Feng Yin immediately followed. Sister, I'm going too. The car stopped at the Imperial Capitol building. Feng Li's voice has recovered a little, but his walking posture is a little weird. My knees still hurt. I knelt for too long last night, and both knees are purple. Feng Yin helped Feng Li to the backstage to prepare. Sister, you just dote on Yi Chen too much. Look at how you've become because of his bullying. You weren't like this before. You only cared about work and didn't even care about Tuanshuan. Not to mention men, her sister wouldn't even look at them. Except Yi Chen. Feng Yin stomped her feet in anger. Yi Chen had turned her sister into a love-brained person. I had such an important thing to do today, but I played with him for so long that I almost got late this morning. It's okay, it will be fine in 2 days. Feng Li sat on the sofa, drinking tea slowly. Of course, she has to pamper the person she chooses herself. Yi-chan felt his ears getting hot. Was someone thinking about him? I got out of the car, holding Tuanchuan, and went directly into the press conference through the VIP channel. There were a lot of people coming, and various business tycoons were greeting each other. As soon as Yi-chan appeared, he attracted a lot of people's attention, and several female presidents walked over to say hello. Sir, I am Angela Leong, the founder of Flower Language Group. This is my business card. This is my business card, Yang Lan. After a while, Yi-chun received many business cards, all of which were stuffed into his hands. Tuanchuan hugged his father's neck with his two little arms. Dad, this is her only father. Is this your daughter? Sir, you're already a father. Yi-chun nodded and said, Yes, my daughter. I am already married. Get married. The hearts of several female CEOs were broken into pieces. They finally fell in love with a handsome young man, but it turned out that he was already married with a daughter. Yi-chun returned the business card he received, then sat quietly in the corner waiting for Feng Li to appear. Tuanchuan sat in his father's arms, eating snacks and jellies, with a small bear bag full of food on his back. Dad, eat. Yi-chun peeled the lollipop for the little guy and said, Tuanchuan, you can't eat so many lollipops. Your teeth will be damaged. Your baby teeth have just grown in. If they are damaged, you have to pull them out. It will be very painful. The little dumpling shook his little head and stretched out a little finger. Tuan, eat one. Oh? But Daddy just saw you eat 3, and now you're lying. Yi-chun smiled dotingly and pinched the little cheeks of the little girl. After being caught in a lie, Xiao Tuanchuan stuck out her tongue and said, Tuanchuan, be good. Xiao Yezong is here. Someone said something, and the people around stood up instantly and gathered at the door. Boss Xiao Ye, I'm the founder of Huayin Group, and this is my business card. This is my business card, Zhaoizong. Yi Chi was surrounded by a group of people, with a faint smile on his face, and asked the assistant beside him to collect all the business cards. After all, he is the only heir to the Yi Group, so these business tycoons naturally have to flatter him. Hearing the noise, Yi-chun turned his head. Yi Chi was wearing a formal suit today, which looked expensive. His hair was neatly combed, and he had light makeup on. However, his shortcomings were obvious. He was short, and his facial features were not three-dimensional enough. Compared with Yi-chun, he instantly looked shorter. Although Yi Chi and Yi-chun were far apart, sparks flew between their eyes. At this time, another woman came in. She was wearing a black business suit with a suit jacket on the outside. Her face was cold and serious. Yi Chi said respectfully, Sister, the press conference is held here. President Feng should be here. Yi-chun naturally noticed the woman. She was very beautiful. But why did he feel that his eyebrows and eyes were a bit similar to hers? 128, the father and daughter almost pissed people off. Yilan nodded lightly. Her eyes swept over Yi-chun, who was not far away, and she slowly walked closer in high heels. Yi-chi immediately stopped her. Sister, the backstage is over there. Yilan raised her cold eyes, and Yi-chi stood there not daring to speak. The eldest sister always looked like this, cold and icy. What Yi-chi fears most is his elder sister Yilan, who is also his strongest competitor in the company. However, he was no match for Yilan's strength and could only rely on the final distribution of shares by the head of the Yi family. Yilan walked over to Yi-chun and stopped, her voice softening a bit. Are you here for the press conference too? Yi-chan nodded. Yeah. Who is this person? Why did it give him such a familiar feeling? Then, Yi-chan asked foolishly, Have we met before? Yilan chuckled. Maybe. Auntie, pretty auntie. Seeing such a beautiful aunt, Xiao Tuanchuan immediately lost his composure and started to cry in a milky voice. Is this your daughter? Yi-chan nodded again. Yes, her name is Tuan, and she can't walk when she sees the pretty aunt. Xiao Tuanchuan has stretched out her two little paws, wanting the pretty aunt to hug her. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu, zu. Yilan really bent down and picked up Xiao Tuanchuan. Yi Chi was completely stunned. What was wrong with her elder sister today? Why was she speaking so gently to Yi-chun? He clenched his fists, his eyes fierce. He has been in the Yi family for more than 10 years, and he has never seen the eldest sister speak to him so gently. Yi-chun, what right did he have? What right did he have? He has gained the favor of President Feng, and now even his eldest sister treats him so specially. Yilan asked again, What's your name? You have a daughter at such a young age. Well, my name is Yi-chun. Yi-chen. Why not Lin Lin? Yi Chi looked at Yi Chun. His expression was empty for a moment, as if he saw someone else through him. Sister, sister, I came back and bought some candy for you. 3-year-old Yi Lin could already speak fluently and hand a lollipop to his eldest sister. Although Yilan was only 9 years old, she struggled to pick up her brother. Lin Lin, big sister doesn't eat candy, so I'll give it to you. Xiao Yelin ate candies happily. Although he was a boy, he loved candies the most, especially milk candies. He could eat several at a time. Every day, when his mother picked him up from school, she would buy him lots of snacks. Little Yi would share them with his sisters, but none of them would eat them. He has 3 sisters, all of whom are very good. Yilan raised his hand, gently touched Yi Chen's face with his fingers, and murmured to himself, Lin Lin. Yi Chen asked, Lin Lin? Who is Lin Lin? At this time, Yi Chi walked up to Yilan and said, Sister, the press conference is about to begin. Yilan came back to his senses, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, put Xiao Tuanshuan down again, then took out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to Yi Chen. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. This is my business card. Yi Chen took the business card blankly. Okay. After saying that, Yilan turned and left. Yi Chen stared at Yilan's back in a daze. This person gave him a very different feeling, as if he had seen him before, and there was an inexplicable sense of closeness. Why did she cry just now? And why did she call him Lin Lin? Does he look a lot like Lin Lin? Yi Chen collected his thoughts and put away the business card in his hand. Yi Chi said coldly, Yi Chen, why are you here too? Aren't you afraid of losing face for Mr. Feng? If others knew that Mr. Feng had such a shabby boyfriend. Yi Chen retorted bluntly, Yi Chi, you don't need to worry about that. You should prepare well for the martial arts competition in a few days. Don't let me defeat you in one move, or your title as the #1 martial artist in the Yi family will be lost. Little Tuanshuan nodded cutely and imitated his father's words. It's no longer safe. It's no longer safe. You guys? Yi Chi raised his finger, his face ashen, all because of the anger he felt towards Yi Chun and his daughter. He has always been the young master of the noble Yi family, and he always falls flat on his face at the hands of Yi Chun. Yi Chun, don't think that you can win just because you luckily beat me last time. Let me tell you, I have my grandfather's guidance this time. His grandfather was a representative figure in the martial arts competition and the best in ancient martial arts. If he could get his guidance, he would definitely be able to defeat Yi Chen in front of him. Grandfather? The figure of an old man appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He must have had a grandfather before. Yes, you're scared now, right? I'm telling you, it's too late. Don't let me defeat you then, or you'll embarrass Mr. Feng. Yi Chi raised his eyebrows, smiled proudly, and sat in the first row. Many people came to show their courtesy to him. Bad guy. Xiao Tuanshuan pointed at Yi Chi and frowned. Those who bully Dad are bad people. Ichiju Yohu Aksangurabu. Tuan, don't be angry. Daddy isn't angry either. Mommy is out. Look at Mommy. The 2 women who walked out of the stage had similar styles, but not completely similar. Both were cold and domineering women. Feng Li was wearing a black dress. Her face was delicate, cold, and charming, while Yilan was wearing a black professional suit, looking icy cold. 2 big guys are on the same stage. Boss Feng and Boss Yi are both well-known strong women in the business world, and they are both so beautiful. If you give me one, I can have fun every night and wake up with a smile in my dreams, but I like Mr. Feng more. When Yi Chen heard that someone else liked his wife, his face couldn't be very good. He wanted to hide Feng Li because she was his wife. Feng Li stood on the stage, his voice hoarse when he spoke, his lips were abnormally red, and the corners of his lips were broken. What's wrong with Mr. Feng's voice today? I don't know. The mouth doesn't look normal, and the neck is covered so tightly. It turns out that people with boyfriends are different. A feeling of guilt washed over Yi Chun. Feel sorry for my wife. Be gentler next time. When Yilan stepped down from the stage, she whispered, Boss Feng, you have a boyfriend now. Aren't you averse to men? Feng Li is also a strong competitor, on par with her, even slightly superior to her, and is 2 years younger than her. Feng Li raised his eyelids and answered decisively. Well, of course I met someone I like. The person I like. Yilan murmured to himself. She doesn't have anyone she likes, and her biggest wish in life is to find her younger brother, Lin Lin. Yi Chen walked over with Tuan and held Feng Li in a caring manner. Feng Li, are you okay? Does your throat still hurt? Drink some hot water first. I've got some hot water for you. Feng Li took a sip of water and said softly, Yi Chen, how did you become so considerate? You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? He is a good man who loves his wife, and his wife must love him too. Although Feng Li didn't say it, he knew it. Yilan asked in surprise, Yi-chun, is she your wife? Yi-chun, I'm also a married man. Come on, brothers. 129, the super protective big sister. Yes, yes. Yi-chun continued to feed Feng Li water. Now all they had to do was get their marriage certificate. Yilan looked at the two people in front of him, then looked at the little ball of milk standing on the ground. For some reason, he always felt that this little ball of milk looked like his younger brother when he was a child. So, this is your and Feng Li's daughter? Yes, it's my daughter, Tuanshuan. She just turned 3 years old. Yi-chan considerately helped Feng Li sit on the sofa, and the little girl also climbed onto the sofa and massaged her mother's arm. Mom, it doesn't hurt. Feng Li rubbed the baby's little face and said with a smile, Mommy doesn't feel any pain anymore. Thank you, Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan is really Mommy's sweet baby. Then, Tuanshuan received a kiss from his mother, stuck out his tongue happily, and continued to pinch his mother's arms with his two little hands. Feng Li, take a rest first. We'll go home soon. Okay, the press conference is over. I'm so sleepy. Feng Li leaned on Yi-chen's shoulder and was drowsy. He had only slept for a few hours last night, and he had to attend the press conference today. Feng Li was too tired. Yi-chen patted Feng Li's back and said, Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we leave. Yilan showed a look of surprise. It was the first time she saw Feng Li looking so petite. However, her husband was really young. If her Lin were still alive, she would probably be around this age. Little Taanzi took out a small candy from her bag, peeled it open with great difficulty, but instead of putting it in her mouth, she stood on tiptoe and gave it to Yilan. Pretty Annie, have some candy. Oh? Yilan lowered her eyes, and at that moment she seemed to see her younger brother, who was also a 3-year-old child who loved eating candy the most. Big sister, have some candy. Yilin stood on tiptoe and handed the peeled candy to his elder sister with a smile on his face, like a little son, smiling every day. Yilan bent down, took the candy from Tuanshuan's little hand, and whispered, Thank you, Lin. Tuanshuan shook his little head and said in a baby voice, Auntie, it's Tuanshuan. She is Tuanshuan, and my aunt mistook her for someone else. Underscore. Yilan was in a trance for a moment, and when he saw clearly that the little girl in front of him was Tuan, she thought it was Lin who came back. Yilan put the candy in her hand into her mouth. It was very sweet, exactly the same as the candy her brother gave her back then. Thank you, Tuanshuan. I'm sorry, I called you the wrong name just now. Can you hug me again? Hug, pretty Annie. Epushiron. Zu ichijun yohu aksangurabu. Zu. Tuan was a serious little fangirl. He couldn't even walk when he saw his pretty aunt. He lay in Yilan's arms, pouting and kissing her on the face. Quiche, and Yilan's pupils suddenly tightened, and he was flattered. Other babies would be afraid of her when they see her. But why is Tuanshuan not afraid of her? Tuanshuan, aren't you afraid of your aunt? Tuan shook his little head seriously and said, Don't be afraid, Andy. Okay. Yi Chi saw all of this at the door and gritted his teeth in anger. The eldest sister actually ate the candy given to her by the little boy, hugged the little boy, and let the little boy kiss her. My eldest sister obviously hates children and candy the most. Moreover, the eldest sister's attitude towards Yi-chun is very special. Could it be that she discovered something? Absolutely not. The Yi family can only belong to him. Yi-chi collected his thoughts, walked in calmly, and asked, Sister, the press conference is over. When are we leaving? Seeing Yi-chi coming, Tuanshuan pouted unhappily and muttered softly, Bad guy. The big bad guy is coming. I'll be leaving in a moment. Yilan continued to hold Tuanshuan and asked, Why did Tuanshuan just say Yi-chi was a bad guy? Did he bully you? Bad. The little guy's cheeks were puffed up like a little pufferfish. Yilan poked her face and said, Tell me, Annie, what happened to him? Yi-chi explained with a smile. Sister, Tuan is very hostile to me. I don't know how I offended this little guy. The little milk ball shook its head like a wave drum, frowning as it spoke to Yilan. Bullying? Daddy, Tuanshuan, I don't like it. Yilan asked, Yiji bulliedad. Tuan nodded, bad guy. Yi-chi explained, Sister, don't listen to the child's nonsense. I had a few words with Yi-chun before, and the child may have misunderstood. Really? Yilan's cold gaze fell on Yi-chi. Yi-chi was stared at so hard that he didn't dare to speak. He just stood there with his head down. Yilan put Xiao Tuanshuan on the ground, walked over to Feng Li, and said, Feng Li, it's been a pleasure working with you this time. Let's continue next time. I'm leaving now. Feng Li and Yi Chun stood up together. Well, let's work together next time. At this time, Yilan took out a small clay doll from his suit pocket. It was already in tatters, but Yilan cherished it very much and gently stroked the doll's face. Yi Chun asked, "What is this?" Yilan said in a soft voice, "It's a clay doll. It was a birthday present my younger brother gave me when I was 3 years old. Clay doll." Yi Chun always felt that this clay doll seemed very familiar. Where had he seen it before? Yilan raised his eyes and asked, "Well, have you seen it before?" Yi Chun shook his head and said, "No, I didn't play with mud when I was a kid." He remembered his grandmother saying that when he was a child, he thought mud was dirty and refused to play with it. He was a very clean child. Yilan's eyes were filled with disappointment. He put the clay doll away again and muttered to himself, "I'm not going to play with it anymore. It seems I'm overthinking it." Yi Chi urged, "Sister, let's go. Mom and Dad are still waiting for us at home for lunch." "Good." Yilan took one last look at Yi Chun and Tuan Tuan, then turned and left. "Goodbye, pretty Annie." Tuan Chuan stretched out a little paw, and a humming sound was heard. Yilan turned around with a smile on his face. "Tuan Tuan, goodbye." After leaving the room, Yi Chi asked tentatively, "Sister, you seem to like that Tuan Tuan very much?" Yilan stopped and glanced at Yi Chi with a cold gaze. "What do you want to say?" "No, nothing, big sister." Yi Chi was frightened by Yilan's look and stammered. Yilan said coldly, "I know exactly what you're thinking. Yi Chi, I won't stop you from wanting shares. But if you try to stop me from looking for Lin Lin, don't blame me for being rude. I haven't, big sister. I also want to find my brother as soon as possible. That's better. Let's go." Yi Chi followed Yilan cautiously, with a gloomy look in his eyes. "Night is coming. Night is coming. Night comes every day. Maybe Yilin has died a long time ago, or maybe Yilin is right in front of you and you can't recognize him." Yi Chi curled up the corners of his lips coldly. Although he was still 100% sure whether Yi Chun was Yilin, 130 excited. "Are you going to get your marriage certificate with Feng Li?" As soon as Yi Chun and Feng Li went out, they saw a lot of media surrounding them. So Yi Chun hugged Tuan Tuan and hid back again. "Feng Li, you go out first, I'll go out later. There are too many people." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the car." As soon as Feng Li walked out, another group of media surrounded him. "Boss Feng, you don't look well today. What's wrong? Is your cooperation with the Yi family this time because of Yi Chi? I heard that you and the Yi family are going to marry. Is that young Master Yi Chi your marriage partner?" Feng Li frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Let me clarify for the last time. I'm not married to the Yi family, and my boyfriend and I have a good relationship." Another media outlet continued to ask, "But there have been rumors of your marriage to the young master of the Yi family." Feng Li said impatiently, "That's fake. I'm already planning to get the marriage certificate with my boyfriend, and my boyfriend is much more handsome than that young master of the Yi family." "Mr. Feng, your vision is certainly fine. May I ask why your boyfriend didn't show up?" "My boyfriend is too handsome. I'm afraid someone else will snatch him away." Feng Li said the last sentence coldly and got into the car in high heels. I didn't want to pay any attention to these media, but they actually spread rumors. She didn't want her name to appear with others, and the only name that could appear next to hers was Yi Chun. Yi Chun followed slowly with Tuan Tuan in his arms. No media surrounded him. After all, he was just a second-rate singer and many people didn't know him. So handsome. The man who just carried the child over there is so handsome. Don't you see that they already have babies? The handsome ones have already been picked up by others, so forget it. Yi Chun flashed past the camera. After getting in the car, Yi Chun tugged at Feng Li's sleeve and whispered, "Feng Li, am I really a coward?" Feng Li held Yi Chun's hand and said softly, "Yi Chun, if you don't want to be open with me, I won't force you." Yi Chun raised his head and said, "No. Feng Li, please wait a little longer. Once I become famous and worthy of you, I will be open with you." "Okay, I'll wait. My husband is the best." Feng Li held Yi Chun's face and kissed him gently. Daddy group kisses. Yi Chun was also kissed on the other side of his face by Milkball. "I kissed my wife and daughter one at a time, quite evenly." Yi Chun held his daughter in one hand and his wife in the other. He was truly a winner in life. It would be even better if we could find his biological parents. After lunch, Feng Li leaned lazily on the sofa, while Yi Chun supervised Tuan Tuan drawing. This little guy is about to compete and has been playing a lot these days. "Dad, draw." Xiao Tuan Chuan raised her little hands and wiped her face, which was covered with colorful paint. Yi Chun quickly took the little guy to wash his face and wiped Tuan Chuan's hands clean. Feng Li suddenly asked, "Yi Chun, didn't you say you would give me a surprise?" "What surprise?" "Wait, the time is almost up." Yi-chin looked at the clock on the wall. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-chin's album, Love Cycle, was released on time. It achieved a good sales volume of 300,000 as soon as it was released. My brother has released a new album, and it only costs 5.9 yuan, which is really a bonus. It's so cheap, and the most important thing is that it sounds so good. Brother Yi-chin, when will the next song be released? I bought it. Brother Yi-chin songs are super good, and the lyrics are amazing. Yemo's Navy naturally also arrived at the scene. What song? It's so awful. How can it be as good as our brother Yemo's singing? No one is watching brother Yemo's concert. He didn't even sell 2 tickets for the last concert. Why didn't you go and support him? Yeah, with that singing skill, even dogs would despise it, except for the fact that the lyrics are a little better. Yemo hasn't released a song in a while. Is that a blow to you? There are a lot of gossips on the internet. Yi-chin's fans and Yemo's fans have started to quarrel with each other, and the two sides are arguing fiercely. Feng Li listened to the song with headphones on. Tuan Tuan and his mother listened to it together and almost jumped for joy. Yi-chin asked nervously, Feng Li, I wrote this song specifically for you. Do you like this type of song? It's a love song, and it feels quite childish. I wonder if Feng Li will dislike it. I like it. It sounds good. Yi-chin touched the tip of his nose and said, as long as you like it. The song received a very strong response and had a wide audience. It swept all major trending search platforms and made the company a lot of money. It's Yi-chin. He also sang that song last time. It was amazing. Not only does he sing beautifully, he's also handsome. He's my future husband, he. My husband has a nice voice and is handsome. I love him so much. Yi-chin's fans skyrocketed, reaching more than 3 million. Yi-chin was shocked when he looked at his phone. He seemed to be famous. He casually glanced at the comments and saw that they were all calling him husband. Yi-chin's ears turned red. Feng Li raised his hand and pinched Yi-chin's ear, asking, which girl did you talk to that made your ears red again? Yi-chin has a characteristic. His ears turn red when he talks to or gets close to other girls. Yi-chin shook his head and explained, no, Feng Li, don't misunderstand me. I didn't talk to other girls. I gain a lot of fans today, and they all call me husband. Yi-chin's voice became smaller and smaller. A pure and shy male college student. Feng Li raised the corner of his eye. His dark pupils dimmed slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Call you husband? Yes, they must be yelling nonsense. I'm not their husband. I'm your husband. Yi-chin held Feng Li's soft hand, interlocked their fingers, and took a photo of their hands. Xiao Duanshuan came over at some point, and also stretched out his paws to take a photo with his parents. Dad, take a group photo. The baby's hands are soft, broken into pieces, and very small. Then, Yi-chin posted a photo of his family of 3. Although it was just hands, it was obvious that the family was very happy. Hashtag today's photos/happy. As soon as Yi-chin posted the photo, his fans were heartbroken. Wow, my husband actually has a wife and a child. Is this reasonable? Brother Yi-chin, you're only 22 years old this year. Who? Who is it? Get out now. You stole my husband. There are a lot of comments below. They simply cannot accept the fact that their husbands have been taken away by others. Yi-chin put down his phone and gave Feng Li a caring shoulder massage. I posted the photos. I belong to my wife now. They probably won't call me husband randomly anymore. Feng Li nodded in satisfaction, well, a little to the right. Okay, honey. Yi-chin massaged his wife's shoulders considerately. Grandma Yi smiled from ear to ear. Chun-chun, Grandma will be back tomorrow. You should quickly get your household registration book back and get your marriage certificate. Well, Yi-chin was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. Are he and Feng Li going to get their marriage certificate tomorrow? I heard that we have to take photos for a marriage certificate, so I must dress nicely tomorrow. Yi-chin, the photo on the marriage certificate must be the most handsome. 131. Who are my biological parents? Yemo's body had just recovered a little, and he picked up the phone with trembling right hand. Then, he saw the new song that Yi-chin had just released. In just one day, the album sold hundreds of thousands of copies. Some people even compared him with Yi-chin, saying that he was not as good as Yi-chin. How could he be worse than Yi-chin? How could it be possible? Blind. Yemo's lips trembled. How? How is it possible? How could a lowly person like Yi-chin become so famous? I'm Yemo, the future top singer, the best. Yemo excitedly stood up from the bed, threw his phone to the ground, and then stomped it to pieces like a madman. Ye's mother heard the noise and immediately came in to stop Yemo. Shout, Mo, you're finally awake. Why are you angry again? Didn't I tell you not to get angry? Your health is caused by anger. As long as you stay happy, your body will slowly recover. Yi Chun is angry. Why is he angry? People like him deserve to be trampled under my feet. He's a guy from the slums, but he's more popular than me. Do you know what those fans say? They say I can't compare to him. How could I not be able to compare to him? I'm the young master of the Yi family. Emo was noisy, but ended up getting so angry that he fainted. He collapsed on the bed like a corpse. Ye's mother called Yi Chun again, crying. Yi Chun was accompanying his obedient daughter in drawing when his cell phone suddenly rang and Yi Chun answered the call. Yi Chun, is your latest song a hit? Xiao Emo fainted again after hearing the news. He's only just recovered a little. Can you please remove your album from shelves? Yi Chun was so angry at this unreasonable request that he laughed. He said patiently, Mrs. Yi, what does my album release have to do with EMO? Why do you want to remove it from the shelves? Don't you think your request is too unreasonable? Yi Chun, where's your grandma? Let your grandma answer the phone. Yi Chun handed the phone to Grandma Yi. As soon as Grandma Yi answered the call, Mrs. Yi started crying. Mom, please save Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo is in critical condition now. Please persuade Yi Chun. You are closest to him, and he will definitely listen to what you say. Grandma Yi sighed helplessly. Yi Mo is just too angry. I can't do anything about it. I can't let our Shun suffer any injustice. Please try to persuade Xiao Mo. I won't go back. I'm going back to the countryside tomorrow. Mom, Yi Mo is your biological grandson. Yi Chun was adopted. He has no blood relationship with you. Have you forgotten? Yi Mo is your biological grandson. Grandma Yi said seriously. Although Chin was adopted, he is also my grandson. I have long regarded him as my own grandson. Mom, Yi Chun and you have no blood relationship at all. Yi Chun naturally heard what Mrs. Yi said. He was indeed adopted, but he had no memories of his past and did not remember who his biological parents were. Yi Chun clenched the golden pendant around his neck. This was the only clue his parents left him. Feng held Yi Chun's hand and asked softly, what's wrong? Yi Chun shook his head and whispered, it's nothing. I just remembered my biological parents. I don't have any memories from before, so I don't remember who they were. Feng held Yi Chun's handsome face with both hands. You are Yi Chun, my future husband. Don't think too much. I will help you find him. A smile appeared on Yi Chun's face. Thank you, Feng. Dad, be good. The little boy thought his father was angry, so he lay in his father's arms and rubbed his father's face. She spoke softly. Tuan draws. Daddy won't be angry. Xiao Tuanchuan thought that he had made his father angry because of playing with toys, so he quickly lay down on the table and drew. Yi Chun rubbed Tuanchuan's little head and said, Daddy is not angry. Tuanchuan plays with Barbie dolls when you are tired of drawing. Daddy saw a new style today. I will buy you a new one in a couple of days, okay? Tuan happily hugged his father's neck and kissed him softly. I like you, doll, and I like you, Daddy. I love my dad the most. Yi Chun played with the doll with Tuanchuan. Mom, please persuade Yi Chun. Yi Mo is your grandson. That's all I have to say. I'm going to hang up now. Mrs. Yi hung up the phone unwillingly. Grandma Yi put her phone on the table and sighed. Xiao Mo is so narrow-minded that he can make himself so angry. Chin Chun, don't go back. You will be bullied by them if you go back. Chin Chun is really happy here. It's great to have a wife and a daughter. Grandma, I won't go back. Yi Mo got himself mad like that, so it's not my fault. I can't withdraw my album for him. Those are songs I wrote specifically for Feng Li. Ye Chang Ganti Suizit Feng Li Softant. It was the first time he wrote a song for his wife, and no one could stop him. His wife is so nice. He will write songs for her in the future. Yi Chun couldn't help but kiss Feng Li's cheek. Feng Li had a faint body fragrance that made Yi Chun unable to stop. Zhao Chuanchuan quickly covered his eyes with his two little paws, leaving a small gap. I giggled out loud and Mom and Dad kissed again. Grandma nodded and said, our Chun Chun is right. Grandma knows that it's fine as long as Yi Mo figures it out himself. If he doesn't, he will always be like that. Yi Chun let go of Feng Li and took out the pendant from his neck. Grandma, this pendant. Grandma Yi explained, this is the thing you wore around your neck when your mother adopted you. Yi Mo was lost at the time, and your mother was very worried. Since you look a bit like Yi Mo, that's why she adopted you. You might be able to find your biological parents with this, but the chances are slim because most of the people in the orphanage have no parents. Yi Chun lowered his head in disappointment. It seemed that he really had no parents. His parents had passed away. Ichu. Yi Lin sneezed violently and touched the tip of his nose with his hand. Mrs. Yi considerately handed him a napkin. What's going on? Yi Yao asked with concern. Dad, are you okay? The weather is not cold now. Are you catching a cold? Yi Chi also echoed. Yes, Dad. You must protect your body. Yi Lin raised his hand and said, It's okay. I don't know what happened. Let's eat first. Xiaolan, what were we talking just now? Yilan said helplessly. Dad, you were just talking about the martial arts conference. Yes, Yi Chi, don't let Dad down in this martial arts tournament. You have inherited your grandfather's true teachings. You will definitely win the championship, defeat those foreigners, and win glory for our country. Yelin pated ye vishul dergenti, Yiji, dat believes in you. Yichi vowed, Dad, don't worry, with Grandpa's guidance, I will definitely win the championship this time. Yuzotus iki yichen. Well, my wife loves me so much. After dinner, Yichun played with the little kid for a while, wanted to put the little guy to sleep quickly so that he could spend a happy evening with his dear wife. But today, the little girl was particularly energetic, and no matter how Yichun tried to coax her into falling asleep, she wouldn't fall asleep. He had already told her 2 fairy tales, and the little girl was clapping her hands happily. Daddy great want princess. Oh? Yichun poked the little girl's cheek and said, Baby, didn't Daddy just tell you about Snow White? The little milk ball ate the lollipop in his little hands and sang in a milky voice, I want a princess. Okay, Dad will tell you the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs again. Tuanshuan, you must close your eyes, and you are not allowed to eat any more candy. You ate 3 lollipops today, Tuanshuan. Why'd I like candy so much? Is it genetic? But Fengli doesn't seem to like eating candy. He still doesn't like eating candy now, but he liked it very much when he was a child. Every time he went to the market with his grandmother, she would buy him candy. Ichin shook his head and sighed, thinking that he was overthinking it. How could baby Tuanshuan inherit his genes? Sugar sweet. Zio Tuanshuan ate a lollipop and continued to listen to her father telling stories. One of her little hands was still holding her father's sleeve worriedly, for fear that he would run away. Ichin told stories while rocking the crib, trying to coax little Tuanshuan to sleep as he still had to go back to be with his wife. Study. Fengli sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, playing with a black dagger in her hand casually, her eyes as cold as ice. Who gave you the courage to touch my people? The cold voice made people shudder. A middle-aged man was kneeling on the ground. He bent over and begged for mercy. Boss Feng, it's not me. It's really not me. Fengli lowered his eyes and looked at the blade in his hand. Tell me who ordered you to do this, and I can spare your life. Boss Feng, no one ordered me to do that. No one ordered me to do that. I just bumped into Yi Chun by accident. I really didn't know Yi Chun was your man. Fengli raised his cold eyes and asked, Do you think I will believe it? After he finished speaking, Fengli stood up, walked slowly towards the man with his long legs, bent down, and put the dagger in his hand against his neck. The cold blade shone with a chilling light, making people tremble uncontrollably. Tell me, who is it? As he finished speaking, the dagger had already landed on the middle-aged man's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. The man endured the pain in his shoulder and spoke with trembling lips. No one, President Feng. There really was no one who ordered me to do that. That incident was just an accident. Accident. Fengli curled his lips coldly. The blade fell on the man's neck and suddenly stopped. Bai Jin was stunned for a moment. What happened to Mr. Feng? Why did it stop suddenly? The female bodyguard around also looked at each other in confusion. Fengli put away the dagger in his hand and ordered, Bai Jin, send him to the police station and let them deal with him. Don't dirty my hands. Bai Jin thought she was hallucinating. President Feng has always been cruel and ruthless, killing people without blinking an eye. Why did he suddenly change his temper this time? But they didn't dare ask more. Fengli said coldly, Take the person away. Yes, Mr. Feng. Bai Jin took her people away, but the man was scared half to death and his whole body was limp. Just as Bai Jin and the others went out, there was a knock on the door. Fengli, are you still working? It's so late. Why don't you go to bed early and work tomorrow? It's Yi Chen's voice. Fengli immediately put the dagger in the drawer and cleaned the blood off his hands as quickly as possible. Yi Chen cannot be allowed to see this scene. Yi Chen waited for a while, but there was no movement. Thinking Fengli didn't hear him, he said again, Fengli, are you asleep? I'll come in first. As soon as Yi Chen opened the door, he bumped into Fengli, who was knocked back quickly by Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately hugged her waist and said, Are you okay? He almost knocked his wife down. His wife was really fragile and needed his protection. He will definitely work harder to exercise in the future. Fengli leaned in Yi Chen's arms and said weakly, "It's okay. Why are you here?" Did shout to Anshu and fall asleep. Well, this little one was really hard to coax tonight. I had to tell her 3 fairy tales before I could get her to sleep. Fengli thoughtfully brought water to Yi Chen and said, "Drink it. I've drunk it before." Yi Chen didn't dislike his wife at all. He drank half a glass of water and moved his nose. "Fengli, why does it smell like blood? Are you injured?" Yi Chen held Fengli and examined him carefully. She wasn't injured, so why did it smell like blood? Fengli's 2 fair arms hooked around Yi Chen's neck. "Maybe you smelled it wrong. I'm so tired and sleepy. Carry me to sleep." How could Yi Chen resist his wife's coquettish behavior? He easily carried Fengli out of the study. He quickened his pace as he went upstairs and couldn't wait to carry the person into the room and quickly close the door. Fengli was pressed down. Yi Chen gently kissed her neck and pulled off her skirt. "Family fronat. Does the injury still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt too much, come on." Yi Chen's Adam's apple rolled slightly. "No. Fengli, your injuries haven't healed yet." He loves his wife. "Okay, Yi Chen. Husband." Her voice was tender and charming, and her white fingers gently teased Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen couldn't bear it any longer, so he tore off his clothes and threw them down. This time, Fengli will definitely not be hurt. Yi Chen was very restrained this time, but it still took a while. Fengli has fallen asleep, with smooth skin, hot body, and beautiful face. Yi Chen felt dry in the mouth again after seeing this. "I wanted to sleep, but unfortunately, I couldn't help myself." Then, he continued by holding Fengli's soft waist. "Completely forgetting your promise. It's his wife's fault that she has such a good figure and is so beautiful, right? Brothers, can you hold back when you have such a good wife?" It was almost dawn when Yi Chen finally let go of Fengli. Fengli had been tortured to the point of unconsciousness, his body dripping with sweat, his hair a mess. Yi Chen felt very guilty that such a cold and beautiful woman had ended up like this. Yi Chen gently held Fengli in his arms and confessed softly, "Fengli, don't blame me. I really didn't mean it. I promise. Next time I won't do it again." Fengli vaguely heard Yi Chen's words, raised his fingers and gently touched his face, his voice hoarse. "Liar." Yi Chen was sad that his wife thought he was a liar. Then, he heard the next sentence. "Liar? I like it too. Yi Chen, well, my wife loves me so much." 133, I like Fengli wearing black silk stockings the most. Yi Chen woke up early in the morning and went to the closet to pick out clothes. He picked out more than 10 sets, but couldn't find a good-looking one. What to wear when taking wedding certificate photos? After all, it's my first marriage and I have no experience. Yi Chen continued to look for clothes when suddenly there was a slight knock on the door. "Dad!" A sweet little voice sounded, and Yi Chen quickly threw the clothes in his hand onto the sofa and opened the door. The little girl was standing there in her fluffy pajamas. She was so small, with a pink and tender face like a white dough ball, and her black eyes were big and round. "Oh?" Yi Chen quickly picked up his obedient daughter and gave her 2 gentle kisses. "Tuanshuan, why did you wake up so early today?" Tuanshuan rubbed his eyes drowsily and hugged his father's neck tightly. "Dad stickers. Aksangurabu. No. Baby, why did you run out without shoes again? Your stomach hurts." Yi Chen poked the baby's bulging belly and said, "Daddy will take you to put on your shoes, okay?" Mom, go to sleep. It's so lazy." The little kid pointed at his mother with a smile, quickly climbed down from his father's arms, and wanted to touch his mother. Yi Chen immediately stopped the little guy. "Good boy. Mommy is still very tired and needs to rest. Let's go put on our shoes first." Yi Chen carried the little guy out of the room, fearing that he would disturb Fengli's sleep. After all, Fengli only slept for 2 or 3 hours last night. It's not his fault. His wife has such a great figure and is so beautiful that he can't help himself. So it took a while to do it. Yi Chen patiently dressed the little girl and changed her shoes. Her white skirt was fluffy and she had a little butterfly hairpin on her head. She looked like a little princess. The more Yi Chen looked at his daughter, the more beautiful she seemed. How could she be so beautiful? She was worthy of being his daughter. Yi Chen now completely regards Tuanshuan as his own daughter. Yi Chen. When Yi Chen heard his wife calling him, he immediately put Tuanshuan at the door and went into the room. Tuanshuan stood at the door with a confused look on his face and a pout on his lips. Doesn't Dad want her anymore? Fengli opened his eyes. His messy hair fell on his face. His fair shoulders were covered with red marks. The quilt had slipped off his shoulders, and he was naked. Yi-chan silently turned his gaze away and said guiltily, Fengli, are you awake? Are you still feeling unwell? Fengli moved his legs, frowned, and asked, Yi-chan, what time did you go to bed last night? Yi-chan felt even more guilty and replied in a low voice, I went to bed at 3 a.m. Fengli raised his head. Didn't you say immediately? It's a bit long. If you're sleepy, go ahead and sleep. It's the weekend, so you don't have to go to work. It's not his fault that he has too much physical strength. I'm not going to sleep anymore. Don't we have to send Grandma back home today? Where's Grandma? Yi-chan sat beside Fengli and helped her dress attentively. Grandma is downstairs reading a book with her reading glasses. She said she never went to school before and now wants to learn more words. The first piece of clothing stumped Yi-chan, as he didn't know how to button the row of underwear buttons at the back. Seeing so many buttons, Yi-chan almost collapsed. Fengli turned his head and asked, What's wrong? You don't know how to dunk. Wait, I will. Yi-chan studied it for a long time and buttoned up the bra. After doing it a few times, he became proficient at it. While helping Fengli put clothes on, she did not forget to take advantage of him and gave Fengli a kiss on her beautiful cheek. It's beautiful. Am I beautiful when I just woke up? Fengli knelt beside Yi-chan and leaned his face closer again. His cold goddess wife was beautiful even when she was asleep. Yi-chan whispered, Beautiful, you are beautiful at all times. After saying that, I felt my face and ears turn red. Why is he still so shy? Now you can actually make me happy, not bad. She lifted Yi-chan's chin with her fingers and placed a kiss on his lips. This is a reward for you. Yi-chan's ears turned even redder. Although he has a girlfriend and has done everything he should do, he is still very shy. After all, he is still a young male college student. Fengli got up to change clothes. She had a curvy figure with a well-proportioned body, especially her legs, which were white, thin, and long. Yi-chan's throat felt dry when he saw her. I accidentally saw the finger marks on Fengli's buttocks. Yi-chan immediately lowered his head. What to do if you accidentally hit your wife? However, Fengli didn't seem to mind and didn't blame him. Yi-chan, how about this dress? A black little dress, short in front and long in the back, with a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. Yi-chan said shyly, It looks good. I like Fengli wearing black stockings the most. I heard that you have to wear white clothes for the marriage certificate photo, but black should be fine too. Fengli, you look good in black. Yi-chan likes his wife to wear black stockings and high heels. The cold and domineering type is his favorite. After leaving the room, Yi-chan noticed that there was a little kid standing next to him. All right, she seems to have left the milk balls outside just now. Xiao Chanchuan stood at the door, pouting and frowning, looking very aggrieved. Yi-chan squatted down, held Xiao Tuanchuan's hand, and asked gently, Tuanchuan, why have you been here all the time? Didn't you go downstairs to look for your aunt and great-grandmother? Xiao Chuanchuan pulled her hand away and refused to let her father hold her hand. Dad doesn't want her. Does that mean Dad doesn't like her anymore? Only then did Yi-chan realize the seriousness of the problem. His daughter seemed angry. This is the first time Xiao Chuanchuan has been angry in such a long time. Yi-chan immediately picked up Tuan Tuan and said, Tuan Tuan, I'm sorry. Dad forgot to bring you in just now. Can you forgive Dad? Xiao Chuanchuan raised his head, his little nose twitching, and he was about to cry. Dad, I don't like Tuan Tuan. __. Yes, Daddy likes Tuanchuan the most. Tuanchuan is the most obedient baby. Daddy will take you to buy a doll today, okay? Yi-chan lifted Xiao Tuanchuan up high, and the little guy was coaxed into silence by his father in a short while, and started crying happily again. Fengli shook his head helplessly. Yi-chan seemed to be very good at coaxing babies. The little girl was the hardest to coax when she was angry, but he coaxed her into submission in no time. After dinner, Yi-chan and Fengli sent Grandma Yi back together. Coming to the scenic town again, Xiao Chuanchuan happily pointed at the golden wheat on the roadside. Dad, more! The baby was very excited and was curious about everything he saw. He looked around with his big black eyes. As soon as Yi-chan got off the car, a group of people gathered around to watch. Yi-chan is back, and he brought his wife and daughter with him. My daughter is already this big and beautiful, and my wife is also beautiful. This Yi-chan seemed quiet before, but I didn't expect him to be so capable. He's truly a man who does great things quietly. I heard his songs became popular, and he made a lot of money. There are people around me who envy me, who are jealous of me, and who hate me. Especially Yi-chan's former elementary school classmate, who is still farming at home and doesn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. 134 Fengli. only act coquettishly to Yichun. Yichun felt embarrassed by being watched, so he immediately took his wife and daughter into the yard. Every time I come back, I'm surrounded by people. These people seem to have a lot of free time. There were a few old hens running around in the yard, and the sheep had also run out. The yard was very dirty, and Grandma Yi was busy cleaning it up. She's a very clean grandma. Yichun asked Feng Li to sit on the sofa and help clean up after he went out. When Tuanchuan saw the familiar old hen, he quickly hid behind his father, pointed at a big old hen with his little finger, and said in a baby voice, "Peck, Tuanchuan." The last time I came here, it was this big old hen that almost pecked Xiao Tuan's hand. Tuan remembers it very well. "Tuanchuan, this old hen pecked you, so Grandma is going to stew it and make chicken soup for you today. Drink chicken soup." When the humming sound of Tuanchuan's milk was heard, the old hen seemed to realize the danger and immediately moved away from Tuanchuan. "I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you." Little Dumpling went to touch the sheep again, but the sheep were very docile and wouldn't bump into her. "Dad, ride." Tuanchuan suddenly pointed at a sheep taller than her and grabbed the edge of her father's clothes with one hand. "Tuanchuan, ride." "Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu." Yichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tuan, this is a sheep, not a horse. You can't ride it. If you want to ride a horse, Dad will take you there later. Whose baby is riding a sheep? Grandma Yi dotes on Xiao Tuanchuan very much. Chun, since Tuanchuan wants to ride the sheep, let her ride. Watch her carefully and make sure she doesn't fall. This sheep can carry Tuanchuan. Dad, ride in a circle. Xiao Tuanchuan was trying to grab the sheep with her little paws and was climbing onto her. Fortunately, the sheep was quite docile and just stood there without moving. Tuan, if you really want to ride this sheep, she's dirty. Daddy will get you a cushion to put on. Yichan went to the room to find a piece of clothing, put it on the sheep's back, and then put Xiao Tuanchuan on it. Tuanchuan was so excited when it was his first time riding a sheep that he laughed out loud with joy. Yichan was afraid that Tuanchuan would fall, so he supported him from the side. Then Feng Li came out and saw this scene, and he was completely confused. Her daughter rode a sheep? Feng Li, you're out. Tuan wants to ride a sheep. Tuan sat on the sheep's back, looking at his mother happily, and said in a baby voice, "Mom, Tuan ride. Big sheep." It was the first time Feng Li knew that sheep could be ridden. "Well, as long as you are happy." Feng Li helped Grandma Yi feed the rabbits. Although this place is small, it is very warm, and she likes it very much. She is willing to come here for vacation when she has time in the future. At noon, Grandma Yi killed an old hen and made chicken soup for Tuanchuan. The little guy drank 2 bowls, and his stomach was full. "Dad, ride in a circle." Tuan, are you addicted to riding that sheep? Big sheep. Xiao Tuanchuan continued to play with the sheep. The old hen would peck her hands, but the sheep would not. After dinner, Grandma Yi rummaged through the drawers and found the household registration booklet, which she handed to Yichun. Chun, this is the household registration book. Take it. There are only 2 of us. I'll give it to you for safekeeping from now on. Grandma almost forgot where she put it. Good. Yichun put the household registration book away. With this, he can get a marriage certificate with Feng Li, and Feng Li will be his wife from now on. Just thinking about it made him excited. Yichun wanted to drag people to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to get the certificate. Yichun, are you home? I am Jeju. Yichun opened the door and saw his childhood friend Lu Taiju. He didn't get into high school and had gone to work a long time ago. Now, he seemed to be moving bricks at a construction site. Why are you here? Komein. After Lu Taiju came in, he handed Yichun a cigarette and said, "Yichun, you are the most successful person here. Please introduce me to a girl. We are childhood friends. You can't have a wife and daughter and not let the brothers live a good life." Looking at Yichun's stunning wife, he was envious. Lu Taiju waved to Xiao Tuanchuan, who was standing beside him. "Little darling, come here to uncle." Tuanchuan quickly hid behind his father, looking at the person who came with a pair of timid big eyes. "Brother Zhuzi, I'm not introducing you to a girlfriend. How could someone from the big city of the imperial capital come to our small village?" Lu Taiju frowned. "Just try to trick them. It's better to find me a pretty one, as pretty as your wife." Yichun was speechless. "Zhuzi, I don't have that ability. You should go find someone else to help." "Yichun, you really don't care about the friendship between brothers. You forgot about us poor brothers when you became successful. Forget it. I'm leaving now." Lu Taiju turned and left, taking the cigarette from Yichun's hand. He turned his head and took a peek at Feng Li, who was not far away, feeling restless inside. Such a beautiful woman, even more beautiful than a star. How could she fall for Yi-chun? Yi-chun is just a pretty boy. You can tell at first glance that he is not any good. He is not as capable as the real guy. Lu Taiju stopped and walked towards Feng Li again. You are Yi-chun's wife, right? I am his good brother when he was a child. Feng Li nodded lightly and continued to bend down to feed the rabbit without even glancing at the person next to him. Apart from Yi-chun, Feng Li would not even look at any other man. Yi-chun is so weak. I knocked him down with one punch when he was a child. If you stay with him, can he protect you? Yi-chun took a deep breath and walked to Lu Taiju with a gloomy face. This person wants to poach his girlfriend. Zhu Zi, what do you want to do? Nothing, just a few words. Lu Taiju hadn't left yet and continued talking to Feng Li. Do you like rabbits? I have a lot at home. How about I give you two? They're much prettier than these. Feng Li finally raised his eyes. His face was indifferent, and his voice was icy. No need. It was the first time that Lu Taiju saw such a cold woman. Although she was beautiful, she was as cold as a snow lotus on an iceberg. Yi-chun protected Feng Li behind him and said coldly, Zhu Zi, what on earth do you want to do? He was talking and giving away rabbits. Who could not see his intention? You actually want to steal his girlfriend? Steal his wife? It's okay. I just want to give your wife a few rabbits. I hope you don't mind. Before Yi-chun could speak, Feng Li's cold voice rang out. I don't like rabbits. Lu Taiju was a little embarrassed. Just now I saw you feeding the rabbits, and I thought you liked it. So what do you like? Feng Li ignored him, took Yi-chun's hand, and looked at the rabbits together, and continued to feed the rabbits grass. His eyebrows softened. Yi-chun, these rabbits are so cute. It was the first time Yi-chun saw Feng Li smile so sweetly. He raised the corner of his lips and asked, Do you like it? Of course I do. Lu Taiju was stunned for a moment. You just said you didn't like it, but now you like it again? Feng Li pulled Yi-chun's arm and said softly, Why don't we raise a few too? Where's the supposedly aloof goddess? She's actually acting like a spoiled brat to Yi-chun. She wasn't like that just now. Feng Li, I only act like a spoiled child to Yi-chun, and everyone else, go to hell. Ha! That's just double standards. 135 The cold goddess becomes a gentle wife. Yi-chun couldn't resist his wife's coquettishness, so he agreed immediately. Not to mention raising rabbits. Even raising dinosaurs was fine, as long as my wife likes it. Yi-chun said, Okay, you can raise as many as you want. My wife is so beautiful when she smiles. Yi-chun turned his head and glanced at the person next to him. Lu Taiju was already stunned and had been staring at Feng Li in a daze. Yi-chun felt angry just thinking about his stunning wife being seen by others. Lu Taiju, why isn't he leaving yet? You look at other people's wives every day. Don't you have a wife yourself? That's right. Zhu Zi doesn't even have a girlfriend, so how could he have a wife? Yi-chun hugged Feng Li's waist, protecting him his arms and not letting him see. Feng Li raised his head and said, Two is enough. I can't raise too many. I still have to work. And there's Tuanshuan. We still need to take care of Tuanshuan. When Tuanshuan heard her mother calling her, she quickly ran to her mother with her short legs, with the snacks given to her by her grandmother stuffed in her mouth. Her cheeks were bulging with food, and she looked very cute. Mom? Oh. Feng Li pinched the little guy's pink and tender face. What did you eat to make your face so dirty? Eat up little bear biscuits. The little guy had a little bear biscuit stuffed in his mouth and was talking to his mother in a milky voice, with biscuit crumbs all over his face. Yi-chun bent down and wiped the little guy's face. Okay, let's raise two. Tell Grandma later, and we'll bring you two of the most beautiful rabbits. Good. Rabbit, raise a rabbit. Zio Chuanshuan pointed at the rabbit with his little hand. The baby also liked the rabbit very much. He climbed down from his father's arms and pinched the rabbit's ears with his little hands. Rabbit be good. Yi-chun squatted down and asked, Well, dear bunny, which one do you like? Can we take them home and raise them? Okay, I want a bunny. Tuanshuan's little hands grabbed the smallest rabbit, which was a little bigger than her hand. It should be a baby rabbit that was born not long ago. Tuanshuan wants a bunny. Epushiron, zu ichijun yohu akusangurabu, zu. Tuan held the little rabbit in his arms and couldn't let it go. The little rabbit didn't bite and lay obediently in Tuan's arms. Feng Li, our group likes rabbits very much and even holds them. Then, the next second, Tuanshuan leaned over and was about to kiss him, but was stopped by Yi-chun. Tuanshuan, you can't kiss the rabbit. It's too dirty. Tuanshuan shook his head, pointed at the little bunny, and said in a cute voice, Daddy, the bunny is clean, a white bunny. The white one is dirty too. When we get home, Daddy will give the bunny a bath, and then you can hold her. Yichen took the rabbit from Tuanchuan's hand and put it on the ground. The little rabbit jumped into its mother's arms. Feng Li and Yi Chun went to feed the sheep again, and they talked and laughed. The cold goddess turned into a gentle wife. Lu Taiju looked at the happy family, and tears of envy almost flowed out of his mouth. Yi Chun is so happy. He has a stunning wife and a pretty and lovely daughter. When will he be able to have them all? After looking for a long time, Lu Taiju reluctantly left the yard, looking back every few steps. Just looking at Feng Li's back was enough to satisfy him. Yi Chun quickly closed the door, fearing that someone else would come to see his stunning wife. My wife is so beautiful that I want to hide her and not let anyone see her. What's wrong? Feng Li poked Yi Chun's handsome face and asked. Yi Chun said in a dull tone, Lu Taiju took the initiative to chat with you just now. Maybe he likes you. Feng Li raised the corners of his eyes and smiled. Him? I haven't even seen what he looks like. Yi Chun, are you jealous? Yi Chun blushed and lowered his head. I just don't want him to see you. You're my wife. Well, she's your wife, and I don't like her. Why are you worried? I only like you. Feng Li cupped Yi Chun's face and kissed him. Are you afraid that I'll be snatched away? You're so unconfident. How could that person compare to you? Xiao Tuanchuan quickly covered her eyes and also covered the eyes of the rabbit in her arms. Mom and Dad kissed again. Yi Chun's face flushed from the kiss, and he hugged Feng Li's slender waist. He didn't go to high school, and now he works to earn money. I should be better off than him. Feng Li nodded and said, Of course. My husband has a good figure, is handsome, writes songs for me, is talented, and has a good temper, except that sometimes he's a little shy. The most important thing is to have good physical strength and not rest all night long. The last sentence was said in Yi Chun's ear. Yi Chun felt an itch in his ears, and the itch went all the way to his heart. Is he that good? It turns out that in Feng Li's heart, he is so good. He will work harder to exercise and satisfy his wife in the future. Tuanchuan put the rabbit down, hugged his father's legs with his two paws, and wanted to stay close to his parents. After spending a whole day in a small town, Feng Li felt it was pretty good. It was quiet and elegant here, with beautiful scenery. Suddenly, I understood what Tao Yuan Ming said. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, I leisurely see the southern mountains. If possible, she would like to live here with Yi Chun in her old age. During dinner, Yi Chun asked quietly, Feng Li, are you going home tonight? It's too late. The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. I'll go get the certificate tomorrow and stay here with Grandma today. Yi Chun said excitedly, Okay, sleep in my room tonight. Grandma's already cleaned it up. Although it's a little small, it's very clean. Okowo. Feng Li raised the corner of his eyes and threw a coquettish glance at him. Yi Chun swallowed his saliva and suddenly lost his composure, shoveling rice into his mouth. But Tuanchuan was still there, so I couldn't work properly at night. He just wanted to work hard, but it seemed like he had no chance tonight. Tuanchuan sat on a chair, swinging his two short legs, carrying his little rabbit in his pocket, and eating by himself. Tuanchuan, eat some meat. This is the beef that Grandma bought especially for you. Yi Chun stuffed meat into the little guy's mouth. Tuanchuan is too small and can only pick up rice but not vegetables. Grandma, you brought another bowl of freshly cooked egg custard, which smelled so fragrant that Xiao Tuanchuan put down the bowl in her hand, her mouth watering with greed. Two little hands grabbed Grandma's hands. Grandma, eat it. Oh? Yi Chun was amused by the little milk bag. Little greedy cat Tuan Tuan, this is egg custard. Have you ever eaten it? When Yi Chun was a child, his favorite food was egg custard. He had no other snacks, so egg custard was a delicacy to him. Tuanchuan's little head shook like a rattle, and he stuck out his little tongue to lick his lips, which made the baby very greedy. Tuanchuan eats all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, and has never eaten such simple egg custard. As soon as Grandma Yi put down the bowl, the little milk ball couldn't wait to lean over and take a bite, his black eyes rolling around and giving a thumbs up. Great, let's eat it together. The little kid buried his little head in it again. Grandma Yi smiled and said, This is Chin Chin's favorite egg custard when she was a child. I didn't expect Tuanchuan to like it too. They're indeed father and daughter. They are alike in every way. Father and daughter? Him and Tuanchuan? Why does everyone think that he and Tuanchuan are father and daughter? Are they really that similar? 136. Keep working. Yi Chun asked, Grandma, do Tuan Tuan and I really look alike?